Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că ai lăsat oilii și-a plecat cu fetilii. Și-a plecat cu fetilii, și-a plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, rudu, m-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, rudu. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Di văzut nu le-am văzut, di păscuțel le-am păscut. Prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, numai ca pedică rlana, fântâna lui Gheorghiță, numai ca pedică priurudu.
No more games. Kneel before Zeus.
Oh, they're going to try and jump Ari. So they can quickly burst through, and they can. But now Saxa and Chrysalis, they've got to be careful. Saxa can't get out of this one. Chrysalis does get tripped up by the neutrals, which sort of sets up a copy to get the Dream Coil down onto him. He'll immediately snap it. Defensive disruption is there, but that also kind of awkwardly buys time for Navi to surround Chrysalis, get the swap back, get the double kill for Copy. They get the jump in, they're going to find Copy chilling in the pit with the shield break. He's able to turn with the Vortex. They've got the Hex follow-up. He's just dead. Look how quickly he died, but he's going to have the buyback ready. We'll see if he commits for it. He's holding back on it now. 33's got the split. Chrysalis is getting played with on the backline. Yuragi's in. The BKB comes out. There's the buyback from BZM. Chrysalis trying to stay on top of Yuragi. But the BKB shooter coming in. Look towards Copy, but Copy doesn't control. The Vortex is there onto Chrysalis. He's out, and he does not have buyback available. Copy, he's destroying the split. 33 has to get out. Navi knocking them out today in the first round of the lower bracket, 2-0. They're going to have him. Nightfall, has he got any way out of this one? Nobody's here to help him. He's going to pop the meta and try to help out. There's got the Solar Guardian, so he will be able to turn and kill off Rue, but Nightfall will get the Thunder off. It is there. He'll take out Yatoro the once. Lyle's here to help Yatoro out for round 2. Can the three of Aurora survive? Panto certainly can't. Gets destroyed by Yatoro. Now Nightfall has got nothing left to save himself. The Sonic Wave will come flying in, pushes back Yatoro, and Nightfall, he's gone. Yatoro can survive and can continue to look to clean up. Setting it for Yatoro, but it's a bait. Trying to tuck us in with the jump, he's going to get caught by the grip. See who baited who here. Solar Guardian comes in, puts the stop to the first attempt at the BKB Requiem. Kiatak has to back out of the fight. Yatoro, he's in on top of Nightfall. Nightfall's trying to run. The lasso's there from Panto to control Yatoro for now. Collapse just destroys Kiataka. Kiataka, no, he gets the Hex off. The Hex into the Requiem at the final moments. Kiataka will turn, take out a Collapse here with the help of Toronto Tokyo. Lyle, Sonic Wave thrown into the trees, he'll kill off Panto. Lyle, you sure about this? The kill, gets the BKB off, ready to jump over to help out. As they get the Abyssal down on towards the Tiny. Hex is there into the Who Stomp. Toronto Tokyo and Kiataka trying to do their best to control him. Toronto Tokyo looking to take Nightfall out of there. Yatoro standing his ground against the Centaur. The damage is done. Toronto Tokyo is out for 2 minutes. No buyback on him. Spirit, they'll dive on forward into the base, clean up Nightfall.
I just think that they're all dead before buyback.
The game should be over. 5 heroes dead, no buybacks. It is GG is called. Spirit take this game, and with that, the series 2-0.
Shadow Shaman is just dead. Wilson never stood a chance, and neither does XM. There's too many heroes here for the side of Gaimin Gladiators overwhelming them, and you just cannot get the damage out. They'll look for Ace, and they will get this kill. He got him off the track. Ame is in trouble. He falls at XXS. You borrowed all the time you could, but you're hit with a telekinesis and you're dead too. Maladich up on the high ground. XXS blinks in, but Quinn's gonna go through, and with that waning rift, they pulled him in for a second. They go to the Dream Coil, and Ame's just dead so fast. There is no answer here for the side of Xtreme Gaming. They've got the shackles on a Quinn, but they just don't have the damage follow-up anymore without the Templar Assassin. BKB comes through from XM, but he is on the run. They've got their hands around XXS. They'll take it the Abaddon. They'll find the Slardar.
Yeah, kill him. Nice.
Expose on Tofu, Period Cloak, as well as that Blade Mail, Spirit Siphon. He nullified Marcy and now has that Hurricane Pike. I mean, this is just the results of a very farm Nature's Prophet, who is so tanky that even these two heroes going for just the Prophet can't get anything done. They'll start their attention onto the tier 4 towers, but you still don't have Ame for 50 seconds.
And you don't have Exo, you don't have damage. Maladich,
Hex, Static Storm upgraded with the Axe. They'll throw that Celestial Hammer, they'll kill XM. GG is called. Gaimin Gladiators will move on to the upper bracket final as they get the 2-0 over Xtreme. Oh!
Boxy.
The pick me up out of the RP. This is a disruption on a Mickey, but they'll use that Aegis. It's an ultra kill for the Shadow Fiend. Buybacks aplenty, but can Mickey get anything else? They've got the Vortex, they have the control, and they'll get him a second time. Oh, the jump back in with the Marcy. Pure
they want to close it out.
He's
GPK,
dead.
no
2
mana.
minutes gone, and it's just GPK that's going to be alive. He's the only one standing between Liquid in the way of finishing this game, and he will die. GG is called. Liquid take game 1. They go for Pure. Solar Guardian and an Earth Spike from a distance, but save.
Oh, look at this damage.
The Sonic Wave. They'll get the kill and a save. They'll look for Pure, the BKB, but the damage, is it going to overwhelm him? No, it won't. They'll Song. They all have blinks, they all have ways to go, and that's exactly what they show there, but Saberlight goes back in with the Starbreaker. They have the Hex, it lands under the Ember, they go to the Shackle, it's on a save. Save survives, fingers Saberlight, and now you've got the Enchantress in trouble too. Boxy, Saberlight, they're paying so much for this on Liquid, it looks like it's gonna be another with Nisha dead again. BetBoom, take back game number 2 and push us to 3. Senya running, Blink Infest popping, and the finger again. Chaotic Offering comes through, but they'll buy back, and Senya's gonna die, but they caught GPK. And they have got their hands on save as well as Pure. Pure, he's gonna have to try and rage, but he is not gonna get out despite all his rage. He's just a rat in a cage. Buyback on Lion, but that doesn't scare him.
They don't care about Beast creep skipping. That banner was nicely planted.
Jump forward from the Ursa, kind of on the assumption that maybe they just don't have the backup of GPK as well as Pure. The Primal Roar is used. They'll go to the Chaotic Offering. They've got the Solar Guardian and Miero. He's going to die. Balance Strike from Nisha. Jumps over to the back end. Looks over at Save, but the throw-in is exposed. GG is called, and Liquid will take the 2-1 over BetBoom.
And just like that.
Let's go!
And why wouldn't you be that happy, Saberlight? You have secured yourself yet another top 3 here at PGL Wallachia Season 5. But knowing Liquid, I think the bar is set at championships. Welcome back, everyone, to Saturday here at PGL Wallachia Season 5 here in Bucharest, where today is going to be a day full of throwbacks. We are going to all of the all-star matches that have been played over the past few years by starting things off with some Yotoro versus Ame, maybe even a Season 1 of Wallachia Grand Final rematch, and in the middle of the day, a series that used to instill deep fear within my heart, but now I think I kind of look on it a little fondly. Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators. T, did that instill the same level of stress in you whenever you saw those two names?
I don't know. I'm lost. because I've had to watch this series for so many times, and it's burned into my skull that when I saw the bracket, I was like, oh yeah, happy that we have that again. Let me watch the series.
Sure.
Then I'll be able to really give you my emotion. But yeah, we're returning to some good times.
It's good
dark
times. It's good times. Nothing but fond memories from that.
I mean, those series are definitely memorable.
Barely put a sentence together, so now stop doing this.
Historic, but I have to say that there is another team that's kind of making it through the playoffs, another organization, I should say, that I'm also very happy that they went so far through the tournament. That's Navi. And they've actually made a pretty solid run. Like, how long has it been since we've seen
a Navi
this
in top
org
6?
In top 6.
That's why it's super throwback. Not only is it like past 2 years, past 3 years throwback, it's 2012 throwback.
It's 2012, 13, yeah. Nature is healing. Navi are back in Dota. And it's crazy because this was always Ukrainians' gem, right? Like, this is their team that they always were proud of. But in the last decade or so since TI, they were kind of ups and downs. They could never really make it through. They could never really make a name for themselves. And now after they disband the team is doing it.
Yeah, every single day I keep coming in here and I'm like, I wonder if this is Navi's last day. And I've been saying that since basically day 3 of group stage, which would have been their first chance for maybe being eliminated if they went 0-3. But they have defied expectations, and now they are here on the second to last day of our tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. From being memed on in the last seasons to making it here.
I'd say the thing with Navi as well, specifically for Wallachia, they haven't done too well. But the last time they had like a decent showing, they actually got 4th. But who were they playing with? Trivia.
Is this another CCT tour against like 0 to 9?
No. This is at Wallachia.
Oh, at Wallachia.
Season 2.
Oh.
But who were they playing with?
Don't tell me. Oh, playing with. Oh.
There's
It's main Navi, not junior.
He
Navi
played in this tournament, and he's out already.
The only one I would have thought like Days, but Days is junior.
Unfortunately,
He's very
Navi,
senior.
production did tell me that we're not moving forward until you get the correct answer.
He's a legend?
He's a legend.
Yeah.
There's no way Dondo was on that team.
No.
Another legend.
Another legend. That played with was it the Puppers?
The Puppers.
It was the Puppers.
Puppy Navi.
Puppy Navi Season 2. So when you think about this organization, it's like they don't really do too well at Wallachia when they bring their main roster, right? But when they kick a roster, they're getting top 6, maybe top 4, maybe more, right? Because they're still in the tournament.
Yeah.
When they have Puppy as a stand-in, come on over, boss, play a fun tournament for shits and giggles. Yeah, okay, they get top 4. So maybe that's the strategy for Navi. Just don't bring their full roster, or just kick them, and they're gonna make
Because whenever they brought back like established legends, it didn't work. But whenever they're like, you guys aren't even a team anymore, it's the best result they've had in years.
Exactly.
Who could imagine? And we're describing it, but maybe you'd like to see it and see where they are so far on the bracket and their journey to get to this point. They started out in the upper bracket, as everyone did, and fell quickly against Xtreme Gaming. But then they proceeded to make it through that lower bracket, eliminating Tundra yesterday. Spirit were able to eliminate Aurora Gaming, meanwhile, in a pretty heartbreaking loss, especially in game number 2. But that's just Spirit Doto. And in our upper bracket, we had Gaimin Gladiators stepping all over Xtreme, sending them down to lower bracket with a 2-0, and Liquid and BetBoom Team going toe-to-toe in a 3-game series. Did you have any major takeaways from these series, other than maybe some weird picks that were coming out?
Yeah, there were some. Not too many, but there was a single pick that was picked yesterday, which is...
Finally got it?
We finally got it. We were asking for, like, day 1, I'm asking for Axe. We were getting Axe all the time. This guy, we're kind of always...
Phantom Lancer.
You know, we're playing with it. We're kind of beating around the bush, theory crafting. Can it work? Shouldn't it work? Like, you see these heroes, they are all single targets, like these shadow shamans and stuff. Why wouldn't he work? And
There's
then
no AoE.
Exactly, and finally someone actually gets to pick it and makes it work. Watson.
Gaimin Gladiators.
And what's actually even cooler is Ame was practicing this, by the way, and then Watson takes it, plays the PL. A lot of carries have been playing it in pubs. The hero, of course, has been buffed up a little bit in the previous patches, but when you look at the last 2 patches, there's a buff and another buff, right? But the thing is, these 2 buffs are just one of many that have been accruing for the Phantom Lancer in the last year or so. So he was prepped. I'm not sure if he's going to be picked all the time now. I doubt it, but I'd love to see some more PL. I never knew, I never could imagine that I'm going to say this, but I'd like to see some more PL.
It's been too long, and it is hyper situational, so much so that Fear was like, I don't think that most people would have this on their mind, but like, I'm looking at the 5 heroes on Xtreme. Surely you consider Phantom Lancer.
I mean, to be fair, I think it is on people's minds, right? It's like coming into the tournament, I was calling for it a lot, and I feel like Satanic's playing it in pubs, Yatoro's playing it in pubs, like everyone's playing it in pubs. Just for some reason, they're not confident in drafting it on my series. But coming into that one, Watson was like, it's my time. And it was, again, to be fair, when you look at those 5 heroes that he was against, it was like the perfect PL game where, like you already mentioned, there's no OE, it's all single target, and I feel like it just takes one team to showcase what it can do, and then other teams will go, you know what, thank you very much, we respect it. We might not introduce it straight away, but it's now in our mind to go for a couple of scrims of it. But Watson had to be the one to bite the bullet. And to be fair, I think if Paravision was here, they probably would have PL'd way more times, but
I could see that.
they're not at the
Probably
tournament.
be a position 5 as well.
Yeah, exactly.
DM's running, sorry, DM. Ugh. 9 class, sorry, he's also running around on the 4 position with Illusion scouting out. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a 24th pick, Phantom Lancer, so it's highly situational, but at least that's the kind of versatility we like to see in the meta. But because Ame was on the receiving end of that Phantom Lancer, that means he's now in the lower bracket, and he's facing elimination against Team Spirit. That's our very first series that we're going to be covering. After that, it will be a Eastern European showdown. BetBoom Team taking on Navi, again, for elimination. Then, in the upper bracket, winner of Gaimin Gladiators versus Liquid gets to go on to the grand finals, best of 5 tomorrow, and the loser will be in the lower bracket. And then, after that, our final series of the day is going to be the winner of our first series, which will be Xtreme or Spirit, taking on the winner of our second series, BetBoom Team or Navi.
Yeah, a lot of hype games today. Like all of these series, of course, we are in the last 2 days of the tournament, so obviously they are going to be very competitive, but there's so much history between all of these teams. Like when you look at the first series, like you called it, it's the TI Grand Finals, it's the love story between Ame and Yatoro that goes all the way back. Consider how important carries are right now, it's even cooler, because I do feel that mid laner is not in the same spot that he was a couple of years ago when they matched up the last time, in this late in the tournament at least. They're important in a way that they have to create chaos and space, but carries are the ones that eventually take over the game. So I'm looking at Yatoro and Ame, and who's going to be the better one in this particular one.
And these carries have been stretching their wings quite a bit during this tournament, haven't they, too?
Yeah, it's just I mean, the first series is just all about creativity, right? I feel like both Xtreme and Spirit have the highest hero pools from certain players. I think Ame still is holding the record for most heroes played at the tournament. I think he's on 12 out of, like, I think 16 games, I think it is.
That's crazy.
And on top of that, when we look towards what Ame's played, right, it's just the variation is incredibly different. You've got the hyper scaling of like a Terrorblade and a Morphling. You've got the aggression of like a Drow Alk and a Queen of Pain. You've got the frontline capabilities of an Omni Knight. Like the strategy is changing like every single game around Ame. And then when you look towards, again, like Spirit and what they're doing as well, they also have incredible hero diversity where Collapse is playing so many different heroes, and already you can see from the graphic on screen here, a couple of those are already bleeding into kind of the unique heroes for Spirit.
Yeah, I feel like going into this series, there's a couple of heroes that have been picked by Spirit that will be on the eye of Xtreme Gaming for sure, under the microscope. That's the Death Prophet as well. Like we've been talking about this hero a lot. Death Prophet so far, for me at least, has been a game-defining hero. Meta-defining. Everything is played around her. Can you find the right solution to her? Can you find the right heroes? That kind of fits in the same category. There's a couple of them, of course, but why am I mentioning DP? It's because Collapse just played it recently. And they did extremely well with the DP. So if I'm XG and I'm drafting for them, I'd be looking into banning or figuring out a way of dealing with that nasty Death Prophet.
And in the common heroes, we saw Dawnbreaker as well. That was the other hero that Collapse had played. And Dawnbreaker had a fantastic day yesterday. So all these offlaners have been more... The reason why Death Prophet was so notable for us for Collapse is because it doesn't feel like a collapse hero. Death Prophet is not the traditional jump in, stun someone kind of thing like Mars and Magnus would be, but Collapse played it to perfection.
Yeah, he definitely did. When it comes to these two teams, there are some other changes, right, from the old season 1 of Wallachia. They've had some roster changes too. Of course, we are well acquainted with it right now, but just to see it, the difference between season 1 grand finals and this lower bracket matches, that Mira is out, Paulson is in. On the other side, DY is out.
Paulson is also in there.
Paulson is also in.
Or perhaps Rue.
Rue, yeah. By the way, of course, on Team Spirit, the changes have been... We've had a couple of other players go in and out as well since then.
But they crystallized their entire roster at this point of the year, and Collapse is back in the mix, and Yatoro is back in the mix.
I think this is a nice part of the year where everyone knows like you're on the roster, there's no fear, because with no DPC and no way to like lock players in, there's kind of a requirement to like, okay, at what point am I actually truly in the roster, right? Especially, this is not for Rue, to be clear, this is for poor old Paulson, where he's been in and out of Xtreme, feels like more times than any other team, but of course with the, TI and whatnot, and getting, locked into the big event, then yeah.
He's had some pretty good games with Xtreme, I have to say. Like, on position 5, I really like when he's playing Shadow Shaman. Not necessarily because he always makes great stuff happen. Stuff just happens to him. I feel like
he's caught in the line of fire.
He just gets caught in the line of fire, and he somehow finds he weasels his way through and makes sure that he can cast all the spells, and he casts them under panic, under like attack in a really good way. If you remember the Navi series, he gets jumped on by Tiny, he manages to ward block him, basically winning them the game there. There's another moment in the same game where he, around the secret shop, he's getting gone on, he turns the complete fight, gets a solo kill, runs away. So I'd like to see Shadow Shaman on him.
Yeah, and that was, were you thinking of the XM sniper game?
Yes, that's the one.
That one was a masterclass of support, and Miposhka has also been doing a lot of work. We saw his nightmare saves yesterday. He was quite self-critical. He was saying that maybe my Bane wasn't up to snuff, but it was the oh yeah plays that we were so excited to see yesterday.
I mean, the difference in this is actually quite stark, right? When Miposhka, his hero pool, ignoring the common ones, but they all have save components, right? Song, Golem, Global Silence, Undying Tombstone, Bashard. His unique heroes, Jakira with an Ice Path, Bane with the Nightmare and the Fiend's Grip, Ringmaster with the Escape Act. Like, there's multiple ways of save in every single hero that Miposhka has played. When you compare that to Paulson, Ancient Apparition, I want to kill you. Nature's Prophet, I want to split push you, I want to kill you. Shaman, I want to kill you. I like the fact that between those two fives, every hero in Miposhka feels like it's waiting to make an outplay in a team fight, whilst Pauluson's looking to find the team fight, and someone else in his team will then capitalize on what he sets up.
Yeah, besides the AA, I would say that Pauluson's hero pool fits more of a position 4 than a 5 to an extent.
Sure.
Like, he's playing all these heroes that are played on 4 as much as on 5. Like Shadow Shaman for me currently is more of a 4, but they pick it, they put it on a 5, and it's looking good.
How do you feel about the trajectory of these two teams? Because as exciting as Spirit's journey has been throughout this entire tournament, I'll again cite that they have not had to face off against the most challenging of opponents. So their group stage was, they made it look good because they got in through with a 3-0 series score. But it was difficult. It was against Wildcard, Edge, and Navi, and it didn't look like a stomp. Then, when we get to bracket play, like yesterday, they faced off against Aurora, and they 2-0'd them, but that is a team that they have been consistently 2-0ing every single time that they face off this entire season. So then the one real roadblock they hit was BetBoom Team, and they got 2-0'd by them.
Yep, let's see. Season 1, Team Spirit, when they hit that roadblock, it was actually Xtreme Gaming that won against them in the upper bracket, got them into the lower bracket, and then Spirit made that full run through the lowers until the grand finals, but that was a year ago. Yep. I feel like a lot of things, I think exactly a year ago.
It was almost exactly, it was, I think, May 2024.
Exactly, yeah. So right now, I feel they're a bit of a different team, and in the previous Wallachia seasons, if they do get kicked out in day 1 or 2, they are kind of already losing in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
But both of these teams, I feel like, deserve to go further from what they've so far shown us. I think they're in a decent spot, not in their A game, but they're getting there.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I feel like Spirit is, when you Taurus is like a 4 or 5 out of 10, they're still around a 4 or 5 out of 10. Even though they've had these like epic comebacks, the fact that the gameplay itself is, if you go back and find multiple clips, you wouldn't say that's Team Spirit playing. Like some of the deaths they've had, the random kind of attempts at fights where they're kind of undervaluing how many resources they truly have. So yeah, I think Spirit still got a lot of kind of growth to have.
Yeah, that was the interview that we had with them right after qualification, which was now like, what, 4 days ago?
Yep.
And so the fact that there hasn't been dramatic growth since then, they're cruising.
I think
not
that
slowing down.
The good thing is they're still moving in the right direction, because they've had these types of tournaments before where they kind of look okay in the groups. They have good moments because, of course, Spirit, the fundamentals are strong, but then they don't make the comeback. They'll kind of get close to it, but then they won't execute on it. The fact that in this tournament, even if their early to mid game can be a little bit more chaotic, not as clean as what we expect from them, if they are making the comebacks, it at least means that they're in the kind of like the right mentality, that it is one conversation away, one concept away from hitting that stride, and suddenly it's like, oh wow, Spirit, they're in the finals.
I think their problem is that they've been too good and too skilled for way too long. And sometimes, like you can see it in these tournaments, in Wallachia's in particular, they are too strong for skill-wise. They just outplay you. They 3 against 5 like yesterday on the high ground. They managed to defend. That's not like a great DOTA concept that they just executed. They just outplayed you, right? And because of that, sometimes their ideas about the game, like the general strategy and the general concepts, they don't grow. And that's what Yatoro also said on the panel. Yeah, sure. I'm glad that we are finally being tested, because we can grow and we can improve our general understanding of the game, which isn't something that was happening all too often.
We'll see how they choose to expand their strategies as we get into the draft for game number 1 of this elimination series. Spirit, they ban out the Naga, the Undying, the Death Prophet, and the Queen of Pain. Spirit, or Xtreme, they take out the Axe, the Bane first phase, Morphling first phase. Wow, these are some very specific respect bans. And they take themselves a Dawnbreaker, and Spirit respond with Pango.
And this is what we were saying about Spirit yesterday, and it also copies over to Xtreme due to Xiaowei. A lot of the really strong drafters, they respect the meta, but they don't force it in the bans every single time. Do you see like Nature's Prophet as a ban? Do you see Batrider as a ban, right? Like there are multiple heroes here where they've gone, you know what, we care more about the specialties of our opponents than the meta and what the tournament is telling us to what we should be banning. So I think that, yeah, I'm always a fan when we see drafting at this level, not just copying what everyone else bans out of fear.
Yeah, what puts Naga so high, Morphling so high on that list, though? For a first phase? Like, is there any world where Spirit pick Morphling on pick number 2 like that?
It could be, so it's an investment ban for the future. Dawnbreaker in the offlane will never kill a Morphling. So if Spirit wanted to respond to the Dawnbreaker or Morphling, they could, because they see the lane matchup. Xtreme don't really flex it. We saw Arme's hero pool. He didn't have a Dawnbreaker carry game in there.
I think that with all of these teams, have also reached growth when it comes to drafting. It's not only just the specifics of the teams. On top of that, it's like we are now step 8 in this meta. I feel like at the beginning, everyone was just spamming Bat, spamming Prophet, spamming Axe. Yeah. And then people found the solutions to those heroes, and then solutions to those heroes. And now we're at the step where, okay, there's this Dawnbreaker. That's a solution to the Prophet position 5 and all the glass cannon ones. And then we have to pick something that can stay against her. Morphling is the best, because usually he can get away, right? And he can strength morph. What's comboed with Dawnbreaker is the Tusk. Morphling makes even more sense, right? So what you're left with is these tanky boys like a Sven or something, unless you make sure that your glass cannon can survive, which is really difficult. So yeah, I just feel that we are very deep into the meta, basically.
There's been quite an evolution over these past week.
But not for Willow. She's been there the entire time.
She is slightly evolving upwards in terms of win rate, because I think a few days ago when we were looking at her, she was in like the low 30%. Now she's made her way to 40%. Good for you.
The playoff teams, they're doing it. They're fixing her win rate.
Yeah, I know. Your theory was that all the eliminated teams were spamming Dark Willow, maybe making her win rate look worse than it should be.
Yeah, I apologize. I was meant to get that stat for you, and I forgot to do it. I decided to play ranked instead. My apologies.
No worries. Instead, we get a very, very high win rate and high contest rate here. This is the second most contested hero of the entire tournament, Bad Rider, which is weird because he gets through a lot, unlike Death Prophet, who he's tied with, because they're both the same number of contest rate, but we just never see Death Prophet in comparison.
And as much as we say about the respect of, not having to care about the meta more to your opponent, of course, if the hero still presents itself as being good, they're still going to go for it. And Bat Rider, Dawnbreaker, the entire time you find heroes on the map with the lasso, then Solar Guardian, it's really explosive and it hurts the entire time. Now you throw a Tuscan as well. At any minute, you're going to have a Tuscan, a Bat Rider running down the extremes of the map, looking for someone farming, and you can just collapse on them. Be really aggressive.
Yeah, also, when you look at the bans, right, from Spirit, they kind of enabled this Bat pick. They banned out the Queen of Pain themselves, which was the answer to Bat Flex. So far, I can't remember the last time I even saw the Bat being anything but a support, because it's always answered by a Quap. But looking at this game, that's actually a possibility. I'm not saying we're going to see it.
The graphic just grows longer. It's normally just like 1 or 2 rolls, right? But it's...
Where's my carry, Bat Rider? Then we can have all 5 rolls.
You know what? It's actually viable as well.
Oh my god.
Shout out to Essie, Mongolian top 100 ranked player in Western Europe. He does play the carry Bat Rider. He is a POS 5 player, but
But this is so cool.
Whoa.
This is so cool, man. Because of the Dawn and Tusk, and you don't really have a support that can play against that. Nothing can. This Dark Willow might try. Maybe they'll pick a different 5. But Morphling has a mobility spell, right? And now you have the Void as well that can do exactly the same thing. You can get out of shards, you can get out of the combo, you can heal up through their burst, and this is a burst lane. And then on top of that, you have Chrono versus Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. A thing that Spirit often does in a draft is they identify certain combinations in how do they take a tower or how do they get a kill, and they make sure that a couple of their heroes can deal with that, because then they offer those heroes up first to kind of cushion that blow. And like Lizard's mentioning, a lot of the fight from Xtreme is very scripted. Like, if you see the Bat, you know the initiation's coming, right? And now you got Chrono to tank it, Global to tank it, Terrorize from Dark Willow, Pangolier rolling Thunder to cut through the backline. Once Bat jumps in, Pango's on the backline. It is a really hard team fight to go into.
Another thing, if they decide not to put the Tusk Dawn and go with Bat Dawn, that Void is also good.
Yeah, Dilation, yeah.
Silencer Void is amazing, actually, versus those two, so, yeah.
That is a good puck pick. In regards to Xtreme picking up the puck, Void wants to run around the fight, Pangolier wants to be able to use mobility spells. Sure, there's a global, so the entire time you've got to be somewhat careful that you're not going to get globaled and counterplayed, but...
It's a really good puck game.
Yeah, it is a very good puck game.
As a Faceless Void, one of the worst things to play against is the puck, the leash, the silence, everything. Extremely annoying to play against.
So what are the reasons that Faceless Void is not trending these days? This hero is very, very exotic.
There's a couple of players that are playing it in pubs.
Oh, sorry.
But
what are the caveats, though? Why don't we see him more?
I truly feel that it takes a bit longer for him to come online than all the other cores. That's just it. Like, he doesn't flash farm. Like, you have a mobility spell, sure, but you need a farming item as well. You need to fight every single time you have the chronos, but you just eventually scale, but it's hard to get there. That I honestly think it's as simple as that when it comes to why we don't see more Void.
Just items are so underwhelming, right? It's Mask of Madness into Maelstrom. It's maybe just Maelstrom into BKB. Maybe you go Mask of Madness and Midas and then Maelstrom. It's like, it's just such a meh item build.
And on top of all that, you really need like a Chrono to actually kill somebody. If Chrono's on cooldown, what are you doing?
And you get kited quite a lot in the early game. Like an early Chrono, even a shards from Tusk, and suddenly now you got to like run around the entire shards inside the Chrono. Sure, you're quick, but you're eating valuable seconds.
I'd like to see something in the Chrono, at least right now. Maybe move the Pango to offlane and pick a mid lane hero that can actually do that. Maybe something that's a bit better into puck as well.
Yeah, I think having an additional core, so then you have Pango plus new core to be picked, plays the game, and then Void can pick and choose when he joins the fight. But for Xtreme, they want to continue running through Spirit, right? Now you've got an Abaddon, he doesn't care about Void pretty much the entire time.
Laurel Invoker, let's go.
There's a puck against you. That's the only issue, right?
It's a very bad lane, yeah.
But that was my first idea too. Like you get some Invoker. I know it's maybe not the best hero for the meta or for him.
He's got Monkey King, if you think that'll deal well with puck a little bit more.
Yeah, it will. Like Monkey King's fine. If you, again, let's assume Pan goes offlane. Monkey King's fine, Tiny's fine. Like anything that just creates a little bit more life in the early game.
We've seen some Embers as well into Storms, into pucks.
Will that give you the damage into Chrono that you desire?
None of these heroes do. Right?
But it's not about. But that's where you trade doing damage for Chrono and more. You're so strong with the rest of your team that you might not even need the Void.
Sure.
And when the Void's happy and ready to join a fight, then he'll come on in. So it's like, I don't mind it. They're just trying to buy time. Like, this could become a game where Spirit, if the lanes don't go well, they'll be down 5,000-6,000 gold. It gets a little bit uncomfortable. But eventually, Ember will set up that one fight where you hit the Chrono, Dawnbreaker jumps in, it gets really uncomfortable. I mean, both lineups are quite fun. Xtreme, it's all about lane efficiency and getting Arme into the fight. And unfortunately for Arme, he has been quite farm heavy, right? He hasn't farmed into straight away running across the map. So I'm thinking if Arme can be a bit more aggressive this game, then we have a competitive one on our hands.
It encourages the Abaddon idea, because he could have gone for something a bit greedy or like a Sven or something if he really wanted to farm. But I would hope that Abaddon implies that he's more ready to get active early.
I think it's an amazing pick. I think it's an amazing pick for multiple reasons. One of them is Chrono, IDC, you know, all of these heroes on the other side, you also don't care about them. A Photic Shield is amazing. It was also a nice snatch pick if you were thinking about that, if they were considering it as an offlane. But most importantly, XM has carried them. It's not even Ami. At least in these last couple of series, I've talked to length about carries being the main ones, but XM has been doing some great work. And as an Abaddon, you just run in there with Radiance, you make Void miss, and your puck does the rest. I think it's a good pickup.
I mean, this is why Spirit's games look like they have epic comebacks, because they never really give themselves early game damage. So then it's like, oh, they're losing. And the Buzz like, no, their draft comes online, and now they're ready to win.
Let's see how excited our casters may be, because they get an opportunity to take a look at some Faceless Void, Owen.
Yeah, no, we're finally getting a different hero. I'm looking forward to see what Yatoro can do on the Void. I think it's a hard Void game.
Yatoro got this one.
Indeed, if there's anyone who's going to get this one, it would be Yatoro. And Spirit, they do well when they find themselves in tough situations. So maybe that's sort of the plan with this. You know, they pick the Void. It's going to be a difficult Void game, but maybe that works out for them.
It is greedy, but I think they have like the layers to it. You know, they've got the global, the time dilation is very good. It is greedy, which is their style, but I think Spirit got this one.
This man's just smitten. He's seeing new heroes pop up in Yatoro's hands. How could you not give him the benefit of the doubt? Let's see how it plays out. Gentlemen, take it away for game number one.
Thank you very much, Neil. Indeed, in sort of an age of like Morphlings, Terrorblades, every game,
come on,
it's like nice.
Give me something
Finally,
new.
something new. Yatoro, you know, he's an entertainer. He wants to give the crowd what they want, the viewers what they love. We're getting some fun. We're getting the Faceless Void. As I said, hyped to see it.
Yep.
It's just the thing is, Chronos for this game, it's going to be pretty difficult to use. You don't have crazy explosive damage to throw into the Chrono around you. And actually getting those Chronos, it's going to be hard, right? There's an Abaddon. It doesn't feel good to Chrono. If you Chrono someone else, there's going to be a Solar Guardian coming in. And then the other three heroes, the Puck, the Tusk, the Bat, what do they all have in common? They're going to be buying Blink Daggers.
Yep.
So you're trying to Chrono these heroes that are jumping out unless they're set up beforehand. It's not going to be easy for Yatoro. But as I said, Spirit, they like it difficult because that's when they win.
And, little bit off the shards there for Mr. Jinkyu. I will say, so Spirit, they usually draft like this, right? The T was also mentioning it. They don't have the most damage early. They're a bit more about the later stuff, but they do have layers because you have Silencer. It is a very good Silencer game. Like, sure, maybe you try to kill the Void or the Ember, but then you can global the Dawn ulti, you can global the follow-up spell. So very good Silencer game as well. I will say that it's like two different styles. You have Xtreme, who have a way faster tempo lineup. They need to keep up the pressure. They will play fast, but at the same time, they have to stay ahead. The moment they fall behind in the network in the mid game, they're in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. If this goes to like late game, like a late game Yatoro Void, he'll out carry them all.
Oh yeah, we've seen it so many times before.
So that'll be when it gets scary. Because obviously at that point down the line, once Larl's got items, Collapse has got items, the Sleight of Fist, the Swashbuckles being thrown into Chrono will feel very, very good and pretty much guarantee them those late game kills. So yeah, let's see how much pressure XG can put on and how much they can punish this Void lineup in the early to mid game.
So I like what, at least, actually I like what both teams did in the draft, because XG, they banned out the Morphling, because yesterday you saw the Yatoro Morph against the Dawnbreaker lane. It's like one of the best answers.
Yeah.
So they go with the Void, similar, you have Time Walk, you have the Dilation, but not just that. Spirit also put the Dark Willow into the safe lane, because as opposed to the Silencer, Willow cannot really die to Tusk Dawn. You just Shadow Realm and you're chilling.
And we'll see who does make the slip up. On bottom. Rue. He's going to go down first. And we'll get Jinkyu in return there. You'd already get the kill, but XXS getting that first blood, taking down Rue.
Yep.
Top lane, Maposhka.
Shield.
He's getting dove by Arme. Arme gets the kill.
Some good stuff for XG. I mean, of course, Yatoro won't be too sad about a killing trade, but they did get the first blood. Collapse.
He's got Swashbuckle.
He's got Stick and Shield Crush. He's gonna be okay.
That's close, though. A lot of damage coming in. Maposhka back in with the TP, gets the curse out of the two of them. So we'll be able to trade a fair bit of damage back. Have the wave coming in onto them on the top lane. Here, Collapse and Maposhka.
Yeah, because this is where Spirit, they would rather just damage control, right? Like get through the lanes like 50-50, at least when it comes to the side lanes. In the mid, you've got the Ember and the Puck. Both should be pretty happy, but later on, I expect Lara to have a slightly better time.
So far on the bottom lane, they will get the trap on Aru again. He'll be able to get himself out with the Bramble. XXS does pull himself forward aggressively, but won't be able to finish off any sort of kill.
I will say, if more kill trades come out in the safe lane, generally that is something that Void likes a lot. He doesn't farm very fast, he doesn't really go around and do too much, so any injection of XP to have higher levels or gold to get to a faster Mask of Madness Maelstrom is very good for Yatoro.
It's alright.
A good bash. Time dilation soon, but they will chill.
He's going to be feeling... Ooh, top lane Polison nearly ticking out to the curse of Maposhka there. Still has to be careful as low as he is. Oh, and he might just be dead there. Maposhka finds him, yep. Throws in a blood grenade, couple of hits. Easy kill from Maposhka.
Just hides around the tree line. Gets Polison sneaking in.
Mid lane continues to be very even here between XM and Lal.
Because I would expect XG to be a little happier when it comes to your own safe lane. You have a strong support in the Bat Rider, and usually heroes like Abaddon can really help their support like overtake this matchup. But Maposhka, I mean, we've seen this guy is just really damn good as a support. Even when he goes into the off lane, doesn't matter. He knows what he's got to do. Ruin Jinkyu just having a little water rune battle.
Yatoro obviously doesn't mind being left in the 1v1 here. Can very easily still get the farm. Not any threat of dying against the Dawn solo.
I definitely like to see XG try to utilize their spells like early on in the game when it comes to combining the coil with the Dawn ult.
Well, good damage here from XM in the mid.
He's got the fairy.
XM's going to try for this.
He wants to.
He's got the off the mark with the Waning Rift. So La will be fine.
Either way, it is good pressure. Because later when the global comes out against XG, it's gonna be not that easy, honestly, for them to make moves. It's already not that easy to go on Larl, because he's an Ember and your Tusk is the +4. As we have some pressure up top. Lots of spells being thrown.
That's a lot of damage that Polison's going to take off the back of that curse. Does have a salve at the ready, so he's prepared to stick in the lane. Between Arme and Collapse up here, farm continues to be very, very even. Close start across all lanes so far.
Yeah, let's see about some of the early movement for XG here. Because, I mean, I don't want to set the narrative too early, but a even laning stage definitely does benefit Team Spirit, as Yatoro having kind of a free game for now when it comes to the lane. Already treads and soon to have like a Morbid Mask if he wants to.
Yeah, he can fight with this. Tease around with him at least, see if he can fish for some bashes. In the mid. Maposhka heading over here. Both supports from teams looking towards the 6-minute power in.
Yeah, gonna have a 3-on-3 around the mid lane for now. Region.
Xtrem's gonna be able to grab that. Now they're gonna try and go aggressive from Maposhka. Closing in with the snowball. Maposhka's surrounded, caught by the Dream Coil. They'll try and turn and take down Xingqiu, and we'll find him just a 1-for-1. Of course, both team supports can very much do this, just with the sort of lane setups of the cores on both side lanes. It's, yeah, both sides of the maps, both cores happy to be left on their own, hitting creeps. Nobody's going to be killing each other yet.
Yeah, they've got lots of like turn and like help when it comes to, yeah, just helping each other out on the map. We should be closing in on the Dawn ult pretty shortly. Same with the Chronosphere. I mean, I don't expect Yatoro to ever leave this lane. He's more of the TP to help out if they overplay, because otherwise you're just happy farming in the bottom lane. But XG, really looking at them to like speed it up. Next coil, connected with the Dawn ult, but where do they want to do it? Do they want to go on Larl with both spells together? Maybe they smoke XM to the bottom lane onto Yatoro to get him killed? We'll have to see how they go. But they want to hit big in this early game. And we saw this the other day in a different game. The offlane Pango, who straight up rushed the defusal against an Abaddon, which had super big impact. Paulson should be fine, get shielded.
And I think one thing as well that's going to be doing in the late game. This might be a bit. Well, actually, we'll hold that for because XM's coming in with a rotation top. Collapse. And Maposhka scrambling back to the tower.
Oh, they walk it off.
Yep, they're not going to be able to get the setup here.
What do we got about the late game, Owen?
It's a late game.
Late game.
Can't you just completely destroy the Abaddon carry if you're the Void? If late game you get like a 6th item Silver Edge and you Chrono,
sure,
break him, Global Silence, he's dead every time, right?
Yeah, then you need like a Lotus Orb on like Xtreme to kind of counteract it and go about it. But
there's still a counterplay.
I mean,
yeah, true.
I mean, at that point, Void is kind of, he's in his territory anyhow. So we'll have to see, because for XG, yeah, they want to stay ahead, try to keep making some moves before, and at least shut them down.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be interested to see what Yatoro does go for the build. So far, it's just going to be the Mask of Madness into the Maelstrom Manta. So no surprises there with the early first few items for the Void.
Coil at the ready, Dawn ultimate.
And he's going to be able to kite out to the side though here, Lal. Have they got enough to take him down? They'd only get the slider fist off. Lal's fine, backup comes in. Yatoro jumps over towards XXS, coming in with the bashes to bring XXS down. They try for an aggressive move there between sort of the Coil and the Solar Guardian. It does not work out for them, XG. They get nothing, and they lose their offlane.
Definitely a bit troublesome. I mean, of course, you're playing the Ember in this matchup. Larl maxed out the Flame Guard to give himself a little bit more of a barrier, but when you have the Coil-Dawn combo, you need to place your Coil and the Dawn ult so that they connect,
yes,
right? Because that didn't happen.
Because he was able to step out of it. Yeah. He was like, I'll just step to the side.
So they need to hit that next time around.
Yep.
But that's a secondary or even the third reason why Void is generally, if you get away with a slower game, Void is very good against Dawn. You don't get pressured too much in the lane.
No,
you have the time dilation. And when they make these moves where they like gather up and Dawn drops in, you can just TP and then counter with the Chrono.
Yeah, it is pretty chill for Yatoro down here. To the point where I was even wondering if he was maybe considering, could he have gotten away with Midas this game? Or
that's quite greedy. I don't like
too greedy.
Yeah, like you want to have like the Mask of Madness to withstand the lane.
It feels so good.
Exactly, like be topped off. As they do bring Maposhka down here, of course he needs a little bit of experience.
Especially when you have the Maelstrom on top of the Mask of Madness, it kind of becomes a situation in this lane where you got to be careful on the Dawnbreaker, because you could just get chronoed and killed.
I mean, it looks like for now they want to try to sneak in this Global Silence before the next combo play of Xtreme. I don't know if they'll be able to. So XG should have a couple more opportunities to throw that in. Xingqiu taking a bit of a beating from Larl.
Yatoro's going to check out the stack situation.
Very aggressive.
And they're going to be able to take a little bit of this away from Xtreme. Top lane, Arme. Very low, but does have the point at the ready to pop into borrowed time if he gets gone upon any further.
So you've got Dawn ult up again with Coil also, and the Global is not yet available. XG?
Sure.
Should be looking at something, but maybe they don't know yet because Maposhka's been fogging for a while. Maybe he's 6, maybe he's not 6. Because
I mean, where do you go for this play with the Dream Coil Solar Guardian? Like, what's your best angle?
I mean, you probably do it mid or bottom again.
Wallachia, Collapse is going to have him.
Because, well, okay, so now Global's up. It's not too easy for XG to do it, so you might even see XG go for like a smaller play. Maybe you give the life away of Jinkyu just to trade out the Global and kind of have like a 1-2 step punch where you get the Global first and then you go for your bigger play after.
We're going to have Arme move down to the bottom lane now. Wants to farm down here instead.
Yeah, I wonder how XG want to go about kind of the map split, because the even, like, staying like this doesn't really benefit you. Whoever goes against Pango top is kind of annoyed because you get Diffusal Bladed and mana burned. Ame can't really pressure the Void too much bottom. But if you go for a bigger play, there's Global, which means you either sit back and you farm yourself, or you look for some smaller plays, get this Global out of the game.
And definitely not quite finding as fast a pace as they might have hoped for here, XG.
Well, at least XM, he's enjoying himself, as we could see. He's got the Witchblade completed.
Gonna find route.
Should be a freebie.
Well, we're gonna see Lyle jump over to help out.
We've got the Chrono
comes
coming.
in, they've got the kill. And can they do anything more here? Globally putting a stop to the Solar Guardian. Yatoro looking for a potential Chrono opportunity.
Uh-oh, got the root on him.
He might find it here, yeah, drop it onto the puck. He needs a few bashes, though, to get the kill. There's the basher. They come. I'll tell you what, they came through on the last 2 hits there, those bashes. He needed the double bash at the end, Yatoro. He gets it. They'll clean up Jinkyu as well. Again, these sort of attempts from XG, they're getting put to a stop. Sure, they killed the Ember, but we're already starting to see some of those complications. The Global Silence ruining the Solar Guardian. And Yatoro patient with the Chrono and patient with the bashes, saving them for when they were most needed there to kill off that puck.
It looked like Lar could nearly get out, but I believe he got chained again because he was missing mana on the Void. So only because of those secondary chains coming in, he gets to do it. But let's see, XG should know that their cooldowns are a lot shorter than those of Spirit. You've got a whole minute.
They have to do it. They have to do it when there's no Global Silence.
Yeah, you've got a minute on the Global, you've got 2 minutes on the Chrono. So XG should be looking to respawn and pick up the pace once more. Looks like XM is doing just that in the bottom lane, helping Ame to take over the tier 1.
It's going to push XXS very close to having his Aghanims online. And Yatoro finds Paulus in there. So gets himself another one in the mid. So they get themselves another kill, another tower. Got the setup there with Lyle of the chains on that mid play to catch Paulison.
Well, at least the one nice thing when you are playing Dawnbreaker into Void, he doesn't really stop your game. So like you were saying, XXS having a very good time when it comes to... Mr. Collapsio.
See if they can kill him here with the 2 of them. With the Solar Guardian,
sure
certainly. They might have even had him anyway, so they'll punish Collapse for coming out a bit too far on that top lane.
Absolutely, very good punish. And yeah, Global was down, so you might as well get out all the spells that you can.
Yeah, you can't afford to run the chance of some of these kills slipping away from you if you're XG. Got to make sure you secure them. Ame. All right, I mean, but that's pretty much just Lyle and Rue. They forced to borrow time out of him, then chase him out and finish him off after. That's a painful death there on XG.
Yeah, and that is...
I mean, Ame, he's currently, you know, he's 2k behind the farmer Yatoro. There's quite the difference.
Yeah, and he's 2k gold away still from his Radiance. So this net worth lead is going to like increase by quite a bit even until then.
And he's having a rough start here. And Yatoro is chilling. Going very sensible with the build as well. Manta, BKB, wants to have the two ways to protect himself next.
I mean, it does kind of make sense. I mean, you do have the Global... So depend, maybe in like the next 5-6 minutes, maybe he switches up his build if he has an even better game and he feels secure. But Manta BKB does look pretty chill.
Another catch here for Team Spirit. They also find Ame. Ame.
He doesn't have his ult still.
No, it's still cooldown.
And they have Global.
He's dead. There's nobody coming to save him. This is, those back-to-back deaths, that hurts massively.
That's bad news.
Ame is not getting the chance to farm. I mean, you're looking at XXS to sort of, you know, pick up the sort of the carry position and try and do as much as he can, but he's a Dawn with an Aghanims. You know, the Solar Guardian's great, but the carry potential ain't crazy. XM needs a lot of time as the puck. Yeah, Army, it's going to be a tough one to recover.
Yeah, he needs to kind of have a better game. Like Dawnbreaker, sure, you have high net worth, but
Yeah, it's all in on the Solar Guardian.
like you don't touch Faceless Void as a Dawnbreaker, which means XM, he's done it many times before, but he needs to do some heavy cooking in this one.
Absolutely.
Because you can tell, like, they're hovering around this top area even earlier against Yatoro with the Park and your Tusk, but there's just a backup global. So you can't really go on him.
Well, maybe the jump top. They'll find themselves a support goal. Maybe they even won't, Rue.
Oh.
He lives with the one charges. That was the lasso. Doesn't get them a kill.
I guess they made sure not to overcommit, but at the same time, you're also just letting him get away.
Lar's on the hunt here with a haste rune.
Yeah.
Can't really go for XM on his own. Unlikely to have quite enough control and damage. Start teasing around with him. Can continue to chase a little longer, but the haste rune will now come to an end.
It looks like for me that the best point of attack for XG would be around the bottom lane on this solo Pangolier that Collapse is playing. I mean, I like the wards that Spirit have on the map. You have like one in this bottom lane, you have one in the top lane just to help people out. Uh-oh, Paulson.
Oh, should be an easy one for Spirit. They've caught him in the trees. It's getting a little rough for XG. You know, it's short, they're only down 3k gold, but it's just the nature of their lineup, right?
Yep.
Being behind in this position, even the numbers aren't crazy, it don't feel great. You know, Arme's got a long road to recovery. It's 4 levels behind Jatoro.
They're looking. Global.
See if they can kill him. The global silence comes out. He's able to get the chrono off. He's going to have time. We're going to take to go for the TP out. He's away. The global and the chrono enough to save Yatoro as he's away from that attempt from Xtreme. Same time, the rest of his team on Spirit are pushing the tier 1 mid. They need these kills, and they're not getting them, Kezu.
And that was even, like, there was like 1 or 2 seconds between the global, because I think Miposhka and the boys were getting their own kill in the mid lane in the meantime. So even with that, you couldn't get that kill. Yatoro gets off the chrono, just barely gets out.
And next time it's going to be even tougher. You know, he's only a recipe away from having the Manta, and then he'll be very likely to play his way out of these situations himself. Is there going to be any help for Arme? It doesn't look like it, but he might be fine. Lal not going to be able to continue to chase for the kill. They didn't feel that they could go for it. And Arme, he's so close to the Radiance. Let's be careful with his curry there as well. It's nearly there.
It's good news at least that you're close to that. Rue. Walking forward, Jinkyu.
He's very dead.
Yep, eating some roots and his own punch to the face in the blade.
Paulson and XM, they'll get the catch.
That's good.
It's something.
They need those.
But they really need one of the cores.
So you've got Paulson with the Blink Dagger, and for them, it's going to be a lot about trading spells. Like maybe they should start the fight with the Blink Lasso and then hope that you get a global out of Spirit, and then later your Puckles and your Dongles.
Oh, here we go.
Coil.
Coil on 2. Yeah.
That's
okay,
it.
that's it. Yeah, Lal's now actually been able to jump them instead. It's just not coming together for XG. Maybe they can punish Collapse after the Rolling Thunder.
He is quite deep.
He's got Swash. And it does have a shield crash in a second, but the stun's coming in. He's able to shield crash down to the low ground. He's off with the TP.
No.
He's away. Uh-oh. And Lal, he's perfectly fine. He's got a shield broom. They can't touch him. Over in the river. You know, XM's got to run.
Okay, he's going to be okay.
They just can't catch a break here, XG. They just can't get these kills.
They're really not getting the kills that they would like. And this is now a Manta style completed as well onto Yatoro.
Yeah.
So it gets a little harder to catch him.
Radiance finally online for Arme. As you can see, very much one of the slower ones we've had this tournament. He's had a rough start.
A 20-minute raid. If I see this on my carry in a pub, I'm not feeling too good.
Okay. You're not abandoning.
I'm definitely not. I'm a good guy. I don't abandon. I won't ping. I'll try to make space for him. But 20-minute mark Radiance?
Yeah, those people, the people who ping the item and then the timer.
Yeah, ping
it's
into
like,
timer.
Yeah, okay, nice one, bro.
Yeah, you do ping item, timer into well played.
You can't. That's so rude when people do that. Don't do that, kids.
Yeah.
It's rude.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Well, Paulson died in this exact spot. Oh, Jukin and Giant.
Oh, not even getting the first hit bash. Come on.
I like it.
Yeah, easy escape.
He got a bit lucky on the bashes earlier.
He
so,
did.
You know,
They said those 2 bashes that Yatoro got against XM were very nice. He saves the bashes for when they're needed. You know, who cares about a support kill? Yatoro doesn't.
He certainly does.
Oh, let's hit Tormentor here, Spirit.
That's a freebie.
Smoker from XG. Maybe this time they can get one of these core kills. They have to. They got to find something good. BKB's online for XXS.
Well, let's see what they're going to go for here. As Miposhka gets the shard, so he's going to have Giga Brain territory in this game, of course, later on.
I mean, Miposhka, you know, that's nothing to write home about. Nothing crazy.
Nope. Breaks to smoke. In the meantime, everyone else got to back off. They did also drop a ward before they left around the ancient area. So they have a lot of info right now of what XG are doing, which is that they're lingering around the gate area.
It's all right. Having a very chill time this game. It's crushing it so far. 4-0-3. But of course, still continuing to maintain respect for the opponents, definitely with the item build. Mantra into the BKB. No funny business from him. And Lal. They can pretty much throw as many spells as they want on him. He doesn't care. It's very tanky right now on the Ember Spirit.
Paulson does barely get out. Gets himself the Shrine of Wisdom. I mean, let's see. So for now, XXS and XM still doing very well when it comes to the net worth. And I've got my eyes more on XM as the game progresses. We have seen many of the puck shows. Spirit are looking. Miposhka kind of baiting within the mid lane for now. Paulson is dead.
He's still low. Low HP out on the map. Easy grab for the 2 of them there.
Another shield rune. Come on, brother. Gaben be blessing him. It's already hard to kill them. Now you have to kill them through a global and a shield rune.
They're going to get themselves Roshan Spirit into the pit. And Xtreme not looking anywhere close to this. Who even needs the Aegis? Putting on what, Yatoro or Lal?
I'm pretty sure you just give it to Yatoro.
Yeah.
It's like a minute ago, I was already debating to say this could be another one of those games where Yatoro has 0 deaths, like yesterday on the Morph.
It's looking to be like that.
And this certainly doesn't make it any easier for Xtreme Gaming to put a stop to it. But they are smoked up in an area where they're hoping to find somebody. I don't know if this is the somebody they would like.
I don't think so, not with the Aegis on him. Yep, they'll show themselves and quickly run away.
Radiant's top tower.
Power. Oh, no. Blink into the bramble. That ain't it. They're going to try still with the Dream Coil, but the roll-ups there in the Rolling Thunder. Collapse is fine. And XG, they're in trouble once more. XM's trying to back up underneath the tier 2 tower. He should be okay, but Jinkyu, of course, left behind, goes down. And in fact, Collapse is continuing to dive. Solar Guardian's coming up with globals there. No Solar Guardian for you.
No, Miposhka's just perma-holding. It doesn't really matter what else is going on. He just needs to wait until he hears the Solar Guardian. Boom, global.
Yep, every time.
Which means eventually XG they need to rethink how they play fights. You either you need your Dawnbreaker in the fight himself, like close by, or you need to jump Miposhka. Like you need to blink silence him so he gets to actually global on the sidelines, because like this, these casual fights, they're not doing you any good on XG.
Yeah.
You're just feeding IQ away to Miposhka, which is definitely not what you want.
Yeah.
My bro's got plenty as is.
Yatoro, you know, at this point, he's like, well, you know what? We can hold off on the BKB, get that Mjolnir upgrade first, as he's got that out, ready to go.
Yep, not receiving any pressure. He's also got the Solar Crest to back him up. And like early on, it's like, okay, they don't have so much damage in the Corona, but now he's got a lot of damage himself. You've got the Pango Ags. And you have some cheap follow-up, you know, some Bramble, some Arcane Curses, some Sleight of Fist.
They pretty much kill anyone now with the Chrono. Ooh, XM. Indeed, this is a Chrono that's going to get a very easy kill. It's looking very smooth for Spirit. XG what is the next timing that's going to make Spirit say, uh-oh? Because it's hard to see.
I mean, to me, it looks like that they want to open up the map. Like now, you do have Manta at least on Ame, so you try to split the map with your Puck, with your Manta Radiance, and like, look, okay.
I mean, as Jinkyu gone, XXS did come in with a Solar Guardian. It's got the BKB, they'll get the lasso. Have they got the damage, though, to kill Lal? They do not. Lal's fine. And Collapse, he's going to continue diving in under the tier 2. Look at Apollison, kills him off with a swashbuckle. Xtreme, even with the usage of the ultimates, they're just not getting the kills.
Yeah, this is now a 7k deficit. I mean, if you're XG, they have to decide. If you either full commit on playing the map and then you go for the pickoffs, maybe with the bad lasso, or B, with it, every Dota game comes, you have to eventually fight the enemy, and you need to come up with a good plan. I think the best plan is you bring XXS into the smoke, or you need to have XM jump Miposhka in silence. You lasso a core, you silence the silencer, so that XXS can actually play the game and Solar Guardian into the fight.
Jinkyu. Very difficult to get the setup onto Lal unless they have the ultimates.
Yeah, BKB imminent on Yatoro.
Yeah, absolutely cruising through this game. Yep. Having a wonderful time. Yep. Which is good to see. You know, I said it's finally, we're getting some new carries. A Void coming in.
Yeah, and he's having a free one.
He is absolutely having a completely free game. He is making this look very easy, Yatoro.
I will say that he is very, very nicely set up. Like, I personally feel like Spirit kind of got them in the draft a little bit.
Okay.
You're playing like this Dawn ult, and you're gonna. First of all, there's a global.
I mean, the Silencer's destroying.
Yeah, Silencer is destroying him, and even if global isn't available, you're gonna drop into Brambles, a Terrorize. Like, there's always counter spells from Spirit coming around, even the roll. So you've got lots of layers to kind of fight through here for Xtreme.
Yeah, Ame considering his item build, did have Blade Mail queued up. He's now shifting it over to a Basher.
This is also one of the age-old power spikes of Void, level 20. You get the attack speed in the Chronosphere.
Yeah, it feels very good.
He's got that plus the BKB timing, which is also perfect for him. Aegis expires. It's kind of your pseudo BKB. By the time it's over, you've got your own. Let's see, XM. Can you put on a show on the puck here? He's gonna need to be a real big juicy boy on the puck.
And he's gonna need time. You know, puck does pop off, but needs a lot of items to be able to do so. Falling behind a little bit on the farm as well, XM. XG. They're going to try their luck down on the bottom lane.
They do have a good lane ward here.
And there's the jump. There's the global. Each and every time they're ready with that response. I mean, they literally just can't make a move, Kessie.
Yeah.
Spirit just have the answer every single time.
They're also so quick. And it's not just that they're like ready. I love that the way that they're playing the map. You have the silencer with the Void up top, and they pushed in so far they knew nobody is there. Well, so where are you? You're bottom making a move. They're already behind him. Immediate global. Yeah. Play's gone.
I mean, it really does feel like if XG want to sort of play this sort of lineup again, which they will, because there's nothing crazy right standard stuff, the silencer must have sort of shot up on the list of priorities. It's like, right, guys, we cannot play against a silencer because it's single-handedly just destroying any chance of a comeback play.
With Dawn and Bat, Oh, XXS in trouble.
Yeah, they're
Chrono
drop for that one. Easy kill here.
Yep. The next kind of comeback that I can see for XG is that you get this blink on Ame. You
jump the Void or what?
No, he has to go around and get on the supports. Like, you need to annoy the silencer, you need to avoid kind of go on the Willow. I don't see Yatoro dying anymore from full to zero. Even if you lasso him without the global, you're not killing him. Which means you need to create chaos, you need to kill the subs and go on the Pangolier. Kill the subs and the Pango. Take out the team fight around Yatoro. Oh, Paulison. Looking but cannot find.
And I like this from Yatoro as well. Aghanims into, there it is, the Silver Edge. That's the game over item. You just chrono, break the Abaddon, pop the global, the carry's dead. What are you going to do to save him? We said maybe, are they getting any sort of itemization online that's going to help against that play?
Not yet, because
they're just not going to have the means to save it. So it's just that simple of a play. No, Yatoro knows. If the game even ends up going that far, Once the Silver Edge is online, the game's just over for Arme.
Yeah, we're going to have to, the moment that XG kind of see and think about the play, only then can they really think about, okay, we need a Lotus Orb. But to me, that's also why I like the blink from Arme, because no defensiveness is going to help him. He has to be aggressive, try to create chaos himself, and, you know, kind of hope to make it happen. As they're waiting for the Torment time. Should be soon. I don't know if they timed it. Teams kind of got on the track of timing the Tormentor. I'm sure Spirit should be doing just the same. It seems like somebody did the map. Never mind. They only wasted like 10 to 20 seconds. Good old shard for Mr. Rue. Got some more brambles around the map, around the curse.
Flock Dream for collapse. Lars going to look towards the Hex next.
I mean, they've also been having very, very good games on the other cores.
And here we go. Another smoke. Maybe this time. They have to find the silencer. Because if they find anything that's worth saving, Naposhka will be pressing the global.
Well, at least the thing is, if you find the Pango, you can kill him through global, I believe. Let's
have a look.
Hit him.
See if they can. The bashes are there. It's not enough. Collapse is fine, and now the turnaround comes in. Solar Guardian now comes through, but the Chronos there onto the three of them. As Shinkyu dead. Arme has to borrow time to protect himself, but XX is getting bashed up through the BKB. Will try and pull himself to safety, but Yatoro chases him down, gets the double. Arme, he'll not get out even. They've got the Yule Scepter to put a stop to his escape. It just feels impossible for them, Kezu. What do they do?
I don't know.
What do you do in this sort of situation? How do you do anything?
To be fair, I believe Collapse should have been dead. Someone messed up.
We'll check the replay.
Someone didn't.
You think they could have had him?
Yeah, someone didn't deal enough damage, someone didn't commit, and on top of that, he had a Lotus. Either way, even if you kill him, you probably die after, because, I mean, what's going to change?
Oh, and another one. It's all right.
Yeah, so...
Got the Ags online, and Ags feels pretty fantastic this game, especially when you're committing in onto some of these heroes with blinks and such. You just get that instant sort of damage onto them. Could they have killed him here? I don't know if they could. Could they have?
I feel like people could have met him a bit more, but either way, who cares?
Yeah.
Because even if you kill him, then this happens, and you're still all dead.
You're getting cleaned up.
So maybe I'm just coping a bit too hard for what XG can or could actually do. Because it's kind of the Team Spirit show.
It really is.
You have 0 deaths on the Faceless Void, you have 1 death on the Ember Spirit, and you have 1 death on the Pango.
Yep, they'll be getting a report for that from Yatora. It's like, guys, stop feeding.
Like, come on.
Come on. You should be not dying at all, like me.
Well, Ame's buying a Butterfly, which, sure, it helps you against the Void, but living isn't gonna make them beat Spirit. You need to kill them. But how do you kill them?
How do you? I mean, they're trying. You know, you got to give them credit. They are They are trying to kill Spirit. They're just not able to.
Rough times. Rough times. As now you're playing into the Aegis. In 1 minute, it's gonna be nighttime. You've got some siege waves. If you're Spirit, you can drop the banner. You can threaten one of the lanes. I mean, Ame didn't go for the blink. Yeah, I hate that. I really like the blink that he had queued up. See, maybe that's how the guy could have died last fight. You blink on top of him instead of running in with your Eagle Song. But either way, 16k lead for Spirit. Hitting the enemy base. What is your answer? Who's home?
He's in.
Who's home and who's dead?
He's having to make the jump straight away. Gets the Chrono setup on towards XXS. Can XXS get out of this one? No, he's getting fully controlled. Get the BKB off. Maybe he can live. No, Collapse chases him down. Gets the kill. He's not got any buyback either, XXS. The supports to drop as well on XG. Arme tries to front the fight here, but has to begin backing off. Jinkyu will come in with the buyback. Yatoro is ready to keep the dive going. As he's ready to play aggressive, of course, has the Aegis still and the BKB ready to press Yatoro. It's the 2 support buybacks coming in. Spirit, they'll back off for now.
Let's see. I mean, if they can just heal up a little bit, then they can just go straight again.
Oh, yeah, they're ready to keep going if they want to.
XXS still dead for 40 seconds. Sure, there's no chrono, but the roll is up in 15 again if Collapse wants to make his way back over later. 25 talent on Yatoro.
Has nearly got the butterfly. And Toro switching through his options. Actually switching up, looking for the Satanic instead. Just wants to be able to make sure that if they do jump him, it's going to be very hard to burst through the void.
Yeah, this is bad news. Once he gets a Satanic, of course he can heal to full. And they can just go for the same play. You can drop the banner, you have a Chrono again in 50. And this is all that XG can and should be talking about right now. How do you defend when Spirit come to your high ground? As Yatoro gets himself the good old OD staff. Can maybe dodge some stuff. He's also got the Crude with the minus base attack time. Very good for Faceless Void. Satanic at the ready and full HP.
Oh, they're going to try and jump him. The lasso into the punch, but it's only going to take it down to half HP. Yatoro's perfectly fine. That's Policy gone for 75. Xingqiu dead as well. With that buyback, they do manage to kill off Lal. A big kill, but can they get anything more here, Xtreme? Because they've got to still deal with Yatoro. Yatoro still with the Aegis and a BKB ready to go. Jumps in with the Time Warp, forces out the borrowed time from Arme. As the push continues here from Spirit. Ready to heal up as well.
Full HP.
Easy play there with the Satanic and the Aghanim's jump. Fortification comes out. I mean, XG, they finally got a big kill there.
They did.
But it might be a little too late.
They did have to pay the price.
Killed Lal.
Yep, they got him. Doubled his amounts of deaths in this game on the Ember from 1 to 2.
Yep, that's another report from Yatoro.
Yep.
Like, Lal, stop feeding. That's all right. There it is. Chrono's in, cashes the two of them. The big targets as well. Gets XM, gets Arme. The bash is coming in. Turns his attention over towards XXS. He's out. I think they might be running out of steam now, XG.
I think so.
I don't know how much more they want to play through with this one.
I mean, you got to start thinking about game 2. I don't know which new plan you can come up with now that you haven't thought about in the last 30 minutes in this game.
Because this one, it did look relatively easy for Spirit, this one, Kezu.
This looked very easy. Like, as in very little pressure.
Yep.
1 death on the Pango, 0. It's not that Yatoro just has 0 deaths. I feel like he hasn't really been touched this entire game. Like, let alone even be put under half his HP.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you'd ask Yatoro, this is the kind of game that he likes to wake up to in the morning. A very chill game, gets to play some Void, hit some creeps, get some cool chronos, carry the game.
Yeah, nice start to the game.
He's loving life right now, Yatoro.
Just manning up for now. 20 seconds on the Aegis. Does he want to Satanic to heal full? Do we just wait out the Aegis and then go more? Xingqiu, dead.
XG. Looks like they'll hang on to try one more fight here with the 5 of them once they're all back up. And if they do get one of these kills, if they kill Yatoro, they're going to get a lot of money.
I mean, so this is about the time where you need to think about which core can you clutch out of the game. The problem for XG, I don't see any play where Yatoro dies from full to 0. I do not see it. Which means they have to execute it on someone else or show me something that I haven't put in the equation.
Their best luck, best sort of effort is going to be if Yatoro goes for some like time walk into the fountain and then gets lassoed.
Yep. So let's bait him into the fountain.
Yeah, they got to bait him into some sort of fountain diving. Which it can be tempting, you know, when you're on a Void, the fountain is pretty tempting to dive.
Yep, you've got the Satanic, you've got the backtrack, of course,
exactly.
also.
You're jumping in and out. It can happen. So they've got to hope that Yatoro goes for a little bit of fountain diving.
It is true. He's got the Outworld staff, so he could dodge it and then time walk. So we need the layering of stuns, and we need it nicely, as we have the Titanic D's neutrals on Larl. Very nice for the Ember, of course. Some more status resistance as well against the Coil. We've got a Bloodthorny Dorny also on Yatoro. I mean, nobody is living. You die within 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, the damage output from the Void's insane.
Manta.
With this amount of attack speed.
Bloodthorn Chrono, ain't no way. As how's Miposhka doing? He's got a Vlad's, he's got a Glimmer, he's got a Solar. I feel like we've seen a little bit of a resurgence when it comes to Vlad's, or even both Vlad's and Solar together, at least in some of these mid to late games. When your carry's having a good time, you popping up with these items. It's gonna feel even better.
Let's see. Will Xtreme get the fountain diving Void that they're hoping for?
Oh, we've got the blink on Ame. He got the memo. Might be a bit late, but we do have it. Yatoro. He is here, and Xtreme do not know. They lack critical information. Refresher on collapse. Oh my god.
The fastest one we've had.
GL Xtreme. GL. Let's see what they can start cooking up.
So what's the next big items that XG themselves are close to?
I see it. XM, he's got the vision, and I see it too. 4 rapiers.
All right. I mean, he has the beginning of that sort of potential to carry as the puck with the axe and the parasma sorted. So if you can find a rapier,
he's got the
there
axe.
might be a little bit of hope.
Yep.
I don't know how much. What's the probability right now? Are they getting a 2%? Or are we down at a 1?
I would put it on between 1 and 3%.
Okay. Sounds a bit generous, but we'll see. Maybe XM if he can get a rapier.
I think it's between 1 and 3. Oh, XXS.
Yeah, they'll chrono this.
Pew, pew, pew. Oh, aggressive
XM.
fuels. Very nice.
Is it enough to save XXS? Oh, the bash is there straight away. XXS is dead. XG, they've got to get the rest of them out of here. They might not get the chance to. They get the lasso, but it doesn't matter. Global's out. As XXS dead, that's going to be Xingqiu following them as well. We'll find the puck in the trees there, but Yotaro actually jumping back out, so XM's going to be able to stay hidden. Arme's trying to chase down Miposhka. Yotaro, he's here to help out, though. Trying to hold back the Abaddon from chasing down the silencer as the borrowed timeout. Arme really wants the silencer dead. He's not going to get it.
He's trying.
And he's likely to end up dead himself. Well, maybe with this blink he can escape. Ooh, TP as well outside the other side of the tree. Arme will live. But 3 other members of his team, of course, dead.
Yep, 70-30, 97-3.
3%.
Yep. It's going down.
Dream coil.
XM, buyback.
Have they got the damage though? Arme's got to be careful. Does not have borrowed time. Yotaro makes the jump in on top of him. Arme's gone.
They got Lara.
He does have buyback here, Arme. XXS getting absolutely bashed to bits here by Yotaro. There's a dieback on the Dawnbreaker. XM.
They cannot touch Yotoro's Void, Owen. They just can't. From start to finish, it's a good pick. And also the lane swap, again, I have to go back to it. Every single setup they've done to get Yotaro to where he is now. It's all build up for this moment. 16-0, full slotted, Mega Creeps at the ready.
I mean, I thought they might have been able to challenge him a little bit more, but they
thought
just
so
haven't.
too. Uh-oh.
He's got borrowed time here, Arme. But can he actually get away from them? Jump in from Lal over the back lines. He's straight on a Xingqiu. The fear comes in. Arme's gone. Dead for 2 minutes. This game, it's over. GG's called. Spirit take game 1 with a good old faceless Void.
Yeah.
And the good news is, after a performance like that, I think Yotaro might want to play it again this tournament.
Oh, he will.
He
Maybe you bait him into it, but this is why playoffs are so different. You have time to prepare. You know what's coming up. Everyone's playing Dawnbreaker. Everyone and their whole family are playing this hero. Spirit are ready. They've got the silencer, everything else. Too easy.
Absolutely. I don't think XXS is going to want to play into a Miposhka silencer ever again.
Never.
After that one. Spirit, they had Xtreme covered on all fronts. And yeah, they made this one look pretty simple. As Spirit coming in, getting this game 1 win. 17-0-11 on a faceless Void here from Yotaro.
I gotta say, Zhao 8 is having a rough 24 hours right now. Yesterday, he goes up against a 24th pick Phantom Lancer. How are you supposed to plan for that? And now, today, he has to deal with a Yotaro faceless Void. I mean, what's the man to do in a situation like this?
Don't play the first game of the day. That's simply it. Because Yotaro yesterday, his first game when he woke up, 14-0-8 against Aurora. And now here, he's going, what was it? It was 17-0-11. Like, first game of the day, Yotaro is another beast. And yeah, this game from Spirit, they just made all the first moves. Like, when you look at their lineup, it's like they're overlapping their supports, they're playing around the Ember, they got the Willow playing with the Void bottom to make sure they got some pressure. Like, everything from Spirit was go fight, go apply pressure to Xtreme, who needs to farm on a couple heroes.
Yeah, I was wondering if, I was actually wondering if they'll have enough damage in the chrono, looking at the draft going into the game, if they will be able to apply anything from the rest of them. They didn't need to. He was big enough. And the way I saw it is, okay, you're playing versus Global, but you have Abaddon with Manta eventually, right? He's gonna Manta off. There's no old facet. the silence does not stick.
Reverberating silence.
Exactly, so you'll be able to shield someone else, right? It didn't really work that way. This fight right here that we are seeing, they got hit by Global. He uses Manta and Aphotic shields himself. So you don't have extra spells on the Pangolier. But Kazu said it, even if they did cast a couple of extra spells, they still probably lose the fight afterwards. In hindsight, it's crazy. Like, for me, looking at Xtreme Gaming's draft, I really liked it, but I feel like Team Spirit have found all the right solutions to the Dawn, to the Puck as well.
Just look at the highlights that we're watching. Xtreme, they had one highlight where they went aggressive, but they were already 10,000 gold down when it happened, right? I think that's just the big thing for me, is if you're picking Abaddon in the safe lane, you've got Batrider and Tusk as your support duos, you need to enter the game with your own timing. Sure, eventually, the team fighting ability of your lineup is like not even comparable to Spirit. Like, we know Spirit going into the mid to late game should win every fight, so Xtreme has to snowball. They've been drafted into a position where they can't pick more heroes to fix any problems that they have. They have to try and deal with the game with, you know, what they've got, and unfortunately they just didn't change the script of their heroes. Like, if Abaddon and Dawnbreaker synced up more, like if you just take the fight to Spirit, then maybe it could have been a slightly different game. At least you have some life in the early game, but
you cannot play versus two of probably... Okay, Global and Chrono are one of the best team fighting spells in the game, but they also have a long cooldown. So the way you play against it is you play on your tempo. You press it every time, and you pressure the enemy team to use them defensively, and once they use them, you pressure them even more. But just coming out of the laning stage, I feel like they couldn't accomplish that. They weren't able to just force a couple of bad Chronos, couple of bad Globals that they could play off later.
They were reacting very early on the side of Xtreme, and as soon as you start reacting in a lineup that Spirit has, you're going to have a big problem. Like, you need to be proactive, like Liz is mentioning, against Spirit, and Xtreme just weren't doing it at all. They were just happy to sit back and farm.
Yeah, this man is all smiles in the morning.
This photo shoot was done at 6 a.m. You can see how alert he is.
It was actually on the plane when he landed in Bucharest. Yeah.
It's like, jet lag, never heard of it.
I woke up a bit late for the panel, and I always go downstairs to get breakfast at the hotel. And as I'm, you know, like just kind of getting it, barely, my eyes are barely open, there's an American lady next to me. Are you a morning person? I'm a morning person. It's my favorite part of the day. That's Yotaro right there. I think he's that lady, but in Dota.
Right, the spirit animal of sorts. We can also put some numbers to these ideas as we can take a look at the carries and what they had in their inventories come 20 minutes. What are we looking at here, T?
Very different carry players. I was trying to word it nicely. Of course, Armigers didn't really have the best start. Of course, Yotaro, he's laning with a Dark Willow. They have to really apply a lot of pressure. And against Faces Void, the key problem with Void, and why we don't often see it, is if he gets pressured in the laning phase, and his early game is like recovery, around the 20-minute mark, he will often only have the Mask of Madness and maybe the Maelstrom, right? That's kind of like the two items he has in a bad game. The fact that he has the Yasha, the Diadem, he's already looking towards Manta several minutes later, and Arme only completes the Radiance around about 21 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 seconds. Like, it is just a major issue that your lanes went really poorly. Like, to beat a Void, it's tempo, it's early game, it's playing on his timings. Everything Xtreme done in this game was as if they weren't playing against a Void, which means, oh, wait a second, Void has 3 items. He has Chrono every single fight. We're never going to win the game. It could just be a shock of playing against a hero, because, again, first pick of the tournament, you've not really played against Void competitively for, several tournaments now. It's not really been a hot pick. So I can see why Xtreme isn't on the top of their game, but you have to respect what this hero can do.
Yeah, it was like 4 or 5k net worth advantage for Faceless Void in a game in which Abaddon needed to be in front. It's as simple as that. I feel like he needed the Manta very early in this game to be able to not only dispel the silence from himself, but help someone else as well. Then you can shield someone in the Chronosphere. Abaddon on paper was such a good pick, but when you're having such a bad start, it doesn't really work.
That's why I'm poking fun at Zhao 8 for being thrown such a curveball, but once the Faceless Void emerged, they had good plans. They picked a puck. We were all quite enthusiastic about the puck for XM. And then Abaddon was a good solution if they played it in a way that would actually exploit Abaddon's strengths.
I don't think they were ready for Batrider not doing very well in lane.
Yeah.
And also the Dawnbreaker just kind of chilling into a Willow Void lane. It's like it wasn't like he had good farm, but you kind of want the Batrider to have a good time, the Dawn to feel like he's kind of crushing a lane, but he doesn't crush the lane against Void. And then there's just no way to connect the pieces. Like individually, Puck has a good game, Abaddon can have a good game, Dawn could have a good game, but it just never came together. It's just
A bunch of corner pieces, but you're missing the middle of the puzzle. Now let's see if Xtreme Gaming can come up with something. Maybe, give Ame a weird carry. You started the tournament off with a Queen of Pain. Hopefully you have something else up your sleeve, because if not, then Xtreme will be eliminated. But we'll find that out in game number 2.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to Guess the Highlight. I'm here with Katomi from BetBoom, Jibate from AVULUS, VTune from Virtus.pro. Do you watch a lot of Dota 2 when you're not playing?
Yes, I watch a lot of Dota.
Yeah, I haven't watched all of Wallachia games that closely, so we'll see how this goes.
No. Nope, okay, great. This is going to be pretty tough for you then, but let's see what we can do. We'll throw up the clip and tell me, do you know who this Shadow Demon is?
Okay, anti-mage faceless void. Haven't seen these heroes in a while.
I mean, as we see, it's like grand final game 5.
Yep, absolutely.
Of previous Wallachia?
It's one of the previous ones, yeah. One of...
It's for sure not BetBoom.
It is not you guys, no.
Who have level 30 void? It's gotta be Team Spirit.
You know what's funny here is that Team Spirit are in this game, but they are not the ones with the level 30 faceless void.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Shadow Demon is still alive, so it can't be Schofield.
Shade, but I like it.
Sorry, that was a joke. He was a great player. It could be Schofield because I'm looking at his heroes and I'm thinking this could be Skeeter and Parker.
Hints as to who might be playing in this clip.
Yeah, it's Ame versus Yatoro.
Very good, very good. Alrighty, well then tell me, who is the Shadow Demon coming in from the side here now?
It's Mira.
Absolutely correct. Straight out of the bat.
Yeah.
No hesitation at all. Yeah, this was, of course... do you want to tell me which tournament it was?
Yeah, it's PGL Wallachia finals.
So it's basically a rule on Shadow Demon, right?
Nope.
It's Mira?
Absolutely correct. Yes, indeed, it is Mira playing the Shadow Demon in this game. Team Spirit on the Radiant versus
I should have
Xtreme.
guessed that one, that it was Spirit, just because of the heroes, you know. Yatoro is the kind of guy that would ask for one of these carries.
Yeah, it's a level 30 anti-mage versus a level 30
I mean,
Faceless
then
Void. I
it
feel
ought
like.
to be... Dude, I don't even know when they changed Mira for Rue.
Yeah, it was Mira playing on the Shadow and making this incredible play with the refresher. And yeah, he did clutch this one up and essentially win his team that first Wallachia season.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play for sure. That is, you know, there are good Shadow Demon players out there in Dota, so it was hard to guess it purely from that.
He saves the game on Shadow Demon probably here.
Probably the best you can ask for from a Pos 4.
Perfect.
XQ still killing couriers. Team Y. Wait, Abyssals? Chrono! It's out, but there's the Aegis. Can they kill him a second time, though? That's going to be the question. Can they even kill him once? Yatoro turns, says, I'm going to fight. Ame now out of mana. You got to be careful, but XQ, the real carry, is here. Mira wants to get into range. Try and help him out. Demonic Cleanse. Do they have enough? XQ jumps onto Mira instead. Oh, there's the pressure, keeping him alive. Now Ghost Scepter out. Yatoro backs out. Ame's in trouble. They get the big mana void. The connection is there. They don't have enough. DY, the last one in this fight right here. Actually...
That was a throwback to Season 1, and now, one whole year later, these two teams are facing off yet again, although it's not in a grand final, and it can't be a grand final, because one of these teams will lose here, and then they will be eliminated from PGL Wallachia Season 5, but it's the way she goes. Can't have them all.
Yeah, I feel like Yatoro just wanted to take the Faceless Void away from him and show me this is how it's done. 1 year after in Wallachia.
You remember?
You remember?
Do you remember?
When you lost to me with Faceless Void? That's the worst, by the way, feeling. You lose to someone on a certain hero, then you play against him,
yeah.
the hero gets picked, you lose to it. Damn. It's, yeah, so far at least, when it comes to Yatoro and Ame, I feel like they've expanded their pool. Ame, like you guys said, mentioned in the pre-game panel, like he's been spamming so many heroes, like his hero pool is crazy big, but so is Yatoro's. I feel like he is also kind of in the same boat.
Yatoro has done the weirder ones with now the Faceless Void, the Mars, which didn't really work, and then I guess most of his other ones were traditional, whereas Ame's weird ones, Omni Knight has been pretty weird.
Queen of Pain,
and then I guess I'd put Alchemist in that camp. We don't see Alch that often.
I think we need to now have the conversation, maybe not us with Army, that might be a bit uncomfortable, but...
Get him here.
Yeah, get him on the panel. It's often large hero pools either can be praised for creativity and, oh my god, your depth of play, or you're a lost soul. You don't know what you actually are, right? Because compare this to, like, for example, like Nightfall. He knows his hero pool, he excels at his hero pool, and a lost game for Aurora is not often draft-based. It's kind of like a mechanical mistake in the game or whatever. When I look at Ame and his score lines, it's a 1-5 Abaddon, it's a 4-2 Morphling, it's a 4-3 TA, it's a 10-10 Omni, it's a 10-5 Gyro, a 5-6 Quap, 12-6 Shadow Fiend, 8-7 Doom, 4-1 TB. Like every game, have I ever listed a scoreline there where I'm like, wow, that was really impressive, right? Like he's doing his job, sure, but I feel like Ame is still trying to kind of cement himself in what he wants to be as a carrier. It might sound really dumb coming from, you know, such a legacy player, but in this meta, in this patch, I'm not looking at Ame and going, I'm confident with what he's playing and what he's doing. I'm really happy that he's on the roster. You know, I feel like he needs to kind of just iron out what he wants to do as a carry because, yeah, his stat lines, his score lines, just not as consistent as...
This man on the screen as well needs to iron out what Ame wants to or should be doing, right? Because it's not only on Ame, it's on the full team. And I feel like when you look at those heroes, you mentioned Abaddon, you mentioned Omni Knight, like these are your frontline bodies. They're not necessarily heroes that will carry you through the game. In the Omni Knight game, I believe he had a sniper mid, right? In this game, he has a puck mid that can also scale, but you need to get there. Super later on, and yeah, as a team, they definitely have lost their identity a little bit. We didn't see a lot of Naga recently. That's because she's been banned every damn game. So difficult to play against.
Yeah, manages to slip through. Instead, let's see where the difference is here.
Spirit promote Dawnbreaker to a first phase ban, which then means Naga Siren goes through.
And Pango also gets promoted to first phase, which means that the Morphling also goes through. That was respect banned by Xtreme.
Again, that was them first picking a Dawnbreaker kind of sets up for that one, and this time around, same kind of logic, right? If Naga Siren wants the song, they respect Dawnbreaker, so do Guardian, so yeah, I can see the bans there, and I'm happy for Xtreme that they've already got the Darks here. Banned out in the first game. When I think about the identity of like their play, their aggression, Jin-Q, XSS, Darkseer +1 combination in the offlane, really, really powerful. Then you put like, again, Arme on any of the gyrocopter style heroes. That is a lineup that will be able to play all points of the game. Sure, the win rate doesn't look too good, but yeah, for Xtreme, it is one of their comforts.
Marcy banned out.
Interesting one.
Yeah.
Marcy Darkseer is a good combo, but it's not one of the go-to for a lot of teams. But Tusk is, so they get rid of that one. And I just love this combo, by the way. The Darkseer Jakiro has always been so good to watch, so good to play. The good old vacuum into everything from Jakiro.
He's got a 30% win rate right now, though.
Yeah, like Dark Willow as well, right? Like
it's all the eliminated teams that have played Jakiro. The playoff teams, they know how to use it.
Yeah, but Jakiro did get nerfed, right? Like after the last patch where he was absolutely broken.
That's true.
I do believe that he's in a bit of a weaker spot right now.
See, this is already at the Facet records. Twin Terror, it's the bait. It had some life, but when you think about Jakiro, it's all about the lockdown. It's all about that ice path, getting that secondary stun. I respect the concept of try and win your lane, but you already do enough damage. So why not take that secondary stun into the mid to late game compared to I might do an extra 70, 80 damage every time I go into an enemy with, of course, using all your spells.
Yeah, for me, it was pretty good last patch. I know even the last patch there were some haters. Fogged being one of more vocal ones.
Was he really?
Yeah, but I actually loved it. When you play and
it felt nice. For sure.
It just felt so nice. Sure, you don't get that secondary stun, but who cares about the secondary stun if the enemy offlane is crying for the first 5 minutes of the game? They do get this combo, by the way, that we are kind of used to at this point. Shadow Fiend and Naga, the good old sleep into Requiem. The lane is good as well. Everything feels nice about these two, and just playing this makes sense why Marcy was banned out, by the way. Now it's coming to me.
Yep.
The Marcy and Tusk, as Shadow Fiend, you hate heroes that either can disposition you or can get on top of you easily. Marcy would do exactly that.
Yeah, Batrider being banned out early also makes that combo a little bit more viable.
Yep.
And then they round out their support duo with a Shadow Shaman.
In the map play from Spirit will be Scout with the Illusions, Shaman Hex, Shadow Fiend Requiem. That is kind of like the natural synergies. And if the fight gets a bit more chaotic, it is then use Song to set up. And for Xtreme, they want to continue their ability to kind of play through the map.
Yeah.
The sniper pick is always a pick for Xtreme, where it forces the enemy to draft a how do I get through the lane. Sniper really threatens quite a lot of the kind of playmaking mid laners just because of how annoying Headshot and Shrapnel is. Sure, in the game it can turn on its head. But for Xtreme, you've got Tiny Darkseer in lane, Jakiro ready to set up a last pick Arme hero, which could be the Tiny, but Tiny probably feels like going to be the 4. So much nice looking draft from Xtreme this time around.
XM did pretty well in their last sniper game. He played and won it, but yeah, it was versus a Huskar, right? Was that the game or no?
No.
What did he play? It was Tiny Mid, right, that he played into?
Yeah, it was Tiny Mid. Yeah. It was copy on Tiny for the Navi game.
It was solid.
The Boom offlane X and the Uragi Abaddon.
That was the game that Name played the carry Omni Knight.
So going into some of these heroes, Tiny Darkseer, another way of perhaps moving SF out of his comfort zone. When it comes to Shadow Shaman pick, sure, control is there, but what's also really nice is you have Chicken Fingers and Tex versus Darkseer Illusions. And when you're playing Darkseer into Shadow Fiend, you might struggle in the lane if you don't have the proper support. But later on, that illusion slaps. Like it can one-on-one the SF as well.
I think it's just mid Shadow Fiend though. It's like every time you talk about carry Shadow Fiend, the whole meta of the tournament is always mid, right? For like
well, Yotaro actually played it safe lane couple of times, I think even maybe twice, right? Like he definitely did play it once at least, I remember, and they dominated that game.
You want to throw SF into the sniper meat grind? Because yeah, if it is,
that's also my idea, like playing SF mid into sniper. Like, I guess you can raise down the wave
and leave,
but
I am a little bit, maybe they are, so they picked Magnus on 18, and I would have thought if you want to pick a mid on 18, now that you see the sniper matchup, that would make more sense. But if you want to keep the SF flex open, then you're like, okay, we'll pick offlane mag first, and now you don't know where my SF is.
I really think they just picked the SF into Darkseer. The lane is nice.
Sure.
You don't really care too much about it. You have Naga as well to protect you. This combo is good in the lane. Post-laning stage, it's also good, but...
Then why pick the mag on 18 instead of a mid laner on 18?
High value, again, if they're looking for high value heroes, right?
What do you mean? It's
it got banned
collapsed
out.
Magnus.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean?
It got banned out in the first game. So, of course, it's on Xtreme's mind. But yeah, Xtreme, they don't really know what they want to ban out. They ban out one mid, one carry.
I can't believe Faceless Void gets the respect banned.
I mean, it's a sniper when you already have like mag to skew it into the chrono record. Like it makes sense, right? Especially after that last game.
Well, would they have banned it if it wasn't picked last game?
Probably not.
Probably not.
There we go.
Yeah, but if they can find a better carry than SF, something that's... Because, like, down the line, I feel like you're putting yourself in a bad spot as a carry SF.
And can't they still just go for like an Ursa carry?
Yeah.
And then you just delete the Darkseer in lane?
I like that as well. I like that idea a lot. Because for me, SF is more tempo-based into Sniper. Like, eventually, it does become a bit annoying.
The good thing
can't get on top of him.
The good thing for Spirit is they do actually have both options available. Like the draft around a Shadow Fiend carry is still good. Like Lizard's mentioning, the draft around a mid Shadow Fiend is still good based on, sure, the lane could be a little bit whatever, but you can farm jungle, you can recover, the rest of your team plays well. Darkseer is quite a farm heavy offlaner, so it's not as if they're going to be crashing into your mid tower with like a Beastmaster or something.
Yep. If you can get a better carry, I wouldn't mind that at all. Is this a Morphling with the Doom
Maybe
ban?
ban Doom, yeah.
Again, very annoying into Darkseer, but they go for the Troll instead. This is a much stronger counter to the Darkseer in the lane. You've got the Magnus combo as well. You probably will be buying some Blink as soon as possible versus the Sniper, but most importantly, what you are getting is the Axe. Like this is an Axe game most of the time.
Dispel is so good.
Yep.
The problem for Xtreme is their front line is somewhat non-existent, where like Darkseer jumps in, then Mag just skewers you and you just get deleted by a Shadow Fiend. As he's deleted and you step up to show, then the Shaman will jump in or the Naga will jump in with a song. Like, taking the fight into Spirit, once again, is so hard for Xtreme's lineup that you really require them to play on tempo, it feels like.
Some old school Razor now. Let Ame complete his 28th hero of the tournament.
It would also, I mean, it would let Sniper be more of a carry then.
Let him carry you and pick the Razor, ruin Trolls game. It's not too bad. Jakiro Razor sounds like...
It needs to be something like that though. Like the way that I look at the draft, if Ame's on too much of a scaling hero, they will just get outplayed in fight when he comes online.
So you don't want tiny Ame. You want that tiny to be a support.
Ooh. Okay. I forgot about tiny. But then it's just like a random Jin Q hero.
Yeah.
Is there really value in the position 4?
I can't think of anything that would make.
And then it's tiny into Trolls, so I don't feel that's like the most amazing matchup as well. There's like another glass cannon that you could pick into Troll, just outplay them, but it's so greedy. I truly think they need a Razor-esque kind of a hero.
The problem I have is when I look at Spirit's lineup, I feel the comfort of them just finding team fights. And I just don't see it with Xtreme. So any hero they pick here, I'm hesitant to be like excited, like, oh wow, this is the pick. And maybe they do in the next 4 seconds.
Oh, so it is tiny.
Whoa, this is the pick.
This is
right,
the
T? This is the pick.
Well, it's
anti-heal against Troll Warlord.
Position for it, okay.
They do pivot the tiny to end up being carry.
So
Position 4 AA.
Okay. 0% win rate. Doesn't matter. For Xtreme, they've at least identified that they want to try and play on pickoff. The issue is, they didn't really have that aggressive mindset in the first game. In this game, it's even more aggressive mindset where it's like you have to win lane, you have to find early item on Darkseer. Ame has to get early Shadow Blade with his Echo Saber, find kills. At some point, team fights are impossible.
Yeah, I was going to say Echo Saber Blink like Uragi did, but Echo Saber, Shadow Blade Blink, whatever. I absolutely share the sentiment. You have to be very active on the Tiny. You have to play with your team. That's the way it looks. And so far, they have been playing a couple of games where Ame is playing on the safe lane, but he's kind of a playmaker. So I can see that working out here as well. Your burst is insane between the AA and the Tiny. And the Tiny is kind of bringing the only reliable stun to their game as well. So, yeah, good luck, Ame. You've got some work to do.
Good luck, Ame. Good luck, XM, dude. This sniper is on an island right now.
But that's the thing. Normally, I would praise a lineup that has sniper in for Xtreme, but there's a Naga song. You step up, you're asleep. Then there's a Magnus on top of you. You're getting skewered towards a Requiem or a Battle Trance. Like, the sniper should not be ever have good positioning in this game. Not because of his own choice, because of Spirit choosing to take him to bad places. So, yeah, I think Xtreme, you have to win your lanes. You have to be aggressive. No chill farming. No 25, 30-minute mindset. If that's the mindset, it's going to be a 2-0.
Which has not really been Ame's mindset throughout this tournament.
Change his mindset. This has to be aggression. I want to see fighting. I want to see smokes and kills and contesting stacks and slapping your Tora in the face. If you have to, leave your booth, go to his PC, turn off the power button, run back to your PC. You got to do something. Stop him from farming. You do not want to play late game into this lineup. Thank you.
I haven't read the rulebook. I'm sure that's probably allowed.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can also get a chance to go at least near the booths as a Nomad is standing by for a coach interview.
Thanks, Tsunami. Yeah, so Silent, game 1 in the bag, now moving into game number 2. How are you feeling about these drafts?
First game draft was easier to win in game 2, but second game we didn't draft, how to explain. It wasn't hard to draft. Second game wasn't feeling hard, but still didn't get it very, very good like game 1. But still okay for me.
Okay, and game 1 you picked up the Faceless Void, who we haven't been seeing that much. Is this something Yatoro's been wanting to play, or did you just have a strategy which was good with it?
More Yatoro wanted to play. Yes.
And who are we to say no to Yatoro? Absolutely. So game number 2, you seem to have like a lot of team fight. You know, are you expecting like, you know, these big sort of combos to come out, you know, the Requiems and the songs and all that sort of stuff, you know? Are you expecting big team fights in these games?
I hope we'll be good at game, not only with team fights. Hope we will do good at lane stage, and then...
All right, and then finally, what did you think of the last pick, Ancient Apparition? Do you think it kind of answered some things in your draft?
It's good against Troll, because he can heal with ulti, but I don't think it's really a good pick with me if I play Sniper with 2 suppers, Ancient Apparition and Jaikiro. It's not the best for me. I don't like it.
All right, we'll see how it works out. Silent, thank you very, very much. Good luck at game number 2. So we'll send it over to our casters of OD Pixel and Kezu.
Thank you very much there, Nomad and Silent. Yeah, here we go, getting into the action. LOL! The number shot coming down onto him. He will be fine. Only just. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 between XG and Spirit. And yeah, interesting points there from Silent. Would you sort of agree with him, you know, when it comes to this last pick, AA?
I do.
Is this maybe XG being a bit too tunnel vision on what to pick to counter the troll?
It's one of the things I love about Dota, that you don't need to answer like the winning condition with your carry. Sometimes you can do it with a support, like here with the AA. And yeah, it does answer the troll, but it does leave a lot of flaws in your draft. It means that Ame on the carry Tiny is the only real initiator you have. It also means you don't have like any playmaking supports or something else with Xtreme Gaming, right? Like in your lineup. You would have had a Tiny 4 who can play around the sniper. Now it's an AA Jakiro. So, you know, you win some, you lose some.
Sure. And I guess sort of also supports that aren't really going to be able to save the sniper outside of their items, right? It's going to be difficult maybe to keep XM alive.
Which
if he gets gone on.
Yeah, it's ever so important that they really get their own game going. Like XM on his own needs to have a good game. As AA, you need to like get some stacks going for XXS, help him build up the tankiness. And Ame, maybe pivot your build an earlier Blink Dagger potentially on the Tiny, because otherwise you're mid-game. What do you play around? Maybe you just play around the auras and you hope that gets you through, but I want to see Ame get aggressive. Last game on the Abaddon didn't look too hot, was kind of passive this time around. I'm hoping for something else.
And even though this AA, of course, did come in at the end of the draft, you know, for Spirit's side of things, looking at the troll pick for Yatoro, feels like a pretty good game outside of getting ice blasted.
I would say, yeah, it's a good troll. You have a very good carry matchup against the Tiny. Of course, the AA Blast can maybe swing it, but you've got Empower. You've got the Song to, like, kind of bail you out. So, yeah, I think Spirit should be happy. Paulison taking a blunt
from here with the aggressive skewer. That'll do it. First blood for Collapse. Ame, can he get Collapse in return? Picks up a tree. Same time, Lal.
He killed XM.
Oh my god, how did that happen?
Neutral.
Well, bottom lane, Ame will be able to get the kill onto Collapse in return, but that's an SF solo killing the sniper. Must have been out of position or try to go too aggressive with Shrapnel.
This is not normal. Sniper is a counter to SF in like nearly every way possible, especially in the early to mid game. So Mr. XM maybe feeling the pressure. Maybe
I mean, that's a rare mistake right now. XM on the sniper, this is one of his best. But yeah, dying solo to the SF.
Of course, we didn't see that. You know, maybe Larl, I don't know what he whipped out, but must have been something cool.
Bottom. Collapse getting the angle there with the shockwave skewer. Ame able to keep Paulison covered there with the avalanche.
This is not something we've seen too often, but it's now 2 games in a row where Spirit, well, this time they didn't swap their players in terms of lanes, but they swapped the heroes again. Like having Naga in the off lane is super good. You don't want to play Naga safe lane against Darkseer. You don't do jack shit. Instead, you have your roster here now. Roster and Troll together, it's a very strong lane against the Darkseer.
And all in all, just the fact that, you know, they don't have a silencer, but having the Naga Siren, right, it's still going to be that hero that can put a stop to the plays, right?
And you've got it, not just, like, it's not just some casual Naga Siren. You've got Requiem, you have RP, you can set things up, you can put the sniper out of position. So a very nice way for them to have drafted around the first pick Naga.
Collapse. We'll be alright here. Not quite enough damage yet between the two of them, Ame and Paulison, to take a Magnus down yet. Well, seeing that on the CS.
Yep.
Oh.
And the console.
Well.
Careful with the cheating here, my observer. But they are not enabled. To be fair, whenever I see Spirit play against Tiny, I just have a bad feeling for the Tiny. Like, it just brings me back to like some TIs ago, you know, where people tried the good old Tiny Lycan, make some stuff happen. And this time around, it is not an easy carry Tiny game.
Oh, and talking about not being easy for the Tiny, that's Ame's courier. Had the boots and the belt strength form.
That's his full treads. Yep. He already has the gloves, so that's very nice for Spirit. Collapse is going to be able to chill a bit more. Rue will be happy with that. Rue taking a beating.
Wants to grab this creep wave.
We are picking for XM to run over, which means he's forced to TP away. Very wise choice by Rue.
XXS backing off into the jungle. Oh, see bottom. Collapse able to get away with the skewer there before the avalanche comes in.
Should be alright, especially with Rue, who delayed the creeps earlier on. Also, one thing at least that I like what Xtreme are doing this time around, one of the strengths of AA4 is that you can stack a lot. Darkseer, of course, he loves stacks, so he's already farming that. It means that Jinkyu is getting a lot of experience. Should have a earlier level 6 than usual this time around on the AA.
Not able to put much pressure though onto Yatoro. He's chilling up top.
0 as it stands. Got the Battle Fury, Sanjin Yasha, and 18 more items queued up on Yatoro.
Nice success. Does get the setup here. Maposhka will be very dead. XM swings across to get involved. Tries to take the kill, but XXS will get it himself.
That is the Vanguard complete, which means XXS, he should be kind of chilling up in the top lane now. Like, Troll isn't the highest damage hero, which means Vanguard pretty much keeps you fully safe.
Trying to get over attempts onto Collapse. He's going to get the very nice shockwave skewer set up onto Ame. They'll all win in with the TP. The Razors will do the job. They get the pullback. They'll get the both of them. Collapse will live. And yeah,
Lapse Magnus, ladies and gentlemen.
Lyle gets set up for a lovely little couple of kills to be involved in there off the back of that TP.
Yeah, they've got multiple nice combos in their draft. You've got the RP Skewer into Requiem. You have 2 repositioning tools with the Skewer and the Reel-In. Well, nicely done there as Ame with quite a big overplay. Jinkyu going for some stacking. This is good stuff from Xtreme. Of course, Sniper, one of the best heroes when it comes to taking the enemy tier 1 tower, as you just outrange it.
And Lyle trying to get the entrance here as Miposhia comes in with the setup. Lyle steps up with the raises. Yatoro's turned up as well for this one. The Requiem clipping onto XM. Yatoro can move forward, taken down under the tower. The aggression here from Team Spirit working out very, very nicely as both cores, you know, whether it's Lyle or Yatoro, they know when to turn up.
That's a really nice move. Most other teams, it's very likely they just give up this tower. They're like, oh, you know, it's a sniper. He's high level. He can outrange the tower, but not for Spirit.
8-minute power rune coming in. Spirit with the superior setup here around the river.
They are bringing over Ame. He wants to help on this rune. He's on the bottom side. Won't be getting too much, but it kind of goes to show you this dual support from Xtreme feels a little bit awkward. They're gonna need some levels, and they'll be back on the menu. Probably will lose the tower this time around.
What did you expect?
Oh, easy denied for Root.
Guys, come on. 3v1, and you let a little Naga support, one of the lowest damage heroes at this point, deny the tower. Well, Rue, nicely done, giving his team some bonus gold. We've got a Smokerino, Alcomino into the top lane. Did get scanned out. May have smoked under a ward in the mid lane. I'm old, I didn't pay attention.
Spirit. I do seem like they're playing careful in the trees. Yatoro. He's actually just going to lead in on them.
Well, he's got a skill point.
He's ready to fight. The wall's going to get dropped down upon him. I mean, can XG get kills out of this? It's getting a little awkward for Xtreme. Collapse is ready at the side as well to look for an RP. Gets it in onto the AA, skewers him back over. I mean,
why?
It's sort of similar vibes to the plays that they were going for last game, Kezu. They don't go well.
I mean, you're running.
Yeah.
This is 3 range heroes with 2 subs that can't defend themselves. You can only win this fight if your Darkseer's in front with his Vanguard, he tanks some spells, and XM gets to peep away. But Spirit are not gonna let you do that. They just run in Yatoro, he just beelines, presses R, and the fight's over. Like, what's he afraid of? Jinkyu is over 4, and look at XM. Gets netted, reeled in, and he's Giga out of position now.
Yeah, that's, you know, that's not sort of the trip you want to be making as a sniper. Back in action, they will get collapsed down bottom. But yeah, overall, these sort of team plays, they're probably going to calm things down a bit, at least let XM do a little bit of farming. He's not going to want to play his game like where he's behind as the sniper.
Yeah, they need to just allow him to play on range, like a good old-fashioned sniper game. Play around the subs, give them their level 6s, and get Ame towards his first 1 or 2 items. Because once they have their spells on their supports, they are very strong.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's not like they need to feel like, oh, we need to like go team wipe them in the next 5 minutes. You really don't. They have a good draft. They will have good timing, so they can chill a bit.
Yeah. But you can obviously tell as well, you know, Spirit, they knew how rough of a move that was from XG.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you had like Yatoro, as soon as he sees these 3 heroes, he's like, I'm just going to run at you.
Yeah,
It's like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it's also
like Yatoro just literally walks into them because he's like, well, you're not going to kill me.
It's also, like, you know, they pick as a little Ice Blast, gonna deal some damage. Wall coming out. Might just get a freebie. Let's look if Miposhia can walk it off. He cannot. That's an Atos completed on XXS.
Okay.
Let's see. It definitely means that he wants to, of course, play aggressive, set people up for his support spells.
Bottom, they'll get the setup on a Polison. A couple of raises coming in. And Ame throw an avalanche, but not going to clip onto any of Spirit. They get the kill. Another one for Lal.
I will say, I like this Atos quite a lot. Because his supports don't really have anyone to play through, right? Like, it's carry Tiny, it's mid sniper. This way, you're basically like the frontliner with a little bit of catch with the Atos. You can set up your Jakiro spells, the Ice Blast. So I like this pivot quite a lot from XXS.
Looking towards Yatoro. So, yeah, it's still not really in a position where they can try. Maybe here with the Atos. That's the setup into the Ice Blast. Yatoro will get the ult off, but indeed as that ult wears off, the blast is still going to be there, and he will fall. So good first play there with that Atos reveal from XXS.
Yep, beautiful. And this is... Small things like this matter a lot. This changes the entire state of the game. I'm pretty sure now when Yatoro dies, he's like, what the hell? This guy's got an Atos? Because without that one, there's no kill. So XXS, some big brain stuff.
Giving time for the game to sort of stabilize overall. The core farm for XG not looking too bad now. Everybody's keeping on level. XM also starting to catch back up.
We'll also be able to build the Atos into the Glip Glop Flip Flop, of course, which gives the AoE bonus. I've been missing this item. And this also goes to show, like, net worth can always make up for anything you lack in the draft. If you have enough gold, you can itemize whatever you need. Don't have stuns, you can build a Hex. Don't have catch, you can get the Atos. And we've got the Blink queued up by Ame. I like this choice. I hope that he does not back away from this one.
Smoke coming in from both teams here. Ultimates at the ready. XG making the move down towards the bottom. I'll see if they're able to continue to smoke up into the high ground to potentially find Yatoro. Spirit, they won't catch anyone themselves here. XG in a general direction of Yatoro. I'll see him now on the mid. See if they can get this in time with the last few seconds of the smoke.
He has to walk left. Uh-oh, if he goes for this wave.
XXS is going to have the setup. Oh, he's going to go for it now. Yatoro, can they get the catch? Oh, get the Atos. TPs are coming in, but Atos into the blast. It should be enough. He'll get the ult off, but again, will be dead after. So they're, again, just using this Atos into blast setup very nicely.
No, it's beautiful. And if now people are watching this game and tell me that items don't matter, they absolutely do. This literal small itemization change gave them 2 kills on Yatoro. Absolutely beautiful from XXS.
Yeah,
Even with the blink next, I would like it. You get a double blink, you get in there, you've got Ame with the blink, yourself, you're tanky. This is good stuff. Absolutely changing the game here for Xtreme Gaming. Might have to be careful though. We'll walk it off.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one to take down. They need a good position on the Requiem really from Lal to have a chance.
Yeah, they need a Hex into Shackle, into the full Requiem.
Collapses here as well. Ready with the Blink RP.
Yatoro likely saying that he needs a bit of backup. Like Rue is going to have to try and break some of the smokes, or if he sees the Atos flying out, go for the immediate song to try and bail Yatoro out.
Oh, they'll go straight for XXS. Ooh, a little awkward, but it's enough. It works out. They get the kill. Blast does connect onto the 2 of them. They get the Ice Path Macropire down on him in posture. A Spirit, all in all, they get the kill, they get out.
Very good. They do kill a core, and they're still lingering. And of course, it is a kill, but it's also space for Yatoro. It gives him a lot of information. He knows that he's at least safe for now. And this pesky Darkseer with the Atos is at least out of the game for a little bit.
Yeah, as long as he's off the map. Spirit as a whole will be feeling pretty safe against any potential play. That's the blink for Ame.
He's having a good time. Echo, Shard, Blink. I would say that this is perfect itemization this game from him. Would definitely not mind seeing them like continue to pace it up. Get the Blink on XXS. You have multiple people that can go in.
Was this a good blast?
Nice blast. Full vision onto Collapse.
Oh. He's going to be out though. Maposhka, not as fortunate.
XG doing very good things. Let's see down bottom. Don't think Yatoro will want to stay too aggressive within this bottom lane, but let's have a look, because he will have to be very careful. Good scan and wisely backs off.
Actually not afraid to fight. And at least this time in this game, they can absolutely get the kills. Something that they struggled to actually finish in that first game. Much better hope here for them this time round. This sort of beginning.
See, they might want to look for a smoke to go aggressive. Absolutely so. Blink on XXS is available, but of course, they somehow have to get through Rue. With the song available and him breaking the smoke, could be harder now to kill Yatoro. I do like this play from XG, because you're not just hunting the troll, you're also helping XM in the mid lane at the moment.
I could just go for Maposhka here. Won't get the connection though this time, so won't find him, but they won't be too fussed about that. And ideally, they want to try and find these big core kills.
I mean, they are respecting Spirit. They didn't see Collapse on the map, so didn't want to overplay into an RP skewer combination.
Oh, they might find someone up here though.
They have TPs. Yatoro, does he read this one?
XXS, he's found Yatoro. Yatoro trying to juke around the edge of the vision, but they get the setup. Atos into the Assassinate. Ice Blast is going to come in now. It's off the mark. He's going to go for the TP out. They got anything left to stop it? They don't, so he'll make it out of there. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Larl gets the kill. They get the Hex and Requiem and the pullback here on towards Arme. Spirit, they get the double down bottom.
Sometimes I don't know how they do it. Like, how does Yatoro live and simultaneously they kill them in the bottom lane? Thought Yatoro was gonna die up top, but I guess it wasn't quite enough. Spirit just making their own move. Going for a quick smoke up top. Requiem not available, but they don't really care.
Yeah, as long as they can get sort of the jump in from Collapse.
Yeah, they've still got the RP. They've got all the raises to follow it up.
Well, XXS will get quite the nice courier snipe there. That would have been Larl's BKB. So Larl's BKB on the sidelines for an additional 2 minutes. Off that courier snipe from XXS. Here they come.
Oh, this would be a big catch.
They're going to get him. Collapse, no hesitation. RP's dropped straight away onto him. They need a bit more damage, though. And in fact, the damage is coming a bit slow. XXS still alive. Still alive. He's actually going to decide to run away. He lives. I mean, did they not have anything else to throw down on him? I guess they didn't.
They missed at least one raise on Larl, from what I could tell.
They needed that to hit.
Yep.
XXS lives.
Well, that was huge. I mean, even when the Ice Blast came out, I was like, uh-oh. But they did get the Shackles out before getting a huge Vacuum Ice Blast combo. I mean, XXS for now, he has been popping in this game.
Well, he certainly has. He's been the sort of driving force here for XG so far.
And yeah, like you said,
game too.
With the Courier Snipe.
I'm going to see this again. They couldn't finish him.
RP skewer.
There's 4 heroes here.
Oh, he missed 2 raises. Oh, Mr. Larl gonna have to talk to Silent about that one.
Uh-oh. Yeah,
was dead.
If those 2 raises hit, maybe even just one of them had hit, that would have been a kill. 100%. I mean, look at his health now. He would have been dead. So yeah, a little bit of a whiff there.
May definitely came in clutch with his blink. And they're forcing Roche.
Yeah, straight in they go. There's no RP.
And
there is a song, there is a Requiem.
There's no BKB though on Larl, so that matters.
So I think Spirit will still want to try and interrupt this, and XG will respect the fact that the song's up.
I do like that XG are looking for something aggressive. They are only, I mean, they are 3,000 gold down, but I feel like they're stronger when it comes to straight up fighting. Yatoro will have to use the ultimate. I would have been too sad if there was an Ice Blast.
I was going to say, yeah, but on cooldown. So Yatoro will be able to get that shard secure from Maposhka. Now, both teams drifting away from the Roshan. I guess both at the moment with everybody up, feel it's quite risky for either side to go in for the Roche.
See what XG are looking for. Maybe looking to back off a little bit until you get the BKB on Ame.
Yeah.
And also the Glipson Globson on XXS. Needs 100 gold for the point booster.
And with the courier respawning, Lyle's going to hit that double timing now. The BKB is going to be on its way out, as well as the Blink Dagger. And very close to having level 18 on SF.
It's a big timing that Spirit kind of got to farm, I would say, like over the last 2 minutes to finish up at least 2 of the BKBs. And Yatoro is halfway to his. If you're Xtreme Gaming, you would definitely like to kind of squeeze in 1 or 2 more plays, maybe force the Roche after your next smoke.
There we go. They want to go for the big reveal here with this Gleitner. But as you say, the BKBs will definitely put a bit of an issue on how much the Darkseer can do. Trying for the catch here. Find himself a Poshka. It's the blast juice for that kill, though. And, yeah, well, Vacuum having to be dropped as well to ensure that they do get it. So they'll get the kill, but having to use a few cooldowns for that one.
So let's see, Spirit still want to hold the area. If something breaks out, they've got the buyback on Miposhka. Okay, Ame, he's got the BKB. So everybody in this game is ready to fight.
They're going to get into the pit here. Of course, feeling...
well, they have Song to bail them out. XG, yep. Are you not looking to fight this one?
I guess they've scanned it. They're just going to walk away and let it happen. So, an easy roast there for Spirit. Aegis on Yatoro. We'll see Ame try and make the jump here onto Lyle. Lyle's able to get the BKB off. Requiem's to the ready, but Ame will respond with his own BKB. Has to back off with that, though. Trying to get the jump in. That's got the song. Root. Able to make sure that Yatoro and Collapse can back away safely. And Spirit's happy with that. They get to finish up the Roshan, get the Aegis, and they get everybody out.
Oh, that's such a crucial timing too. You've got the AA Blast against the Troll. So sure, now you have a counterplay for that, but not just that. Now he has the Aegis to make sure to complete the BKB, and then Spirit can go fight with their triple BKB timing. Xtreme shouldn't be too happy about that. Also use your fresh BKB on Ame. Didn't really give them too much.
Yeah, just all worked out very well for Spirit, really. I feel like after XG just dropped so much to kill Miposhka on the Shaman before that Roche. Obviously gave Spirit the freedom to head in, and no, there was no threat of something like the Ice Blast coming in onto Yatoro.
Let's see what XG want to go for next. I wonder also if later on Jinkyu wants to maybe go for a Aghanim Shard. Because if they go for a play, let's say they find someone and there's a Song coming out and they do some Song TP. Of course, Jinkyu could still, like, globally cancel the TP with the Shard. But for now, they might have bigger plans on their menu, because they are starting to fall behind on XG here. 4,000 net worth.
And Yatoro ready to hit the tower. Team behind him, Collapse and Rue ready, and you've got the smoke coming in from the side as well, from this top lane from Spirit. Miposhka and Lyle, they're going to be looking for the wraparound. Ame's going to get the jump back and the toss back. They'll be able to kill him the once. Now, can they deal with him a second time? Lyle and Miposhka on position on the high ground. Miposhka in with the Hex. They've got the Requiem follow-up straight in on top of XXS. Skew into the RP. Ame's going to try and fight back with the BKB, but Yatoro pops the ult and the BKB himself. I mean, coming in from that angle, they just were not ready for that XG.
I mean, they just got you. Like, when they make this move, that's just... You've got the attention on the front line with Yatoro. He eats all the spells. They go around and they find the best target. XXS has kind of been the man of the match for Xtreme, and he doesn't get to do anything. He just gets comboed.
Yeah, Miposhka and Lyle straight on top of him.
And then very nice. Collapse helps them to get the kill, and then he skewers him into the rest. We'll see it here one more time.
Because of this, you know, at the start, it's like, yeah, they can kill the troll very easily the once, but now it's like, now what? If you're XG, what's the next position that you're looking to try and play from? Miposhka in with the Hex, Requiem off to the top of the screen, as you saw there, blowing up the Darkseer, and Collapse swinging across, making sure they can turn it into a little bit more, as the supports don't stand much chance at all, and neither does Ame at this point. He's tried to commit into the fight, but underneath for Troll, it's ready with BKB and ult. You can't fight this Troll.
Like, for XG, they need to get Yatoro out of the fight. Otherwise, Ame, he will always lose out in the fight later on, which was also why this Aegis was so crucial. Because it means when you throw this first round of Ice,
it does feel like they could have had a better chance of stopping them from getting that Aegis, and XG didn't go for it.
So let's see, because you're... Like, it's not just a Yatoro problem anymore. You're getting big items. Larl getting close to the Ags. You've got Collapse scaling. You've got a Blink on Rue.
It's a lot of issues. XG. It looked like they were going to have a better shot this game, but those last few moves have set them quite far behind here again in game 2.
XG shouldn't feel like that it's like super giga hard, or in terms of, I don't want them to fall back and be passive. If they make a move and they find Yotoro on the map, he dies from full to 0. If Ame is there and there's an Ice Blast to follow it up, even through a song, I believe Yotoro will bleed out.
Paulison getting a little cheeky there, poking onto the tier 2.
He's dead.
Gonna cost him his life. More money for Yotoro.
Looks like he's going for the butterfly, just to make it even easier against both the sniper and the tiny.
And Lyle, he's chilling down bottom on his own. Doesn't feel like they have any chance of catching him. So more than happy to farm, split from the rest of the team. Ame's going to try and get the Daedalus online, so that he's at least got that additional level of physical burst to give them that shot of bursting whoever they do get the jump on. Maybe they could try to jump Lyle. He is pushing forward pretty aggressively here.
Canceling his Blink Dagger.
There's the jump. Ame in with the opening. Lyle, they'll get the BKB off. Try for the Requiem, but they'll get the kill in time. Lyle, maybe pushing it a little too far in that bottom lane.
Yeah, definitely. As XG with a good strike back, of course. As they find Miposhka, but he should be okay. Blinks away with the Tumbler's Toy. Yeah. I don't know how many smokes XG have left, but like I said, whoever they find, the guy should be going down from full to 0. So they still could start looking for Yotoro around the map.
Yeah, definitely with Lyle out of the game, that they surely want to try and find something with these little windows that they get. Yotoro and Collapse staying close together. Collapse has got the Aghanims on the way out.
Yep, that's the Horn Toss available.
And Yotoro pretty much having the butterfly.
And I like that they're queuing up like the Shadow Blades and the Silver Edges on Team Spirit. It's important. All they need to do is not get caught first and like try to get a good jump themselves. Because XG, they really rely, like Ice Blast is really the name of the game for XG. It needs to land. So Jinkyu has to come in big, but someone has to set him up.
I'm gonna go for Miposhka top. And they'll get him. It's something, but it's still, you know, it's not the big kills.
It's at least a little bit of gold injection. Jinkyu looking for a Hex, looking for the bigger stuff himself. I mean, of course, it could help later. It means that he doesn't always need to be set up, and it means that it gives him another kind of initiate on the BKB cores. Got a good ward which sees Lal walk over. Looks like they're not too interested.
Jinkyu out just in time. Won't be able to find anyone here. Of course, XM getting time to catch up, but still, it's Yotoro very far ahead of anyone else in the game right now.
Next type of timings in this game will be the second Tormentor and the second Roshan. I mean, XM closing in on a BKB, of course, will help him. Has to make sure that he doesn't get like blasted out of the game by a Requiem or a Hex combo.
Smokes continue here from Spirit. Want to try and use their ults. Secure themselves a fight here. Closing in on the timing where we might see the Roshan come back up.
Oh, this could be a big one. Mid lane smoke is always one of the most crucial ones. You've always got a wave pushing in. You have to be very careful. Because if you bleed a kill to this smoke, you are losing your entire map. They'll just swarm both your side lanes. But XM, good read. Just Shrapnels the wave and gets out.
They're going to head down towards the bottom. Maybe see if they can find Ame on this side of the map. But Ame being careful himself. Depends if he gets tempted by this wave. He might be tempted by the fact that he has Paulison behind him. He'll show himself, but Miposhka's so ready. It's him with the Hex. Paulison's going to look to help out. They've got the song here from Rue to make sure that Miposhka can live. And now the setup's there. Collapse into position. The reel in, bringing them in for the two-man RP. Into Yotoro, cleaning them up. Spirit, they were more than ready for that one. And it's easy kills.
It's just, yeah. like you said, they're just making it look easy. I mean, you can't even kill Miposhka. He has a Lotus. Nope. He can just pop it during the foul play. You've got the Song to set it up. Song into RP. And Toro just whacks away at 2 heroes with his Empower. Well, and the game for Ame, it's certainly not getting easier. You're playing Carry Tiny into Troll and Magnus.
Yeah.
That's 2 hardcore counter matchups.
It really is. Any sort of drawn-out fight, you just can't match the Troll. Troll has to be dealt with in the initial burst. It's getting harder and harder, and especially seeing as it looks like Spirit should be able to secure themselves another Aegis hit.
They will, and that's another layer of them not being able to kill Yatoro. Ice Blast, can he get the steal? No.
There we go, Aegis onto Yatoro once more. And Collapse. They get a quick grab on Apolison. Starting to really fall apart here for XG. Spirit looking in excellent form today.
Yeah, this is I'm not going to call it peak just yet, but they're looking very, very good. The way they're drafting, the way they're moving, playing in like 1+1 groups to take over the map, execution. Pretty much on point. Yeah, he's fishing.
He might find a grab, yeah. She's got to be careful how close they get to the edge of the base.
And they have to be careful. It's not that easy to break Collapse's blink. Like him having the Gale Guard, like random stuff on the floor isn't just gonna break his blink and stop him from catching you. Yatoro's hunting.
Maybe seeing if he finds Ame up here. He's not too far off the read there as Ame is close.
Ame has to be careful. If he gets caught, you're just gonna get BKB troll ulted and you're gone.
Hey, Yatoro destroys him. And the 1v1 situation for sure.
It's a good read. I mean, Yatoro knows that nobody is mid or bottom, but Ame also doesn't want to push up too far.
Shadowblade as well now for Collapse. Even easier for him to sneak in and set up for the Blink Harpies.
I don't see XG doing anything on the map. When you're down in this position, especially against a Naga Siren, even if it's a support, playing the map or finding like some sneaky moves on the opponent is near impossible. Which means we may just see them wait on the high ground for Spirit's attempt to go push. They do have the Aegis for 3 minutes. Shield Rune, Banner, and a Massive Serpent Ward.
Here they come.
Eyes on Collapse for this high ground push. Likely going to be set up by the attention of a Massive Serpent Ward. Ooh, Miposhka wants to ward the base, likely. Let's see if they can set up all the steps for Collapse to get a fish within the base.
And they can bring that top wave, get that final tier 2 tower. X now in line for Xingqiu, and they've got the Aghanims on XXS, so some big items coming in from Xtreme. They want to try and use them, but this smoke, of course, is into this Aegis. Very likely still just having to try and set up and play reactive rather than trying to start something themselves.
See. Maybe with the Hex you can get something going here on Xingqiu.
I mean, Collapse, he's going to get the free setup on Apolison. Look at the vacuum wall down onto the 3 of them. We'll force out the BKB here from both Lyle and Collapse. It's Collapse taking quite a beating here from the Illusions. In fact, he's just straight up dead. They got the Song set up, moving in. Yatoro's in with the BKB. Requiem pushing them back. That's Xingqiu gone. Apolison brought back for this one. As XM is caught off to the side, he'll put the BKB, try and turn and stand his ground, but XM will fall. They try and make something happen here. They do get the 2 big kills. It should be big enough to slow down Spirit. They're taking out both Lyle and Collapse. I said that the Yatoro is still hanging around. They've got their eyes on Ame, but Push is going to be able to get the Hex on him. Yatoro moves in here with the XXS will be able to punch him back for now. Drag back as well with the vacuum. They've got decent control. Toss as well to hold Yatoro back. Yatoro, he's gone the once. Ame, he's got his eyes on Rue first. One more tree throw will do it. That's Rue gone. Now they can turn back over towards Yatoro. Can they take him out a second time? XXS in with the punch. See if they can chase this down.
Straight on top of him.
A massive kill if XG can clean up him as well, but it looks like they didn't have further detection, so Yatoro is able to sneak away with the Silver Edge. They won't get him. Still, it's a good bit of something there for XG. They do stop the push, the Aegis push from Spirit, And they did get 2 of the big kills there, both Lyle and Collapse going down. XXS making some fantastic moves with the vacuum, the wall, and you know, that Yatoro illusion, it hurts.
No, for sure. Like, just XXS in both of those little fights, right? The initiation with the 3-man vac wall. He basically solo killed Collapse out of the fight.
Yeah.
And then later comes in with the punch. And he still has not had to show his Aeon disc yet. So he still has it ready for later to break free from one of the Spirit initiations. Because, yeah, he's coming in clutch.
We'll see it again here. So at the start, it looks like, you know, Spirit, they get an easy grab, but XXS making sure that they get punished for that. Coming in with that combo, and yeah, Collapse just getting absolutely destroyed here by mainly, yeah, so the SF illusion really from Lyle that hits the hardest there from the wall. And at this point in Spirit, they still try and continue to force it, but XG, they sort of cut their losses and are able to make it work out. Bottom lane though, Arme, he'll get found here by the 2 of them. Requiem at the ready blows him up. Still difficult to get out on the map. You know, Spirit, they're all back up, and now with the sleep set up.
Oh, they're finding different scenarios.
They're trying to hold back the 2 of them. What do they want to go for first? They'll look for Paulison. It'll be the easy one to find. Same time, Yatoro was able to get in on top of XM. He's dead for 70 without buyback. XXS, though, at the end, again, he continues to clutch it up on this Darkseer. Even really when it looks like Spirit, they get something big. XXS making sure that XG still get the trade. And with Yatoro gone for 90 seconds, they'll be able to breathe a little bit on Xtreme.
I mean, luckily, they got something, but this is still a 3-for-1. Ame, kind of a very strange play to go down bottom. He dies first. He was forced to buy back.
Yeah, the buyback actually, that does hurt.
Like, bros, come on. Look at, like, Jin-Q, XXS, they're still, like, trying very much so to hold the game together. Jin-Q's got a Hex, and Atos XXS continuing to clutch it up.
He's trying to clutch it up as much as he can here, XXS.
There's only so much he can do. He is queuing up a refresher.
I like it.
So, absolutely. Great itemization from him. Let's see if he can kind of be the saving grace for XG.
Spirit. See where they want to go once Yatoro's back in the game. Still growing this lead, despite the little bit of a shake-up that XG are trying their best.
This is a strong Shadow Fiend. 43 armor against the Tiny and the Sniper. 25 talent, which means this Requiem is... it's real fast. You better have your eyes on your hero to pop that BKB.
Yeah,
before the Requiem fears you.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, most of the time it's been Posture getting that set up, so...
Yeah.
The combo very deadly. Pushing out in these lanes alone, as we've seen for Xtreme, is pretty impossible with the way that Spirit have been all over the map.
It at least should be semi-easy for XG to hold on to the game. As Spirit's high ground, it's not the best. Sure, you've got Troll and you've got the massive Serpent War, but Yatoro's not playing into the easiest matchups. Ice Blast, Sniper, Tossbacks.
So as long as you don't get kind of fished out of the base by Collapse.
Yep.
Collapse is the one that can sort of just break through that high ground defense and get things set up for Spirit to roll onto the high ground.
As Yatoro, he did finish up the Nullifier as we saw, so just making sure that whoever they lock on, that they get that kill. It also means that this Aeon disc from XXS isn't as powerful.
He's got his BKB now though, so a bit easier for XXS to get in without any interruption. Ether Lens on Jin-Q, so also easier for him to get those Hex catches. And you see very close for Arme, just about a recipe off.
That will help quite a bit, of course. I mean, he's not the only carry in the game. It will help XM. And also the bonus armor against SF, Aura, and Mr. Yatoro. Actually, it looks like that XXS changed his mind. He doesn't want the Aeon disc anymore. And honestly, I kind of agree. Can go for better things. Just have the BKB that allows you to fight. You go for the Octary next. And then last item should be a refresher for him.
Spirit. It's of course around the timing where Roshan will be up soon. So likely they'll wait for that. It's going to be up in less than a minute. Now, Xtreme, are they in any sort of shape to try and get out and contest the Roche, or this is one of those games where you do really just sit back and wait for the high ground?
I think you should. Like, even going back to, I think the first Roche was the worst. They should have absolutely contested. But even, like, you are strong. They just need the right jump. If they can find, if they can find Yatoro he should be going down from full to 0.
There we go. XG stepping out of the base.
It's not easy, of course, because you have to go through Naga, Illusions, and the song. But if you're quick and you find the right angle, you can do it. As, yeah, I mean, XXS, this is some Exodia AoE cast range. Or casting AoE, rather, with the Glip Glop and these neutrals.
He's had some fantastic vacuums and walls in the last fights. See if he can do it again. Spirit in position on the high ground. They've got the blast coming in. They're looking a lull, but he's already out. Able to dodge that jump, and they turn with the Hex. They've got the Requiem follow-up as well. They're looking straight towards Arme. Collapse will come in with the RP, and Yatoro's bringing in the damage. They catch both XM and XXS with that RP off to the side. As this fight, it's over completely for XG. Arme's going to put the BKB and try and run. He might not even make it out himself. He's going to go for the TP. That the damage is done. Ultra kill for Yatoro. A team wipe. Oh dear.
Well, in those situations, you have to be clutch, and they absolutely missed the clutch check.
Yeah, they didn't get the jump onto Lal, and they're going for this split. Arme goes in, gets caught by this Hex, and at the same time, yeah, the fact that Collapse gets the positioning to catch the other two cores.
Yeah.
You know, the fight basically starts with all 3 of XG's cores getting locked down.
Yeah, from full to 0. I mean, you try for the blast maybe if you can vacuum or hit the avalanche, but Larl, Astrals himself with the neutral, like you said, Collapse.
Yeah.
This is worst case scenario for you to start the fight. You're dying here on the left, you're getting caught on the right. Again, on top of a troll, there's no surviving.
Yeah, it's just... Especially when you're trying to take these fights right, and the positioning is such that your Darkseer and Sniper are getting caught on top of each other. That ain't great.
Yeah.
You can't stand that close when you're playing against Collapse. He will find you.
Another fish on
another one.
See ya.
It's falling apart now, this game. Looking to be the end of the road here for Xtreme. As Spirit onto the tier 4s, ready to close this one up if they want to. XXS is going to get it with the jump. It's a 3-man back wall. BKBs are out though, the song's there as well. Spirit, they can reset, and Yatoro, he's ready to get straight back at it.
Spirit might just stay. They have 2 RPs in 10 seconds if they want to. You just have to wait for the first one.
They'll deal with the illusions of the wall. Yatoro cleans up the tier 4. XXS desperately trying to hold on in this game, but unlikely to be able to do it alone. The Serpent Ward's getting dropped down here. The fortification buys him a little bit of time, but still 10 seconds without Arme. There's the RP, collapses in, Skuro as well. They'll clean up XM once more as this game is over. The series is Spirit, as they'll take this 2-0, knocking out Xtreme.
Spirit quite clean with what they're executing and the drafts that they're getting. Xtreme, of course, not too shabby placement overall. Perhaps not the best performance in this series, but yeah, Spirit, they're definitely powering up.
Yeah, this is, Spirit very much in that sort of unstoppable form. It's felt really both of these games. Just, Xtreme not able to come in with the challenge against them. Spirit looking absolutely dominant. The series is theirs. 2-0 for Team Spirit today.
When we spoke to Yatoro after their qualification, we had him on the couch, and he said that currently, Team Spirit is currently at like a 4.5 or 5 out of 10 in terms of power level. But now, T, after seeing that series and their entire playoff journey, where are we putting that number right now?
6.
Incredible. A whole 1 peg up.
But that's because Spirit holds himself to high standards.
Sure.
So if I said, well, they're a 9, they're a 10, suddenly also turned American, then of course, that'd be such a drastic change. I think realistically, we are seeing growth, all right? A Spirit that needs to get into TI form, because when they are in TI form and TI's around the corner, you want them at the top of their game to create the best Dota.
Yeah, at a 9, Marl hits those raises.
Yeah, these raises get them to a 7, maybe an 8.
Okay. I should have said 7, sorry.
If they connect. If they connect. No, they're still 6 because they're not connecting.
Ah, okay, sorry. Okay.
But there's still growth to be seen, but we're stepping in a very encouraging direction after seeing this 2-0.
Thank God you started with the whole Yatoro did the metric, because that would have been really bad. If like people watching this is like, T's put him a 6 out of 10?
No,
this is Yatoro's metric.
Yatoro's words.
Yeah, they had a lot of good plays this game. I feel like game 1, game 2, they're just setting up the tempo. They're playing their own style with the heroes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xtreme Gaming are just trying to adjust and adapt. And this time around, they adjusted a bit too much. The AA last pick, I really liked what Silent said. Like, you pick this AA, you fix the troll issue, more or less, but you end up with two supports that can't really do a lot with the sniper. I like the itemization from A, by the way. He tried to fix it a little bit. Not your most standard A build. He goes for A toss. Nothing extraordinary, of course, as well, but also the Darks here as well with the same build. So they are kind of bringing in the catch that Tiny, so the Tiny doesn't have to do everything on his own.
It does feel, though, that Spirit, compared to Xtreme, they have an understanding of what every player needs, wants to do in the game to get themselves to a victory. And Xtreme, I'm seeing like combinations, like maybe the Darks in the A had signs of life. Didn't see much from Polison. Arme, hit or miss. Sniper, kind of, right? It's like, even in game one, it's like I see some pairings that are having like a strong identity of what they need to do to help the team out. But it's just not be the case. So yeah, I think Xtreme just struggling, I think strategically. As much as we can talk about drafts, I think Spirit did have two good drafts, outdrafted 2 games in a row. In regards to game plan, it felt like Xtreme, when they don't have a good draft, at least in this series, they didn't really know how to play from a losing draft. It was just kind of slowly conceding everything.
They've been given a hero that kind of fixes all their problems as well. Standout player definitely is Laurel because of the missed raises, but also because of solo killing mid lane.
Yeah.
But this hero right here, Shadowfiend, he's enabled by a different player, and that's Ruon Naga. He had eventually, of course, Glimmer into Refresher, and I feel like that hero just brings all sorts of problems to you. T-Gav mentioned it during the drafting panel, that Sniper doesn't really enjoy that matchup, and he truly doesn't. If you're behind, once the Naga gets Blink, you can't position yourself right.
Maybe we can get some insight as to how Laurel was able to dominate that mid lane, as Nomad is standing by with him for a winner's interview.
Thanks, Tsunami. Yeah, so Lal, congratulations on this win. How was that series for you?
Good series. We play good. Maybe our enemies not wake up a little bit, but we play good on first game. Second game also good start, but maybe some early mistakes by us. But in the end, like we have good team fight. Easy to catch the sniper and kill him, and they cannot win if sniper dies. So it's pretty easy to play when you have Magnus, Naga, like Rasta. They all jump on the sniper and they like cannot protect him.
Yeah.
So like it's more like we have our like good condition, farm, and all good.
Excellent. So you're all on the same page. You all know what you need to do. And, you know, I like seeing you back on the Shadowfiend again. That hero is very, very cool. Are you enjoying playing the hero at the moment?
Sometimes I like to play Shadowfiend when I have like good like initiation in team. Like in this game I have Rasta, Naga, like Troll who go in front of me, like Magnus, all good me position, and I just press blink, ult, and people die. So yeah, it's good. And also it's good when he farm very fast. So even if he lost lane, he can easily come back, and it's like not problem. Like previous our series when Aurora have Shadowfiend, he also like a big impact in the game. So I think it's a good hero. Also, it's flex, so
yeah, a lot of benefits for the Shadowfiend at the moment. And I noticed you killed the sniper in lane as a show. Like, is that meant to happen in that matchup?
I mean, maybe he don't press stick fairy fire, so he has like 6 stick fairy fire. I just wanna like poke his HP.
Oh, okay.
I don't wanna kill him. He just like don't press button, so it's like his bad, not like I do good. He just don't press stick and fairy fire. Usually it's not good lane because like it's range. He always harass you. Yeah. You just need to farm, wait level 5 maybe, and go jungle. Just leave this lane because support's gonna come and kill you. So it's like not good, but he made mistake and that's happened.
It happens.
Yeah, sometimes it's happened.
Alrighty. Well, I mean, this win now puts you up another round in this tournament. And next up, you'll be playing against either Navi or BetBoom. You've already beaten both of these teams. So who do you think will give you the better game between those two?
Better game? This is a good question. I mean, we play against BetBoom, but they like smash us so easy. But maybe if we meet them again, we have like... we're gonna play much better than previous series, but I think right now Navi maybe is a little bit good condition because like they don't have this roster yet, so like they're not even real Navi because real Navi is like Navi Junior. They like yeah. So it's, no pressure on them. They're just enjoying. I see these games. They win Tundra, and now they play against BetBoom. So I think they can beat them, and probably Navi is like dark horse who can do a lot of things, and you don't expect much from them, but they always like show they can play good. So it's like you don't know what you're gonna have to say, what they're gonna do. So it's like random. Against BetBoom, like we play a lot and like they're gonna farm good heroes, maybe not pressure that much, just farm, waiting. But Navi maybe can just go on you and kill you. So I think it's like random. So I think Navi gonna, for us, like a little bit better, maybe opponents a little bit, because we play, we have good games, like third game, like very bad for Navi, but we have good start anyway. Against BetBoom, it's like more easy or more hard to play on early. But we'll show. I don't know. It's like this game. Navi not that much this, but okay. So doesn't matter. Well, I don't know what to say much.
Okay. Either way, I'm sure it will be an awesome series. So, Lau, congratulations on winning here. Looking forward to seeing you play later on in the day. And we'll send it back to Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yeah, at least if Navi make it through, I know that Spirit are going to make it very entertaining, because that game 3 was a real nail-biter in the group stage. And in terms of trends, I've got some new trivia for you guys in regards to this series that we just watched. We have never had Team Spirit beat Xtreme Gaming Sniper before. Ooh. It has happened in 4 series, and they have never managed to beat an Xtreme Gaming Sniper. And the last time that Xtreme Gaming sniped them was to eliminate them out of Copenhagen. It was game 3 in a lower bracket. Xtreme Gaming peeped them out of the tournament.
Yeah, they always get themselves that sniper when it really matters. They try to stay in the tournament this time around with a sniper, but I feel like the meta, when it comes to the supports, if they are picked, just isn't good for sniper, right? Like when you have this Naga and Shadow Shaman on the other side, they can jump you, they can just sleep and set up everything. Usually XM is just able to peep from distance.
Yeah.
He wasn't allowed this time.
Also in terms of carries, because I believe in that elimination game in Copenhagen, Naga Siren was in that game, but it was as a carry. Ame had it in his hands. That's how much the game has changed in a year.
God, you're referencing a TI. I'm like, I'm trying to remember them. All I remember from that TI is Tusk and Nature's Prophet and running down lanes and haha, we've won the Aegis. And
we remember the winners, and that's kind of how Liquid defined the
exactly. Everything else is a blur to me, because just Liquid just going straight through the upper bracket was all I can have space for.
But Xtreme Gaming still make their journey through in this tournament, and they're doing it well against international opponents, which has kind of been Tidebound's Chinese specialty, but it seems like hopefully things will be competitive moving forward, but Xtreme Gaming will have to bow out here in Season 5 with a top 6 finish. Now we have one more elimination on the line, and the winner of this next series will also go on to face off against Team Spirit. Navi versus BetBoom coming up after this.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for a Navi versus BetBoom Team, where if you've been missing the entire week and you're like, oh, it's time for Saturday, I'll tune into my streaming platform of choice. Did you know that we stream on TikTok also? You're on your phone right now watching TikTok and you're like, yo, Navi is in this tournament? No way. And they are doing damn well in this tournament. The good times have been rolling for them. They'll be going up against a BetBoom team in this series, but they are hot off of a 2-0 against Tundra, so things are good in the Navi camp.
If you're on TikTok, roses for Navi, glizzies for BetBoom. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll
spam those boys.
Yum yum yum.
Yum yum yum.
A hot dog's so good.
Oh no.
We directly get commission from those.
Wait, who takes the rose? Who takes the hot dog? Just so I'm aware.
He gets the roses.
You know, like what I noticed, at least in the Balkans, there's a lot of nationalistic hate. So people just put up flags and they act like they hate one another.
In the Balkans? What? I've never heard of that being a thing.
You'd never
So
guess, right?
strange.
We should do the same for teams here. You know, one with big Navi flag, one with BetBoom flag, or some Tundra flag or whatever, you know, just team banners being there.
We used to have the banners in game.
Yeah,
you used to be able to at the top bar. Oh yeah, and then during TI10 you would be able to cheer by clicking on the banners.
It still works.
It still works?
Yeah, like you can, when you watch a game, you can click it. It has the little animation. No idea if it does anything, but yeah, if you're ever bored and you load up a live game, just click the thing and it goes wow, woo, and all that stuff. Yeah.
So then all these people with their pennants, I believe is what they were called in like the TI3 compendiums, you had that Navi pennant for years. Now is the time to finally be able to use it again in a ticketed match.
We need to bring back the item drops. That's completely unrelated, but that also was good. You know, when imagine Copy, right, coming in with a Storm Spray, he's 15-0, gets a Rampage, eliminates BB from the tournament. Then you get you just get some random item, and it's just signed with Copy. Yeah, signed by Copy or whatever.
And then you extort him. You just write to him, hey man, I've got this item with Rampage.
This entire panel was extortion, farming TikTok
money. This man's a company man.
He wants conflict.
He's got monetization on the mind.
What the hell?
I experienced it. There was a guy, like, he was sending me my items for a trade request, but he wanted my like rare items or something.
Oh, come on. No, I actually, Kazu is casting right now. I had gotten his signature during, I believe it was TI7 when he was on Secret, and I gave it to him. I just gave it because, you know, that's a cool thing to commemorate your time, is having a little TI signature. Unfortunately, Navi will not be getting any TI signatures because this roster, as I will reiterate, is not the roster that will be going to TI. Because if you are that Saturday TikTok viewer and you're like, oh, cool, Navi's in this tournament, it's not the same Navi that is going to be showing up in Hamburg. This is a different Navi, but it is a Navi that is doing the name proud, though they will be going up against BetBoom Team. So I don't know if the journey is going to end here for them, but BetBoom Team has been consistently a very, very difficult team for Eastern European matchups, and we'll see if they're going to come out on top in this one.
Yeah, they've been consistently inconsistent.
That is true.
They are... I just don't know what to expect from them. I think the name, the history of the organization in the last couple of years has been a meant to be top 6 team, meant to be even a grand finals bound team, but even at Wallachia against Spirit, they looked really dominant. Against Liquid, it was back and forth, which again, testament to them is Liquid a top 3 team, and then they've dropped games to Tidebound, eliminated teams. They dropped games to Navi, who are also a low bracket team. It's just a very weird tournament for them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Like looking at these two teams, they matched up already, and the series was very unpredictable.
It was a bunch of Linas. We could have predicted that, though.
Yeah, the bunch of Linas definitely.
We're seeing it again today, guys.
Very interesting, but I feel like Navi earned their medium longest average games that they've
they have
got.
the second highest average game length.
They earned that title against BetBoom because of all the mega creeps and all the games that lasted very long. So I'm not really sure where we're going to see this particular one go, like who's the favorite here. Like Laurel was just talking about Navi, they're kind of unchained, they're feeling free, and they're playing their best Dota for sure in quite a long time.
Well, it helps. The randomness, right?
Because so in the randomness that in our previous series you were referring to the carries, but our supports are being quite random in this series between Kataomi and Ari.
Yeah, I think it is critical coming into this series that these are players that are respected. I think a lot of the good moments from BB have been Kataomi getting to play some of his specialties. We don't actually have it on the graphic, but I think his Bane is a critical hero that he's been playing exceptionally well. But he's always kind of a thorn in the side of any team he goes. He will open up the fight, be it through his Naga Siren, even the obscure heroes like a CM and Ogre, right? Like, he likes to be just different compared to Ari. Most of his heroes, other than Shadow Demon, super aggressive. So the fact that we're going to see a really pivotal part of the BB lineup getting to play into the lane, which is Navi's most aggressive lane on paper. It's always like the Marcy on the Ari, the Axe or something on Boom. They want to get kills. If Katomi gets shut down because of the aggression of Boom and Ari, maybe that's where BB naturally struggle, because I think he is quite a key piece in their early game.
And Boom and Ari can be really aggressive. Like these two, when they go into their lane, they're do or die, basically. They get themselves the Marcy. If they manage to get themselves the Marcy, it's still in the pool. They combo it up with an axe or anything, like a Centaur, and they're just constantly diving. That's something that BetBoom probably will adjust to, and I feel like, there you go. The Marcy is banned out. But also, Naga was left through, and this once again to me feels, in the latest couple of days at least, the hero of the tournament.
But I don't know if Navi mind, even though it is a 3-0 hero for Katomi, when you think about the strategy of Navi, where Boom gets a bit more information, the last, I think, 4 drafts, he's had last pick. Not ultimate last pick, but last for the Navi, where he's seen a lot of information before locking his hero. He's played Tide, he played Venge, he played Axe, he played Pangolier. Sure, Naga Siren is a annoying laner with the correct carry, but it is predictable. You know what's happening. There's no flexibility there. So I think that additional information could enable that aggression to come in for Navi. And they pick up the Tiny, which, again, from second pick, Uragi plus copy play it. Very happy with this draft structure at the moment from both teams.
I know you've been bemoaning over time and time again the lack of Nature's Prophet respect. Last series, no respect. This series, Lizard.
The hero?
I would expect no respect either.
Yeah, it seems like the hero did fall off a little bit.
Aside from the fact that we have not been covering Liquid games.
Yeah. I think, yeah, Liquid are willing to flex it on position 1. But overall, I feel the team, the way they're drafting offlane isn't really that amazing anymore for the Prophet. Like, the general gameplay is still good for the hero, but the laning stage might be a little bit too difficult for him to start rotating and applying pressure like he used to. It all depends on the glass cannon heroes, though. Once again, I'm moving back to position 1s. If your Linas are picked, then maybe it's not as amazing, but if you can get like some Warfling into Brewmaster matchup where you can leave him alone, then the hero is not that bad.
I think it's just a really smart ban so far from BB in the draft. Taking out Marcy in the first phase, respecting Warlock in the next. It's like, these are the heroes that often Navi will utilize to open up the second phase of their draft to kind of hide the information. Sure, Navi still goes back for the Willow, a kind of a classic hero that they have gone for. You know, many teams have picked it up. But I actually really like the bans from BB. I think some of the best strategies of Navi have been built around Marcy in the 4 role, Warlock in the 5 role, Shaman on any support. So taking them out in different stages of the bans is going to complicate things ever so slightly for Navi.
Yeah, these are very Navi-specific oriented bans.
Yeah.
Queen of Pain is also slipping through so far, uncontested. But it has not, I don't think BetBoom have played it a single time, actually.
They played it once against Tidebound in game 3.
They win?
Yes, they did, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and then they also lost to Edge with it.
No, they played it twice.
Okay. They played it twice.
Yeah, Navi played it too, right? Like, it's... I feel like Queen of Pain so far has been picked a lot in an answer to the bat. You make his life way more difficult. Undying is banned out, but Muerta still gets picked on BetBoom.
Honestly, I prefer it to be the 4 position here, just for the fact that you can follow the Willow. You have the dead shot, so when she tries to realm TP, you can just cancel that. You then have like AoE silence, really strong. Both Naga and Muerta, you're throwing out in snares and silences, and it's just really obnoxious, these 2 heroes together. Of course, we saw Pure has played it in the carry role.
Played it yesterday, right? Did he? I feel like... Or they were talking about it against an Undying, never mind. But in any case, he's a Muerta enjoyer for sure.
Yeah. And with the Naga in the lane, it makes sense that this could just be your safe lane duo. So if BB want to keep the Muerta as a potential flex, then they are going to have to reveal a core here. Otherwise, they are going to show the Muerta very early in the draft as the carry.
Some good old offlane pick right here would also be all rightish for BB. Something flexible, but on offlane as well.
Yeah, Pure did play carry in game 1 against Liquid, but that was a 24th pick Muerta.
Yeah, this can be flex, but GPK most likely will be the Kunkka.
Yeah, of course. As soon as you see the Tiny, right, it's just nice to be like, hey, if you want to put your Tiny here, you know you're not going to do anything to our mid Kunkka. So for Navi, it's like, okay, now do we want to put the Tiny to carry role? Do we want to find new mids? It is a nice way to kind of threaten a flexible lineup is by picking just strong lanes.
I've said it time and time again, I want to see Copy get the matchup of his dreams because he is so good at converting that into victories. So if he's not feeling 100% on Tiny mid, give it to Uragi.
Absolutely. He's been doing heavy lifting for Navi this tournament. I feel like sometimes Navi maybe... Sometimes they're overconfident on the mid matchup and they get something like a Huskar, if you remember.
That was the only
game.
time.
That was the only time, pretty much. But when he's on his Storms, Embers, Pucks, he is just absolutely controlling the pace of the game if he has a good matchup. If he doesn't have a good matchup, though, it can be a bit rough.
Sure. Now Boom gets his hands on a Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, just very aggressive. I think when Lau mentioned like the randomness of Navi, it wasn't randomness. It was the fact that when you're a newer, not even a newer team, but when you're a team trying to reinvent yourself, or a team that has no kind of cares because again you're disbanded, you often play more towards the aggression of pub logic than trying to be a super duper tier 1 team. And that randomness is bringing 4 or 5 heroes to a fight, keep compounding the map, applying pressure. So I like that. Dawnbreaker, Willow, Tiny, they all do the same thing. Very aggressive.
I love the adjustments from BB when it comes to their carries. They're just moving, cores in general, they're moving away from anything that can be blown up by a Tiny or bullied out by Dawnbreaker into more stability. I don't like it when it's Radiance, Octarine, Aghanims.
Sure.
Then it kind of looks not as amazing. But when there's a build that's a bit more straightforward and standard on Lifestealer, then it is.
It'll be a fun matchup, right? Because we saw how Yatoro playing Void into Dawnbreaker had no pressure. Lifestealer, in theory, should have the same type of lane. You press Rage, you never get stunned, you walk away. But you have to respect Shadow Demon down the line. You get Aghanims, you break the Lifestealer. You can hurt his ability to do damage.
Even without it, right? Like even without the
just the
Aghanims, just the slow, just the ulti, Demonic Purge on Lifestealer is extremely annoying to deal with.
How active do you want this Lifestealer to be early on? Because you're saying that like sometimes
do we have a system, metric system out of 10? So or
we have seen.
Let's see here. What would be the most active? Like give me a like a Duraccio Lifestealer.
Yeah, he would be level 6 without any care in the world. No matter what creep he has access to, he's in it. He's in the Twin Gate. He's diving tier 1 towers.
And who's the farm? Are we going to say Ame has been the farmiest of the carries that we've had recently?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so that's the spectrum from Duraccio to Ame. What do you want Pure to be?
I want 0.75 Duraccios.
I want 0.75 Duraccios.
Yeah.
So you want leaning more active.
Leaning more active.
Don't go full Duraccio.
I mean, I feel like he is one of the best carry players in the world when he does want to play Dota. So you could argue just go full Duraccio if you want to. But no, I think especially with Gorestorm, you want to be able to push out your lane. You get the Ancient Creep, and you just want to throw yourself into an engagement. Even if you don't get a kill, then you're back to farming. It's just constantly reminding you that we can just throw additional bodies into fights because of this facet.
It also depends on what your matchup is like, right? If the Tiny is safely in or mid. Look at the 2 bans, by the way, from Navi. They ban out the Puck and the Ember. They're not sold on the GPK Kunkka. They're actually expecting maybe an offlane Kunkka instead.
Or Copy is fine with going into a Kunkka mid and they just don't want...
I think you'd be more fine going into a Puck as Tiny, right? When you... There's also that.
Sure, yeah.
But this matchup of Tiny versus Kunkka is very even, I'd say.
I mean, that aside though, it's like, that's a very lane perspective because in the game, Willow and Shadow Demon, they will hate anything elusive. So maybe Navi's just respecting how tanky and survivable BB will become, that if they throw in additional heroes that are hard to kill, the draft will just get very difficult in the mid game.
Yeah, and they were right, by the way, about Kunkka not going mid. Instead, it's a Queen of Pain.
And Miro will take the offlane Kunkka.
And look at those two bans from Navi. Two heroes that are kind of pretty decent in this matchup against Queen of Pain. So they banned themselves out, more or less.
It's a really nice pick, though, for BB. Then with Dawnbreaker, you want a hero that can start the fight, but then not actually commit to the fight. Because you poke out a Solar Guard and you poke out a Disruption. That's exactly what Queen of Pain will do in this game. She'll jump in with the Blade Mail. When the fight looks a little bit, okay, it's actually developed, Navi's committing, I'll disengage, then we'll song in or stuff like that. So it's like there's so many layers for BB that once they get their items, Navi have to play very cleanly. Otherwise, I could see them getting baited into some pretty bad engagements.
What's the copy hero? He's been willing to play some bad matchups mid as well.
I feel like you need to put copy on the Tiny.
On the Tiny,
you don't want to have your Ragi statement carry player getting to play into a Lifestealer Tiny matchup. It could just be as simple as just pick me Terrorblade and I'll see if I can 1v9. But
I like it. It's not too bad. There is some AoE, but yeah, TB is... Out of all the remaining carries, I feel like he is the most common approach for Yuragi.
Yeah.
I feel if you look at the last game, maybe you could have copied the Troll even. Like it's historically, it hasn't been that bad into Lifestealer, into Kunkka in the lane as well. But terribly, definitely more comfort zone.
Which I'm not actually 100% sure if it will be Kunkka in the lane, because Miro did play offlane Quap against Tidebound.
Yeah, there is something to be said about Quap into TB. It can go both ways, especially if you start with a blink, it kind of grieves you.
Yes.
That was what happened, even though they did win.
Yeah.
That's correct as well. Like, you could go into the lane if you think...
what they'll do.
Yeah, they will. They'll put the Quap offlane. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think it's a nice little adjustment. The lane itself will be what? Terrorblade and Shadow Demon versus Muerta and Queen of Pain. I think Muerta and Queen of Pain can do some serious damage in the lane.
I am concerned though for Navi, where we give a lot of praise to Copy being the playmaker. He cannot make a single mistake, I feel like, in this early game. He makes a mistake, that gives access to Kunkka not being threatened, to Lifestealer not getting threatened, Cop not getting threatened, and the Tricor on BB, their first wave of items feels like infinitely stronger than the first wave of items on Navi. Terrorblade needs to farm a Manta, Lifestealer gets a Radiance. Kunkka's probably going to get like a Blade Mail +1, so they can soak the fight. And then, of course, Cop, again, probably Blade Mail. So you're going to have like double Blade Mail, I want to join fights with a Radiance Lifestealer Gore Storming, and then Navi is going to have maybe a Blade Mail and Dawnbreaker, Tiny Blink. It's just scary.
Positives for Navi are they can play the map maybe a little bit better. And you can outplay them globally because you do have that global potential with the Dawnbreaker. So maybe that's a play that they can enforce, set up things with Shadow Demon, maybe with Tiny. And I want to see how Copy actually plays. If he's going to rush a Blink Dagger with some brown boots, or will he be a bit more active after the laning stage with phases?
No, wait, you consider phases more active than rushing a Blink?
Well, they allow you to kind of move a little bit earlier. If your brown boots blink, you're probably just farming the blink and then making your first move.
Which
it's all about the first move, basically, nothing more.
It's very all or nothing at that point then. I got to get that blink conversion. And I got to get a game on my screen. Let's get into our second series of the day with ODPixel and Kezu.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, here we go, boys and girls. It's Navi versus BetBoom. Kezu, what do we got?
We've got a little bit of fighting. Should be okay.
He's okay.
Boom will just walk it off. Well, we've got Navi, a squad maybe some people wouldn't have expected to be this far in the tournament, but they're doing pretty damn well against a BetBoom who, honestly, they were very disappointing early on, but they've been powering up. So has Navi, so I'm expecting a pretty good game. But judging by the draft, I feel like that BetBoom should be pretty happy with what they got. I would say that this is a pretty damn good Lifestealer game apart from the TB, but you've got some good teammates with the Kunkka, with the Quap. So yeah, we'll have to see if Navi can get ahead early on with some tempo, like Lizard said, play the map. But I like what the Bibbidi Bobbidis have here on their draft.
All right, let's see. Because yeah, Navi, some of these heroes that they did get this draft, but we've seen them pop off on very recently, right? Like Copy's Tiny, it's looked insane, and I think it was the other day as well, right, where Yuragi had a pretty much perfect Terrorblade game from himself. So we'll see what they can do indeed against what might be a bit of a tougher draft to play into.
Let's see, they want to be a little bit annoying by the looks of it. too pure, but don't think he will really care too much.
And do you like the decision there at the end of the draft from BetBoom to take the Quap to the off lane, keep the Kunkka in the mid?
Yeah, no, especially I would say also once you see like the TB and like kind of the matchups, because they just made sure it's gonna be a bad Tiny game. You have Lifestealer as a carry, so you don't really want to play the Tiny as a carry yourself. And then overall you just have good matchups. You've got the Kunkka mid, you've got the Queen of Pain in the game as well. So overall, I think BetBoom have set themselves up pretty nicely.
Yeah, because I guess that's the question really. When you look at the 3 cores of BetBoom, like, are any of them going to get pressured much in the lane?
Let's see. I wouldn't say so. I mean, there's always some weird stuff that can happen to like an offlane Quap, but he's playing with the safe Muerta, where there's a lot of pressure already on Kaori.
Yeah, Save getting a good angle there with a dead shot. That's going to be first blood. And indeed can save Survive and return. He can't, but we'll be able to strike first to make sure the BetBoom get the first blood.
Oh, very nicely done for them. And that is into the early meta, of course, from Yuragi. So Navi not going to be too strong in their own safe lane for the next like 1 to 2 minutes.
And we really have seen, we've seen a few games, right, where Queen of Pain's come in and been very, very impressive in numerous roles.
Oh, yeah.
Hero looking very flexible.
Mid, carry, offlane, doesn't matter.
You can do it all. So if your team doesn't have players in all 3 that can play the Quap in all of the cores, I think you got to start getting them.
Oh, yeah,
ready to bring this hero out.
Nah, this hero looks so strong.
It's like one of the ultimate flex picks right now.
Yeah. You've got like the good old item builds. We've got the Blade Mail. Great facet on the hero. Seems like a great laner too. I will say that Dawnbreaker, it's been played a lot over the past couple of days, and Gaimin make it look busted and like near overpowered. But today, so far, it's not looked as good. I'm sure people have looked at it more. There's Lifestealer, very good against Dawn. You've got Quap, you don't really care, you're mobile. And you've even got the Song to kind of play around it once you drop down. So we'll see what Boom can get going this game.
So far on the early CS, it's pretty close in the mid matchup. 14 for 1 against the 11 and 4. Just sort of seeing that overall it's going to be a little bit of a slow start for Yuragi down bottom against the pressure of the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, mid, I would say it's going to be, it's just slightly Kunkka favored. You're low armor on the Tiny, at least early on, against the Tidebringer spam. And of course, Kunkka, not really a hero that you ever combo down as a Tiny. You have to put him like quite low to begin with to then even get a combo play with a support going in. So GPK, it's going to be chilling.
Bottom lane, they do have to be careful, Corey and Yuragi, because if Save can get an angle with a dead shot, they can definitely get kills. Top lane, Navi will manage to combo down Kataomi.
Yeah, this is Navi's strongest lane. So Lifestealer is good against Dawn in like the post-laning stage. You get to hold the tower, you're good in the game, but in the laning stage...
He's got 10 stick charges.
He'll be fine. He's got the meta available, but of course you want to be topped off for that. I mean, BetBoom, lots of pressure in the lane. They've got Magic Wand, they've got the Lotuses available too. I mean, SD, not the strongest 5, of course. Not the most formidable laner.
Now, they will be constantly keeping Yuragi low on the bottom lane. Same to be said for Pure, but he's set with a couple of tangos. Should be fine up top as the Lifestealer, even if he does fall low.
Something else that matters too with putting the Kunkka mid, it just makes it hard for Navi to make moves into this lane. Like Ari at some point, he is freed up to go, because you have Dawn against a Naga 5, you don't really care. But yeah, Tiny and Dark Willow together against the Kunkka just may not be enough.
Copy.
We'll be fine, just taking a lot of pressure. Nice Tidebringer.
On the Tidebringer hit.
You said it earlier, BetBoom haven't looked amazing to me, but I will say every time I've tuned in, GPK had an incredible performance, especially in the lane. I have not seen this guy go even close to being even in a lane. He's destroying nearly everybody.
On top. Just very hard to make the move bottom. Yuragi is going to fall very low here. Might have to deny him. Yeah, Corey has to. Has to take him out of the lane there with the deny.
Good timing from him. mean, it's still kind of a loss, losing your carry in this lane.
Yeah, that's and those early seconds of being out the lane do hurt. And top Boom, of course, continue to just have free farm in this lane. I mean, a very nice start here as the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, gonna have to look how Navi get to execute some of their early moves. Something that has impressed me in some of their last series is how they collapse on some of the lanes.
Gonna try for Boom here, dropping the blood grenade upon him, but he's got stick charges and can turn here with the Starbreaker. Look at the connection of the last swipe on a Katomi, but even if it was, they weren't gonna get the kill. Still though, Boom keeps himself safe.
Good amount of pressure. Active rune. Let's see who gets their hand on it.
And it's gonna be down bottom, and Corey will grab that as both supports were ready to contest.
So let's see, you've got the boat available for GPK, but of course, unless Copy is low HP, can't really make too many moves there. And whenever we see the Dawn, it is the nicest for you to be able to play through the Dawn lane. So we'll see if BetBoom have any intention of playing towards their safe lane.
Trying to get some decent damage in onto Pure, but it's able to get the rage off in time before the Shadow Realm hits.
Looks like meta was used by Yuragi down bottom to nullify the pressure from BetBoom of their own siege creep. I like that Kataomi is also continuously scouting the gate with his illusions. Because this is around the time in the game where, you know, the breaks are, the lane are breaking apart. People have like more freedom to go talk about, okay, where do we want to go? But Navi, I don't know if they have the strongest play into the enemy safe lane of BetBoom, perhaps on the next meta. They're likely talking about their Solar Guardian.
I'm definitely starting to see indeed that slight lead here across the cores with the setup that they were able to draft for BetBoom. Again, trying to look for Pure, but
Bramble off of the rage.
Got Kataomi here to back him up, and Pure with the Jukes, make sure that the hammer does not line up on him.
Yeah, Lifestealer just a very speedy hero. He's got the phase boots. I mean, I'm just thinking now the next couple minutes, how do Navi want to go when it comes to the map play? Of course, first up we have the active rune, because they are slowly losing a little bit of control when it comes to their own safe lane. And GPK slowly but surely getting ahead in the mid lane.
Nice rune for GPK, pretty much guarantees that he can't die anytime soon. Having a shield rune upon him. Gonna head over, look towards some stacks.
Yep. Farming the stacks, but also angling towards bottom.
Corey's got to be careful. Miro jumps in, grabs the creep wave. Make sure that the tower is going to get hit by the pressure.
Dawn ult is nearly available. Boom is getting it off the next creep up top.
GPK, is he going to be able to get any sort of setup? Doesn't quite have the vision on Yuragi. And the Corey will stay hidden in the trees. Oh, well, no, he won't stay hidden in the trees.
Oh,
Never mind.
Okay. Needs him TP, goes back up.
Easy TP cancel there from Corey. We'll be able to mess with GPK a little bit. So he'll be stuck down here a little longer.
Well, maybe he's just going to stick around.
Yep, he's like, all right, I'll farm here instead.
Kataomi is like, thank you, I'll continue farming the mid lane. Let's see if BetBoom want to bring more heroes. Perhaps if Navi stay around, then Pure, of course, later can look for the Infest play through the gate to overpower. But looks like they're going to chill for now, so we've got a bit of a slow early game.
Trying to get in onto Corey again. Backups here. So Miro can't continue to dive. Maybe they can go for Corey again a second time save, trying to get the angle.
With Deadshot silence.
Managed to get them into the silence, but TPs are coming in now for Navi. Copies in with the combo. Will be able to burst through save. The Sonic Wave will not kill off Shadow Demon as Corey's out of there with the TP. He'll live. Nice rotation from Copy.
I think that was nicely done by Kiyori. Before the Sonic Wave hit him, he made sure to drop the Disseminate on him. With the Facet, of course, you're giving yourself a little bit of HP. I don't know if that was exactly the reason why he lived, but either way, good heads up. Let's see, Mr. BetBoom. Where do they want to go about the map. They do have high net worth on all their cores.
I mean, that's the thing. Who does a chill game kind of favor? You know, you're looking at BetBoom's lineup, and because you like it, it's going to do better in the long run, even if it's slow. Or are there concerns because, you know, Uragi on the Terrorblade, if he gets time, you could trust in Uragi to have a pretty good shot at carrying on his TB.
I think BetBoom are fine. Both teams are kind of okay with a slow game. It's not like BetBoom don't have answers to the TB. You've got the Quap later. Kanka is somewhat annoying when it comes to spells. I think it's more about that Navi are happy to get towards this blink on copy, and then they really would like to speed up the game.
Sure. Yeah, 1,400 gold into it right now, copy. Going to try with the X-Mark setup, GPK. Corey's going to be here to help out, but the silence from Save does clip on the Shadow Demon. Still though, the Avalanche is out. BetBoom, they won't be able to finish the kill. Copy can walk this off. Supports of Navi ready to help out. Well, Pure, he's going to come in with a wraparound. Looking for some sort of action with the Infest blade. Does allow them to get another X-Mark, but it is too deep indeed. So despite BetBoom's best efforts there, even bringing in Pure, they won't get anything.
Well, Boom just kind of chilling up top. He's doing the...
And in fact, Save ends up going down. So at the end of it all...
I guess he just got the good old toss on him. Little toss combo-roni.
All right, that's big stuff for Copy.
Nope,
pushes him closer to that Blink Dagger.
Absolutely so. Boom working on the Vlads. Kind of seems like the ace build.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
1,800 in on the Relic. Of course, Pure's still got quite the long road towards that Radiant. Yeah, back in on the mid. Copy just a couple of ways away from having the money for the Blink. They'll get the Avalanche set up onto Kataomi, and Ari brings in the damage. Seals another kill here for Navi. 5-1 now.
Navi doing well and still have yet to lose their 2-1 tower.
Yeah, Uragi's still able to kind of clear out this wave and hold it, despite Miro being in the neighborhood.
And being able to hold any map control while getting this Blink Dagger up and running on Copy is
That's
huge.
big. Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen Copy run away with the games before in his tiny.
Yeah.
And he's got that good Blink Dagger timing.
Let's see, of course, they could go for like a slow combo into a Terrorize. Or maybe even a slow combo into Dawnbreaker spells, and Pure could go down. Kataomi is 0-6, so the song is available.
Here we go.
Has to be quick on the fingers.
Copy's on the way over with the Invis. See if he gets that set up upon him. It's going to be difficult with the sentries down. Smoked up, of course, as well on top of that. Copy's in. Gets the opening. And it's the good one. They can get rid of the Naga Siren, get rid of Kataomi before he can get any sort of song off. And turn it into some tower pressure. Smoke's coming out from BetBoom in return. So we're going to see GPK and Save make their way over here.
Well, in the meantime, I like this move from Uragi. When you bring your heroes top, you generally want your carry to move into the mid lane. Because if BetBoom now answer up top, he can take the mid tower.
TP's coming in. GPK's going to have to set up on Boom.
X-Mark is out.
They're going to try and look to burst through the Dawnbreaker. Silence and Sonic Wave thrown down onto Boom. He'll fall. They'll get the kill at the same time off the side. Pure tried to look for Corey, but Corey's able to go for TP out. So Corey makes it away. Copy's still hovering around in case there was a chance to jump in and burst someone, but he'll back off now.
Well, look at the mid tower.
Yep, I mean, they get that top tower. They do lose the Dawnbreaker, but all in all, the trade here, getting a second one mid, I think Navi's fine with that. If they lose Uragi, they won't be quite as fine, but Uragi should be okay. He's got the backup of Copy.
They're losing
He's going to be
GPK.
more than okay. They get the kill. The song's not going to be arranging in time to save him. Oh, Navi, they'll take that any day of the week. They take both of the towers, top and middle, and Copy's able to get the setup and make sure they take down GPK.
No, absolutely nice. Like, just the macro play from Navi. You go top, you put your carry mid. It's like a very natural rotation.
Yeah.
They respond there. He takes the mid tower, and now suddenly, BetBoom, they get pressured. A really rare but also costly mistake from GPK.
Yeah, that's a big kill for Copy to get. He's... You know, as I said, could be the start of something crazy from him again. 3-0-2 here in the early game of the Tiny. He's really getting the start that he'd hoped for.
Yeah, it's got the Arcane Rune smoked up as well. I mean, they want to look for Pure again. If they do find him, it is daytime for 20 more seconds. Slow combo, Terrorize, he's gone. They will have to see him from the high ground. Looks like they will.
Oh, he's ready with the rage. He's quick on that one, Pure. Able to run. What, did he sense something or see something? Or he saw the Terrorize coming in.
Ari was a bit too early on the Terrorize there. You need to make sure that the Ava is already clipping him. So maybe rushed it a little bit too much, because that should have been a dead Pure. But he'll only live through this one time.
Pretty much has the relic goal. So that first hurdle about to be crossed here by Pure.
Oh, it's still very, very good for Navi. What's happening? You've got the SD against the Lifestealer later, and you do have the TB matchup. It's a good TB game, not a free one, but a very good one.
Kataomi. He'll be going down here. There won't be anyone looking to save him.
Just what I was waiting for.
Nicely done with how they're playing. Navi can easily execute like a 1-3-1 combo. You put TB on one side lane, Dawnbreaker on the other, and you let the kill squad run around together.
Yeah, the setup's looking pretty good.
I guess the one annoying thing for BetBoom in terms of like how do they want to play the map, because they don't have any clear initiate. It's one of the downsides when you do play offlane Queen of Pain. You don't have your Centaur Mars to just give you a straight initiate stun.
What sort of timing do you think BetBoom's looking toward to go for some sort of aggressive play?
So at least the Radiance on Pure, which is coming out. I mean, GPK, he's looking for the Ags. Honestly, I don't think they're going to get many like crazy timings. It's more about if they can find the angles and the goes.
Sure.
Like smoke up, maybe find a support with the X mark, try to start the fight like that, maybe Pure joins in an Ancient Creep. Because BetBoom are not weak, but they haven't found any angle yet to fight.
A lot of money on Copy.
Looks like he wants the Yule Scepter. I would like that quite a lot. You know, against the net, you can dodge the Kunkka combos. It also makes it easier for both the SD and the Dawnbreaker to play around you. Gives them more time to react.
And there we go. Treats himself to a straight-up Yule Scepter. Save. He's going to put the ult here. Copy not quite able to get the grab onto him. Now the jump forward from Mira. They're looking for Copy. Corey's ready with a disruption if necessary, but Copy's got his own illusions here with the illusion rune in the bottle. So he'll just pop that and back off.
Catch save.
They've caught him in the brambles. Save. He's going to get taken out as Copy jumps back forwards, but there's an X-Mark combo coming into play. Solar Guardian's coming in, though. Copy's getting burst slow. They'll finish him off with the bow. BetBoom get the kill. Can they go for more? Eyes on the Wasp Boom. They're going to have X-Mark back up in a second. GPK ready to set up another combo.
Well, not quite.
No, not quite that time.
So 1-for-1 trade. Did finish the Radiance in the meantime, so definitely a slight win for BetBoom. Getting to take out Copy just before his Yule Scepter arrived.
Yeah, you're arguing having just as much space. Top net worth on the Terrorblade, and no sign of letting that drop away from him.
He's got the Manta, he's got the Shard, so he's very, very happy. Pure. Going into the Ancient Creep with his Radiance. But they are around though, and you have some... Let's see. He's got the Avalanche, maybe some hits. If they get him out of it, of course, they would have the SD ultimate. But he'll walk it off.
Copy. It's going to get the setup here on a save. As soon as they sort of see those chances, Copy is straight on them.
I mean, Copy. He's got kind of the surroundings that make for a good tiny game. TB continuously fixes the map for you. If you go too deep, you've got the Dawn ult. And also Kaori with the Disruption, of course, to bail him out.
And looking at Pure. It's kind of tricky, though, with the two of them. Aghanim's now online for GPK.
Okay, of course, gives them some more damage output. That also means maybe you dodge the first bolt with the Disruption, but
sure,
then there's a second
one's
one
coming in.
if you're still around. Let's see.
Well, they're in under the tower. They're going to look to try and burst through Miro. It's pretty tanky on the Guapa now. The boats are coming in. Not going to make the first connection, though. Both boats off the mark. Boom will get feared back, but he's able to pull himself away with a hammer, but Pure in on top of him with the burn of the Radiance will kill him off.
Good counterplay from BetBoom. Kunkka is annoying for Dawnbreaker. You just pop the Torrent under where the Solar Guardian is. Even if you pop in, you're going to get X-marked and brought back. Meta was used. But Navi are still lingering. It is the Tormentor timing, so maybe they want to wait for BetBoom to go there and then look for a fight.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely want to try something. Oh, Miro. Out just in time with the blinkers. Copy tries to make the jump upon him. Yuragi's meta about to wear off.
Well, we've got an Ancient Black Dragon with the Radiance.
And here goes Pure straight in over towards Kahori. Now they'll turn towards Copy. The Torrent's there. Copy's in trouble. The Tiny will fall. BetBoom, they'll look to chase Kahori down as well. Navi sticking around a bit longer than they were welcome for there. And BetBoom, they get 2 more kills.
It's a big punchback from BetBoom. Because what Navi need is that they need a clear initiation. When you go too deep, it's not easy for Yuragi really to dish out the damage. And it's quite easy for BetBoom to come in with the turn. So might want to be more careful with fighting into a tier 2 or deep into enemy lines. Ooh, good steal by Kataomi.
Indeed, Kataomi that.
At the same time, he got the free Tormentor shard as well. So his next songs will be quite powerful. Yet to lose on the Naga. Hero has looked very powerful.
All 3 of BetBoom's cores catching up now to that of Yuragi Pure. It's going to get interrupted here, or at least knew that he was going to, so had to cancel the TP. Will look for the Infest play instead to get out, and that will easily be enough to save him. So, not able to get the kill against the Lifestealer, and that was the Solar Guardian used.
He's still around. He's trying to toy with them.
I mean, yeah, he's ready to just get back in. Backup's on his way for BetBoom. Corey gets blown up. Yuragi isn't on the high ground. With the Metamorphosis, he's able to take down Miro. Can they turn this into anything more, Navi? Xmark comes in to hold back Boom for now. GPK getting got upon it with the Starbreaker hits. As Fear from Save will push back Yuragi for now. Boat's coming in for GPK. Pure wants to get back in onto Boom. The GPK still gets forced out to the edge of the fight by Yuragi. Copy in with the avalanche, pretty much onto the 3 of them. GPK still alive, only just as GPK should be able to run. Save Zol about to come to an end, but another Fear pushes back Yuragi once more, giving the space for Save to get out. Copy. He wants the job done, but he's committed him pretty deep for this. Save does go down, but Copy, can he get out of this? He's got Yules. Bramble comes into play. Anything after Yules, though? No. So whilst Copy does go in and finish off the kill, it costs him his life on that one, Kazu.
Oh, it really does. That is a costly death. Going in for save there, not worth it.
Just what I was waiting for.
Maybe hoping that his supports could bail him out, but of course against Lifestealer, he'll just rage and walk all the way through. The GPK, he barely got out of that fight.
So close. I mean, honestly, Save, he did a lot there. I think multiple dead shots, just hitting every time onto Yuragi. You know, Yuragi was trying to get in there, hit targets with the Metamorphosis. He kept getting feared back by this Muerta's dead shots.
It did really matter. Of course, it's not easy to get through this Conker. He's got the Admiral Rum, then the boat buff, everything just kind of popping out. We'll see, I got my eyes on Kaori. He's trying to rush his Ags. Of course,
he's close.
2 charges on your ult against the Lifestealer is very, very powerful. He's got his eyes on Kataomi.
Copy's TPing over. So go for the setup. Miro's not going to want to have anything to do with this. Just lets Kataomi go. A good close game so far. Definitely going to continue to probably see it go this way, where for Navi, a lot of the farm is going to be heavily on the shoulders of Yuragi, whilst the other cores look to play, mate. BetBoom's is a little more split across the 3 of them. Boom. It's going to get burst in the mid lane here by the full combo.
Just got to be careful on Boom. These are not the type of catches you want to give away. As always, when you play the Dawn, you are by far the best target for BetBoom to find on the map. And of course, I believe Kaori's TP was on cooldown, so he could not bail you out from the Conker combo.
Because I guess the thing is, if this continues as such, you know, how do you sort of fancy Navi's chances if this really does fall into the kind of this 4 protect 1 where everything is on the Terror Blade to try and carry against BetBoom?
It's okay. As Kaori should be going down.
There should be another one for BetBoom. Navi's coming over, but if they want to try and get in on this, Corey's already dead. There's no fight to be had here for Navi.
I mean, it is certainly possible for Yuragi to carry this game. It is a good TB game, but there is like a lot of random stuff that's coming out, right? You've got Radiance Burns, you're going to have Shivas and a lot of spells coming out from GPK. But most importantly, Queen of Pain on Miero. We've seen this hero in the late game, and it does a lot.
Yeah, it becomes unkillable. It does ridiculous amounts of damage.
We saw a build from, I believe it was Watson yesterday when he played the TB. He went for quite the early Daedalus. I would not mind seeing that, because I think if you look at BetBoom's heroes, they want to take long fights that kind of kite you back and forth. Sure, the Skadi is nice, but I just think you could run into a lack of damage, especially if you want to go for the Butterfly and BKB after. So I want to see if Yuragi will feel a similar way later. Maybe look for some more damage output. Save looking for some more AoE bonus. Gonna look to upgrade the Atos into the Gleipnir. Smoke from Navi.
Yuragi. Looks like he's happy to be involved now with the Skadi complete. Wants to join the fight. Copy. I mean, they've hit the scan. They know they're around. And save backing off just in time before Navi move in.
Looks like they're reading it. There's nothing on the map, and nobody's clearing those illusions bottom from Katveomi. Not even Boom is showing.
Oh, saves ready for that. Immediate silence as Ari approaches the high ground. They're going to know he's sort of trapped in here as well. He's got the tumblers, though. Jumps down.
Very tanky also on a lot of these heroes in the game now. Even Miero. 2500 HP. He's got the Gale Guard, BKB, Kaya Sanj, and Blade Mail. Uh-oh, Mr. Save.
Copy.
Don't have your ult.
They've got the setup this time.
Quick one.
Anything more that they can find. Yuragi charging forward.
Navi want to control the area and then look to take over Roche.
I mean, yeah, they might just be able to head into the Roshan, right?
Yeah, so we're going to have to put our eyes on Kateomi. He's got Glimmer, he's got Blink and Song.
I mean, because, yeah, BetBoom, they're not going to want to let this go for free.
Yeah, they'll delay it as long as possible. And they should bring heroes over. They are very strong.
It's not the quickest rush. It's a safe rush. Of course, Yuragi able to tank it with the illusions. But it's going to take Navi a bit of time. So BetBoom, what do they want to do about this? Katsumi's shown in the mid under the ward. Copy and Ari ready to keep him away from the pit.
It's a very slow Roche at this point.
It's slow, but they're getting away with it.
They will get it.
BetBoom are not making any moves to start moving towards the pit, so Navi, they're going to get this one for free.
Yeah, so they're going to get the Aegis. The idea could be that they don't really care about the TB yet, and they just want to work around the others.
Sure.
Well, BetBoom are getting big items. You've got the Shiva on GPK. Of course, a lot of damage output being negated here. You're getting the Ags on Pure, which I like. Especially when you play against the SD Aghanim's, you need ways to get in and out of the fight or give yourself some time. So, of course, you can jump into an enemy for a couple seconds. Maybe get yourself a second Rage.
Yeah, it's nice. And also can be kind of clutch, I guess, in some of these situations where you're maybe going on the Terror plane. You jump in and you've got no one to sunder.
Yeah.
You know, one less target to find.
Okay, Yuragi popping the meta, wants to push the top tier 2 tower. Should be able to claim that one. But of course, need to know that this will give a window to BetBoom if they do want to look for an attack. Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see BetBoom smoke into them later. You're gonna have the Aghanim Scepter, and the meta will be on cooldown, of course. I believe Navi will respect this, because I believe they regret popping that meta up top. Miero did cut the next wave earlier.
Oh, there it is. Smoke up from BetBoom. There's an amplified damage rune as well on the bottom, if they spelt that out. GPK leading the way. Navi, how much do they expect this? Scans hit. So Navi know that they're coming in from this angle. BetBoom. As should get caught here on the Willow. Torrents on point. Coming with a defensive disruption. I mean, Navi are thinking about fighting back. They've got the Solar Guardian coming in. They look straight over towards Mirror, but the song comes in from Katsuomi.
Nice song.
Kaori's going to get destroyed at the side by GPK and Pure. And now they're ready to move over. Timing the Torrent. They've got the catch on to Yuragi's Sonic Wave as well. Yuragi's gone. That's the Aegis out of him. A buyback will come out from Kaori. Avalanche from Copy onto the three of them. They're trying to burst Mirror, but Mirror's able to get back out with the blink. BetBoom, they could keep this fight going. As Pure pushes forward, held back momentarily by the disruption.
Nice
Ready to jump in on towards Miro, heals him back up. They get the kill against Copy. Navi not able to take the team fight in that situation, even though they were the ones with the Aegis. BetBoom, as you say, they hit their item timings and they know their strength and they use it.
Yeah, it's not just that they hit their timings. You have no meta. It's your strong. Who cares that you have Aegis? Who cares if you're the strongest hero on the map? Without meta, you're not worth it. So Navi, huge mistake from them to end up taking this fight. You could just maybe sell Ahri or even sell nobody.
Yeah, I mean, because at the start, right, they didn't need to get dragged into this one. Because Ahri's going down, they could let him go.
Because you know this is coming. You met at the enemy tier 2 tower, it didn't work out, and they're all missing. They will look for this attack, so BetBoom. And also this song, I like it a lot. He sleeps the 2 heroes on the right while keeping, you know, his heroes on the SD on the left side. And they just get kited.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the fight's just completely over. By the looks of it, it seemed like Navi felt that they were going to be stronger with, like, the fact that they did have Uragi able to get on top of Miro and had this Solar Guardian coming in, but they didn't even really get that close to killing him at the start, and even towards the end, Pure able to jump in, give him that extra HP to survive. You can't underestimate how hard it is to kill this Queen of Pain right now if you're going to try and go on Miro.
It's Queen of Pain, Kunkka, Lifestealer. You need to be certain that when you fight, that these heroes die. Because in dragged out fights, you will lose it every time. It's the biggest counter to Terrorblade. It's being kited and long, dragged out fights. Lifestealer is good at it, Queen of Pain is good at it, and so is Kunkka. Kiori, good steal.
BetBoom.
Oh, boom.
Boom.
He's got BKB.
He has. And he's got to use it here. Can't afford to be dragged back into the torrent.
Okay, Navi will have to take a little bit of a breather and think a bit about how they want to fight. You do have a Revenant's Brooch and an Echo Saber on copy.
Yeah, Gillespie Cop, so going with the Revenants into the Aghanims here.
He's going for a bit of a hybrid build. He does want to dish out more damage. I don't blame him.
Oh, copy.
There's going to be a disruption. Still available.
That's Sonic Wave, though. It's going to push him back very nicely there from Miro. Ensures that Corey can't make the save, and in fact, he might not be even safe himself. BetBoom, they're diving the base. Pure's moving in, able to kill him off beyond the tier 3, and now
BKB on Boom.
Indeed, BKB's still on cooldown. The boats come crashing in. Navi starting to crumble a little bit as BetBoom just rolling around the map, taking every fight very successfully.
It is kind of crumbling ever since this top tier 2 approach where then BetBoom got the smoke on. It's going to be about a 10k lead by the time Navi are back up with their heroes. And this is also an Aghanim Scepter for Miero. And this is really where this hero starts dishing out more and more damage.
It starts to get pretty ridiculous. I mean, this is... Now, BetBoom, they clearly did have a very, very good read of the game, because this all pretty much started going their way after they make that kind of executive decision to not contest the Roche, right? They're like, let Navi have the Aegis. We don't care, because we're still going to be able to take the fight into them afterwards, and they've absolutely showed that they were absolutely correct with that call.
They just wait for their own timing.
Yep.
Pure going way beyond enemy lines, but of course he's a life stealer, he's got the rage. And
Oh, copy.
Toss back on
Decent toss back. Still hard to kill this Kunkka, even if he's in your base. And uses the Thunder to try and bring him down low. Metamorphosis coming in as well, but there's Katomi with the song. Will keep him safe. Infest coming in as well as they're doing everything to heal GPK back up and get him out of there. And get out of there he will very easily, as BetBoom are able to make sure that even with a solid attempt with the tots back, they don't even come close to killing them. Navi, they're angry now. The smoke's coming out. They want someone dead.
That's the meta forced, but just like earlier, BetBoom should be able to read this one. Like, you know that Navi are very kind of anxious even to get a fight going with this meta. I don't know if they'll get anything. Let's see if they do. Yep, Screen of Pain damage. I think that's the correct talent choice with the Aghanims. I know Uragi's top net worth and he's had some good games, but I have to question his item build. I don't think that the Skadi Butterfly is the correct choice in this game.
You want to see what, a bit more explosive damage? You wanted the Daedalus.
I think it's about killing. It's not about surviving, because you will lose long fights anyway. It's about killing. You need Daedalus, you need something else. Sure, you've got the Butterfly, but who cares? Pure's got an MKB. He's a high attack speed hero. And you've got magic damages coming up from the others. Oh,
copy.
To the silence.
He's got a TP out of here immediately, but he's going to get caught by the root. And left on his own. This is dead Tiny. Maybe even a dead Corey as well. I mean, they're hot on the chase for the Shadow Demon.
Let's see.
He's not getting out either. Oh, did they see? They know he's in there. Yeah, they saw the scream go over.
No TP, he'll fall. I don't know if he got unlucky blinking into the silence or if Save placed it. I feel like it was just out from farming. So a little bit unlucky from Copy. They're getting so tanky on the Dire side. So what can Navi look for here? You are closing in on the AC on Boom. That will absolutely help quite a lot.
Navi. Oh. I mean, can they kill this quad? No. Miro, he's chilling. He's even thinking about going back in. He's that strong right now, and with the Sonic Wave, he'll take a kill. So you want to kill me? I'll kill you.
Damn. Well, they did force the BKB, but yeah, have to pay the price once again. I mean, I'm just thinking, because now Yuragi, he needs 2 items. Like, he's queuing up the BKB, I believe, at the moment. Because it's hard, but even with this, they will just kite him for now.
Yeah, he's saving up the money, but he just buys up the full BKB.
Until he gets a Daedalus, I do not believe that he's a big threat.
He's going to need some time for that.
Yeah, and double Octarine Core coming out from BetBoom. Their spells are so strong, especially against a TB carry. You get more rounds of spells on your Queen of Pain, on your Kunkka. Pure as well. Still yet to die in this game.
Navi. You know, I think we're looking to down the line. Some Aghanim's Rapiers on the Tiny. That's going to be the big dream here for Copy.
I believe that this game, it might get there.
Okay, because you think even though they're behind Navi, they're going to be able to play in a way to keep the game alive?
Probably so. You do have kind of annoying high ground. You've got some tossbacks again. Okay, let's see. Seems like not too much happening here. I mean, with the AC, and if they do get Yuragi to the Daedalus, he's still a very strong hero.
They're going to try and fight first. Navi.
The brawny Blood Rite for GPK and for Miero. Very nice, more AoEs for the spells.
Oh, Copy! It's not bad there. 3-man Avalanche with the fear coming in as well.
That's amazing.
Damage to Yuragi. He's in perfect position on the high ground to take down Kataomi. Save. We'll get the ult off though, and Copy's dying. Caught in the silence. Copy goes down. Yuragi, can he clean up this fight somehow? The torrent for GPK catching on Yuragi. Miro able to get the dagger down upon Yuragi now. Will put the BKB, look towards Pure. But Pure, he's running away. Ari's in on top of him. Pure's rage comes to an end. They've killed him. Yuragi gets the double. Now turns over towards Kataomi. The song will hold him back for now. Kataomi did buy back for this one. They get the drag back with the tidal wave on Boom. Miro clears up the Dawnbreaker. Yuragi and Ari and Kaori still stepping up. They get the lockdown onto Miro. Yuragi ready to bring in the damage. Miro's falling. He's able to get the blink off just in time.
He'll be out.
Gets out of there. So that was BetBoom. They did have used the buyback on Kataomi. And from the side of Navi, they had to use the 2 buybacks themselves, Ari and Kaori, to keep that fight going. All in all, though, from Navi, it does push BetBoom away from the pit. Yep. Roshan's up.
This is
Navi,
great.
they're going to be able to step in, and by the looks of it, have a good shot to claim the Aegis. I think, BetBoom, will they try and stop this?
Yeah, they're bringing over GPK. He's incredibly annoying. He's got the Octarine. He's got the Torrent cooldown combo as well. He has 4-second cooldown on Torrent.
Good dodge of the Torrent.
Oh, I think this is risky from Navi.
It looks to be getting risky, Miro. Tim with the jump at the side, they get the dead shot and the silence here on the 2 of them. Yuragi's caught in the midst of the fight. The boat comes crashing down. Yuragi's caught, he's gone. Has buyback available if he wants to. But I think Navi will have to concede this team fight and this Roshan as BetBoom kill off Kaori and take this Rosh for themselves.
Sonic Wave for good measure.
And they take a risk there, Navi. It does not pay off.
The initial fight was about as good as it gets. What was that? A 3-man Ava toss Solar Guardian into Terrorize. But after it's all said and done, BetBoom, they get to heal up on their heroes. And GPK, he is absolutely destroying on this Kunkka.
Yeah, he's massive. I mean, we saw sort of in the last fight where they were able to kind of kill Pure, but they kind of had to put everything onto one of these cores to kill one of them.
Yep.
Like, killing all 3 of these cores, it's so tough, which is how collectively tanky they are.
Like, GPK and Miero just dish out like infinite damage between their 2 heroes. A 4-second cooldown Torrent, super low cooldowns on the Shadow Strikes and the Screams. We can even see like Pure's just tipping GPK mid-fight while he's dead.
Yeah.
He's being carried, at least in this fight. He's gone, he's just watching.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that he gets taken out at all. And now on with the push, BetBoom. Down the mid lane onto the barracks. Miro ready to start playing with Boom. Look at the X-Mark setup. He's going to get tossed back here with the sort of pullback of the tidal wave. Gets the BKB off, but it's too late. He's dead. That's Boom gone.
They clutched him out and he has no buy.
So the mid-rack's out. BetBoom. They want to try and stick around for more. They certainly do. Miro, stand on the aggressive copy. Not able to get the setup. Miro, I mean, he knows how aggressive he can play.
Get in there, Uragi.
He's going to get in there. Look at the BKB. He's just going to get caught by the bash for now.
Needs a thunder.
He's got to back off now that the BKB is starting to come to an end. Ari getting very, very low. The song's there. Coming in, Uragi and Copy scramble back to the fountain. Ari will get caught outside of it. Miro, he's jumping up close. He's having to kill Copy in the fountain.
GG.
And it is over. BetBoom. Very nice play from them this game. The shot calling, it was pretty impeccable from them on this one, Kazu.
No, really, they understood that their draft and their scaling with their spell usage was just gonna be supreme. Navi, from one play, the top tier 2 push, where they then backed off, had no meta, and decided to take the fight. Might be talking about this one to clean it up for the second game.
Yeah, BetBoom bringing everything together perfectly there. I mean, just looking at like the scoreboard, it was one of those games where each of the cores dies the once. The supports are tanking the deaths. Very, very nicely gelling together there on this game. BetBoom and Navi not able to break through it. A tough one for Uragi to be able to carry. BetBoom, well played here as they'll take the first game.
There was not much margin of error allowed for Navi, and it seems like they were ready to rise to the occasion, at least for the majority of the game. But problem is that they didn't really have that margin of error the entire game. First time you make a mistake, it's going to start tipping the other way, and BetBoom saw the opportunity, and they seized it.
Yeah, they did. They saw the opportunity, I would say, from the laning stage. Not only the game was really close, I have to say, though. Even though they had 3 really well-going lanes, bot lane was, I would say, definitely a win for Queen of Pain. She was top of the network for a long time. Kunkka, his rotations more or less didn't work out, but he was farming well. Lifestealer was the only one that kind of lagged behind the pack. Everyone was around 8k net worth, and he is 6, 7, something like that. But in general, I feel like Navi, even after the bad laning stage, came back with a swing, right? Like they were moving across the map very nicely. They were utilizing the global presence of the Dawnbreaker, the itemization as well. Vlad's into Ags was fine, but the teamfights broke them.
Yeah, I mean, you can see from some of the clips, right? If you just looked at the net worth, I think Copy had a good early game trying to be active, but it just wasn't a strong tiny game. Like playing into Lifestealer, Kunkka, Quap, you don't really kill the heroes. You might be able to put them to like low HP, specifically Quap, but then there's just no additional damage. So then he kind of fell very quickly in the net worth. The same thing for Dawnbreaker. Had an okay start, held the net worth for a little bit, but the BB Tricore was able to continue scaling together. And Uragi, sure, he was able to maintain that farm speed, but it became 3 cores of BB versus a Terrorblade. And there's only so many times an Avalanche toss, a Solar Guardian setup will kill a core hero. Because unfortunately for Uragi, he just couldn't have the perfect positioning in every single fight.
I absolutely agree. I feel like this game, people can sometimes be critical of Boom, and I'm really not one of the majority there, I guess. He's had some good games. I feel like this game was all right for a Dawnbreaker. I also think the team needed to be a bit more aggressive with the itemization, and the team needed to pick up the slack from the Terrorblade. Terrorblade, this game could not do it all alone.
It just, even though the Lifestealers didn't have good farm in the laning phase, it feels like this was like the main pick in threatening the entire draft of Navi, right? The Dawnbreaker and the Tiny, you put them on a timer, right? Because at some point the switch just flips and Lifestealer goes, okay, now I'm unkillable. And there was multiple highlights there where they tried to kill the Lifestealer, but he presses Rage. They tried to kill the Quap, but then she blinks. And then they tried to kill Kunkka, but then he boats, right? It's like, it's just, there are 3 heroes that are really hard to kill, and the stuns from Navi, there's like 1.5 stuns really available.
They also didn't really pick their fights very well. That needs to be said too.
Yep.
There's only so much we can blame on the draft. When you look at the fights that they chose, the one with the Aegis but without Metamorphosis, it's also a fight that they chose in a choke point where TB is on the low ground as well. Aghanims is already there on Kunkka, and you're just getting all this AoE damage on top of you. The save was used, the disruption save, I mean, was already used on a support, so the Dark Willow, I believe. So overall, it just didn't pan out that great, and they wasted that one Aegis opportunity that they had.
when was the last time you saw a game, actually, of course, Mira being the standout player, where 14 of the 17 deaths, or the majority of the deaths, were just in supports? Like, looking at the stats, Pure, 1 death, GPK, 1 death, Miro, 1 death. And then between Save and Katomi, it's like they've collected 14 of the deaths. So even though Navi felt like they were in the game at some points, realistically, when you look at the stats, it was just like farming supports, never really turning it into anything more.
I think it's what you were describing with Tiny not really being able to kill any of the cores.
Yeah.
And so the only opportunity he would find to do his Blink Dagger rush would be to feed on the supports.
Yep, exactly. They tried once in the Dire Jungle to go on Lifestealer, but he just rages out. Maybe that was a miscommunication, but I don't think they actually had that kill anyway. And they were just, I truly do believe that BetBoom purposely threw the supports to the wolves. You can see this kind of gameplay very often where the 3 cores are literally on 3 opposite positions on the map. Your carry is all the way up top, your offlane is all the way down bottom, and your mid laner is kind of somewhere in the middle farming, and that's exactly how BetBoom played. The supports did feed, but if you look at the net worth, it was like maybe 1k advantage for Navi at that point, so it didn't really work. Even getting those pickoffs was not worth it.
Also, a sharp understanding of Lifestealer as a hero. Pure is the only player to win on Lifestealer this entire tournament, and this is just another victory in that list. So it seems that BetBoom Team, they are definitely more comfortable in his carry role than they were with his Lina the last time these two teams met up. So now let's see if Navi have a plan for recovery. Otherwise, their incredible Cinderella story will have to write the final chapter against BetBoom Team. But we'll find that out after the break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Guess the Highlight. I'm here with RCY from Wildcard. I'm here with Whitemond. I'm here with Mickey from Liquid. I've got Rue here from Team Spirit. Rue, do you do a lot of watching of Dota, or do you just play?
It's so-so. Just I watching and I'm playing half.
Yeah, like half the time I'm watching it.
Half the time?
Instead of playing. Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, all right, that's a good start. Do you think you'll be able to identify a player from just seeing the hero build and then play?
Maybe. We'll see.
Somewhat. Yeah, I guess I do watch a lot. Maybe not the other regions because the time zone difference, but Europe usually, yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Let's take a look at this clip then from a previous Wallachia and see if you can recognize who is playing in this one. Yeah, with the clutch double disruption.
Okay.
Yatora. Yatora Void.
Straight away, Yatora Void. Okay. So who do you think the Shadow Demon is then in this clip? Who's about to come in from the side? There he is. Shadow Demon is the hero we're asking about.
Think you?
The only SD player, no? Like Mira, the only plays it.
Mira?
Yeah.
Damn, that was quick. All right, yeah, that was indeed Mira playing the Shadow Demon on Team Spirit. Did you even know this was the grand finals of First Wallachia?
I forgot. I think it's Miposka.
Ooh, it's a really good guess, but I'm afraid you're not quite correct. It's not Maposhka. Try again. Who do you think it is then if it's not Maposhka?
Then it might be Ru.
Oh, no. No? No, I'm afraid not, Whitemon. I'm sorry to do this to you, buddy.
It's Grand Finals, Game 5.
Yep.
It's Mira.
No, absolutely right. That is indeed Mira from Team Spirit playing against Team Xtreme Gaming, as you said, in the Grand Finals, Game 5. Very hype, very exciting, very sick refresher play.
Maybe Citor anti-mage. Yeah, it's... you need to think, where is Team Spirit, on the left or on the right?
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's...
We know that...
it's Army Void, maybe?
Army Void,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, Team Spirit,
Sounds like you know what this is.
Team Spirit on the left.
Yeah.
Pushka Betrider, Mira Shadow Demon.
Absolutely correct. Yeah, well worked out there. What gave it away?
Just, I feel like I've seen this, and I know, like I see some sets on the heroes, like I see it before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How did you manage to guess that that was Mira?
It's like a level 30 AM. It's like Itoro, like 70% of the time. And
Okay.
Mira's the only one playing SD.
From one of the early Wallachias, yeah. Which means who was playing position 4 before Root?
Oh, it's Mira.
Yay, there it is. Yes, indeed, it is Mira Whitemon.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's very well done.
Listen, you went straight in with the team. Took a little bit longer to get there with the player, but we did get there in the end. So
Yeah, because I know the only one who can play anti-mage, just like some few players.
Mhm. Yeah, a bit of a specialist pick, which gives it away. Grand finals as well.
Yeah.
And they're playing against Xtreme.
Xtreme. Yeah.
But well done. Well done. Some aspects did very, very well. Team perfect. Player took a little longer, but still, good job, Whitemon. And thanks for playing.
Okay.
Xingqiu still killing couriers. Team Y. Wait, Abyssals? Chrono! It's out, but there's the Aegis. Can they kill him a second time, though? That's going to be the question. Can they even kill him once? Yadro turns, says, I'm going to fight. Ame now out mana, you gotta be careful, but Xingqiu, the real carry, is here. Mira wants to get into range, try and help him out. Demonic Cleanse, do they have enough? Xingqiu jumps onto Mira instead. Oh, there's the pressure, keeping him alive. Now Ghost Scepter out, Yadro backs out, Ame's in trouble. They get the big mana void, the connection is there. They don't have enough. DY, the last one in this fight right here, actually.
It's time for game number 2 of Navi versus BetBoom Team, where we have been seeing a heroic underdog story. Not heroic of the team. They got eliminated earlier. But the underdog story of Navi is heroic in that they could win this entire tournament, much as how Heroic did in Season 2. The layers.
The dark horse.
The darkest of horses.
They could, but they first need to go through BetBoom, and now they're a game deficit. It will not be an easy task. Maybe go back to one of those chaotic matchups for Copy, make it a little bit easier for themselves, and make sure that he can actually scale as well. I feel like a little bit too much was on Uragi in that last game. Last pick TB is fun, but I feel like at this point, last pick TB is expected by 90% of players out there.
Yeah, it's the in case of emergency, break glass and pick TB.
Yeah, I also feel for Navi that I don't want to see Boom play a hero that waits to jump. I think he excels when the Venge, running in with the Aghanims, going in first, Tide Hunter, leading the charge, Might for Outer Ravage, Undying, yeah. He plays Axe also in the same way where he's kind of like running in, then he'll like blink after. Like he's just super in the middle of fights. When you're Dawnbreaker, wait, hold. And I feel like Copy, even in a difficult tiny game, he had life in the early game, but he just had no one else to kind of enable him. Like there was no core, no substance to Copy having a good game. Let's turn that into a winning game.
I'm disappointed, by the way.
Oh,
in Navi.
Okay.
Marcy was given to them. They open up with Shadow Shaman. It was banned last game in the first phase. Still maybe an option for them, and they are a really good Shadow Shaman team.
I mean, it goes into what T is saying, that he wants Boom to be in the fight quick. Why not just make Marcy force him to be in the fight quick?
One thing that they did, it definitely would help. One thing that they lacked last game was the ability to insta-catch and disable a hero, right? Like they had these, they had Tiny, but it wasn't layered with anything that could, let's say, kill a lifestealer before he rages. Now with the Shadow Shaman, at least you kind of have that. You have an option to hex someone, shackle them, hold them in spot. Of course, BetBoom will answer to it, but so far Shadow Shaman didn't really care about most answers in the game.
And Monkey is a hero that they banned against Tundra, but against other teams when they're first pick, they haven't banned it out. So it's very much a, if we respect you, we'll ban it. Sorry, excuse me. So the fact that they don't ban it out this time and then BB take it, we'll see what the fear is for Navi. I feel like a second pick Monkey King is very strong. Of course, it does threaten both the offlane hero pool and the mid hero pool. Yeah,
I think that's what you're getting when you're picking Monkey King like this. You're just denying a lot of picks. It does force their hand into banning a Batrider, I feel like. But okay, you have to protect it a little bit, and then you know for a fact that they won't be able to pick a lot of heroes mid.
Ooh, like Katomi Bane. Very, very powerful. Like already BB's lineup is... I know there's still 3 more picks, but I'm just picturing like running around the map. You're setting up a hero through the vision of a Monkey King or a Nightmare of a Bane. Like at any point, if the map kind of the slows down and BB control the state of the game, it will just be pick off after pick off. Navi, of course, also have that available with them with the Shaman. So we'll see where they want to go with this. Of course, they do need to manage the fact that Monkey King is going to be flexed for a very long time in the draft. And when that happens, pick strong lanes.
They get themselves some BKB piercing ult. Really good into Bane as well. Make sure that you can stop him from gripping a target. And it's also a hero that's really played a lot by them, right? Like they're
that's what I'm worried
enjoyers.
about, though, because BetBoom Team explicitly banned it in Phase 2. I'm assuming because they had a strategy in mind that Warlock would have interrupted, and now they're very specifically banning out the Yuragi Ursa, which was Navi's secret to success against BetBoom's Lina.
It could be an option now, right? There is still Shadow Shaman in the pool. Is Pango banned out, by the way? Pango is still left.
Okay.
They get the gyro. This
was their go-to.
Yeah. No, I like this way of drafting though from Navi because we already mentioned that Monkey King's getting flexed, but now BB's gonna have to pick 2 heroes, at least give some logic to where the draft's going. Sure, we won't know if it's a mid or carry Monkey King, but you'll know about the pacing from the offlane, basically the rotation potential from the 4 position, right? And that will then give purpose to weaker picks due to that monkey flex on Navi's.
I just see this Gyro Warlock combo, and I'm already happy for Navi.
Yeah, the lane's already won, right? Like Gyro will farm, Warlock will put pressure.
It's the lane, and it's like through the game, you're just so damn annoying. The last time they played this, minute 8, they're already rotating on the enemy tier 1 tower with the Gyro, with something like a puck from the mid lane. Sure, this game you're playing into Bane, into Monkey, it might not be the best option, but...
Is Bristleback fair in that lane?
Lane, it can be a bit... It's annoying, but Bristle's going to be fine. Specifically because a Warlock Gyro lane is strong, not because it like kills heroes, it just puts people to low HP and you have to buy salves and you have to think about your positioning. But the way to deal with it is block the hard camp, block the small camp, ensure that when the Flak and the Fatal Borns will come out from that lane combination, the wave's on the tower and there's no way for Navi to reset the lane back to them. That's the whole advantage. Shove wave pull, shove wave pull. So there are ways to deal with it. And Bristleback, yeah, like I said, you can get a Vanguard 7 minutes into the game, you get Blade Mail, you will happily run into all these heroes with Blade Mail. So I like Bristleback for that concept of post-laning, you will soak up a lot of the fight.
Extremely different approaches to the game from these two teams from right now. Navi have an abundance of team fight, just very scary when you're fighting them 5-on-5. BetBoom really good at pickoffs, and the individual scaling is really high as well from the Monkey, from the Bristle. I like these. Just look at the comparison between these two supports, right? Like Windrunner and Bane versus Shadow Shaman and Warlock. And the idea of the draft is already there. How one team wants to play and how the other wants to.
Yeah, it is critical for BB that they don't give away some cheap kills to the Warlock. In this type of game, Warlock gets the early Golem. You're going to be taking that early tower, maybe mid when he throws down the Golem. gyrocopter thing, rotating the twin gate, like towers can fall very quickly for Navi. Even though they don't look like they have tower pressure, the way they utilize catapult waves is exceptionally strong.
Yeah, what do you ban versus GPK here? It's Puck and Ember probably.
It's always Puck and Ember.
Yeah, I mean into Storm specifically, those two are the best. Queen of Pain is already banned out, unless you're thinking that they might put Monkey King mid, which is also an option.
I need to refresh myself on the pure heroes at the moment.
GPK Huskar.
They banned out the Ursa, and so Lina is potential. We've also been seeing SF being very, very popular. So I'm kind of more inclined to make this a mid lane Monkey King.
They have more or less some solutions to the Storm Spirit. Like you have Shackles, you have Grip. If you play around the Warlock Golem, you might have enough control to take him down with the Monkey being mid, if that's what they want to do.
Yeah, with Monkey being mid, it's Monkey goes Mage Slayer, Bristle goes Blade Mail, and then both supports play behind those two cores. So your carry can technically be any counter matchup that you expect, because the early game tempo is around those very, very cheap items that they cause by.
Yeah. If you want to be really greedy though on BetBoom, you put the Monkey mid and you get yourself a Morph.
Yeah, or Sven, like any big hitter, right, is available.
Sven as well.
Yep.
Sven has been kind of rising in popularity in this tournament as well, and one of those rare heroes that can match the farming speed of Gyro, and you can outscale him if you play the tempo well.
Yeah, pretty much I actually would rather have, I think a bit more scaling on BB.
Well, they will see the last pick.
I say scaling, they already have plenty of scaling. I'm just...
Yeah, they will also see the last pick from Navi, right? Like they have the ultimate last pick on BetBoom, so they'll be able to adjust accordingly. If they see like a really good matchup for the safe lane, they can pick that. If not, you can always put the Monkey there.
What's Boom playing?
Could give him a Pango.
Yeah, there's a Fiend script, but again, you got the Golem, and then there's a Storm Spirit. So Bane, on paper, shouldn't really be having a good game based on what Navi has.
Yeah,
which opens up for that, yeah.
Because they have Gyro. If they ban out another hero, Enigma is an option as well. But there's again a Grip that you have to worry about. But not a lot of heroes that can deal with all the summons.
Yeah, the only problem with that is like Beastmaster looks good for Navi's lineup. Helm of Dominator, like you said, but Bristleback can just play into that lane. And now you just Quill, he just parks there, defends the tower for 10, 15 minutes, really delays the timing.
Against Bristle that you can pick? Like there's a Mars idea, spear the Monkey away if you're laning into him.
They do just go for it, okay. I was like hesitant to go for it, like even though, again, talking about Beastmaster being good for them, Bristle and Gyro are the two main heroes that you want to defend a tower against Zoo. So now maybe, is there a way that BB can change up their lane setup that Bristle gets to play into the Beastmaster? Maybe not, like Miro still plays it, but he just goes there, right, in the lane. Could be an option.
Is there any reason why you don't want just Pier to play it?
It's eventual scaling into Gyrocopter could be annoying, but then that is also solved with the fact that you have a Monkey King in the draft as well. So you kind of have...
And they can get a scaler
already.
for Miro in the offlane as a replacement if they want.
I've said scaling so many times in this draft.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
They could scale some more with
I'm
some
so
Abaddon
sorry, everybody. Yeah, this
on
is
the safe lane with some aphotic shields against Beast. Prophet. It is more scaling.
More scaling.
God, I don't want to talk anymore.
Yeah, and it is also more or less a glass cannon, by the way, for BetBoom, with global presence as well. So they are going to play a position 1 on the Prophet. Mickey has been the only one that's seemingly very happy to still do this.
Yeah.
But they snatch it up, and they do have some really nice things with the Prophet, because there's also the Windrunner on the other side that will be playing position 4, and Kataomi on Bane, so you can grip into TP.
Yeah,
Get an easy shackle with Sprout.
Overall, though, I really love playing Storm into Prophet in general. Like, you have a hero that can chase him through the map, through the trees. So.
Yeah, Storm, these homing missiles are going to be quite irritating. Yep. Navi has solutions. I wonder why Nature's Prophet, of all the safe lane options left, they went for that one.
It's about pacing, right? We talk about the efficiency of lane. Gyro Warlock shoving the wave in. That means they're naturally quite deep down the lane. They're trying to like put the pressure on. Nature's Prophet TP's in level 3, level 4. You can maybe kill a Gyrocopter, Shackle Shot, Power Shot, boom, you're gone. Storm Thrower as well. You step up too far, pre-level 6, you can TP in. So in a core role, it could be enough to kind of deal with what are very strong lanes on Navi.
BetBoom identity, right? Win lanes, win Dota, just crush you after the lanes and move across the map very quickly. Maybe that's the case, but I really like Navi's draft.
Let's see what the idea is for a Navi Dota, because Nomad is standing by with Milan for a coach interview.
Thanks, Tsunami. Yeah, so Milan, you know, after that first game, a little bit rough, but I did notice that you come into the booth, you know, smiles, high fives, you know, is that the vibe you bring to the team?
I think it's just like very important to reset after each game. It doesn't matter what kind of emotion it is, it still influences your game. So you kind of want to be like on the mid-level, ground zero.
Absolutely. I mean, you're obviously a big impact on this team. Now with the second draft, you know, who do you think is going to be set up for a really good game on the side of Navi?
I think we're all going to have a good game because we are first pick this time around. And the first pick is just kind of a bit overpowered. They have won every single game this tournament in the first pick. They obviously lost a few games to us as well. It's just like, it's just much easier. Yep.
All right, and you believe you have the solutions to Nature's Prophet?
Yeah, I think so. Because like, it's a strong hero, very good win rate, but you know, it's overall last pick and it's supposed to be good for them. Like that's the pick of the second pick draft, and you know, they got the Nature's Prophet. Sometimes people get PL, such is life. And you know, same as we got Storm, you know, such is life, and you just have to beat it.
Just have to beat it. Let's see if you can do it, Milan. Game number 2 between Navi and BetBoom with ODPixel and Kezu right now.
Yeah, ready to go as we get into the action here of game 2. Kezu,
yeah,
what do you make of this?
I like what Navi have going for themselves. Like in game 1, I wasn't so sure. You know, I kind of did prefer the BetBoom draft, but here, this is what they have been running all tournament. The Gyro Warlock, strong early safe lane. You can pace it up. You can go through the gate. You can make moves. The Copy Storm, Copy Puck, Copy Storm, my go-tos if I had to put my money on this guy. Those are the 2 heroes I want to see him play.
Let's see what he can pull off on the Storm here today. I mean, yeah, coming in with that last bit, the Nature's Prophet, which is sort of, you know, Milan seemed pretty chill about it. It's like, you know, it's okay. We're going to be able to deal with it.
Yeah.
You think it's not terrifying?
I will be pretty chill too. Like, if I'm looking at these drafts, you have Beast into Natures. You don't really care, like, all too much about it. What it does give BetBoom is the pace. They have a lot of heroes that kind of want to play fast, right? You have Monkey King that can go to his lane, or Natures that goes to the Monkey lane, and vice versa. But, yeah, like, 24 Nature's Prophet, they're scarier heroes to be last picked.
Okay. We'll see if Navi can indeed deal with it then. As first game definitely ended up being quite a tough one. And that sort of mid to late game stages where BetBoom, their movements looked very, very impressive across the map. And that, of course, is going to be something they'll be able to pull off again this game, right? You know, having 2 very mobile cores between the Monkey King and the Nature's Prophet. They're going to be everywhere, GPK.
Oh, yeah. And this is it's something that Navi have to play around, but to be fair, their heroes, it's not like they don't like fighting. Gyro, Warlock, even Beastmaster with a good early game, which he should have. Bane is not a counter to Beast in the lane, nor is Nature's Prophet, so I kind of see everyone from Navi having a good early game. So we just need to see, like, what can GPK do on this Monkey King? He's supposed to have a good time against the Storm, and maybe he can go to the side lanes and get some moves going. That was nicely done. He had 3 stacks onto Copy. But then he killed the creep first to get level 3 for the level 2 Jingu to then get it. So I like what I see here.
Oh!
Very nice. Copy with the pods.
Okay. See what's going on here.
So the Storm Monkey matchup is quite a skill matchup and very volatile. So we have GPK, he's got the stick. Then you always want to rush the boots. So he is going to have an advantage. Storm, sure, he's going to have the bottle, but no boots to play around until he squeezes those in.
Are we likely to see the team bringing any early support plays around mid?
I mean, safe could, because bottom, it's a Warlock. You don't really do too much as a Wind Ranger, and the lane is always pushed into you, so he could go there. And something else we cannot forget about also is the TP from Pure. Like, of course, it is a bit of the X factor.
And always a bit of a risky one, of course, when it's the carry. Yeah. It has to be 100% that they're turning up for something good. So far in the lane. Very close here between Boom and Pure. Bottom. Save.
Yep.
He's going down. Yuragi able to get the first blood there. That sort of Fatal Bond Shadow Word setup of Kaori.
I was a little surprised that they did pick Windranger into this. I mean, of course, it will always generically like give you a lot in the game. You have Power Shot, you have Shackle, but Gyro is good against range 4s, and most range 4s hate laning against Warlock. Safe TPs into the safe lane.
And they got the Power Shot in onto Boom. See if they can get a kill with this TP. Blood Grenade thrown down onto Boom as well.
Yeah, they got him.
So Save coming in with that rotation after dying bottoms, able to set up for 1 kill, maybe even for 2. Ari, it's not really got anywhere to run. So Katomi and Save will be able to chase him down. So yeah, Save making the best out of a bad situation there. Gives up the first blood down bottom, but turns back up top and gets a double.
It's kind of even a crazy play. It's a level 1 Windranger who TP's safe lane. I'm a bit surprised Ari didn't just TP out after the sleep was used, but yeah, safe. Huge plays.
And the mid. Continuing to be close, but we are seeing GPK get the opportunity to get those extra denies in against Copy.
Yep, Copy has to respect the move from Save.
Ari. Not going to be able to grab anything here. And, they're going to take quite a bit of damage on the way out, the two of them, Ari and Copy. Further TP now coming into play. And once Save dead, they'll get him. Maybe with Corey as well, they can threaten GPK on top of this. It's going to tick down pretty low, but he has the stick charges. We'll be fine as well with the Water Rune to pick up.
Oh.
Pure even TPing over to make sure that both Water Runes go the way of BetBoom, and Copy gets nothing.
It's pretty big investment, but I like it. They brought so many heroes mid to help out Copy. And then Pure, I mean, it costs you, like, what, a little bit of mana and 100 gold for the TP? Sure.
Yeah, but it helps your mid a lot, right? So just stopping the Storm from getting that refuel at the bottle.
And it is a super, like, not just a volatile, but also like a tempo matchup. So you make sure that it's also a Miro. He's taking a missile to the face.
It's going to be a lot of damage here.
He's dead.
And they got him.
Big kills. Oh, down in the mid.
And they get the chance to dive in and kill him off this time. GPK, with the help of Save, getting Copy out of the lane.
Now, this is good moves. And this is where that TP from Pure, it came in clutch too. He had no resources on Copy. Save comes over. So absolutely Save, making the best out of this.
He's everywhere right now on the Wind Ranger. Pure, they'll get the setup. Katomi's going to be here to help out though. Corey was coming in from the side as well, but Pure and Katomi, they're on the retreat.
Yeah, I think Pure won't be too happy that this wave got pulled. The entire wave is dying, the siege is on the tower, and Kaori is here.
They're going to get quite some damage done now. But at the same time, though, Yuragi's on his own down bottom. Save, he's diving in with Miro. TP's now starting to come in. See if Yuragi can turn this with the help of Ari.
Yeah,
they get the hold onto Miro. Yuragi's going to be fine. Save and Miro have to back away. Ari coming in clutch with the TP, keeping his gyro safe.
Very, very good news for Navi as they put both the BetBoom heroes on very low HP. And also with all the earlier stuff that happened, Kaori has 3 charges on the Grimoire. So it's going to be a lot of XP later when he wants to pop that out.
All in all, close start across the board here, 3 for 3. Even on the gold.
And boom, having a good early game. Even with that one, you know, the one little gank that came through with Save. I don't really see Pure and Kataomi putting a stop to him.
Oh, they know Ari's around here. They know he's in the trees. They're going to find him. And boom. And Corey, they're stepping over. And Ari will not survive this. As Navi not able to do anything there to help the Shaman.
Uh-oh, here comes the clarity. GPK ready to swing. Here's
They'll
Copy.
see him. Copy's ready to make the jump on him. GPK will get the Wukong's command down. Looking to stack up the Jingu onto Boom. Can he get the forfeit in? He can. So he's going to be okay for now. And the space is there for BetBoom, the rest of the team, to step up and get the Shrine of Wisdom. Copy's going to jump back in, but he's out of mana. Zips forward there. Trying to get back out of the team. But the Nature's Wrath comes in from Pure, gets the double as it finishes off both Corey and Copy. BetBoom, they're able to dive the tier 1 here, continuing to look for more. They're looking for Boom. Boom trying to get around the tree line somehow. Fortification comes in and at least stop the heal here with the Boundless from GPK. And Boom will live by the looks of it. I say that, I mean, no, they might still get him here. Pure Okay, he's being careful now. TPs are coming in for Navi.
Chicken fingers.
So BetBoom might just lose Katomi.
Oh no, Boom ran in.
He's still able to get the Sprout off onto Boom. It's not enough damage to kill Boom. Katomi will end up going down, but still that whole move, a lot of money going the way of Pure, getting the double kill like that. Yeah, Copy just tried to push it a little too far. Uses all his mana up.
Oh, luckily for Navi, of course, Yuragi has a very good game down bottom, so he was able to steal the Wisdom Shrine from BetBoom. So they did get a 1-for-1 trade. Yep, Mr. Miero, you're a little too late here. Well, next time around though, BetBoom, something they have to respect is Yuragi, of course, has the opportunity to TP into this top side as well. He will happily do so.
Got eyes on save, scouts things out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still hovering around the river, BetBoom. Katomi trying to see if they can get in onto Ari.
Yeah, Navi should be playing safe and wait for the Helm of Dominator on Boom and the Golem timing on Kaori, which is about 1 or 2 creeps of experience away. I mean, Navi's early skirmishing is really, really strong. Like, BetBoom need to choose their fights very, very wisely. Maybe even look for outnumbered scenarios.
There's bottom. I mean, Miro's trying to start something here onto Yuragi and Ari, buying time for the rest of BetBoom to come in. Yuragi's going to go straight for the TP out. He'll make it out of there. Zip 4 from Copy. Wants Miro dead, but the Vortex pullback is close. Can they finish off the job? They can with the final burst, but can Copy get out, though? Golem's going to get dropped down by Corey. Trying to give some space here for Copy to escape. The Boundless in upon him, though. A Sprout follow-up from Pure. BetBoom, they may have lost their bristle, but again, Pure is turning up as the Nature's Prophet, and he's getting quite the rewards from these fights here. Another double kill for the carry.
Ooh, and it's a big one. That's the first golem of the game, and you're losing out on your skirmish. That is not what you want if you're a Navi.
Boom. Start the pressure on top hit with the help. Up here, straight over, ready to keep the tower defended, and ready to try and farm the creep. And Katon will get it. Easy plus 100 for the Bane.
Brain Sept to death, but Kaori does bring over the golem, so it should give them the enemy safe lane tier 1 tower here. Yeah, BetBoom have a nice ward, even from earlier. Gave them the Ari kill, so they know what's happening.
Up here, he's going to get bombed into the creep wave. But he's also ready to just find Corey. And by the looks of it, have a chance of getting another kill. It'll take quite a bit of damage here in return, Pure. And he's having to be quite careful how he goes about looking for Corey. His backup comes in, and Pure has to get out.
Power shot.
Power shot will finish off the job from save. Boundless from GPK comes down on both Boom and Yuragi. Boom. It's caught by the shackles, but is able to make it just outside the windows in time. Miro comes through the twin gate. Copy, looking for save under the tower, turns his attention back over towards GPK. GPK, he's healing up with the Jingu. Will they finish him? They do. The final hit comes in from Yuragi to claim GPK's life. Navi, they're able to make it work.
And this is absolutely what they want out of their draft. You've got the Gyro, you've got the Warlock, all of these heroes, they want to take these skirmishes. So yeah, BetBoom need to be careful. They're heroes, they kind of need to be ahead. I mean, when it comes to the network.
Save still wants to try and set something up on Yuragi. He's going to have Pure back up in a second.
Shackle.
They're going to bring TPs in. Here comes Pure. Yuragi wants the tower. Can he get out of this? Nature's Wrath's going to come crashing in. You'll look towards save. We'll get the kill, but not before he goes down himself. So Yuragi's sticking around for the tower, but does end up giving his life for that.
It is a 1-for-1 trade, so of course good for a BetBoom. This stupid neutral item, it helped Yuragi stay alive. Earlier also the Sister Shroud, it helped Kaori stay alive. We really need a little nerfy nerf on the Sister Shroud. It's quite a good item. But still, Navi got to take the enemy tier 1 tower, so it will open up the map, which means next Golem and next Beastmaster summons, they should be saying hello to the tier 1 tower of BetBoom.
And Navi's coming in quick with a smoke. We'll get tripped up here by the Nightmare. Ari still has the grab here. GPK is considering helping out. No, he doesn't want to do it. The Golem, everything pretty much getting dropped here for Katsuomi. They get the kill, and they're happy to do that. They can look to get the creep wave moving in on the mid, get some pressure onto this tier 1 with the Golem as well.
Absolutely. As Kaori, this guy must have the most building damage of any Warlock player in the entirety of this tournament.
And the most Golems casted as well. For the off cooldown, he finds a way to use it, Corey.
It doesn't matter what dot he sees, whether it's a hero or a tier 1, you are being dropped down. So here we'll have the little replay. You can just look into the little evasion that just keeps popping into the hits. as Yuragi gets the turn kill.
That's the mid tower gone.
Yeah, see, he's like, whatever.
I got the tower.
Got the tower, got the kill, whatever, bro. As he's still on the top of the net worth, Pure is trailing him. As Ari picks up
a lot of
4 bounty runes in the enemy jungle. Excuse me? Guys, pick those up. Money is good.
I see, they're quite the difference in gold earned between the teams off the bounties off the back of that. 1,850 gained by Navi compared to the 600.
Yuragi.
Is there any way they can't save him at all? He is gone.
Pow.
Save.
You gotta respect the Bane. It's about the one thing Kataomi is gonna want to do with his grip, is find a core on their own.
Copy. Looking for GPK. We're gonna find him. GPK's got the backup swinging him as well from the south, so Navi, be cautious here.
Got the Kaya completed on copy. Navi, to me, kind of look like they want to angle for potential smoke, or maybe just take back their jungle. Let's have a look.
As Copy was thinking about save there, but hard to go whilst the Bane's about.
I like this ward in the Radiant jungle that Kataomi did place. It's like around this tree line. Unless you have like specific type of vision or Quelling Blade, as apparently they did see them place it. So Ari does go over and find it. Haste rune for copy. He's queuing up the Orchid, which would be quite the switch up of the usual Storm builds. I don't know if he will continue with it. Of course, it would be quite annoying, especially for the supports.
Pure. Both him and Yuragi at very similar stages of farm. Yuragi's just about to have the Aghanims done. Pure already, of course, with those first 2 core items, the Dragon Lance and the Maelstrom. Very close so far between the 2 carries.
I got my eyes on some of the early itemization here, because BetBoom, their team fight is not as good, which means you either have to itemize to play the map better or to match the team fight. So I wonder if Miro wants to go for like maybe a Crimson Guard later. It is against Gyro and Beastmaster, so could be very good maybe after the Shard. It's Navi taking over enemy jungle.
Have a little bit of further setup here now for BetBoom with the Atos on the save.
BetBoom do not have a good draft to deal with summons. I will say that much. This Ancient Black Dragon is a little bit troublesome.
Navi.
They love early Roches and they have great support. Golem, see you later.
Serpent Wards.
Free Roche.
This is Navi's style, and it's been a good style for them so far this tournament.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's just hilarious. Yeah, just killing the ward.
Okay. And he just chops his tree. But as you say, well, that's GPK's fault for sitting there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's never Save's fault.
It's GPK. He's going to do it again. Do it.
Do it now.
Do it.
Just having a good laugh.
Yeah.
Well, you get
chuckle.
Aegis for the best Aegis hero in the game. At least in the early to mid game, I would say Storm is, the one you would like to give it to. Which means BetBoom, similar to game 1, I think they're in the stage where they don't really want to fight into Navi. They need to be respecting this early skirmish.
Ari.
Mr. Pure, keep running.
That'll be fine. That was close. Close to Ari getting his hands on him.
Pure will get out.
Smoke up for Navi. Ready to make a move for the Twin Gate. So they can sort of sweep this top side of the map, maybe find Pure. Can they get the catch? Ari, who's he going to find? Katsomi to the left, Mirror to the right. I'll settle for the quick kill of the Bane.
Sure. They will get him, but at least Katsomi, he does show a lot of heroes. And I will say that BetBoom are kind of happy with this. You can tell from how they're playing, they do not want to fight you. So if all you're getting is a support and you're showing everyone else, then they will be okay with that. Navi should be claiming this top tier 2 tower.
TP's coming in. BetBoom, they want to try and push them off it. Starting here with the Atos setup on a Uragi. There's fortification out as well from BetBoom. Slow it down a little bit, but Navi, imagine they're going to want to stick around here. Serpent Wars continue to pressure the tower. BetBoom, are they going to bring anything more up top? Looks like they are. GPK and Katomi making their way over as well. GPK on the hunt, tries to get him with the Boundless. He's managed to find himself. Corey, look at the burst, look at the Wukong's command down. Corey will fall. Copy caught by the shackle. That's him gone the once. BetBoom see if they can set up now for round 2. Copy respawns the grips there straight away.
No cancel?
Immediate control there from Katomi. The Boundless as well onto Boom. BetBoom taking the fight. Uragi not even going to get out. The shackles back up. Save. Cancels his escape. BetBoom take the team fight big time.
Who placed this ward in the Dire jungle? This BetBoom ward absolutely just won them the fight. Kataomi, he knows what's up. This ward showed them the Warlock. Pure just TPs in, he gets stunned by GPK as well, and they lose Kayori without using a single spell.
That's a massive move there from BetBoom. Straight on towards the mid. Pure's going to be able to finish off the tier 1 tower.
Ooh, that's a huge swing. Because they need this golem against the grip. Like Copy, he dies once, respawns, and just gets insta-grip by Kataomi as well once he's back alive.
Radiant are scanning.
Uh-oh, that's a big row moment for Navi. Had the Aegis, had the gold lead.
Once they're all back up, they may look to go again, though. As they do still have the Roar and the Golem ready to drop. Navi might not be put off too much from looking for the fight.
What did we roar? We roared the Golem and then we picked it up. Boom's having a chuckle.
Wait, what was the...
I just missed it, I guess.
Was that like some next level tech or...
No.
There's no like...
Just a misplay. He wanted to take it over.
Oh.
Maybe a hotkey issue, you know? We're gonna run a pause.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's actually the new... When you roar and then immediately during the stun take it over, it's stronger. We've got the Torment 15.
Well, the BetBoom don't know that Roar was used, right? Oh, wait, is that noise global? That's not a global noise, is it? Roar?
No, they didn't hear it.
They don't know. They don't know.
I mean, they would be hell. They would have tipped him if they heard it.
No, we would have some tips, yeah. Because they did have that ward down there, but of course it doesn't
Tormentor.
see the...
Yo, Ari, you good?
He's going to get the Serpent on top.
Golem.
Jack as well. Golem is there. Copies him with the zip. They get the grab on a GPK. Can they burst through the Monkey King? GPK falling low. He's going to be fine for now. Uragi at the side, getting got upon by Mirror and Pure. GPK survives throughout it all. Copy's looking for him. He wants him desperately. GPK finally falls, but it's going to cost Navi 4 heroes. Uh-oh. Another fight that Navi tried to take.
Oh, these are two very... They're actually illegal fights, because Navi, with their strength of the... Like, with how strong they are, they should be winning if they get to take the fights that they want. Now,
wait,
I don't know if...
Dude.
What?
If they had Raw then...
Yeah, it would have been a lot better.
Oh, no.
I mean,
oh, no.
I don't know if the plan here was to just go up and bait, or if they didn't expect BetBoom to be here. I mean, where's Boom?
Okay, he gets Nightmare, so he wouldn't have been able to get a Raw off anyway here. And he is pretty far from GPK, so he wouldn't have been able to get a Raw on GPK either way. So, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Probably
It matters a little bit.
It does matter.
Yeah.
So 4-for-1 trade, and the BetBoomeronis did get a free Torm. I don't know who got the shard.
Who did get the shard?
Is it the Gale Force?
It was the Bane.
It's the Bane. Oh, a save already. He just bought himself the good old Gale Force.
Yeah, he's having a good time. He's, you know, he's got the money to treat himself.
Yeah, to be fair, Gale Force with Monkey King is quite nice. Keep them in the Wukong's Commander-Roni.
There's the smoke from BetBoom. 7k lead now for them.
They're incredibly... They got through the hardest stage of the game, and they got through it very well.
Owari
is dead.
Navi, how do they regain control of this game? Copy.
Maybe with this one.
Using quite a bit of mana for this. But, he's got backup, Copy, and Katomi. He's also got backup, so... Once they get the kill,
what a
the shackle is there onto the two of them. GPK ready with the Boundless as well to follow up on a Copy into the route of save. Again, another move. Navi, they get 1 kill. It cost them 3. These aren't good trades for Navi whatsoever.
No, Navi are... They're definitely losing control of this game.
They are. They are crumbling. BetBoom, once again, as was the case in Game 1, The moves are just that much smoother and that much more coordinated from BetBoom.
Yeah. And you can, if you're a Navi player in this game, you can feel it. You know that you're down a lot, and you know that you're supposed to be ahead in this game at this stage with this draft. I mean, look at Pure's difference in terms of net worth to Uragi.
He is insanely far ahead here on the Nature's Prophet.
Uh-oh, Navi were supposed to be ahead, and they're going to have a damage problem.
They are.
Having lost so many fights, Miero, he finished the Crimson Guard. How Uragi does not deal enough damage to cut through it. He's got Aghanim's Manta. He needs a full Revenant's Brooch before he can cut through that. Boom also won't be too happy about the Crimson coming out.
Navi still doing their best to try and get out on the map whilst they get a bit of space down here and before BetBoom start to pressure the base. BetBoom's TPing over.
Oh, they found Copy.
They have. They've got him with a grip. Kataomi once again. There's a few times this game that Kataomi's been able to get the grip off on Copy.
Yeah, he had an Invis rune on Kataomi. Kataomi's been on point. The wards earlier, good grips all around. Let's see how Navi look to recover. So they want to bring this game back. They need Copy to come up big.
Yeah. The sprouting onto Boom, Miro. He's not afraid of diving some tier 2 towers here. Boom will respond with the immediate TP.
He certainly doesn't have to be scared. Crimson Guard, Blade Mail, 2500 HP. Going for the Plate Mail next.
Oh, GPK!
Okay, Ari gets out. Kaori does not get out.
Not going to be quite as lucky. But that was very close to getting the both of them with that Boundless.
Yeah.
Ari must have gotten out just in time.
And the problem is, these are not the type of heroes that you want to like just AFK farm the map against. Monkey King, incredibly mobile. Pure can be in any play. And this is a Bane's literal dream. It's nighttime, all the enemy team wants to do is not teamfight you, they want to split push around. Dewards the enemy ward as well.
Stupendous.
Not going to be easy for Navi to squeeze through the next couple minutes of this game.
Yeah, not at all. They have pulled off before some pretty impressive plays from behind in this tournament. Here today, especially considering how well we saw BetBoom close up game 1. It's going to be definitely one of, if not the most difficult challenge they will have had so far here in this game too, Navi.
They need another round of items. You need the BKB on Copy and the Revenant's Brooch on Gyro. Maybe even the BKB plus Shard on Copy to like give yourself like the overpowering damage through the Crimson. Oh, BetBoom noticed someone was around here stealing the Lotuses. But this is already where it starts. If Navi do not get their hands on the second Roche, it's hard. And being 12k down, as Uragi is cosplaying a tree.
Oh, was he okay?
I think so. He's waiting for the TP.
Yeah. Patience.
Be quiet. Don't let them know.
No, I'll try for another creep wave. I'll consider it.
Oh, Kataomi. He got out a fancy... Whoa, that was close. Got out a good ward. Let's see if BetBoom will have a look around. I like that they're trying something.
They're going to try. Here comes the smoke.
BKB is complete. This could be good.
They're going to try and jump towards GPK, but not quite able to grab him. Now BetBoom see what's up here with this ward. BKB's done on Pure as well for them.
Yeah, it is flying out to him.
I'll get the ward. Copy. He's going to try and look straight for Kataomi, but there's the shackle shot in return. Saves got the catch into the Boundless. Copy's gone. He tries to play aggressive to get the Bane. The Roar comes out, but the fight once again is going to fall apart for Navi. At the Nightmare and the shackle there to stop the TP out from Boom. I mean, Copy, he went all in for that play, but he didn't do it with the BKB, Kezu.
Save was really quick, but yeah, Copy, he's going to be hitting himself. This is not... Oh, he's not done yet. Atos, Shackle, Pure's here.
Yep.
Kaori's here later.
He's going to drop the golem. And here's the buyback. Yuragi coming in from the side. They get the missile connection in onto Pure. Do they have the damage? They've got the stun upon him. They'll kill off Save. Continue to try and chase down Pure. Another missile's coming in, but GPK in with the BKB and the Wukong. Yuragi doesn't stand a chance. He's dead. Kaori to fall as well. Oh, maybe with the Ghost Scepter.
Tumbler. Use your Tumbler.
But they're going to stay on track to chase him. Miro wants to dive, but Copy turning up will at least give the space for Kaori to survive.
Well, that is a dieback from Ahri, and this should be the Roche for BetBoom. But like you said, when you go for that play, you've got to pop the BKB if you're Copy. Save just has your number. If you give him just half a second, that's more than enough.
Instant with that catch.
Well,
Copy, I mean, he could go for a steal here.
Yeah, you might as well.
Doesn't look like he's eyeing it up, though. Roshan, it's all BetBoom's. Pure gets the Aegis. Now see again that attempted play, immediately tripped up, save.
Yeah, the fight is just over within, it's just over within half a second. The moment that Shackle lands before the BKB.
A 10k gold difference now between Pure and Yuragi.
Well, let's see if Yuragi can make up for it. I like
save.
Uh-oh.
He's going to continue to find these catches.
Quite the impressive Wind Ranger game, because I will tell you, there's a lot of players that would have faltered this game, having to lane against Gyro Warlock. But he gave First Blood in TP top level 1 and got a double kill.
Yeah, so save is...
This is not a normal play on Wind Ranger.
Pretty ridiculous on how much he's done here. Copy.
Should be okay.
I mean, Save's going to be onto him. Up top. Katsu's going to get the grip off. We'll get killed off here by Boom in the summons.
Nice.
Won't be able to
play
do
by
it.
Boom.
Yeah,
grabs the attention and gets a kill. That's 700 gold.
Oh, see Amira going in. He's got the back of a GPK. GPK with the BKB and the Wukong's laid down. Yuragi cannot get out. He's gone. Copy has to zip out. And Pure, he's TPing in. He's going to get caught by the Hex here.
Yeah, he
This is how
doesn't care.
they're just going straight into the base here, BetBoom. They're ready to dive up to the tier 4s. They're trying to hold back the Bristle here, Ahri, but he cannot survive. Ahri to fall. GPK will die.
Okay.
Okay, that's the Aegis gone on Pure.
We've got a golem here.
And can they kill him a second time? Pure.
BKB.
Okay, put the BKBs, trying to take down Boom. There's the golem now, onto the two of them. Zip 4 from Copy. He's going to try and get his hands on Miro. He's going to drive back with the Vortex. Miro under the tower. Is he going to get away? He's out of there. Pure comes in with the Hurricane Pike, able to force Miro to safety. So the dive nearly goes horribly wrong, but they only lose GPK. They can afford that.
Yes, Pure now also finishes up his butterfly. Yeah, Yuragi he's not having a good time. He's dropping lower on the net worth as well. He's getting closer to Copy, which is not a good sign for them. 26,000 net worth on Pure.
Crazy farm on the...
This is one of the bigger gaps I've seen between the number 1 and number 2 when it comes to net worth.
At this, yeah, sort of 30 minutes into the game.
This is crazy.
Well, we did see, though, with that move from BetBoom, it does go to show that they aren't afraid to dive.
Yep.
And maybe they should still be a little afraid.
Maybe a little.
Because that was very close.
Yeah.
To at least Miro maybe dying as well as GPK actually did.
Gotta remember, you will give away a lot of gold.
Yeah.
And
so,
Yuragi, I like his quick buy. You're not winning this game by buying some random newbie-doobie defensive items. No. You need something big. Go big or go home. So the Rapier is coming out.
Yep.
Or, well, it will come out later.
Copy. Well, Navi, they will be able to take the Tormentor.
It's take Torm into get the hell out.
Yeah, backing off immediately. They're all out.
I mean, Yuragi, he will need the Rapier and like, I don't think it's enough.
He still needs the BKB, right?
Yeah, he needs like a BKB or Satanic.
Yeah, I guess that's, even then, the BKB doesn't feel too solid this game. You die through it.
I questioned his items last game. I don't really like his Manta in this time around, but anyhow, they are down 13,000 gold. So they'll have to use whatever they have. Boom at least is closing in on an AC. That will help, and Copy is working on the Ag. So you do have some good things coming out.
If they can get that all together.
Yeah. Like,
Ag Storm, AC Beastmaster, Rapier Gyro. There's a team fight to be had there, even if you are 14k behind.
Absolutely. So need to make sure that they stay cool and understand what they're playing for. I mean, they are halfway to the Rapier.
And BetBoom's coming in with the push top. Navi just completely avoiding and trying to get these crucial items online that may just give them a chance to come back. I'm gonna take the tower here, bottom Ari.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're up. Finish the tier 2.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh, they're still doing good. You're getting closer towards the Storm Ags and the level 20 talent for the longer Vortex on Copy.
Push coming in.
Banner is out, so BetBoom are forcing a reaction out of Navi here.
I mean, what do Navi do? Do they let like one set of racks go while Shiragi keeps farming, or do you want to see them go all in for this defense? They brought him back. They want to try and hold this.
Yeah, you should try to poke. They are losing Ari down bottom.
Pure's been able to get the catch on Ari. They're going to go fully in onto them. They have to call the follow-up as well. Miro's getting burst low, but he's able to walk out. Miro survives. Copy trying to chase him down. He can't finish the kill. Miro lives. There's 4 dead on Navi. That may have been it there. They try to make something happen on the defense. Again, it goes horribly wrong for them, Kezu.
They couldn't even kill Miero.
They couldn't.
They're going to have to use all the buybacks.
Okay. We'll start the BKB here from GPK. Turns with the balance onto the 3 of them. Yuragi's just dead. Immediately dead there off the back of the buyback.
That's the game.
Killing them up to the fountain. It's over. GG is called. BetBoom take the series 2-0, knocking Navi out of the competition.
BetBoom, they're just the better team. As Navi today, not showing up the way they like. Still had a good road. So what, top 6? I still like the performances, I will have to say, just here against BetBoom.
Yeah.
Not really a chance, just, you know, dropping some plays here and there. So yeah, 17-1 on Pure on this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, this last pick coming in, the way he played it, what could you do to stop that? Absolutely fantastic stuff from him up and down the map, and the setups from the team save ending 12-4 and 20. Crazy stuff on the Wim Ranger. A rough one for Navi as BetBoom indeed today. No messing around. Looking very impressive. The series is theirs. 2-0.
BetBoom Team continue their lower bracket run, but that comes at the cost of all good things coming to an end, as Navi's Cinderella story has now finally reached its final chapter from a team that really doesn't even exist.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
Nothing to be ashamed of. Top 6 finish for a team that is semi-disbanded right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if these guys are going to stick together because of the place where we are in the Dota calendar. I hope that they do, at least to some form, to some extent, because, yeah, they can do it, obviously. They've gotten to the last 2 days of Wallachia. They've beaten some pretty damn strong teams. They've beaten BetBoom as well in the earlier days. So they can definitely make a name for themselves if they continue working on it.
Yeah, I think that the good thing for Navi coming into this series, in the tournament, right, was they had no expectations. Even the opponents, right, Lyle from Team Spirit was like, yeah, we didn't really expect anything from them, but they turned up and started playing Dota. They're chaotic. But that type of mentality, that type of approach to a tournament, every single day you play, teams will figure you out. Teams will understand your identity, even if you don't have one yourself, because you're kind of a mixed stack where you've lost qualifiers, don't know who you are, trying to rebuild everything for just Wallachia. You are slowly going to become something through the tournament, and they became a very, very competitive team. But for BB, it does feel like they had their number in the series. They understood the way that Navi got to this top 6 position, and they put on a masterclass in the second game.
Lar was really careful with the choice of words when he was describing Navi. Like, you could see that he put a lot of respect to their name when it comes to what to expect from how they play and all this stuff. I feel like in that interview he even felt more comfortable playing against BetBoom.
He did. Because he found that they were more predictable, whereas Navi, as you said, he is a team still finding their identity, but I am very encouraged by the types of games that they won, the identity that they showed there, and maybe if they didn't have to face off against BetBoom Team, which is a team that they had to already show so many of their tricks against, like we clearly didn't see any pure Lina in this series because they knew that Navi has a very good handle on how to deal with the glass cannon carries.
Yeah. And speaking of identity, I think BetBoom are rediscovering theirs, and the last couple of days they're looking better and better. As long as they're not doing any funky itemization on pure.
There's gonna be no Lina. That's my TLDR on that one. No Lina. They're probably gonna be okay.
No Lina and no Octarine Radiance on Lifestealer with tags. Some right-click damage instead. But yeah, overall, BetBoom I feel like are looking much better. I think the duo of supports, like this game in particular, have been performing on TI levels. Like the save Windrunner, every single shackle is somehow landing. The ones that he wants to land, the ones if he doesn't, if there's nothing behind the target, there's a wild board. It just runs in.
He just spawns something there. Yeah, Wind Ranger.
He manifests it.
He manifests it. Very, very well justified pick in this game number 2.
I mean, just the way that they played this game was exceptional, right? Save, he goes to the Atos, he's like sweeping through the map looking for kills. You've got Katomi on the Bane, hitting multiple nightmares and grips, and you're against the Storm Spirit. If you miss the Atos, if you miss the grip, if you don't connect on that stun, even if you waste it potentially, Storm will punish you. But the entire game, that was the game plan. Find copy, kill copy. Sure, sometimes copy did present himself in some positions that enabled kind of the pickoff, but yeah, the fact that both Save, Katomi, even GPK on the Monkey King, he was always in that position where if Save connects on a stun, if Katomi connects on a grip, GPK is on top to layer with the Boundless Strike or the Wukong. So yeah, between those 3 players, it was an incredible series.
And that's what all propped up the carry behind it all, and Nomad is standing by with Pure now for a winner's interview.
Thanks, Tsunami. So, Pure, simple question to start it off. Who's the better Nature's Prophet, you or Mickey?
Katomi.
Katomi?
Yeah. He's better than me and Mick.
Okay, all right. Nice diplomatic answer there. So, I mean, obviously, fantastic series for you. Well played against Navi. Did you know what to expect versus these guys? Because, you know, they've been surprising people in this tournament.
I mean, of course, they played very well. Like, at this tournament, I don't know why they couldn't play like that on their quals. It's kind of funny. And, of course, they played well. We lost to them first series. I think we didn't have as good drafts as we had in this series. So, yeah, I mean, they just were good, as we were.
Yeah, I mean, you guys played this one really well. I also want to ask about your hero. Game number 1, Lifestealer. You know, you're going for like the Gore Storm facet. I mean, how has this sort of changed Lifestealer and how it's played?
I mean, basically, I'm playing like in the car with 550 movement speed, and you just one-shot like every wave that you come into. You deal a lot of damage. I also bought Octarine Core in the game against Liquid, and it was quite funny. But I think it might work as well. I mean, we'll see how it goes. I think it's just really strong, and I'm just love playing it.
Yeah, it seems to be having a lot of fun here for sure. And I mean, I've noticed Bulk hasn't been in the booth. Is he here? Is he not here? And how has it been adjusting to that?
I mean, he is with us. He's with us. We preparing to the games with him. We don't really have enough time, you know, to watch some replays, because like the games are really long. Like the whole day of playing Dota is really long, and we have to go to the stage early. So we don't really have that much time, and we are not really watching replays. But we anyway, you know, messaging to each other. We make some calls to discuss some drafts, to discuss some heroes, to discuss what happened in the game. And he's with us, like he's on phone, basically.
Easy, just a phone call away. Very nice. Alrighty, well, last question then. Your last series today is going to be against Team Spirit. Now, you've already beaten them once. Do you think the same plan is going to work again?
I mean, they definitely going to make some adjustments, and it's going to be not that easy, you know, to hold them this time as we did in the previous series. they definitely gonna make some adjustments and play better. So I'm just, happy to play in this tournament and waiting for the games.
All right, Pure, thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Best of luck in your series, and we'll see you later on. Now, before we go back to the panel, I would like to speak to Mr. Uragi as well. So thank you very much, Pure. Mr. Uragi, if you can come in here. Now, yeah. Unfortunately, this is the end of the road for you. It always sucks to lose, but also, you made top 6 coming into this event. I mean, how do you feel about having achieved that result here?
Honestly, not that great. I think we could have gone higher, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, for sure. I mean, what do you feel like held you back in the end, then?
I feel like coming into today, we haven't been able to keep the flow that we had, and somehow, not sure what happened. One of our players got sick, and maybe we just ran out of gas, but yeah, it felt different from the other days. Maybe our opponents play better.
Well, I think you had an amazing run here, honestly. I've loved watching you guys play. Everybody just seems to have been stepping up each time we watch you. Who do you think has kind of stepped up the most? Who's impressed you on Navi from your time here at Wallachia?
I think Kopi was in his prime. He was doing some really great job in the games, soloing his puck, his storm. Very amazing.
Yeah, he's a great player for sure. And of course, I have to ask you about the future for you guys now. Obviously, Navi is not your team anymore. So what's the plan? Are you guys hoping to stick together for the new season, or are you just going to kind of see how it falls?
We don't know. We haven't talked about it, so nothing to say. We're gonna see.
All right, fair enough. We'll see how it goes, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of people interested from your performance here, Uragi. Thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Very sad to leave you see the tournament, but see you leave the tournament. But thanks for playing. Well played, and we'll send it back to the panel.
It's been an incredible story to watch Navi in this tournament, a team that has managed to breach into top 8 despite all of their other competitors being people who are going to Hamburg, people who have qualified to TI. And even some of the teams that got eliminated earlier in the group stage were also TI attending teams. So while Uragi seems to have high standards for himself, as pretty much every single competitor does, I think that they should look away with this as a vote of confidence as to what this team and what these players are capable of, especially in contrast to their qualifier games.
100%. Of course, when they reminisce the qualifiers and they think about those games, they have to feel a little bit bad, right? To not have been able to provide as big of an impact in those games to qualify for TI. But in Wallachia, perhaps, yeah, they got top 6, right? But what matters is they gained, like you said, more confidence going into future as players. And I believe this is a learning experience for them because it just sets the stage for all the future tournaments when it comes to just that mental state that they pretty much talked about previously. That's the thing that hurt them the most. So if they can overcome that problem in future tournaments, they shouldn't have any problems qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the brutality of Dota, right? It's the idea that they peaked too late, right? They miss out the qualifiers, they get top 6 here, but it doesn't matter. There's no organization wanting to pick them up. There's, several months, or a couple months until TI, the season of roster shuffle, so they are just going to have to chill, wait, and have to deal with that. But like Liz had mentioned, this is a very good moment in time where you start doing well, you lose your roster, everything's against you. If you can survive that, then the next season, you are going to be a much better player. So any of the players on Navi, be it if they stick together, probably unlikely. Whatever roster they move to, it is going to be very cool to see where they go because this is a lot of growth available.
It was a good sales pitch.
Absolutely.
For every individual player.
Yeah. And they didn't have much time to put together that sales pitch, just 1 week here at Wallachia, but I'm sold by the elevator pitch regardless. For BetBoom Team, though, their day is not over, as they are going to be facing off against Team Spirit as the final series of the day. But for right now, though, we have to go back into the upper bracket to figure out who's going to grand finals. Will it be Gaimin Gladiators or will it be Liquid? You'll find out with Sheaver, Fear, and Jenkins after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to Roll Rumble. Sorry, Quinn. I'm here with Gaimin Gladiators, and we are going to be seeing who the best offlaner is on the tournament. Maldi, Quinn, you guys are going to help me decide by going through each of the head-to-head matchups in this bracket, and eventually we're going to reach the best offlaner of the tournament. So, Maldi, we're going to start with you. Your first matchup is XXS versus Boom. Who do you think is the better offlaner between the two of those at the moment?
XXS and Boom. I'm gonna take Boom on this one because
That's crazy. XXS is legenda.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna put Boom in it because because I played in the same team with him.
Okay, all right. We got some favoritism going on there. And what about 33 versus Collapse? That's a really hard one to go over.
It's like two goats meet in the first round. It's kind of hard, but I'm gonna root for CIS players, so I'm gonna go with Collapse.
All right, Collapse is in. Alrighty, let's jump to the other side of the bracket. So, Quinn, can you help me decide between Noob and Whisper?
Yeah, that's a Whisper freebie. Whisper is my goat. Boy's a beast. He's a better mid player than like half the mid players in this tournament. So yeah, I'm going Whisper.
So that makes him the best offlaner.
Exactly.
All right. Okay.
Transitive property.
Makes sense. What about Saberlight versus Toronto Tokyo?
I think I'll go Bing Bong.
Okay. Saberlight.
Liquid's had some decent results this year.
All right. Yep. That is very true. Alrighty. Back to the other side of the bracket. Ace versus Mixer. Maldi. Keep in mind, Ace is standing like right there. So.
Man, it's a hard choice. I have a teammate and my best homie from Dota. I think I don't want to diss both of them, but I'm gonna choose Mixer. My homie.
Oh my goodness, that was brutal. He's right there. Okay. And what about Jibe and the Huck?
Jibe and the Huck?
Yeah, two of the lesser known offlaners, I'd say.
I don't know much about them, but I know for sure the Huck hates me for some reason, so I'm gonna go with Jibe.
Okay, all right. Personal beef. I love it. Why does the Huck hate you?
I have no idea. He had me muted for like 10 years.
Okay. All right, Quinn. Buck versus Fade, your NA brethren.
That's a tough one because Fade B is the goat, but Fade is NA, and there's like 3 of us left, so I'm going Fade. You got to rep the NA.
All right, excellent stuff. All right, and what about Vitaly versus Miero?
That's a Miero. Miero's pretty good.
All right, fair enough. Okay, back to the other side of the bracket as we move on to round 2 for you, Maldi. Boom or Collapse? Who are you saying between these two?
I think it's an easy choice. It's a easy win for Collapse. I'm sorry, Boom. I know we played in the same team together, but I'm gonna choose Collapse.
Alrighty, let's lock in Collapse. And now Mixer, the guy who defeated your teammate, or Jibe.
Holy shit. Some of them gonna make it to semifinals.
Yeah, looks like it.
All right, Mixer Jibe. I'm gonna take Mixer because he's my homie.
Excellent. All right, Mixer making it way through pure skill and no bias whatsoever. Quinn, Whisper or Saberlight?
Whisper the goat. He's the goat.
Why is Whisper the goat?
He's just high skill. You can just see it in the way he clicks. The way he clicks, you instantly see he's just hacking good.
Excellent. All right, good clicking from Whisper, but who clicks better between Fade and Miero?
I think NA bias can only take me so far. I'm gonna go Miero.
Fair enough. All right, sorry Fade, you made it to round 2, but no further than this. Alrighty, it's time to get your finalist. Who do you want to put in the finals, Mr. Maldi?
I'm gonna put Collapse, of course. He has more achievements. I believe he's more skilled than Mixer, so it's an easy win for Collapse.
It does seem pretty straightforward. Alrighty, let's put Collapse into the final for you. And Quinn, who is your finalist? Are you going Whisper all the way?
Yeah, Whisper, run it. Go Whisper.
Alrighty, and now we have our finals. We have Collapse for Maldi, Whisper for Quinn. So let's make your points for who should be the winner. Quinn, starting with you.
Yeah, it's a Collapse freebie.
You're supposed to put up some fight here, dude.
Nah,
This is your boy.
I ain't putting him a fight. He's got 2 TI wins. He's got heckin' 2 rings.
No, it's a whisper freebie.
Nah, that's cope. That's cope.
I mean, I'm gonna root for the CIS people, of course. So collapse, of course.
Yeah, that's a collapse freebie.
Alrighty, we'll put him in then. We're all in agreement here. It is Collapse, the best offlaner of the tournament, and the winner of the Royal Rumble for the offlane. Maldy, Quinn, thank you very much. Good fight between you. Can we get a fist bump to show that after that vicious fight? Skadoosh. You're still good friends, and that'll do it for this Royal Rumble. Thank you.
You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 5, and it is time to leave the eliminations behind us for a little while, and it's time for the blockbuster of the day. Upper bracket finals, 2 of the top 3 teams playing here for a spot in those grand finals. On one side, team that has not lost a single series, only dropped the 1 game. On the other side, we have the defending champions, not just from Season 4, but also from Season 3. It is Gaimin Gladiators taking on Team Liquid, and the reason I didn't mention Team Liquid's scoreline is because it's looking a little bit more shaky than Gaimin Gladiators. They go to distance every single series they play, apart from once, and I want to focus on them first because I feel like Jenkins, they're coming in here as a little bit of the challengers.
Yeah, it's an interesting series because they are the challengers in one sense, that Gaimin is looking like the strongest team by a pretty decent margin in the tournament, but also they're defending champions 2 times in a row, actually. They're going for a 3rd, and they do very, very well in these sorts of situations consistently. Like, you can see that they lose a game 1, and every single time the audience, the analysts, we're all just sitting there waiting for the game 2 where they win. And then game 3 is when the real Dota happens, you know, like they always go to game 3. So Liquid, they've won previously through doing the exact same thing. Here we can see the past encounters between the 2 teams since the TI win from Team Liquid, where of course they 3-0'd Gaimin Gladiators. It's funny because if you go back a few years, it was always Gaimin stomping Liquid out of the tournaments, and Liquid was the, looking like the unfortunate ones, but since TI, Liquid has done very well. But recently, in all the recent tournaments, you could see the slow progression. Now Gaimin, they actually have an advantage against Liquid in the last few tournaments, for once.
Yeah, I mean, first, could I get your Taylor's number? He's doing a great job. And second, I feel like when you talk about Gaimin Gladiators, when they're hot, they're like the best team in the world, bar none. And I feel like they're heating up right now as far as strategy comes. Because like every team, I feel like, is just behind them strategically of what they're doing on the map, how they're picking, what items they're buying specifically. They're looking incredibly good. But they're going against the Kings of Adaptability, which is Team Liquid here. And they are ones that can just easily flip it around and be like, okay, this is what we need to do to beat a certain team. We got some pocket picks, or Nisha can just pop off, whatever it might be. So it's very interesting to see how
whip out the first pick Veno when you're down a single game, completely change the meta. That's what makes Liquid so scary, is like you said, it's the adaptability, it's the resilience. There's never a series where, unless it's a Dream League group stage where they just get stomped out, it's like game 1 can go whatever direction you would expect, and game 2 is not predictable. It's never predictable.
Maybe it's Gaimin that is the one that can predict them, because as we mentioned, they seem to be back on top, and when they were back on top, as you mentioned, they had Liquid's number almost every single time, especially when it comes to grand finals or high stakes matches, apart from the TI finals last year. Other than that, it's been Gaimin triumphing over Liquid every single time, and I think this tournament...
It's a different roster though, right?
Yes, it is, but I feel like the identity of the team is still very much similar, and that goes for both teams, who obviously both have changed roster.
I mean, I think a lot of that PTSD that Liquid did have against Gaimin probably isn't there anymore.
It's definitely
roster
gone.
swaps, they beat them at TI, et cetera, et cetera. So I think if this was 2 years ago, I'd be saying something completely different. But in this one, I think Liquid are just going to be very confident going into it. But Gaimin, they're on the come up. I think this team is really strong. I think Watson, for the first time, honestly, on the squad, I've been super impressed with him. I think he is been a pub player for a very long time. And his knowledge of last picking, being rank 1, is coming into play very heavily.
Finally.
Yes.
This is exactly what people wanted to see coming from Gaimin when they got Watson. It was like, holy shit, they got the rank 1 guy on the most dominant team in the world. This is going to be insane.
Everything seems to be gelling for them also, of course, with Position 5 Malady helping him out. And in the past, Gaimin Gladiators was also always known for the team that plays super fast, and they would end games quickly, and they have this tremendous lead already at minute 10. How is it looking now, Jenkins?
It is looking absolutely like that is what they do. There is a 5-minute difference between the average game time between these two teams. Liquid is actually third in the teams that were remaining today in terms of their average game time. So this is actually not super slow for the patch by any means. You can see the average game time. It's just a slow patch, 40 minutes. But Gaimin, they're beating the average by 3 minutes, which when you're talking about averages, this is a crazy number. Yeah, and I remember we interviewed Tofu, and he said something along the lines of, you know, yes, we're a team that likes to play fast. Yes, we're a team that likes to build auras, run at towers. And I think you can still do it. It's just harder. You need to execute better on this patch to do that. And then finally, we see them doing it. So it's like they have taken the more difficult approach to Dota than to just like sit back, pick 3 cores, go late game. But because they have the skill and because they've figured out a way to execute that, whether it's in their draft or in their gameplay, they look a level above every team that's here.
Yeah, and I will say they're also doing that with PLs and Terrorblades, which are traditionally late game heroes. They're still just playing flawlessly and building the right items where they can just, you know, even with late game carries, just win early. And that just takes like flawless gameplay.
Well, if that overall last pick is going to come into play in this game 1, it is Gaimin that has that one. So who knows? I think Liquid is going to be well aware of that Phantom Lancer this time around, though.
Yeah, they always seem to get overall last pick. It's this is the only team that is valuing that, and I think it's partly because not every team has Watson on the team, you know?
I mean, not every team has Quinn either, right? Like, as much as we're talking about Watson, if we look at the heroes that are popular in this patch right now, it's like Storm, Queen of Pain, Pangolier is popular, Shadow Fiend. Like,
look at these first phase banned. I mean, 3 of the heroes you just mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, Puck, that was another one I was going to put. Like, these are all Quinn specialty heroes. So not only is this a good Watson patch, it's a good Quinn patch. And Quinn, he's one of the best players, if not the best mid laner, to play blind matchups. Because this guy doesn't get devastated in lanes. He always finds a way to do decent. And if we look back at Ace as well, when was he most successful? Like back when he was jamming his Underlord every game, just buying auras. He's doing something similar with that Dawnbreaker, which is going to be taken away, which I think is a pretty smart decision.
I completely agree on the Quinn point. And I think part of it is, I remember he said this in interviews. He said it to me privately. Like, this is a big thing for him, that he never felt like he was a good player. Like, he didn't just have the natural instincts. Like, he actually often compares himself to Nisha as the opposite type of player to him, where Nisha has the instincts for Dota. Like, he's a savant, you know? He has the natural talent. Whereas Quinn, he grinded and he grinded and he grinded and he grinded, and he has played every matchup so many times that he knows every single little intricacy. So whenever a patch does come around that his heroes are strong, they can literally just like pick them super early in the draft, which means the Watsons of the world are feeling really happy to play with Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, I think Quinn, to quote him, in 2014, he called himself a shitty version of Summel. But times have changed.
They definitely have. Now, our day has changed as well. And yesterday we saw Dawnbreaker, Hot Stuff, doing very well. Today we saw the Dawnbreaker. I mean, obviously people are trying to solve whatever was popular, right? We saw Spirit trying to solve this Dawnbreaker by picking Faceless Void.
And Silencer. I think
And Silencer,
Silencer
yes.
was the bigger issue in that series,
Fair.
which is very good. Faceless Void, I will say that was just, you know, one of those Yatoro games where he picked Faceless Void and it worked. I would not advise it for many other teams to try that, because he's just really good at his specialty heroes, because it's a double-edged sword, Dawn versus Faceless Void. Like, you pick it for the laning stage, which you can survive, which is great. But then you have like the Dawn ult for the Chronosphere, which arguably is not great. But I think Miposhka on the Silencer specifically really shut that game down. So I would not be sad if Gaimin take a page out of that book as well and pick up the Silencer, because it looked pretty unplayable.
It really did. We also have the opening Doom coming out from Gaimin Gladiators. The only time we've seen Liquid go for a Venomancer, and I know it was Saberlight, and I know it's probably playing Dawnbreaker, but was that Veno against the Doom only good because they knew that Doom was 90% sure going to be played as carry?
I think that was also a mistake from BetBoom to run Doom as the carry. It was BetBoom, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I feel like that was just like a
No, it was Aurora actually.
Was it Aurora?
Yeah.
It was a bit of a blunder from them. So I feel like for Doom on the side of Gaimin, if you look at their drafts, there are some games where it's ignored, but a lot of the time they are the ones that are first phase banning it. Like it just seems like for whatever reason they still think that the hero is very good. And I think we've seen kind of mixed results from Doom, right? Like some games it looks really bad, other games it looks really good. But I think if you have Ace on your team, this fits him perfectly. Like he likes to just play very methodical, do kind of the same thing every single game, get his items, like play on some specific timing. And Doom is probably one of the best heroes in the game at doing that.
Yeah, it's an aura buyer, and we've seen he likes buying auras on the patch. It has a reason to be in the game as well. Like first Dawnbreaker, you can just commit to a hero. The Dawn ult will not heal them at all, and that is very useful to have. So I like the idea. They also pick Naga. We've seen in all these games. Super annoying to play around the sleep. The laning stage can be solved by heroes like Axe, and Dawn honestly is one of, they already had Dawn, but they picked Naga into it anyway.
Yeah.
But you can still disengage. Just because you have Dawn versus Naga doesn't mean Naga is solved. You're still having to deal with just the annoyingness of what this hero brings through scouting with illusions, the song disengages.
I think we saw Liquid actually lose to Naga with Dawn yesterday, and Blitz said in that game, still, even with Dawn, at a certain point, you're just playing into Naga. She makes it so that it's so difficult to execute team fights that you just lose.
Apparently that wasn't enough for them to ban it, so they're going to play versus again with Dawn.
I like that they stick to their guns in terms of they like playing these heroes, you know? Yep. Saberlight is a specialty player. When they won the previous Wallachias, it was on the back of him, and they were first picking his heroes, and he was just playing it every single game. So I think if you have a player like this, it makes sense to play into counters and just get them the thing they're comfortable with. Like, arguably, in a way, if you pick a player something that they're really good at, and you know that the counters are going to come out and that they can deal with it, then you're guaranteeing that you're playing against those heroes. It's like you're predicting the enemy. You can play against a predictable draft that way, which is definitely a benefit.
All right, so Gaimin, they decide to go for a potential flex here in the Monkey King, but more than likely, that'll just be Quinn's hero. Monkey King carry has been...
It's mostly mid from what we've...
Yeah, because the hero itself doesn't need too many items to function. People are just going to Fusel Blade, Shard, BKB, right? And then you're just fighting. And the safe lane, yeah, it can be a little bit risky. You farm much slower, you scale much worse than a lot of other heroes. So with the Queen of Pain band there, with the Shadow Fiend band, there's not a lot of heroes.
Right. Even bat mid, like a lot of the traditional like owns monkey mid heroes are banned. Yeah. I'd love to see a Phoenix mid against monkey. Hard counters, but a lot of mid laners, like high tier mid laners, do not go around practicing Phoenix mid. You know, it's very specialty.
I mean, even if you win the lane, like I said, this Monkey King functions really well this patch with low net worth. And they'll pick the Storm. This is from so far what I've seen, not great in the lane, but always good throughout the entirety of the game. So I think Quinn is not going to play anything but this Monkey King now, because the other options would be Quap Puck. Yep, they're gone.
That they are. We're in the final ban stages, and I believe we're for both teams looking for the carry hero. We got Mickey and Watson. Watson getting the overall last pick, the overall counter pick. Which type of carry, which archetype carry would fit best in Liquid's lineup, considering they have to pick first here?
So for Liquid, you have to deal with the Doom. So you need a carry that can play into potential Doom pick here, which oftentimes is either going to be ranged heroes. I mean, Medusa's like the one people snap pick typically, but I don't think Liquid likes playing Medusa at all.
Yeah.
So
they have like otherwise an incredibly fast lineup. I feel like they just want to pick something that can run at them.
So they're going to play something a bit more tempo. I mean, Ursa is very, very good in this game.
I think for both sides.
Yeah, I think Ursa's getting banned here because Mickey's great on it. It's good for Doom in the lane and game.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I could have seen the TA being good too. I was surprised that's actually still in the pool.
Yeah, times have changed for sure. Quite a lot of time left for Gaimin Gladiators, especially if you compare it to Liquid, who was down to the last 15 seconds of their bonus time. But over a minute and a half, Gaimin had. Thinking about this final ban, will that be the Ursa, or is Watson calling out for something that can potentially deal with an Ursa if it comes out?
Yeah, from what I've seen from Mickey, everything else that's good is banned. He might play an Ursa, potentially a Lina.
Bans out the gyrocopter.
That's just Ursa then.
So basically they're telling Liquid, you have to either pick or ban Ursa.
They're just not afraid of the Ursa, I think, which is interesting. Unless they have a different read on what else could possibly be picked here. But I'm just like looking at Monkey King. You can commit on Monkey King as an Ursa with Enrage. One of the heroes that is great in lane versus the Doom. You have to spell for Dark Willow as well with your Enrage.
What's the reason for them banning out the gyro? Is there something we can learn?
I think it plays really fast. Much faster than an Ursa does.
Okay.
So maybe they're just afraid of getting out-tempoed.
They banned Underlord Darkseer, two like illusion hero counter.
I mean, Watson could play Doom carry too.
They could.
Oh,
It's a
Luna. Okay.
Luna.
Cool. Well, it's a ranged hero, which you were asking for.
It is.
It will. I feel like Shaman plus Luna is a pretty strong lane. Lots of damage between these two heroes.
Yeah, but she's not picked at all in the tournament. So what
Yeah,
makes her...
I mean, that kind of invites a Morphling now, though, which looks pretty terrifying to play against. But why is Luna picked here? I mean, you can press your W and get damage reduction before you get doomed. You can buy a Pike. There's always been like this theory craft around Luna on how it can be played.
I honestly like the Ags build too against Monkey King ult.
Yeah, you can also do your damage from afar, but
then again, he's gonna go probably change the guard, and you kind of counter like a lot of the Luna Ags. So maybe it's not that great, but you do have like Shaman disable, Storm disable. That if you can just drop a Luna ult, even without the Ags, it is a lot of damage. I mean, this is some crazy tempo from Liquid.
Yeah. I mean, now their choices are for Doom carry. I don't know if that's so good this game.
Mm-hmm.
I think, these Ursa, Morphling type of heroes.
I still don't mind Ursa.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good in lane.
But I agree. I mean, I feel like Watson is also the type of player to call for last pick Morph. It's like one of his
give me
one of his
Morph.
best
Like
heroes.
you turn into Luna?
Ooh,
Oh, they're Honka.
Well, is that...
They're afraid of Liquid tempo.
It's a Watson Doom.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain they're actually afraid of the tempo Liquid brings to the table as a team, and they don't want to get too greedy. So, yeah, I mean, Kunkka versus Luna. So Kunkka's historically been good versus Luna gyro type heroes because the rum buff.
And Blade Mail.
Blade Mail just deals with the spread damage this hero does bring. But Mickey is in a pretty good spot, I suppose, going into the late game.
It sounds like you're not too convinced that the overall last pick Kunkka was the end-all be-all for Gaimin.
I think this is a response. It's a sign of respect to Liquid, being like, we know you guys are a really fast team. If I get too greedy and we pick these Ursa Morphlings that are going to be better in the late game, there's a chance we get ran over because we have a Doom off lane, Monkey mid. So they went for a safe approach, I think, and a more early game approach, which I can't say is good or bad. We'll have to see after the game if, they end up can scale into the late game or if that's where this draft kind of falls off for them.
Kunkka Willow is a very strong lane, though. Like the X pull back into the Torrent and then Brambles. It is so much damage between these two heroes, even like the slow harass. I do worry about the Doom Naga lane, though. Like, what's the plan there to beat Dawnbreaker Marcy? Like, that's a strong kill heavy lane.
A very strong kill heavy lane, very strong lane thought up by Team Liquid, and maybe also with the help of their coach, Blitz, who we're going to listen to right now.
Thanks, Sheev. Yeah, Blitz. So, I mean, firstly, I just want to ask, how's the team feeling today? I know you've had some health issues. You feeling a little bit better?
I think I'm on like 2 hours of sleep a night, and Insania's on like 50 hours of sleep a night because he's super sick. So we're sick in different ways. So Today, I feel a little bit better. He feels a lot better. So I got like 5 hours of sleep last night, which is good for me. So energy-wise, it's pretty good today.
Nice. Okay, bringing you all to the series. Excellent. So, of course, I have to ask you about this Luna pick, first pick of the tournament. What does it bring to this draft?
I think a lot of the heroes got banned. Mickey was just kind of feeling it, and I think Mickey's a very good Luna. I think it matches up pretty nicely against her team. Doom kind of blocks a lot of safe laners, and I think like TB was banned, and like so many heroes are banned, so it kind of just picks itself in that situation.
All right, seems good. And yesterday you mentioned Quinn as well. Do you think you kind of set him up for a bit of success here? Are you worried at all about the mid lane? It is the Storm Spirit versus the Monkey King, traditionally not a great matchup.
For Storm?
Yeah.
I think that's like one of the better ones. Like I think most people counterpick that matchup. I think I just saw it on like Navi versus BetBoom, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I think most mid players would like that matchup. I think that's pretty. It's not like. Because Monkey's annoying, and not to flame you, but I think most people would say that Storm's like one of the better ones against Monkey. Like lane-wise, it's pretty good for Monkey, but in-game, it's pretty nice for Storm.
All right, should be fine then. I'm excited to watch this one. Let's see, game number 1 of Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators with Bcop and Lacoste.
Thank you, Nomad. Coming into 2025, I thought we were done with Gaimin Gladiators Liquid all the time in the upper bracket final, but we're back. We're back into what we've seen so often, but it always brings such fun. I really enjoy these matchups. They seem to be very close. I expect this one to go the full distance, 3 games, maybe a 70-minute banger in there, Lacoste. Both these drafts,
anything can happen. I just have a bad feeling about the Luna because I saw it during the Dream League and it wasn't really doing great. It was also Liquid who forced it like 3 times. They played with VTune. No offense to VTune, but Mickey is like, when Mickey is on fire, the whole squad's playing really, really well. And Luna was 0-7 at that tournament. So pretty much lost every single game. They did play it 3 times. There's definitely something to it, so I want to see more. I think this hero hits a very strong early timing because of this Aghanim Scepter, basically as your 3rd item. And with the level 15 talent, you have minus 40-second cooldown on Eclipse, which brings it down to 70 seconds. So you can pretty much fight all the time.
Looking at Watson on this Doom, we've seen some safe lane Doom. Do you like it in this this game with what it's up against on the side of Liquid?
Yeah, it's an anti-carry. Good against Storm, good against all these heals that they do have. Great against Shadow Shaman as well. You just run him down. His foul play is not going to be as effective, but I don't like this Naga Siren and Doom lane. I think this is going to be a big problem for them, and now Tofu is showing up.
Yeah, turning this around. Have Infernal Blade.
So giving him the first blood. Nicely done. I guess they were not expecting him to be there.
Yeah, it was a long fight. I think they knew that Watson taking Infernal Blade, they had a shot to try and get that kill. They disposed him, pulled him over, and then it just gave enough time for a +1 to come in, and Dark Willow is who comes over and just feinting the Bramble Maze, making sure that, hey, if you guys come up here, you're going to get caught, and then we can chase the other way. And that helped Watson get Infernal Blade off cooldown and then strike again.
That's going to be extra region for him, basically a bracer and a healing salve that he gets for free. Did use some of the tangos early on, but this lane, once they get level 2, level 3, especially on side of Liquid, this is a very strong lane. But they can also start to put some early pressure as well. And there it is, Blood Grenade.
Wanting to go again on a Watson.
Not available.
They did use that Starbreaker. Boxy, he does not have Dispose, but going under the tower,
he tried to bait him.
To get the kill.
It would not be enough. He had 8 armor, which is more than enough to survive that hit from Marcy. And with the healing salve that he just brought, that's going to be a bit of an extra region that he gets. Still, this type of a lane from Liquid, it does consume a lot of mana. Saberlight knows it. He did start with 2 mangoes, something that usually you don't see on Dawnbreaker. So he knows that he needs to play aggressive. He needs to have that extra bit of a mana until he gets to his Soul Ring. And it's also going to be very important for Liquid to secure the Lotuses. Like, I'd say it's relatively easy in this lane, especially because they can't really stop you. You can go in there. The kill threat's definitely going to be there for Liquid. So this is the lane which is, I would say, not going to go great for Gaimin Gladiators, but the bottom lane is strong. They do have a strong lane with Kunkka and Dark Willow. Very easy panel. Talked about the setup as well. A lot of harassment. Also trying to trying to square up against Dark Willow in the side lane. Maybe a Torrent lands, you get harassed by Tidbringer. Tidbringer level 1 is not the most like AoE, not the biggest cleave range. Once you get to start to that level 2 and level 3 especially, this is going to be a bit more difficult, but Insania can definitely be caught off guard in this lane.
Yeah, it definitely could be the case, especially just starting with an Axe. We'll see how that goes for Gaimin Gladiators. Then you've got the mid matchup of the Monkey King against the Storm. Both heroes, I would say, they get to 6 and they can kind of move around. Both these players, too, willing to really play aggressive once they hit that timing. And, you know, we've seen Monkey Kings get to 6, have that Wukongs. They, you know, true dance all the way over, or maybe they TP into the lane, go to the Balance Strike, jump in, and have that Wukongs. But for Storm, of course, you get that Ball Lightning, you have that Vortex adding a little bit more lockdown to the lane. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see both these heroes kind of move off the lane. But how does the lane go up to that point?
It is slightly Monkey King favored, like he is a bit annoying to play against as a Storm Spirit. Quinn, let's see what he did by, so has a stick, will go into the boots in this mad matchup, will pick up the Water Rune, you need to steal it away from Storm Spirit.
Top lane again, they're going for Watson. Now level 2 with the Scorched Earth, they don't exactly have the damage. There were Shackles over bottom 2 that really didn't do anything under the Dark Willow. Saberlight's sitting a little bit low, needs to be potentially careful for a chase from Gaimin Gladiators, but they only have the Mirror Image and the Deluge right now, so no Ensnare real in to pull these heroes into an Inferno Blade. Not a lot of mana on this Naga Siren either, but is grabbing a Clarity when that Courier goes back and reaches all the way to the lane. There's going to be a lot of time, and they will dispose Malady.
Nice dodges.
And using this Mirror Image really well just to survive. There were a couple Starbreakers that if they had landed, they would have been a kill onto the Naga Siren.
And doing a pretty good job waiting until they reset. Watson is about to crack level 3 as well, so even if they start to play aggressive now, maybe they're going to be able to get the return kill with 2 points in Scorched Earth. It is a lot of damage, and they initiate it immediately in the top lane. Watson,
he's got to try and maybe
has
run.
10 stick charges.
Yeah,
they do have Lotus.
On. Celestial Hammer doesn't have any more regen. Scorched Earth is going to end, and the last click coming in from Saberlight to get the kill into the Doom.
Watson, he doesn't have much CS. He is in a bit of a rough situation. 9-1, did have that first blood. If he didn't have the first blood, this lane could have been much worse for them. Watson, he is having some records in this tournament. The biggest one for me is having the least deaths so far out of all the players, averaging 1.6 deaths per game, which is pretty low. Like, Quinn is the second one with pretty much the same value,
right?
And Ace is also in the top 4.
Wow. So not a lot of dying on Gaimin Gladiators. They do die on Watson once, but that's only 1 kill for the side of Liquid. Does put Watson towards his average, which is, like you said, very low. And Quinn just running down Nisha.
Orb of Frost making the difference there. With the boots of speed, he can run him down. Another hit will proc the Jingu. That's level 2. Nisha. See how he wants to approach it.
Balance Strike in 7 if Nisha showed into the lane.
There is Water Rune available. Quinn still thinking about it. Nisha can't get close.
Balance Strike on the lane, get the CS while he's away. Nisha going to go over and try and get anything out of this. And we'll get 1 CS, but this is feeling very Quinn favored at this moment. Bottom lane Shackles, but the Bramble Maze comes in. Ace still on the run. Lucent Beam hits. Not enough damage just yet. Both these heroes sitting pretty low on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Ace is about to be level 4, needs another couple of creeps. Maladich, that's going to be another kill for Liquid.
Yeah, that time not having the mana to use that Mirror Image to try and avoid that Starbreaker, which pretty much guarantees the kill. The pick-me-up in is very strong with the Dawn to follow that up with Starbreaker. It's just a lot of lockdown and makes your life very difficult.
Gaimin Gladiators off lane, they need to run back. Ace is actually bringing a healing salve, but Tofu, he needs to run back. And might be able to TP mid, try to secure the rune, maybe get a kill onto the Storm Spirit. Nisha right now is jungling. He wants to get that level 6 before so that they can't dive him. But still, they might be able to grab a kill if they catch him off guard at the 6-minute power rune.
It's coming up in the next 15 seconds, and Maladich is staying nearby. He'll throw Illusion towards top. He's got a couple illusions here just kind of scouting the way, as this is going to be a 6-minute power rune. All for Quinn, who will just deny the invisibility.
Yeah, good read from Nisha. Wants to get that level 6. Has Soul Ring, so that's going to be extra bit of a mana, extra bit of a tankiness as well. Knows that he needs that extra strength. Soul Ring gives you 2 armor, great against Monkey, great against that burst damage that maybe they could deal if they rotate at least one of the supports. Moxie trying to play a bit aggressive in the top lane, knowing that before Doom gets level 5, gets level 6, they don't really have that much damage. Maybe thinking about rotation from the Monkey King, who is high level, has Wukong's command ready.
Turns into a courier and immediately starts going up towards top, but then gets spotted by Nisha. That'll put Quinn immediately at half health.
That's a nice play from Nisha, not allowing him to play aggressive onto the top lane, keeping him at low HP. There is one tango available on him, but that's about it.
Yeah, he wanted to make that move, and if that timing works out, if he doesn't get seen there by Nisha, there's a potential that he comes over and, you know, the side of Gaimin Gladiators try to attempt to steal this shrine. That's what the timing would have ended out at, so that's a big move. Just that little zip in. Ace shackled.
Rock to Rum.
Tofu coming over, and they also have a +1 with the Monkey King, so they'll hit that X on a Mickey. But Insania wise to this, gets a Hex onto Quinn for a second. Body blocks, though, in front of this Luna means they are stuck in. And Quinn will get this kill by rotating over into the bottom lane. Really good move there by Quinn. Really good move by Gaimin Gladiators altogether to just kind of trap that Luna.
That's the power of mid Monkey King. He can easily rotate. He wanted to rotate for that XP rune. Try to maybe a little bit more pressure, maybe get a kill. Saberlight is farming nicely in the top lane. 42 CS, 18 denies. Doom is slowly catching up. Nisha.
Good rebound in after the mirror image. Nisha already playing aggressive despite the fact that he was pushed out of the lane for a moment, but he's ready to just jump on a Nagasar. And he had the help, of course, from the Marcy, but it is looking pretty easy to get your hands on some of these heroes with that rebound.
Sania's here.
Yeah, they're even looking. So are Guardian. They're going to try and go. The Shackle's the Starbreaker, and Quinn is low, surviving, though, for now, trying to live through it all. But the pick-me-up on the rebound, they'll end up trading Boxy. They get the kill on Anisha. Now they look over at Saberlight. Curse Crown, that will pop. And they are right in on this. Looking over at Saberlight with the Infernal Blade, but the Celestial Hammer gets under the Tier 1 tower and will be able to escape.
This is what I like to see from the carries. Deeping in, using the opportunity. 8 minutes into the game, finding the right target, going for the kill, getting extra bit of XP for himself. Also, this mana burn is going to be very annoying. Like, great against Dawnbreaker, great against Storm Spirit as well. Dawn doesn't have that big of a hero pool to start with. And also, the Fusel Blade on Monkey King. We saw how effective it can be. This is a bit of a, like, older/newer type of a build. We saw a good amount of Mage Slayer a couple of months ago being the core item on Monkey, but people are just building the Fusel Blade. Mickey, first ulti.
Ooh, they are close. They'll get him. All right, 3 heroes here. Not much Tofu can do. Curse Crown doesn't really do enough.
It's a lot of damage. He gets extra 25 from Lucent with the Moonstorm, and also Lunar Blessing extra 12. So hitting for 130 damage there on Mickey.
Quinn got the kill there. Ball Lightning, Wukong's command.
Got the Wukong's
Vortex. But the Balance Strike, Mickey's in trouble. The Curse Crown, it's going to pop while he's still in the Wukongs. The changing of the guard means he's right up on him, and they will take this Luna's life.
Maybe if they get him pulled before he gets the Wukongs, that fight is a bit different. But now Nisha as well. Quinn outclicks him. Gets that amplified damage.
Well, Balance Strike, that did some decent damage, but there is 2 charges on the wand, and you've got enough to kind of Ball Lightning away. Pushing really close to this Diffusal Blade, and that's going to make things even harder. That Inhibit makes the chase a little bit easier for Gaimin Gladiators, and of course the Mana Burn is going to feel good against these Liquid heroes too.
It definitely will. Quinn has the highest KDA at the tournament, averaging over 10k, 10.3 to be precise. Watson is the second one with 10 KDA exactly, so this team is playing really well. I think big of a difference is that they're playing more around Quinn rather than playing more around Watson. A team needed a little bit more time to be able to, you know, find the right play style that everybody's fitting in nicely with Watson, with Melody joining in later. And now this team is in a really good spot.
Yeah, they've really meshed quite well, and we've kind of seen the evolution of that. I'll hold that thought for a second as Watson is going to die here again. So that is going to put him over his normal average, which is 1.6. So he's at 2 deaths, and he's already over the average. But we could see the difference, right? Like, we saw him in Belgrade a long time ago when he was first with Gaimin Gladiators, to now it feels like they've got their game plan a lot more secure. They know what they want to do with this lineup.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like that. Sometimes it's going to click immediately with the players that you do have. I'd say Gaming needed slightly a bit more time to figure things out, considering that these are a bit of a different playstyles that they did have between the carry that they did have and carry that they have right now. And now with Giga Ward, and Insania will take the tower. Insania, of course, going to be getting the last hit with the Serpent Wards. Almost impossible to get the last hit against this monstrosity.
Well, what's the feeling when you go to Giga Ward instead of Chicken Fingers?
It depends on the lane, I would say. It depends who you're playing against. We see it a lot against Terrorize,
Wukongs, and the Cursed Crown with the Solar Guardian, but the pick-me-up gets him out of the Wukong's command. And before that Cursed Crown goes off, Maladich and Boxy going to be traded out, and they'll look for the Eclipse. They've got the pullback on the Quinn. He's in trouble. He's dead. But the Torrent lands on a Saberlight. Can they get the kill on the Dawnbreaker? They can, and the Cleave hits Insania pretty hard. But Tofu finished off by Nisha, who is now out of mana, but still has that regen rolling, and that means he's able to get it out, and we'll have the mana back in a second.
Only losing Dawnbreaker as a core, but also getting a kill on Monkey King, killing 2 of the supports. Mickey, like, we're definitely going to be seeing Mickey join most of these fights because he's very active as a player as well, especially when he plays Luna. I talked about Aghanim Scepter being one of his first items, and he just queued it up. So basically, that's going to be your Mask of Madness, Manta style into Aghanim Scepter. The big timing is that level 15 talent, where it reduces cooldown by 40 seconds, which is pretty insane to think about. So I thought Luna is going to be slightly more popular, but we haven't seen too much out of the hero, because there are some heroes that are kind of in tier above Luna, unfortunately, but still feels very strong, I would say, especially when Mickey plays it.
Feels like kind of what you were saying yesterday about Faceless Void, right? Like, there's very minimal situations where you'd play that hero, but it's still viable in its own way.
We saw it today when it was a good game for it. Team Spirit did pick it. Some of these heroes are still strong, but a little bit forgotten. We also saw Phantom Lancer yesterday when Watson picked it on 24 and carried the game pretty heavily on it.
Yeah, talk about forgotten heroes. That is definitely the trio of forgotten heroes a little bit. Although you don't really forget about Faceless Void, it's more just he gets ignored and nobody's looking his direction. Big Giga Ward over mid. Blade Mail was finished for Ace, but they've got the pick-me-up. They go to the Starbreaker. Now the Song, Ghost Ship, pulls it off, and that lands onto the Marcy. They go to the Ensnare, but they have the Shackle. They look over at Watson, and they've got a lot of big damage onto Watson, and he never gets a chance to do anything. He TPs in just to die.
Case here again.
Another Eclipse dropped down. Quinn low, but not dead. There was a Doom put onto this Dawnbreaker, but it doesn't really do anything. The Wukong's command, the Cursed Crown, they go in with the Bedlam, trying to get the kill on the Quinn, but he's able to change the guard, and they get the kill onto Saberlight too. The Bedlam there with the Wukongs doing the damage onto these heroes on the side of Liquid.
Both of these teams understanding that they need to bring numbers. Like, starting minute 10, everybody is bringing 5 heroes to every single fight. Kunkka is the one who dealt quite a lot of damage this Blade Mail, and I really like Ace's build. I know people talked about him being the Aura buyer most of the time, but he also had some very interesting ideas yesterday. Some of them were Auras, but when he played the Dawnbreaker as well, Aghanim Scepter, Vlad's, AC as well, this time around, Pipe is going to mitigate a lot of the damage from Liquid. Doom, a little bit unfortunate there, getting grabbed immediately, and when you get focused by this Giga Ward, it deals insane amount of damage. This is like 600 damage.
Gets shackled immediately, and then has like this split second to throw Doom out there, but other than that, he really doesn't do much of anything. Yeah, that's a lot of his kit, but then this Eclipse, it looks like it's gonna kill off the Monkey King, and they just don't have enough. And then the Wukongs, Dark Will comes around, has the Bedlam in the Wukongs, going after Luna, and they have more than enough damage to take out both the Luna and the Dawnbreaker.
They have very good control inside of the Wukong's command.
Finding Quinn. This Terrorize just not in time.
No Doom available.
Still gonna take some damage from the Unleash, but Boxy finished off by Tofu with another Bedlam.
The boys
solo
helped out.
target. Shackle connects through
Radiant's got
onto
delivered.
Ace. He's alive, pops that Blade Mail. Insania's gone. Ghost Ship flying through, they hit the X, but pulling back Saberlight, he's able to get to the Celestial Hammer and avoid that collision course with that boat.
Very good timing for them to get that Radiance online. Shadow Shaman doesn't really like to play into this matchup. We saw Ame really liking in the TI qualifiers as well, where he was playing pretty much Doom against every single Shadow Shaman game when it was picked on the enemy side, allowing you to run him down. He also did go for a bit of a different item build with some Silver Edge, so you break him. Foul play is not going to trigger, but overall very good. Foul play, you just die to either Scorched Earth or Radiance Burn, so very easy to deal with him. He did sell that Hand of Midas. Nicely done by Watson. Still, on top of the network, even with having 3 deaths, he's been pretty heavily involved. 10 out of 14 kills.
Yeah, wanted to get involved here, especially now with this Radiance. Was there with the Doom. They go for Ace. Sora Guardian coming in, making sure they get a second. Ace and Tofu are dead, and Maladich needs to run. Nisha right on his tail, the net connects, but Nisha's got a double kill. Quinn even comes in, and Watson's back with Doom. So that's thrown on to the Storm Spirit. Nisha's gone. Inhibit onto Saberlight, chasing over at a Watson. Celestial Hammer hits for a second, but the TP attempt out.
Infernal
they have
Blade.
an Infernal Blade.
They
No, they don't. And Saberlight TP's away.
A little surprised they didn't D-ward this hill. Like, this was relatively early triangle invasion from Team Liquid. They planted down Observer Ward. Let's see if Malady is going to have a read on it.
If not, it's good vision. He TP's right over there, though. Doesn't go right towards the ward, though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So it won't get dewarded, at least at the moment. Top of the net worth, like you said, for Doom. Quinn kind of catching up. Ace having a better game. But the side of Liquid, they've got a pretty farmed Luna. You can feel the damage. Especially with the good Eclipse. Has that Mask of Madness going into the Manta, then the Ags. Expect a lot from this Luna this game. When you're picking a more of a niche hero like Luna, you're kind of expecting it to be a really good game for that hero, right? When you're taking that risk.
Yeah, that's for sure. Mickey, level 12 on Luna. Doom is level 13, staying ahead. That extra bit of a damage that he deals, that level pain ability, is the reason why Doom is also picked. His right clicks definitely hurt with Pack Leader Aura, pretty much giving free Vlads to your team in terms of the damage output. It definitely adds up. You have Monkey, you have Kunkka, all of these heroes, their right clicks do hurt.
Are you surprised that he switched to the Pack Leader Aura so early? We've seen other Dooms hold on to like Mana Burn for a long time. We've seen even Tendrils picked up.
No, I think he just wants to run in. He's going to have a pretty good timing on the BKB. Usually you pick it up when you get a BKB.
Right.
But I guess he also wants to have a slightly faster farming tool. That's why he's staying on top of the network because of the aura. It is 20% critical. 225, 20% chance. And it's also 30% bonus damage. Liquid, using this opportunity, seeing that Doom is low, scouting him with that Observer Ward and with Giga Ward. It's going to be Aegis for Nisha. It's going to be much easier for him to start a fight, not needing to care about the Doom.
Early on the timing for that Aegis. And, I mean, that's the benefits of having Shadow Shaman, right?
Yes.
Shadow Shaman gives you that opportunity to go for the early Roche. We'll see if that, with the objective taking and the objective control that Liquid have, I would be interested to see if maybe at 20 minutes they also go towards the Tormentor. It's usually the case, especially, you know, starting top. They all have the control. Inhibit, and the Boundless Strike with the Cursed Crown unneeded, but the Solar Guardian, the commitment comes through, and it's going to get himself the Shackles, but the Song, now on to 3. They'll commit to the TP out. The Song hits 4 when the Luna walks in, and everybody is out of dodge.
This is a good way to disengage against Dawnbreaker ulti. Shadow Shaman found an okay catch, but you can still feel the power of Gaimin's lineup, especially when they pair up Dark Willow with Monkey King. I'm just a little confused about this Liquid's lineup. When do you want to take a fight? Do you want to be taking a fight during nighttime when Luna has increased vision, or you want to be taking the fights during daytime with the break of the dawn, having that extra damage increase on Dawnbreaker.
Maybe it opens up taking the fights at any time. Boxy, he unleashed, but is not going to hit anything. All right, maybe a creep or two. But that's a rebound into an X. And this is just another kill onto this Marcy.
Yeah, this is just a wave that usually you don't go for. If you don't have any vision on the high ground, getting your feet wet in the river usually means you're dead.
That was probably an ill-advised move. Still 3 minutes with the Aegis, though, for Liquid. They can definitely try and make something happen with it with the second life. BKB, though, getting picked up for Quinn. He'll have that extra bit of protection, and then also Doom is very close to a BKB of their own, only 200 gold away.
Yeah, this is the big timing for them. I think they can take the fight even with the Aegis on side of Team Liquid. Pipe is ready. Kunkka also going for another aura, going for the Crimson Guard, great against Luna. Will remove a lot of that damage.
Blink Hex and Sanya, ooh, they go into the trees to look for the Wukong's Balance Strike. So now this is a Shadow Shaman that's in trouble, but the Solar Guardian comes through and they get the kill on Maladich. They'll end up trading for Insania. Saberlight fighting Celestial Hammer, Tumbler's Toy from Watson. They find the Dawnbreaker, the Infernal Blade, and then the Cursed Crown is the lockdown that they need to get this kill. Tried to use the Shard there and did avoid the Cursed Crown, but wasn't able to survive overall.
Pretty good fight.
Cool move there, but just not enough.
Not using Doom, that's the big one, so they can have it for the next fight. Wukong is not that long of a cooldown, even though it is level 1 only, so 100 seconds. But he did use a BKB, and they will use this opportunity to take Tormentor for themselves. They have okay Tormi. You would probably prefer to have it on Dark Willow, but you do get it on Maladich. That's just the way it is. It's also a decent shard, nothing too crazy. It gives you increased heal, which is nice. It gives you mana regen.
Yeah, really not that bad, just not your first choice.
Yeah, I still think that Liquid can take the fight with Aghanim Scepter on Luna. That level 15 talent is online, so Eclipse cooldown is ready, down to 70 seconds. Unfortunately, I don't know if they can time it with Aegis expiring on Storm Spirit. Mickey still needs another 600 gold to finish it off.
Very close. Meanwhile, Watson, he has his BKB. There's the pipe for Ace.
It's not pipe, it's Vanguard as well, so he's gonna be super tanky. Again, Boxy, same spot, 3 times.
Torrent lifts him up, but he'll rebound out. Now they go for Nisha for a second. Blink in, they go to the Hex. They think about the Wukongs, but not committing it. It's still kind of a deterrent where Liquid's heroes aren't
Mickey
following
X
up with Nisha.
is getting
Curse Crown's
delivered.
gonna pop, and now we'll see Balance Strike. There goes the Aegis. They've got themselves the Ags. They'll drop
This
down
pipe,
the Eclipse, but
no
the pipe
damage.
soaks up all that damage. The Wukong's command. They'll throw the Terrorize. They hit the Doom. They get the kill on Nisha. They'll take out Boxy. The Shackles on a Maladich. The Ghost Ship comes in. The Curse Crown's gonna pop a second onto the Dawnbreaker. Saberlight goes back into the Wukongs. He'll die to Tofu. Insania on the run. They caught up to the Luna. This should be a full team wipe as the Infernal Blade lands and everybody dead on Liquid as Gaimin Gladiators soak up an Eclipse, move that Moon, and fight back against Liquid.
Yeah, that was basically nothing. Literally no damage taken. This was also without Song of the Siren being used, but you can feel them how tanky they are. They use Ghost Ship, they use that pipe, and this is the big issue. Gaimin Gladiators, it's all about that magical damage right now, because Luna, at the moment, isn't really dealing that much physical, and she can't stand her ground. Like, she doesn't have Pike, she doesn't have BKB at the moment. So Team Liquid trying to play a bit of a faster Dota. They do get punished, not having enough, and we're gonna see it again. It was a nice try, like perfect timing in terms of the delivery, because Aghanim Scepter Mickey sent the courier to the mid lane, TP'd in, Aghanims gets delivered, and suddenly
no damage. I mean, he looked at them cross-eyed, but it was painless as this Eclipse dropped down onto them and did absolutely nothing. And then just look at all the health. Like, nobody's really hurt at all. They continue to run down these heroes. They solo out this Luna as well. And everybody falls on the side of Liquid. I mean, that is just burning down the house for Gaimin Gladiators. They built up so much for Liquid, but it all comes crumbling down.
Boxy not too happy about this one.
Quinn doing a lot in these fights. BKB down to 7 seconds. But, I mean, this early Diffusal Blade has proven to be a problem. I mean, the hit inhibits alone have done a lot to really let the rest of the team catch up and help him out.
Whoever gets caught inside of it most likely is going to die. They have good amount of control with Ensnare, with X, Bramble Maze. Tofu's pretty farmed. He does have Blink Dagger with the Yule Scepter, so he can set things up. It's also not the easiest hero to kill. Tofu sitting at only 2 deaths so far. He's been heavily involved in most of the kills. 20 out of 24.
That's a high percentage. I don't know the number of. But they'll look to push the tier 2 tower bottom. They've got Ace ready with Tofu behind him.
Oh, now even Crimson. That physical damage reduction, it's going to hurt them even more. Moonglaves, not going to be dealing damage. Mickey now thinking that he needs a BKB. He needs to be able to stand his ground, but doesn't have enough gold. Gonna TP in still. Let's see the combo this time around.
Eclipse goes through. They're trying to get Quinn. They get the kill to the Monkey King. The song. It locks down 4, but the Ball Lightning's back and forth. The TP out from both the Doom as well as the Naga Siren. Ace needs to run. Nisha doesn't have a lot of mana. They do lose the Monkey King, so there is a fight back coming in from Liquid under the tier 2 tower that is finding it some success.
Yeah, this time around, Eclipse goes off. It does connect onto him at least most of the beams. Doesn't get the BKB off. Still need to be slightly careful. You are playing against Shadow Shaman. They can use Hex, Initiate. Dawnbreaker ulti is going to come through. Because you can't really be saving people who get doomed. So Saberlight's going to be using that Dawnbreaker immediately to get into the fight. Try to get that healing in immediately. And then Nisha trying to go for something while it still has a BKB. Thinking maybe Melody's going to run out of the AoE. Maybe he's going to be able to catch someone off guard.
Curse Crown pop. They had the Yules with the Bramble Maze. Nisha goes forward. They buy back. They look over at Watson. Maladich does not have Song.
Eclipse in 2 seconds.
They have Doom. Maybe they want to fight this, but Ace, where is he at? He's over towards the side. He's got the pipe ready to go. Crimson and the Blade Mail. Dropping Eclipse. Every time they've soaked it up. Yeah, they lost Quinn in that last fight, but that required them to use the Giga Ward, the Solar Guardian. Like, they had to drop it all just for that kill on the Monkey King.
Roshan's going to be respawning shortly. They killed it pretty early with Giga Ward. Let's see if they are going to be able to replicate it this time around. Kind of doubt it, considering that Gaimin are staying ahead, and also they do have Naga Siren to scout things out. Plus, they can reset with the song. It's coming off cooldown in 20 seconds.
We'll see who ends up grabbing Roche, but Tofu and Quinn sitting towards top. Ace is there as well. Sania in the vicinity. Won't get spotted initially, and they'll just continue to farm. It is an 8,000 net worth lead for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. I suspect that they're the ones who want to take this second Roche and be the ones who initiate in the pit.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant
28 minutes. Doom thrown onto the Luna. Solar Guardian. They're going to be here for the Shrine. Watson with the BKB, but the side of Liquid back away from this. They did get Doom out of the pockets of Doom, though.
And the BKB.
Yeah.
Okay, TP it out. Does survive in the end.
Boxy trying to use that Force Staff. Knock the Monkey King out of the tree. Not quite the right tree. Isha 5-4 and 7 so far. He's got BKB, he's got Kaya-Sanj, and next he's going into the Witchblade. And they are smoked up on Gaimin Gladiators. Maybe they catch him. But again, they're the ones who really want to be going for Roche, be the initiators in the pit, unlike how Liquid got it in the last one. They are chasing, and they will grab an X on a Boxy. Boundless
no
strike.
buyback.
Eclipse dropped down, but they are soaking up a lot of this damage initially. The Wukongs was dropped. They go to the song, and now can they turn this for more? They caught themselves. Mickey. Ghost ship comes through. BKB is going to be on the mark. So he's going to be able to turn around and try and fight. The balance strike comes through, but Quinn's trying to hit back. On the back end of it, though, Insania was caught by Watson and Ace. They'll take out both supports on the side of Liquid, and now Ball Lightning trying to cut the trees and get Quinn out of the fight, but Tofu ends up dead first. Solar Guardian came in from Saberlight. They'll hit that X. Watson moving forward. Lucent Beam stuns him up for a second. Inferno Blade on the Saberlight. Balance Strike connects on him as well as Nisha, who needs to Ball Lightning away and get out of dodge as Gaimin Gladiators sustain and continue to take that fight.
Not easy fights for Liquid. This Eclipse, it needs to deal damage. It's still doing a lot of damage. Mickey, 5,000. See Boxy dying. He's still dead because he bought back in the previous fight, but he needs somebody else to as well deal the damage. Right now, he's not doing that much of a right-click damage at the moment, so that's a bit of an issue. If they could bait the pipe somehow, but Ace has been really amazing, waiting until that, like he's not gonna use pipe until Eclipse is used, knowing that he can't be bursted. He's sitting at 2.7k HP, has 50% magic reduction, 49 to be more precise, has Gale Guard, has Blade Mail.
It does
He
look
can always
like
get it off.
Eclipse is doing nothing. I mean, that pipe has just been blocking so much out. Balance Strike to go in Wukong's Eclipse again. This time, though, without Ace, without this pipe, that's the power of Eclipse.
That's the power of Luna, level 15 talent. You can pretty much fight all the time. And now Roshan is going to the bottom pit. He's already there. Let's see how they're going to approach it. Quinn did invest all of his gold into this Scotty, so Roshan should belong to Liquid. There is BKB available on Doom, and Doom ready, so they might still take the fight. Arcane Rune as well. Insania blinked in.
Ooh, Hex, Solar Guardian.
He got him.
Looking for the Terrorize. That comes through and hits him on Liquid, but can they finish the fight? They go to the Doom. They'll look over at the Dawnbreaker, who is dead to the Doom. Watson, though, Ball Lightning Vortex. The BKB's run out. Doom's going to be in trouble with the BKB being popped by Nisha. They'll go to the pick-me-up with the rebound. They'll drop it down into the Doom. X trying to pull him back, but Watson's already dead. They'll get the kill to Boxy. But Ace now on the run. No Queen. And Maladich, he'll be back in a second, but I don't think that Ace is going to live that long. They'll take the Kunkka's life. And again, they can look towards Roche.
Insania goes in, uses that Giga Ward, and Watson catches the glimpse of him, blinks in, and then they try to reset. Both gets off. Torrent connects onto multiple heroes, and then Nisha finds the opportunity. Tofu does have Shadow Realm, not the best Eclipse. He's still probably gonna die here anyway.
Ooh, Balance Strike, Song, maybe he survives now.
Where's the
Can they
follow-up?
lock down? Can they get the mana away from Nisha? He's still holding onto an Aegis anyway. The TP out from Mickey as he is gonna leave Nisha, but he'll have
Boundless Strike in a second.
Ball Lightning. Can he get away? Balance Strike connects. Yules.
Bramble.
And Bramble's just not going to be in time. Yeah,
not there in time. Nisha gets away. If he gets, if they get the Bramble, I think he dies again. I think Ensnare was also coming off cooldown.
that could have been two, but it was close. No Aegis, though, anymore. They did pick it up, but they use it immediately. Still sitting at around this 8,000 net worth lead, and let's take a look at the replay. You'll see it. Watson's smoke gets broken, immediately blinks, but is hexed. Quick fingers. They
Not
have the
chicken
shackle.
fingers, but quick fingers this time around on Insania, and that both Torrent. It lands pretty much on 4 heroes. That was really nicely done.
Doom ticks out the stun, but
Nisha knew immediately where he needs to go. Relatively big zip, finds Watson and Boxy. Kind of sacrificing himself there.
To drop off this Luna.
Yeah. And then now Mickey has a pretty free entry, knowing that there is no pipe, there is no Doom available. So doesn't have to care. Finally can get some right clicks in.
It's definitely a good place to put the Luna right into the fight. Not really showing that they need Eclipse to do everything for them, which is definitely going to be the strengths of this build and this team. They look for this Dark Will, but now there's that turnaround where they have the song and they'll get the first life out of the hands of Nisha in this exchange. Bramble's on the second one a little bit slow.
Yeah, it wasn't ready yet, unfortunately for them. Good Boundless, though.
Trying to hold out as long as they could.
Trying to reset the cooldowns, but it just wasn't ready. And also Luna with level 20 talent. Now Lucent Beam getting extra 110 damage. This is level 3 ulti with Aghanim Scepter. So total beams 18, that's extra 1980. So 2000 damage that he just got if all of the beams are gonna hit, which is gonna make a lot of difference in terms of the damage output.
That sounds like one of the biggest bumps in damage on a talent.
It is with the item, of course.
I get that Tormentor, get the Shard to Insania. Harpoon for Watson, we saw it in the last fight. He's going for the AC. Say the big playmaker so far has certainly been Quinn, but he needs to survive. The few times he's been caught out, though, it's been without Ace, without that pipe. Like you said, when you've got this minus 40 seconds on the Eclipse cooldown,
you always
fighting
have
every minute is pretty great.
In a longer fight, you might see it twice. If this game goes post like 45 minutes, he might just respawn and do it again with the buyback, because the fights are going to be longer. You also did mention Harpoon on Doom, which is really good. This item did get nerfed. You can now disjoint. Draw Fort. Didn't know it was called like that, but yeah, the active ability can be disjointed, which is really nice, but you can also proc the Lincolns with it, so this is why Doom is buying it. And now they also have Vlad's, plus they also have Aeon Disc on Naga Siren. So she's not gonna die, which also means that she can get the song off. They can try to reset, but you have Vlad, you have Pack Leader's Aura. That's gonna be a good increase in damage output that they can do. A little bit of a lifesteal as well.
MKB being built for Quinn. He'll need some time on that. Already has the Demon Edge portion of it. He is not too far away from finishing off the full MKB, so by the next fight, could potentially see him have it already. Bramble Maze connects, but no follow-up towards that yet, although Ace now spotting Boxy has the X. Torrent's not going to connect with the Force Staff, but now Boxy in a weird spot. And they've got the vision. They go to the Eclipse. They drop it down. They look over as they've got themselves at least the kill on a Tofu. The Eclipse doing good damage on the Ace, but they go to the Song. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? They'll heal him up, but they've got the Doom. It's going to be through onto the Storm Spirit. Lucent beam on a Quinn. Nisha's dead. No buyback. Mickey running away from the fight. They finally get the kill on an Ace. But he's on the back lines. Boundless Strike connects on a Saberlight. Down goes the Dawnbreaker. They'll find themselves in Insania too. And it is 4 deaths on Liquid as Gaimin Gladiators come out ahead.
Only with one buyback on Tofu. It was a nice song to try to reset it. Saberlight committed pretty heavily to kill Kunkka, who doesn't have buy available, but the rest of the team, they get the Doom off, and they're ready to chase him down. The damage output from Doom is insane. This hero is just nuts, what he can do when he's staying ahead, when he is the higher level than you. But also Wukong's command. If Monkey's not dying, this is one of the few fights where we've seen Quinn surviving until the end of the fight. And MKB is getting delivered. Tofu.
Ooh, Bramble forces the BKB. That doesn't feel too great. Kind of feels bad. The opposite of hunky-dory.
Not again. Not a hunky-dory again.
Rebound and the dispose, but the balance strike with a shard means Quinn's out of the fight. They'll drop the Eclipse, and they've got themselves the Hex. It's onto the Doom. Watson in trouble. Low, about 700 health, but surviving for the moment? No, they've got the Shackles. They have the connection. They'll get the kill. They'll focus their attention on the Tofu, who bought back and will be dead for 90. So 2 heroes gone for a minute and a half.
Do not underestimate the damage from Luna. If you get isolated, there are no creeps around. These Lucent Beams, they're just gonna eat you alive. It's way too much damage, and he just hit 25 as well. Extra bit of a damage.
This, the net worth lead tells a story, but I don't think it's the right one, because there is definitely a chance for the Luna, especially seeing that last fight, to just wipe the floor with Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, Mickey has good amount of right clicks now. Yeah. Lunar Blessing gives him 100 damage. It gives 50 to his allies. Sitting at, what is that, 400 damage at the moment with Butterfly. Has Lincoln Sphere available. Can consume the Ags. And I like what I see. Refresher, if he can get to that, this is the item that's going to win you the game. With Pipe, it's still not enough to be able to remove all that damage. You're still getting the damage in, especially with the level 20 talent. We already said it's a 2k damage increase on Luna.
Cutting into the net worth lead, pushing these outer towers. One of the best things, too, about Luna, when you break that high ground and those glaives start to bounce around and make your life really miserable.
Yeah, pretty much if you lose a tier 3 tower against Luna, you're losing your barracks.
Long minute and a half. Make a top of the net worth by 4,000 gold. And like you said, working on that Aghanim's Blessing, working on getting Refresher, and probably thinks about buying out if they can get this next Roche. Definitely want to be holding buyback. Doesn't actually have enough gold for buyback anyway, just short 1,000. But Roche is going to be about a minute 10 seconds away, based on my knowledge of an analog clock, which is not much
good
at all. But I have a good
How
guess.
is that minute and 10? Let's check the clock.
You don't think that's a minute and 10?
No, that was 2 minutes exactly.
You think that's going to be 2 minutes?
That's 2 minutes. Let's see where it started. If you divide it, it has 12, right? So if you divide it by 3, you make 3 sections out of it. That's literally 2 minutes. I gotta teach you something, Benjamin. We'll keep it after the game. Might take a while. We'll see. Might not be able to do it in the pause. The pause is not going to be long enough.
I mean, this has been a year of confusion for me. I don't think pause. Ever since this change has happened, I have gone from like, I know when Roche is spawning to it could be at any time, guys. I almost know less than what the players in the game know. All right, guys. Okay.
They're doing you dirty.
Can you get a little timer, a little ticker down there as well? That would really help me out. The needle moves, but like, sure, okay. I don't know. Hex being built by Ace. That'll be some extra control for the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
He does have the Zune as his neutral item, which is going to be bigger AoE on his spells. Unfortunately, doesn't have torrent damage and knockup duration on level 15. Like if you go for a bit of a mixed one, maybe he thought I still need to deal some damage, so took 70 Tidebringer, which is still nice. McKay leading the charge.
I don't know if you want to be a tourist. Okay.
There it is.
Okay, guys. This is like kindergarten stuff.
Well,
why don't
I
I know
need to
it
go
then?
back? Yeah.
I'm going to be like the movie Billy Madison. I got to go back to school. 4,000 net worth lead continues to dwindle here. They'll hold that high ground and nobody coming over, nobody committing. They had Mickey at the front line for just a couple of seconds, but then they backed away. 42-minute game, but there's been a lot of back and forth. Certainly hasn't felt like a 42-minute game, honestly.
Refresher's the big one. Whoever gets it, you're going to have either double Wukong's command, a double Doom with the double BKB, or you will have Luna with double Eclipse. And that's like that second Eclipse can make a lot of difference, especially when the Rum buff wears off. Saberlight on a different side of the map as Dawnbreaker, making sure that he's still getting something out of the map and that he can TP in immediately. So far, his reaction time was pretty good.
Let's see who... Oh. Now there's a sundial.
With Roman numbers.
Yeah,
what is
all right,
this?
what is this? Also, that wasn't even a... Like, just this? I'm inside. The lights are off in our room. How am I even supposed to read a sundial?
There's going to be Eclipse as well. Hard to read that clock.
Yeah. You want me to look right at the sun? Wukong's with the extra circle. And now they'll drop the Eclipse. Roche is low when the Aegis picked up for Quinn. Saberlight goes in, but they've got the Song trying to keep him out. They'll jump over, try to keep their hands onto the Dawnbreaker, but with the BKB running out, there really isn't an easy place to run. Starbreaker, Bedlam. On the other side, they find themselves Watson, Boxy trying to pick him up and let him leave, but Saberlight dies before that. They threw the Doom. It's on to Nisha, who's running, but a lot of this duration, they have the net. He's looking dead. Boxy gone too. 3 heroes dead on the side of Liquid. They'll find 3 kills, but they'll look for more.
Lincoln's
popped, Insania.
Basher
He'll die,
immediately.
and then Basher comes in, the BKB, the chase is on, and they will look to get the Luna. But with the BKB, can they get all the way back? No, they've got the X. They'll have the Torrent. It's a full wipe.
And they
for
want to
Gaimin Gladiators right
no
by the tier
buyback
4s.
available on Storm Spirit. That's the big one. He bought the components. He does have Lincoln Sphere recipe. Was thinking about maybe getting the full item in. He's the one who got doomed in the previous fight. Watson, they have the damage. Vlad, pack leaders Aura, they're going for the push. Luna, Eclipse in 5 seconds.
They're jump in, they'll look for the Luna,
They don't care.
and they go to the Doom. I mean, Watson, he's 10-5 and 18. He's been a psycho killer this entire game. And the clock will strike 0 here for Liquid as Gaimin Gladiators will take game number 1.
What a great performance from Gaimin. Back and forth game. This Eclipse has been causing a lot of issues in some of these fights, but a lot of that damage has been mitigated by the itemization from Ace. And in the end, Gaming, they do get the dub. And again, showing the strength of Doom as carry. Every single time I watch this hero being played from the carry role, he owns. I don't remember seeing last time where this hero didn't do much. Like, even in a losing game, is just doing way too many things.
Yeah, he did a lot. I think Ace's itemization was amazing for this game, showing that pipe off very early. Worked out for them, eating up a lot of that Eclipse. And overall, Gaimin Gladiators, they take game number 1. We're going to throw it over to the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, BK Pentecost. We have a lot to break down with this one because we kind of thought that Team Liquid was going to be setting a fast pace that maybe Gaimin wasn't going to be able to follow up on. But I think we saw a little bit of a different game. And we saw a very fun back and forth game because the first like 20 minutes of this game was basically brawls back and forth, Jenkins.
Yeah, this one was like the highest skill Dota we've seen, I think, in the entire tournament. It was so back and forth. Like, everybody was bringing the right amount of heroes to every team fight that they needed to. And the one fight that blows it wide open is when Ace picks up the pipe and he's like the first guy that gets initiated on. But it really felt like, depending on how the fight would go, it was like one person would go in, you know, they would press this spell, Doom would use Doom on the perfect target. Like, everybody was doing like perfect targeting, and it took like 25 minutes for one person to make one crucial mistake where the game like actually had a gold lead one way or the other.
I feel like Gaimin Gladiator had a really good response to this Dawnbreaker first pick. This is kind of like the new hero of the meta. Sure, we've seen it a lot being played out, but a lot of the reason why this hero was good was answered in this game, because like you have the healing reduction from the Doom, which was like the worst part I feel about Gaimin's draft against the Dawn, because like you're ulting into like a Wukong's, you're ulting into like a Terrorize, you're ulting into like a boat, or if you ult, Naga's just sleeping and disengaging. They had such good heroes to make this Dawnbreaker feel like it had no game whatsoever. I'm not sure what else Mickey was going to play in this situation, but the itemization from Ace last picking this Kunkka made it so like, yeah, this Ags play, there's a reason we don't see it a lot. It's usually hit or miss, and just add a pipe and a couple BKBs and it does almost 0 damage, and you have no right-click damage to speak of in this particular game, and eventually this Doom will come online. But I like the fact how they switched the Doom to carry, and more so Watson playing very active this game, which is something we don't see a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, with regards to Luna, I guess my heart says like, I don't see a reason to pick the hero as a carry unless, like, I don't understand what the archetype of hero is for her in terms of, like, if you're going for an illusion carry, there's so many better heroes, like the Terrorblades of the world. So you have
That's why
to
it's banned first phase, though,
exactly.
right?
You have to go for Ags. Like, it feels like this is the niche, but you're totally right. If you have heroes on the enemy team that like to build into BKB, you know, such as the Doom and the Monkey King.
All 3 cores.
Like. All 3 cores are going to get BKB. You have Naga Sleep. Like, this is also going to heal you through a lot of the damage. Kunkka is a pipe buyer. I like that he didn't go for Radiance and he went for like Crimson plus his the pipe. Like, the mitigation, it feels just too much, and there's no like scaling on the Luna ult past the 1 point. It did look good in like a single team fight, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like bench the Luna. What we're not going to see bench, though, is Naga. Even in a game where you have Dawnbreaker, which a lot of teams are considering as a decent counter to Naga, it is so hard to play against a Song in fights. Like, how many times do we see Malady Song in, and they all just TP away? Yeah. It's like Liquid takes one, it looks like a good fight for them, and it is just a buzzkill, complete counterplay.
Yeah, there were quite a couple of counterplays. We mentioned that there were a lot of fights, a lot of brawls back and forth. Gold difference was basically even throughout all those brawls. But there was one fight in particular that kind of swayed the game a bit.
Yeah, this was the big one. Like, up until this point, 16 to 19, only 1K gold lead for Gaimin. Like, you can see why Liquid wanted to fight. This is when they pick up Luna Ags, I believe, and they are going in. It is right before Nisha's BKB on Storm, which is a bit of an issue. But really, the problem is all of the initiation is on to Ace. He went for a very typical Ace build. He just went Blade Mail, Pipe on Kunkka. Very boring, very standard, but they needed a hero to just go in and frontline in this game. And he did, and then they turn around with Doom. Like, Watson was rotating to every single fight, and it looked very good. Up until that point, without the pipe, they didn't have enough damage mitigation, so it actually was going back and forth. Liquid didn't have the same hero that was doing the same thing on the other side, so Gaimin takes the win there.
Yeah, they take the win there. They win a couple more fights. But there's one moment where we're thinking maybe Team Liquid has a chance to bring it back. It was a fight that worked out well for Liquid.
Yeah, this was another fight that it looked like it could have gone in the other direction, where, you know, Liquid is the type of team that if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. It looks like Gaimin Gladiators is chain feeding here in a way, because they're trying to go in 3 versus 5, but you can understand with the gold lead that they have that they feel like they can get away with this. But the thing with Liquid that makes them such a dominant team, or a fast team, I guess, when they take a small advantage like this, is that they're all on the same page. I feel like since Nisha joined the team, I know it was a long time ago, there was like a brief window where people, like Liquid players, were like, holy shit, Nisha's crazy. And he would go off and he would die in fights. But then after that, when they started being a very dominant team, it was because everybody would go in with him when he's like pushing his limits. And so we see that exact same thing here, but it's just the counterplay. Like, the counterplay is there from Malady again. This is why we gave him MVP. This is why Naga is being banned in every single game. Like, it really does feel like you hit a certain point in the game that, I don't know, I guess BKBs just like aren't long enough. I'm not entirely sure what the counterplay is to Naga. It is so easy to execute.
It's definitely not easy to play against that hero, but that was like the one slip up I want to say that Gaimin had in the game. They realized we'll group up after this, and then we're gonna buy the auras. They're having heroes that have damage mitigation in the Kunkka and the Naga. They're building Greaves, they're building Solar Crests, they're building Crimson Guards. They're just making the aura come back into the meta, and this is when Gaimin's always looked the strongest.
It is. I'm wondering also what's going on behind the scenes right now. Of course, this is a very important time for the teams to talk to each other, because one of these two teams will be going to that grand final, Gaming now 1 game up. And all those talks, I mean, we wish we would be able to be there and listen in, but, you know, that's not really viable. But we did create a talk that we were able to listen in. We gave them microphones. It's 3 legends having a little chat.
TI1 was a weird tournament because it wasn't necessarily a tournament who's the better team. It was mostly about who will adapt faster. That's it. Who will adapt faster and who believes in the prize pool, because a lot of people didn't.
I didn't want to play TI2. I didn't really play Dota 2. So he played finals. I was like, shit, man. Like,
when you saw that Enigma do that thing on the crowd, you know, you were like, man,
he's only
I gotta get in,
you know, he's doing so well. It's like, oh man, I need to get back in there. And I saw like IG lift the trophy, ignited my heart.
Once the team starts like breaking apart and you're not getting things done and whatnot, you just start playing worse and worse. And you just don't even want to play anymore. Because the funny thing is, it's like, what, 11 years since that moment passed? I felt at that moment to quit because it was just really annoying to play, like really annoying to play.
I got stuck on Cloud 9 after, oh my God, whoo, and then I almost quit.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, but it was nice. As in,
I mean, then you went and made your own team.
Yeah,
and then
I
you
was
won.
So close to quitting, so fucking close. And then
what OG did is they literally stole our stuff and took it to the next level, though. That's what they did. They made an evolution of it because we were stagnating slowly. So that was cool to see, though, because you guys brought it to the like next level.
Yeah, and we saw
Which
that.
showed it in TI9 actually.
TI9, I was
going to say.
showed it in
TI9. That's when they were finished with the process.
Yes.
you guys know that is a teaser. There is so much more said, and I know everybody wants to be able to listen into that full conversation. Well, good news. Tomorrow you will be able to, in between the lower bracket finals and the grand finals, we will show the full conversation between these three players. And it is kind of cool to listen to them talk so candidly about their TI experiences, which leads me to the question, based on the snippet, when were you close to quitting before you won TI?
I was really close to quitting in 2014 when I got an arm injury.
Oh yeah, that would have
I was
done it.
very, very close to quitting. I was playing with a lot of pain, was not fun, and luckily I didn't because I won the next year, so everyone's always been there.
Yeah,
Rough game.
I was really close to quitting too. I think probably Fart Studios, we will win TI. I don't
give up.
I don't know if you're ready to come back on the team. I know you've been ignoring my emails, but I think next year is definitely our year because I was close to quitting this year, but we're coming back.
Did you even play in the TI qualifiers?
No, it was right after Dream League. That's not enough time. He's got kids.
I do.
Do you ever feel like you should have gone for a second title?
Oh, I've tried. It just didn't really work out. You know, sometimes you miss your window. Like, you're really good. As I always like to say, like, teams are good during that patch. And then if you wait long enough and the moment passes, a lot of things change in life and you can't really get back to that level.
You also have to sacrifice
a lot.
An entire social life. Probably can't have a girlfriend. You probably
or kids.
You probably can't go to school. You definitely can't have kids. Like, there's
Makes it harder for sure.
Actually, I will say Puppy does have at least one kid. So, you know, I mean, there are a lot of pro players nowadays.
To be fair, in his heyday,
So it's definitely possible to have a life and play Dota.
Thompson as a kid.
It's just like you have to make sacrifices to afford Dota.
There's got to
You
be
wanna the
something.
best.
Like, if you have kids and you're also playing Dota at a highly competitive level, you're sacrificing sleep, and because of that, you're probably sacrificing hours off of your not hours.
It catches up with
years
you
off
in the
of your
long
life.
run.
Yeah, it catches up. There's always a sacrifice.
There is always a sacrifice, I would imagine. And of course, the three players, they are still active in the scene. That's how they got to be here on this tournament. I know that they are no longer in it, but it is going to be cool. So again, tomorrow, in between lower bracket finals and grand finals, all three of those, and the full conversation will be shown right here. But for now, the action will continue with the two legendary teams that we have in this upper bracket finals. We have Gaimin Gladiators and Team Liquid. Gaimin, one game up in this best of three, and I will say we gave Liquid a little bit of an edge, I want to say, in the draft itself. Didn't play out that way, of course. In hindsight, we can see why. But the question is, that was no pun intended. The question is, how is Liquid going to adjust from something like that?
I mean, I don't even know if I'd give him a draft edge necessarily. I just felt like Gaimin switched up their style a little bit to just deal with Liquid's aggression, and it worked out. And I think that's really scary for Liquid because you now have lost game one playing essentially your style, and Gaimin Gladiators versus, they just switched it up, and now all of a sudden they're playing more reactionary instead of this, I'm this late game hard carry that's just going to destroy the game. They've proven they can thwart the aggression of Liquid. And whenever that happens to Liquid, it usually doesn't end well because they're supposed to be that team that's in your face, they're ahead in the game, and they're stomping you. And if you can ever just match that, that's when this team seems to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they just first pick Watson's hero and last pick Ace's hero. This is something that they've done in like one or two of their games here. And then in every other single game, they have first picked Quinn's hero and last picked Watson's hero. So I agree. This is a scary territory for Liquid, but I do feel like both of these teams, they know each other so well at this point. Like, they're even just friends with each other, right? These guys talk all the time. So I feel like a meta like that has to exist within the teams where, like, you can't just do the regular Gaimin stuff versus Liquid as Gaimin, and then it works vice versa. So I'm not sure how much that'll play into the second game. I feel like Liquid can completely switch it up and throw us a curveball here in the draft.
Well, there's one thing that's not going to be a curveball, or at least not by Liquid. There might be curveballs coming from Gaimin, though, because once again, they are overall last pick in this game number 2 that's coming our way. So that's going to be an interesting one to keep in mind as we will see at the end of the draft how that will play out. In the meantime, we want different openings. We want slightly different styles. We see that Team Liquid, they have banned out the Naga Siren already. Which
That's
was,
fair.
Yeah,
That's
it
fair.
was their MVP in the previous game for a reason.
It looks completely devastating in almost every game that we watch it. Even if it loses, it looks like it's a difficult hero to execute around. And good lord, Malady looked very annoying on it. Like the illusion micro, always sending them in the most annoying places. The net into real ends, like into tower and jungle camps and things like that on the high grounds. And then of course the song. I think part of what makes this hero strong is that people are now experimenting with like blink refresher. You know, they're just saying like the idea of being able to entirely disengage a team fight is so strong that we're going to play completely around it. You know, like the fact that you can reset. So now, how about if we can do it twice and with the blink dagger?
Yep, and this time around, Liquid can't get first pick on the Dawnbreaker Fear. What do you see still in that? Do you feel like Liquid might be going for here?
Depends on what they want. So what's left is going to be there's Puck and Quap and TB that have not been banned.
And Axe.
That wasn't banned last game either. I'm just saying what's left from the last game.
Oh, they do. That's quite surprising, actually.
So, I mean, they could have just chosen the Dawn over the Axe, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if Liquid take Axe here.
True.
Because maybe they didn't want to first pick Axe and then respond with Dawnbreaker, which is pretty good. So that is exactly what will happen here.
Doom is out. Undying is out. I feel like these are really hard heroes to like jump into with Axe.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about Warlocks being pretty decent.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Phoenix versus Axe as well for the same reason.
Yeah, really hard to fight into. Malady really loves playing Warlock as well, so I could definitely see that.
So I'm curious to see what their choice will be here.
What has been played against Axe other than the Warlock? I feel like there's
just about everything. I don't know.
Yeah, so many teams have tried. They've tried Abaddon. They've tried a Templar Assassin in the pool. We only saw it banned out in that final phase previous game, but
yeah, I mean it's an interesting one versus Axe. Like, there's always the argument the lane can be really tough for TA with the battle hunger, but at the same time, like you have the refraction, which is really good against Axe because when he blink calls you with Blade Mail, that little bit of like refraction help can sometimes just save your life, or a lot of other carries will just delete themselves. So yeah.
I think that's where on Axe you play like less around the Blade Mail and you play more to like jump in and set up for your team. You know, something like Willow, Shadow Shaman, like just something to follow up. I mean, Mirana is like the age-old combo, the Axe Mirana, but something to follow up that is like helping you peel the refraction charges off, and then also
there's lots of ways to do that though, because I think this TA pick isn't a hard counter to Axe at all, because if Axe starts snowballing, this is a hero that has infinite scaling with armor, and TA doesn't really like infinite scaling with armor because she's all physical damage. So it could be decent in the lane, but it's still a little bit risky for Gaming to go here because, yeah, it's definitely not like your Lifestealer or Ursa, which is pretty foolproof in the mid-late game against this hero.
The flex can go in both directions, though, technically. Quinn could play TA mid if Liquid gives him a good matchup for it, and they could play Watson on something that's more of a semi-carry. I mean, he did just play Doom last game, although I guess the current Doom's not actually really a semi-carry. And Axe, we've seen this flex to support quite a few times, so it's not impossible if other heroes' opportunities present themselves for like a really good pick.
Yeah. We'll see if they're willing, because so far Saberlight has not been that guy that will back down from playing a first pick hero.
That's true.
He's like, I'm Dawn every game, I'm Axe every game, I'm Veno every game, just jam my hero in there. I've got my specialties, no matter what they pick, I have a way out of it. Been the Liquid way so far, but is it time that Liquid needs to adapt? Have they met their match? We'll see.
We'll see. They definitely need to adapt somewhere. Would you go to have a better shot at the mid to late game, or would you try to be even faster?
I think for TA, you're already in a weird spot. You definitely want like some Terrorblade if it's left. It was banned first phase last game. I mean, your first TA. I'd be shocked if Gaimin don't ban it. Okay, they don't ban it. So they must have a plan against it, because that's definitely TA's worst matchup in Dota in the current patch. So they'll pick an Abaddon, which will Malady play this?
That's what I was thinking.
Because like they got 2 carry heroes right now, essentially. But Ace could play it too.
Yeah, so far Gaimin has only played it on Ace. But they haven't played that many games, so they could definitely have it in the wheelhouse of Malady as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they're protecting themselves in a way. If, hypothetically, let's say, they have some tech where they think TA owns Axe as an offlane, right? If they throw this Abaddon offlane, now if you do 5 Axe or whatever, what are you battle hungering, right? That play's dead too. So maybe they're just trying to corner this Axe, and we saw in the last game they definitely dismantled Saberlight's Dawnbreaker through the entirety of the draft. So I think something along those lines is like trying to make this Axe not have a game no matter where it goes.
And I feel like one common thread that we've seen throughout all of Gaimin's games is that they're going Vlads every game. Like they think Vlads, AC, and Auras are really overpowered, and Abaddon offlane seems like a really good hero to me for Ace to just pick up a Vlads.
Yeah, I mean, he stopped buying the BKBs, and he's just going full Auras so far, which has been working out great. And Abaddon is a perfect hero to potentially do that. Normally, you want to pit stop the Radiance, but I don't know. Maybe there is a build on Abaddon where you can forgo
Midas Octarine, of course.
Yeah, well,
that Terrorblade
so the difference, though, right, is the fact that this Abaddon hero compared to Kunkka and what we've seen from him, Dawnbreaker, he doesn't have a farming spell, right? That's usually why you go for the Radiance. So if he does go for Auras, they're probably going to come a bit slower than on other heroes. And yeah, Terrorblade, good versus both the heroes.
Yeah, now I feel like you probably want to run the 5 Abaddon. I feel like core Abba does not like playing into Terrorblade too much. Like Abaddon turns his passive against himself when Terrorblade uses his Q. Although I don't think it's as bad now that the Mephitic Shield is not the facet people are going for, because it doesn't exist. But I still think people enjoy playing Terrorblade into this matchup.
Yeah, it's good. They had to have seen this TB coming. I'd be shocked if they didn't. And
Okay,
so,
there's the response.
Yep. That's going to be your TB answer. Good in lane, good in game.
Yeah, insta-kills the illusions with the Wind Panda. You can toss up the TB. Even tossing up Axe feels really good.
So that means Ace will then play the Brewmaster, and we're thinking Malady maybe for the Abaddon.
Oh, for
Even
sure.
though I guess Abaddon could be carry and TA mid.
Potential. Yes. But
so probably Tofu hero, like just the casual, Willow type hero that will lane well with a Brewmaster.
yeah, I mean, you pick your position 4 here because out of all the heroes that we see, position 4 is the least likely to be any of these heroes. And we've seen support T every once in a while, but there it is. They're going to pick the Ringmaster. Pseudo, I guess it's a save or Sax.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
That's
gives a more team fight. I've seen the lane though with Brew. I was not super inspired by it because I feel like when you throw the Cinder Brew on him, you don't have an easy way to activate it with Ringmaster. Or maybe you just have to wait till the Impalement Art hits and then you throw
and
the
then
Cinder
use it.
Brew.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I've seen this lane before and it didn't look the greatest. And speaking of lanes in which, I'm not speaking of a lane, sorry, speaking of a hero versus a lineup that has 0 stuns, here comes out the puck. But this does increase the likelihood of potentially this TA going mid.
That's what I was thinking. That's well, then again, I wonder how the curveball facet plays into the TA. I'm sure.
I mean, no matter what, I don't think you're burning refraction.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be really good for the TA, but I do just question it because we've seen a lot of like the puck counter pick mid, and with curveball, it just doesn't seem to matter that much.
And if I recall, Nisha is not even going for that facet. I think it's him and Quinn that are still stuck on the old facet.
That's interesting because he was like the first one that was experimenting with it. It was literally called the Nisha facet. Like nobody else.
I
was
mean,
going for
maybe he's going for it. Maybe I'm just thinking of something else. I know Quinn hasn't been going for it.
Yeah, he definitely has got those old man fingers. He can't curve the balls.
It's the old man brain, not fingers, technically.
Yeah.
That muscle memory working against you.
Yeah, I mean, you did describe Quinn's play style in the sense he has to play something 1,000 times and he knows it. And
he's already played puck 1,000 times.
Exactly,
Well,
he would have to play it 1,000 times with the curveball facet.
imagine having to play your Grandmaster hero 1,000 times more.
I do that voluntarily, but you know. We got an Oracle removed from the pool. It does look like we are looking at a position 5 pick for Team Liquid as their last pick.
Or an offlaner, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the Axe Flex is there.
I think they could easily put Axe 5 against this lane, and it would probably dumpster it. But is it good enough? Will Saberlight want to not play Axe? Probably not. So most likely just an Insania hero. And he's got a big hero pool. I'm just looking at all the heroes here that he might want to play in the safe lane with a Terrorblade. I don't know. It's probably going to be like some Jakiro or something. He needs a strong laner that can
Jakiro sounds really good.
Kind of help him out here. Jakiro, Warlock, something like that.
What happens to the Fatal Bonds if you Fatal Bond the Brewmaster and he splits? Is it just gone?
Oh, Warlock's not good. I rescind that because he can actually take Fatal Bonds off his allies.
Everyone, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
That's it'd be good for the lane, but that's just about it.
Ember will be the final ban coming out from Team Liquid. And they will think about whether they want to place that Axe 5 or just go for something different for Insania. And it will be the Phoenix coming out.
That's really nice. I mean, it's a great hero to combo with the Puck Coil, like Phoenix, especially if he goes for the hotspot facet. That's going to do a ton of damage, tear through the TA. Axe is a good egg defender as well. And then as a response, Gaimin goes for what is currently one of the better heroes versus Puck, it feels like, which is Void Spirit. You do well in lane, and you can chase and kill Puck in game. You just leave a Remnant right at the phase shift spot, and you catch Puck.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, Ags as well, instant silence. You can phase shift dodge that unless you're crazy fast. So both teams, I feel like, got what they wanted. I think this Phoenix pick does come with a bit of a cost, though. The heroes that I were mentioning before were better in lane.
Yeah.
And this Brewmaster plus Ringmaster lane could be very strong. So I'm not sure if this Phoenix is going to bail Mickey out of lane. But if it does, it's a great pick. Like, you have Puck, Coil to cover the egg. You've got Axe Call, which is classic. Great team fight. So I have to go Liquid on this one just because I think Watson is in a situation where he first picked his hero. And typically, usually when I see him win games, he has the carry-to-carry matchup.
Yeah.
He does not this game.
He's countered.
I don't think he has the team fight matchup either.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I could see Gaimin running into some damage issues as well. Their two supports are two saving supports, and I think their cores need some time to come online. So I feel like Liquid is one of the best teams in the world at abusing that. So this could definitely go 3 games right now.
Are we having as much of a brawl in the early stages of the game this time around compared to previous game, or is it a very different style of game that's coming our way?
I mean, I think between these two teams, it's inevitable. They both are ingrained to play quickly, regardless of what heroes they're playing.
Okay, can't wait to see the action then. Before we do, though, we're going to check in with Nomad, who's standing by TY.
Thank you, Shiva. Now, before we talk about this draft, I very quickly want to ask you about the Luna from the last draft, because that was the first time we've seen it in this tournament. So did you think it was a good Luna game, and what do you think about that hero in general?
I think Luna, like, maybe a bit sus in general. I know it's like one of Mika's favorite heroes. And I think they were looking for a hero like that. Like, he went to X, like, he wants to be able to join, and like, it farms fast, and like, it can carry, you know, like in Fury. So yeah, I'm not too surprised. Like, it fits him.
All right, and I want to know what Watson's comfort level was coming into this one. You get him that really early TA pick. You see the entire draft. You know, how does he feel about playing the hero now?
He still feels good. Like, every time TA gets nerfed, I'm like, Watson, what do you think? Like, is it too bad now? And he's like, no, it's still Giga. It's still Giga. So I think he's super biased.
Alrighty, so pop-off game here for Watson, and of course Quinn on his Void in the middle lane. He's been waiting for that hero to be good for ages. Is he happy to be playing it?
He's happy, but he wished it was a bit better, I think, still.
All right, one more buff, hopefully. All right, CY, thank you very, very much. We're going to jump into game number 2 with Bcop and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Another beautiful interview there by Nomad. Always nice to hear what the thoughts of the coaches are, especially with the Luna. Something a little bit different that came out in that game, but this game, it feels like a bunch of heroes, at least so far, that we've seen an okay amount of. Some maybe not so much. I think Ringmaster towards the back end of this tournament has been picked up a little bit more. People have been enjoying this hero a touch more than they did before. But I'll look over as they try to get themselves Watson, forcing that TP out. And TP out up a little bit further up to the tier 1 tower.
That might be one of the shortest TPs we've seen.
Gets him there, but take a look at these matchups. Quinn on that Void Spirit. They've got Nisha on the puck. What kind of matchup is that?
Never satisfied, no matter how many buffs the hero receives. I still feel that this hero is slightly overrated with everything. I saw a good amount of it in the qualifiers. It is one of the heroes that a lot of people like to play because it's very flashy. There's a lot of stuff that you can do with the hero. And also Aghanim Scepter, this is a good matchup for him against the puck. Good in the lane as well. I just want to see, because I've seen different builds. I think in this one, he's just going to go straight Aghanim Scepter to have more control. You are playing against Phoenix. You are playing against TB as well, puck. So I want to have that as fast as possible. This is a bit on the slower side, Gaming's draft, because you need to farm Radiance on your Brewmaster. Your TA needs to get to her Treads, Dragonlance, Deso. Very interesting approach in the bottom lane. This lane has been very popular, this Axe plus Marcy, and they pick the heroes that have barriers, so they are going to be soaking up a lot of that damage. It is a really nice approach from whoever thought of this, because these heroes are not going to die that easily, and if a hero dies in 900 AoE off Abaddon, if he's not the one dying with the Quickening Facet, he's going to get the extra reduction on the shield. He might get another one available immediately after, and so far they're doing a good job. 10 CS on this Templar Assassin. Even though they blocked the wave, he needs to help him out here a little bit. Maladich.
Ooh, gets the call, which means no Aphotic Shield. Boxing in a fight. Watson just needs one more shot to get this kill, and it'll finish him off. So it'll be first blood there for the side of Liquid, but traded off, getting some soul XP for Watson overall. Not the worst thing in the world, but having that call, making sure he doesn't get that Aphotic Shield, kills off the Abaddon. The side of Gaimin Gladiators are also going to kind of have a couple of these pokey silences, right? Ags on the Void Spirit, Shard on the Templar Assassin.
And there's a good amount. Their team fight isn't the strongest. It's going to be whether Brewmaster can get the split off. They have decent amount of control with Axe plus Puck. These are heroes that he doesn't like to play into, but it also depends on which stance he's going to be in, whether he's going to get brewed up before that jump. Quinn will still get the pull off. So far, so good. Like, very, very good in this matchup. Better than I expected. 18-12 against 9-1 on Nisha.
Yeah, this is kind of an insane one-sided CS battle at the moment, which has been really tough for Nisha, who will pause for a moment.
Quinn not happy with that pause. He was in the zone. He was so focused. As you can tell by the amount of CS and denies that he does have. Quinn has been having a great tournament so far.
Yeah, well, you were saying it in the last game. Just the average KDA, the lowest deaths here, all really stack up really well for the side of Gaimin Gladiators with the with Watson's KDA and everything like that, and Quinn as well. So two players that have really just been overwhelmingly good.
Yeah, Quinn had a couple of tournaments where he was not performing up to his standards.
Right?
But definitely picked it up.
Watson got low, but he's going to be okay. They end up killing off Saberlight. They look over
fine.
at Boxy.
They have another shield. Maladich can pop the stick if Boxy decides to go in.
He runs back at them, but no axe for 5 seconds, and both these heroes on the side of Gaimin Gladiators are going to be fine.
That's why I love this lane. Like, this is not a very easy lane to kill. They're going to be punching back. And also Saberlight, he did go for the 1-0-1 build at level 2, which I think is a correct choice in this one, because you can still dispel it with the Aphotic Shield. Aphotic Shield is still a decent amount of mana, 120. Cooldown drops by 2 seconds. They're going in.
Yeah, rebounding forward goes to the Dispose, but the Aphotic Shield is in. It'll pop. And now you go to the Refraction, and Boxy's in trouble. Saberlight, there's just nothing he can do to get this kill. You've got Refraction, you have Aphotic Shield. You need so much to just break through these shells.
It is too much. They just don't have enough damage. And with those couple of kills, they gave Watson just enough gold to buy Power Treads. He has good amount of stats as well. Brought a Healing Salve, knows this matchup, knows that they need to stay full HP to get that damage in. And with every single kill, with every single level, this lane becomes much harder for Liquid.
Yeah, that bottom lane's not really fair. It's like if you opened a peanut.
It's not fair.
it's I didn't say it like that, but hey, they're going in for Maladich. They've got the battle hunger. They'll at least get a kill there, but they might end up trading as Saberlight trying to juke around the trees, but unable to do so. Watson gets the trade. But I was going to say, it's like if you opened the shell of a peanut and found another peanut shell. You know, now you got to open it twice. Or though more so a walnut would be harder.
Yeah, it's been a while. Nowadays, you can just buy it.
De-shelled.
Yeah, exactly. Nisha.
Oh,
he
good.
got caught. Solo kill by Quinn. Will TP back immediately. That's pre-level 6-minute active rune. A lot of things going Gaimin Gladiators' way in the first couple of minutes, especially this bottom lane. Watson sitting at 30 CS, 12 denies on top of the net worth. This is the start that you want to have as Templar Assassin.
Every lane going pretty well. Ace is the only one really, in quotations, struggling, but even then, he's fine. Always pretty okay for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah. Everything except the top lane, which I don't think you should be winning the lane. This is an interesting lane that we haven't seen too much out of. Brewmaster is a very good counter against Terrorblade, dealing with the illusions. And also something to point out that Insania did go for the hotspot facet. This is the facet that gives you insane amount of damage, but your laning is not as strong compared to the Dying Light. I'm also wondering, they can kill him. If he's isolated, they can definitely kill him, but this also gives some extra XP to Templar Assassin in the bottom lane. Level 6.5.
He's fine.
Also in this lane, if there's no rotation, if nobody's rotating to the top lane, they can always TP out. They have no stuns available on Liquid.
You do have saves too once you get that escape act. Or even just if they're going to stand still, tame the beast, throw that fear on and help them run away. Boxy grabbing one shrine, Tofu grabbing the other. Almost level 5 for Ace, who's trying to get into that 6. But look at the difference here for the Templar Assassin at top of the net worth, almost at 4,000 overall.
Yeah, I also want to see if we're going to be seeing a bit of a different build on Watson. If we might be seeing the Mjolnir build, because he's playing into TB, he's playing into Axe. These heroes have a lot of armor, and that's one way to deal with it. We saw Watson when he was playing PL that Ame TA did go for that build. Blood Grenade wants to give a kill to Watson, but he is slowed by that battle hunger.
Could not get there in time, but Maladich getting the kill, and Watson being involved pushes his net worth anyway. Gaimin Gladiators are going to have a very farm Templar Assassin to work with, which could be a big problem here for Liquid, especially when you get that Primal Split activated. You have that extra control. Things are going to get nasty here with Quinn, who's also having a really good game. He's got an amplified damage and a bottled up Arcane Rune.
Is there anything they can ask for more? Gaimin's Gladiators.
Aether Remnant connects.
He's in.
Nisha even dropping the Dream Coil. That's just to survive. He was in. He was one shot from dead, but Quinn unable to get it, couldn't jump and continue with that Dream Coil, holding him still. Jump in, rebound, Ace, dispose, Sunray. They'll get the kill on Ace. Good kill there, and Mickey, he starts to boost up as well. And they'll start to take the tier 1 tower. You've got this Metamorphosis to work with and able to push the tower a little bit, but they glyph it immediately on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
This is the rotation that they needed. Either Puck rotation or Marcy rotation, pre-level 6 on Brewmaster. Their damage is a bit limited, so killing Brewmaster is gonna be a bit more difficult when there's no meta. Saberlight is level 7, finding some good levels. Okay amount of farm, nothing too crazy. Did die 3 times in this lane.
Has to be careful. He's right by the tower. He should be fine. He is now level 7. But Maladich is kind of like waiting, hoping that Saberlight makes the move out. He'll go over into the triangle, and there are some stacks to take to try and get some more of that gold into his pocket. He's 1,000 gold ahead of Ace, so the Axe, despite the fact that he's died a couple of times here, is getting a decent chunk. He's not under-farmed, really.
Got him out of gold, farming some of the stacks in the triangle. They would definitely love to get level 6 on Brewmaster, try to play a little bit more aggressive, maybe grab a kill on Mickey. Tofu also doing a lot of stacking in the triangle. This Watson TA is set up for a success in this one.
Certainly, and yeah, breaking the 5,000 point. Maladich, when he'll have that level 6, he'll be able to kind of soak up the damage with that borrowed time. Nothing too aggressive coming out just yet from Gaimin Gladiators. A lot of the kills that they got were on their side of the map. The ones that Quinn got were onto Nisha, and that was jumping towards the back of the tier 1 tower. But for the most part, they've been on their side, but they are going to make an aggressive play here. Tofu and Maladich going over towards Ace, who is level 6. So
Mickey immediately gone from the lane, seeing that Brewmaster did hit level 6, knows that there's going to be some kind of rotation happening. Insania is killable, not the easiest hero to kill. Mickey still relatively close by. Let's see how they approach this one. He didn't catch him mid-dive, but still going to die here. Level 5 on Insania.
Yeah, nowhere for him to go. They've got the Aphotic Shield. That'll pop. Insania is going to burn out, and Ace will get credit for that kill, and then it's just the Terrorblade continuing to farm inside that outer ring jungle. Watson's doing the same thing, and then like you said, Quinn, he's going straight into that Axe, and that's no surprise.
We've seen some Mage Slayers, we've seen some Spirit Vessels after the recent buff, so that you're getting actually the damage because you are Universal Hero. Ever since the change that we removed the Vitality booster, so that's nice, but also he had such a good start that he can allow himself, and also the timing is going to be very important. They're going to be hitting this Aghanim Scepter Radiance timing, and TA will be ready for that fight. Watson going for a Blink Dagger as his first item after the Dragonlance, so wants to be more active, wants to be joining maybe some of these earlier fights. It's also a farming item on TA. Hey, he needs help.
Yeah, he does. He's
tanky though.
But he's very tanky with the refraction. Ace comes in. TP attempt, but the jump forward from Quinn will help to get the kill. Almost kind of seeming like the split maybe isn't necessary, but if they can get the chase and get Boxy in a +1, that'll feel even better. And the trap slows up Boxy. They'll have that Void Panda to pull him. If need be, he'll jump over towards Nisha and instead goes back to form over in the bottom lane.
Ooh, that was a bit too much. Like diving underneath the tower, thinking that with level 2 call they have enough. It is 2.2 seconds compared, let's say he was super high level, because he also did put a second point in Battle Hunger, which I think is a bit too much considering you're playing into Aphotic Shield, you're playing into TA who has insane amount of damage so that she can easily deny some of the creeps, but very difficult to get underneath the tower, knowing that there's going to be at least one TP rotation.
By the way, Blink Dagger is already on Watson. He is about to hit level 12. 13 minutes into the game. He's also picked up another Null Talisman, or his first Null Talisman, but he's also got the Blink and the Dragonlance. He is giga farmed.
This is a bit of a problem. Ooh. This is also before he cleared the triangle. They could also give the big stack to Quinn, but it seems like they also want to be using it more aggressively. No Primal Split for 50 seconds.
Yeah, a long time till you have that big ult.
Seeing that Quinn doesn't have TP, this time they will bring Nisha. TP is coming onto the courier. Let's see who TP's first this time around if they find TA. But he's already gone. Down the river, will TP into the triangle where the stacks are. So Liquid late for a good 15-ish, 20 seconds for this rotation.
Ooh, man, look at all these stacks. Mamma mia. That is a lot of gold. And they have also found Mickey, who will sunder. But the Wheel of Wonder from Tofu, the Supernova, and who do you have to go for this egg? They'll start to surround it. They should be able to scramble it, and they just do. Nisha's here, Dream Coil placed down. They get the kill on Ace. It ends up being a trade. They'll look over at Maladich, who is getting quite low. Mickey, he is chasing him down, but the damage is there. They'll get themselves at least a second. They'll look for Queen, but they don't get the call as he'll use that step to get far away from this Liquid team.
Not too bad of a fight, bringing numbers. Egg, it doesn't pop, unfortunately. It was very close. There was a miss, I believe, and Boxy also using Dispose at the last second. Tia was farming in the triangle, getting that extra bit of a farm, and Quinn getting another power rune for himself.
Wow. Look at this farm on Watson. He takes all those stacks and now has 2,000 gold. So close to having a Desolator already with the Blink and the Dragonlance.
Are they going to give him the XP Shrine as well?
It's definitely a conversation, and the answer is yes. So now he's level 14. He's getting a level per minute over here. I mean, that is...
These are some insane numbers from Watson.
Some great experience. Primal Split gets used. They throw the stone over onto Boxy, stunned up, but Cyclone hitting Saberlight. He'll try to help out. Insania is also here, but doesn't have the Supernova. Battle Hunger, escape backed with the rebound. The call connecting on Ace, who is gonna die to Insania. But now from behind them is Watson. Insania trying to get up to the high ground with this Sunray, and the Tame the Beast is what finishes him off.
Watson joining a fight. Doesn't have much mana, doesn't have that much HP to work with. Abaddon is close by. He could heal him up. Malady, all he needs is levels. All he needs is one big item, and that's going to be Holy Locket. And he's going to have it soon. Already holding on to Diadem, so the heals are definitely going to be there.
This item timing is going to be pretty intense if Quinn doesn't die here. Hit with the Waning Rift. Saberlight gets the Battle Hunger. Dream Coil and the Aether Remnant will lock up Saberlight for a second. They have the escape axe, but the call still hits. So Saberlight gets the kill on a Quinn. The Wheel of Wonder is down. Saberlight's trying to run. Watson, he's down to about half health. But
There's
Boxy
another
looking
refraction.
over.
Got
There's
it
the
off.
rebound,
He
trying
got
to
it
get
off.
Boxy before the Unleash kills him, and he's got himself a double kill.
As long
Mega
as
kill
Maladich
streak.
is close by, if he's using the shield on him, he's going to be able to live. Level 15, 16 minutes into the game, over 11,000 net
The
worth.
Deso's coming, and he's 700 gold away from having a shard.
Mickey's still far. Like, Mickey's still doing good. It's just that this Temporary Assassin is doing way too much at this point of the game.
Yeah.
His farm's fine.
His farm's great. It's just not beating perfect. And beating Fed. There's only so far been breakfast for this Terrorblade. 1 kill, 1 assist. Meanwhile, Watson has gone to the buffet.
Hey, he's subscribed to all-you-can-eat buffet 3 times a day.
Those meals get delivered instantly, and look at this, the Deso and the Shard all getting delivered. So now you've got that powered-up Psionic Trap with the Silence. And how do you even leave? Saberlight's on the run. Sunray's going to try and keep him alive, but the Tame the Beast hits. The Waning Rift to go to the Dream Coil. It's all right, but now you got to get more.
Where's the damage?
Comes in, and they've got themselves the
TB's
rebound,
in.
but TB got dragged into what was a trap that silenced them for a second. Nisha's still trying to do some damage, but Liquid just don't have any answers to this overly farmed Templar Assassin and all the shields that he's getting.
2 supports with like double, triple save that they do have, like maybe even quadruple with Wheel of Wonder. Very difficult to kill, and Watson 6-0-5 has another 600 gold in the bank. 4 Deso charges already as soon as he picked it up. This triple silence, double silence from Resonant Pulse, and the trap is going to be causing a lot of issues. And this is also pre-Radiance. Ace is not having the greatest time, but he's playing with the team. He's getting involved, sacrificing himself. Rest of the team's able to get some of the cleanup kills, and about to finish off Radiance.
He'll finally have that big item for himself. Like you said, he's kind of not having the best game overall, but he's got higher net worth than Nisha, who is struggling.
Not going to get easier for him. Like, you need ways to deal with those silences because you don't have a save other than pick me up.
Wheel of Wonder, but there's the escape back, Tame the Beast, and Quinn is still dead. Maladich might follow as he has borrowed time in a second. Oh, just not up in time. His ask to borrow some time was declined.
Good moves from Liquid. Getting 2 kills. Still showing that they can take the fight. Saberlight gets the initiation.
Watson's
That's another
here.
one.
But does he have the damage? That's going to be another kill. This one for Nisha. Gives him a good chunk of gold. And this fight happening by the Tier 2 tower secures them an objective. This is not bad at all for Liquid.
Definitely not. I want to see Gaimin Gladiators go for a smoke, push out the waves, and then go for a pickoff, turn it into Roche. Because if this Temporary Assassin dies, she's going to feed big chunk of XP and an insane amount of gold. Having a big streak right now, 6-0-5.
Definitely got to think about the 20-minute mark coming up soon. Wondering if Gaimin Gladiators, especially with the Desolator and the TA on your team, you always think about going in for Roche.
Oh, this might be a solo kill bottom. Yeah.
Quinn getting Saberlight, and that might even open up the Tormentor coming up in 15 seconds for him.
Bit of a scratch on the head. Going for that extra wave. Seeing at very low HP. And now Void Spirit, Searing Signet. Going into Manta style next, it seems.
There's that Radiance.
Big item.
Yules for Tofu. So even more of a potential save, right? Blink Call comes in. If he's there, he could Yules him. Has the escape act. Yeah, they go for the Tormentor. The question is, do they want Roche after this?
They could go through the
Immediately or
Quinn
a
gate.
fight?
Bottom lane is pushing in. They could connect with Quinn. Try to take that fight. McKay is showing out the way with the illusions.
TP
Not
to
showing
mid.
in the lane.
Almost 50-50. 55-45 is pretty close. 20 minutes into the game. We've talked heavily about how Watson's having a perfect game. Terrorblade's right there with him and kind of giving Liquid a really good chance. And it's opened up where Saberlight's gotten himself a good amount of farm.
Nisha, most
and Nisha's
importantly.
recovered.
Yeah, he got a couple of assists in the previous one, didn't die, and managed to get a Blink Dagger. That game looked for him very difficult. He was sitting at 700 gold when they were taking the fight, and if he dies there, your game is kind of ruined. You're playing into multiple silences, but now he managed to recover, and I want to see what he's going to be building into next, whether that's going to be some Yule Scepter or if that's going to be a BKB. We saw a good amount of BKBs on Puck as their like 3rd/4th item.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's going to protect him if he gets that BKB. Would love to see it. Wheel of Wonder, they've got the Silence with the Ags upgrade. Aether Remnant pulls in Boxy, gives Nisha a chance to survive.
Nice play
Boy
from
also gets
Boxy.
placed down, but there's the Yules. So Tofu up into the air, but they've also got this Terrorblade coming off to the side, trying to get a kill. They use the Aphotic Shield to keep this Ringmaster helping healthy, and now they can jump onto the Terrorblade. They land the Aether Remnant, and they get the kill here onto TB.
He already used the
is
Manta
dead.
style.
Cyclone onto the Phoenix. Insania trying to run, but forced to use that Supernova.
They have Axe.
Back away from it, and Saberlight Boxy may be looking for their opening. They're going to stun up this Brewmaster, but it doesn't
Ace
really
doesn't
quite
care. He's
matter.
just running them down with Radiance.
Call connects onto Quinn. They'll go to the Unleash. They'll pick up a couple and now look to kill off Tofu. They get themselves Quinn. 2 heroes dead, but Saberlight low, getting chased by Ace with that Radiance.
Watson's
They've got the
dying.
GA soloed out, and Watson's going to fall. Big gold for Boxy. They look further for Ace. This is a lot of gold going the way of Liquid. They lost the Terrorblade first, but now, even without the Terrorblade, the fight turns around.
He needs a bit of a help. Maladich has no mana whatsoever. There's one coil, but that's about it. They're going to keep chasing.
Illusory Orb, Waning Rift, Maladich dead, and if this is a kill on an Ace, this will be a full team wipe. Sunray jumping in, Tofu's here, Impalement Arts, but Tofu's taking a lot of quick damage, Yules. Does anybody else come around? They hit that Tame the Beast, but nobody else is there. Meanwhile, they're trying to steal the Shrine. They do steal the Shrine. They kill off Tofu. They lose Boxy, but a lot worth it here for the side of Team Liquid.
Oh man, these fights from Gaimin. All right, let's see. They are going to be cleaning up some of the solo kills. Ace solo kill on Boxy. Good amount of gold. Same goes for Quinn. A bit overextended, playing behind enemy lines. There's still tier 1 tower in the mid lane to be taken. Nisha finally popping off. This Witchblade, very good. You are playing against Templar Assassin. That's one way to deal with the refraction. And great against Brewmaster, having True Strike. Something that you do kind of struggle dealing the damage with whenever he's in Stormbrawler stance, whenever you're trying to hit with the Radiance. But yeah, that fight looked like it's already over. They decided to completely ignore the egg, seeing that X was around. X didn't really do much. X by X, I mean egg didn't really do much.
I was surprised. I mean, I know the axe is right in their face, but did they have an option to go for the egg? It seemed like they saw it immediately, saw the axe, and were like, you know what, forget it.
Didn't really do much. I believe he's changed the stance, so he did have that status resistance, didn't get stunned for a long. Somebody made a call that they can take that fight, but also, because Mickey died immediately, didn't have Manta style ready. Quinn jumped him, got another silence, no Sunder.
Net worth sits at even, 20-16. And the side of Team Liquid are in on Roche. There is answers here for
Down to half
Gaimin
HP already.
Gladiators, but they got to get over here pretty quickly. They're going to try and make the move, the Astral Step, that Assimilate, but nothing to catch just yet. Maladich has borrowed time. He could jump in there as well. Supernova is ready. Aether Remnant, nobody in the pit for the side of Liquid. Nisha goes in with Waning Rift to silence up Maladich and Ace, but they leave this Roche. And least for the moment, with 1,800 health.
Roshan's going top.
Resonant Pulse, Aether Remnant, drop down, doesn't connect. Sunray from Insania. Nisha waiting on the side. He's got Dream
They
Coil
have the
ready
trap
to go.
as well. They silence Axe. This could be big if they can kill him here.
Call connects on Ace. They go to the Supernova, but now they've got the Wheel of Wonder. They get the kill to Saberlight. They look over as the borrow time's going to be popping
Saber
out.
with the
They find
buyback.
themselves their hands on a Quinn. He's getting run down. He's got the Resonant Pulse. He goes into the Dissimulate. Now Watson, he's trying to be soloed out. But Tofu, he's dead. He's the first one to drop on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They'll lose Maladich too, so both supports are dead on the side of Gaimin. But they land that shot with
Watson,
the rebound
he's
on a
hiding.
Watson. He's hiding inside the trees. They'll chase after Ace's Void Panda. They don't get their hands on Quinn, and they don't get Ace either.
Not too bad of a fight again. Killing 2 of the supports, seeing that they are lacking some of the damage to deal with this Terrorblade. Mickey, if he's fighting around the team, if they're fighting around this Spotlight and the Egg, they have the protection. And then Roshan, he didn't regen up much, which means that Liquid will get the hands on the Aegis.
Not what I was expecting with the Templar Assassin lineup with a TA that was super farmed and still is. But Liquid defying some of the odds and taking the first Roche themselves.
They're also going to give it to Puck. Nisha has been having a blast of a game, dying only once, considering what he was playing into. Relatively early Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit, Shard on Templar Assassin. Only dying once is pretty impressive, and for the next fight, you need to kill him twice.
See if they could pull that off. Somebody who's getting a good amount of farm is Boxy, and he is top of the supports.
Yeah, Boxy is all about providing sustain for his team. Pick me up. Very nice moves, getting them in and out of the fight. And also going for Vlad's.
Oh, Maladich.
This is what you want to have when you have DB on the team. He's in no man's land.
He's got borrowed time. And that'll pop. Dream Coil snaps after the borrowed time is up. And the sands of time are gone. They will take Maladich's life.
Liquid will outscale them, especially with the build that Puck is going for. This is Witchblade plus Maelstrom. It's a lot of damage. It's a way to deal with the evasion as well, deal with Templar Assassin. Now, he does have BKB available on Templar Assassin, but if Team Liquid, if they are playing 5-man strong, these are very difficult fights for Gaimin to take.
Never really had a massive lead on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, but the tempo of the game felt like it was in their hands. With the way that they were moving around the map and getting these kills, but Liquid have answered the call with a call of their own, and they have really started to stride. They're only up 1,000 net worth, but with this Aegis, it does feel like they're the ones who have their foothold on this second game.
Watson wants to jump in. He's thinking about it. Mickey, oh, he caught him.
They got him. They're trying to get this kill to this TB, and Mickey is dead first. Call connects on an Ace, the TP attempt to pick me up. They won't be able to stop the TP. Yes, they will. So Tofu gets the Yules. Thinking he was going to TP out. Nobody was there initially, but they got the catch, and they'll get the kill. Saberlight dead for 70 seconds.
Only losing 2 there could have been a bit more disastrous for them. It's time to take it slow, considering that they had this relatively early deso. There's still Tier 1 tower standing in the mid lane, Tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. But they find the opportunity. They did not give Aegis to Mickey. He is Transformation Hero, but we've seen good amounts of TBs still carrying it, especially if you want to be playing slightly more aggressive. I guess he was not counting in potentially the Remnant that can catch him off guard with the Hurricane Pike. Watson taking another XP Shrine, level 22.
High level here. Taking that Shrine, and the other one available still on the other side of the map. Nobody on that side of the map, though, because they are pushing the Tier 2 tower. Looking at that Shrine upside down. I don't like that you saw me looking with my head upside down.
You really didn't have to. You could have just said it. They don't see us on camera.
No, they don't. Ace will TP top. And he's almost got AC. When Radiance boots a travel and Nisha catches him for a second. As the Waning Rift silences him, hits him with an illusory orb, but that's about it.
Saberlight needs his BKB. He's still very far away from it. This is going to be an item that it does allow him to jump in and doesn't need to care too much about anything else. They have no BKB piercing abilities.
Xtreme Coil is going to have Ags on it now.
It's a lot of damage.
Maladich. Gale guarding, tame the beast. The fear was there on Anisha initially, but the borrowed time popped very quickly. Blink call connects, and now they'll go to the Metamorphosis. The Dream Core is going to be on the backlines. They're going to sap that. Ace silenced up, but Watson with the BKB takes the Aegis out of the Nisha's hands really quickly. Maladich is going to be dead, so they don't have the Aphotic Shield to work with. The damage being done by Mickey, but they've got themselves the jump in, but they got it twice. They got this puck twice. They'll look over for Boxy. Another Tame the Beast. Mickey's in trouble. The Blink as well as the call, but they've got themselves the Hurricane Pike and the right click in.
Nicely.
But there's the Cyclone coming out from Ace. Sunder used
Sunder
by Mickey,
available.
and he is in trouble. The Astral Step, the double kill from Quinn. They'll look for Saberlight. They don't give a shit about this blade now, and they will hit through it, and Watson will get another.
Oh, what a fight from Gaimin. Again, using a lot of things onto Abaddon position 5. I mean, they were, I would say, fighting it correctly, but also revealing that they are committing to the fight. And then Brewmaster gets the split, Puck gets surprised, he pretty much gets 3-shotted by Templar Assassin, Wheel of Wonder connects, and he dies again. Oh! Doesn't matter, way too much damage. Watson, this is probably one of the most farmed Templar Assassins I've seen. We've seen very good, like, Templar Assassin games. Mickey is the one who loves to play it pure as well, but this is also a top-tier performance from Watson. Daedalus done, about to crack level 25.
Take a look at the replay, and they focus a lot of attention on the Maladich.
Yeah, they're buying a lot of time. Two supports taking care of each other, and you can see at the top of the screen, Watson pretty much one-shotting. Egg, he's playing off of the Sunray with the hotspot. Can't really blame him. They don't have the best egg protection other than Axe Call, so he wants to keep the distance. And then Sunder has been already used, like two supports. You see the Whoopee Cushion getting out of the trouble. He has Lens, so he has pretty free spell casting from the distance. And two supports taking care of each other nicely. And as soon as TB dies, they just don't have enough damage.
That puts them up a lot. The net worth was close for the longest time. With that fight, too, Watson's broken the 1,000 XPM mark.
Yeah, but what about GPM? 1,000 GPM. How's he doing? Not even close.
775. That's 3/4 of the way there.
Those are rookie numbers in this professional e-gamer racket. Gotta pump those up.
What's your GPM?
Right now?
Yeah.
Right now, 0. No, I'm just kidding. He's definitely breaking some of the records, but I'm talking about over 1,000 GPM with Alchemist, these type of heroes, especially in a longer game. Right now, it's very hard to break it. Watson is in level 25. He does have Bash available, and he bashed it. Done. 2 hits.
Wheel of Wonder, Insania. He is silenced thanks to the trap of Watson. And 2 more kills lined up for Gaimin Gladiators. This is going to be another Tormentor, and now a Shard for Quinn.
Watson was struggling to deal the damage in some of these like mid-game fights, around 15 and 20. But as soon as he got his Crystallis, Daedalus, now with level 25, he was definitely feeling afraid. Pre-BKB to jump into the fights, and now this whole game kind of flipped. He got him again. Oh man, I don't think you can ask for a better performance.
And the name is Gaimin Gladiators. Watson like Aurelius out there, dominating this Coliseum. They are really, really all in on this Templar Assassin.
Yeah. Watson, Decimus, Maximus, look at him go. 10, 1, and 14.
We saw him feel like Aurelius in game 1, game 2 the same. I don't know if you saw Gladiator 2.
I did, unfortunately, yeah.
It's
loved it. I love the Sharks.
Thought it was cool.
Yeah, they should have put some aliens as well in it.
Sharks make sense.
They did have naval battles in Colosseum, but they never had sharks from what I understood. And they might need some of that extra. Team Liquid might need some of that extra terrestrial abilities to be able to win this fight, because it is very difficult. There's also Shiva's Guard as well available on Quinn.
Yeah, you want them to get those ETs to help out, but you know, it's only the upper bracket, so they won't be phoning home if they do lose this series.
Boxy has BKB, so he's going to be also dealing some of the damage. All right, there's a lot of tankiness as well. Abaddon, Holy Locket, Vlad doesn't get the jump.
Jumping. looking for Quinn. Dispose, unleashing. Can they get the kill here? They hit the call, but the damage being done onto the Phoenix forces out the Supernova. The egg. It might end up popping. No. They'll get the kill into Insania. They'll use the Wheel of Wonder. That taunts up Boxy, and Mickey has to go all the way up onto the high ground with that Force Staff. They got 2 heroes dead on the side.
Another trap.
They'll look over for Nisha. The
silence
trap
forever.
Up. And that's going to be 3 dead on Liquid. Following that up with Saberlight's death. It looks so grim here for Liquid. They have found themselves the Yules on Mickey, and they will start to surround him. Astral Step and another kill. Full team wipe. GG called. Gaimin Gladiators take the 2-0 over Team Liquid.
Oh man, this lane, this Watson plus Melody lane, a lot of synergy. I like how they approached. I'm pretty sure the teams try to figure it out, how to play against Axe plus Marcy in the lane, and they found the solution. They were not dying, they were getting the trades. Even when Melody died once or twice, they were still getting some kind of a trade, setting up Watson for a great success in this game.
Seriously, Watson looked really, really good. And, you know, you saw the GPN. He was definitely running at 1,000 watts. And he just continued to dominate the entire game. He had 1 death, 13-1, and 16 took over. And then the early ags was a great call from Quinn. It looked amazing from Gaimin Gladiators. They take the 2 over Team Liquid. We'll throw over to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away.
Congratulations to Gaimin Gladiators to be the first team in our grand finals here at PGL Wallachia Season 5. Quite the achievement against the defending champions here with Team Liquid. A lot to break down in game number 2 because we ended the draft saying that we slightly favored Liquid in this one, and we saw the typical counter against the TA with the Terror Blade, but it didn't even matter, Fear. This Terror Blade could not play against the TA because their game was basically already over by the time it was online.
Yeah, they didn't buy enough time, unfortunately, and I think this Brewmaster really shut him down, as it should for a large portion of the game. Maybe if they got to the stage where this TB had a couple more items, then they could actually get on top of the TA, we might see something a little bit different here, but yeah, the tempo from Gaimin Gladiators, absolutely insane. I have to say it again, like, Ace, he's back. Like, he's looking really good.
Yeah.
His play style, his itemization is really propelling this team forward. Watson, I mean, we talked about, oh, he's the last pick carry type of player. He's been first picking his hero, showing he can do it all right now. Watson looking incredible as well.
Yeah, this has been a really impressive pivot from them, and I totally agree. Ace has been playing amazing. It really feels like Prime Ace when Gaimin was winning everything, where he is building the auras.
No detection there, by the way.
They're running around as 5. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I don't think they just didn't know he was there.
Yeah.
But this game, he went for, you know, less of a Aura rush build. He did go Radiance on Brew because he felt like he had the timing and probably it's better against the Liquid lineup. But then it builds into Crimson, AC, same sort of thing. And Melody had the Vlads. Like, it seems like Gaimin has identified that if you want to play at this pace on this patch, you have to have a Vlads. And I find that so interesting because pretty much for the last year, the only time you've really seen it is if it's on Morphling as like a farming item. But other than that, it's not really been the Aura item. They're also going for Greaves in a lot of their games. And it lets them play at this insane pace. There was one fight where they dove a little too far and Liquid was able to take a turnaround. But that's the sort of thing that you'll see happen when you have a team that is playing like this goddamn fast. It's sometimes going to happen like that.
I mean, I feel like if you're Liquid here, you're probably a little bit scared because they just solved Saberlight in this entire series. He's been first picking this Dawn, had no game 1. Game 2, he goes for his first pick Axe. He goes 4-13 this game, right? He has almost no items. He got to Blade Mail, Blink, BKB. That was it. Not typically what we're used to seeing on Saberlight. So a little scared for Liquid moving forward here. Like, this seemed to be their identity as a team throughout this entire tournament. Just jam in this Dawn, jam in this Axe. It worked for them. But Gaimin's just like, nope, that's not going to work versus us.
Yeah.
And kind of showed all the other teams that might potentially be playing against Liquid tomorrow what to do.
Maybe a little bit of a problem also that both games, it was the same pick order. So we saw Liquid with that first pick both games, and it kind of felt like Gaimin was just prepared because it has been what they've been doing.
Maybe switch it up next time because they did the opposite on Gaimin. They first picked Watson and they last picked Quinn. And both players have shown that they can do amazing with last pick. You know, we talked about Ace being back. It's great to see him back in form. Watson had an amazing performance in both of these games. But I did really want to talk about Quinn because I feel like Liquid was upping the tempo in this game, as well as the first one, in the way that we are used to seeing them do. Like, they always bring pretty much all of their heroes to fights, and they bring them in the right order, where they're not like wasting the time of the important cores that need to be there, but also need to farm. Quinn was doing the exact same thing. Like, every time something looked good for Liquid, it's like, oh, Quinn is there. Oh, he's got the Remnant. He jumps the backline support that gets away at 10% HP, you know? And this is exactly what you need to do if you're being last pick of Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Yep, both Quinn and Watson obviously playing with a lot of confidence. Where does that confidence come from? Oh, I know, a great support cast. And one of those supports right now is standing by with Nomad, it's Tofu.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, Tofu, I mean, that's it. Grand Finals, you know, your first LAN Grand Finals since Blast 2. How's that feel?
Yeah, really good overall. I'm also like really happy with the guys. Like, it's been a long stretch. We had a lot of ups and downs, more like some downs than I think most of us hoped. But like, we've been working really hard, like daily, and it's also about this time now where like teams want to like get starting to peak and show their performance. And like, I'm just really glad that everything like works out. Like, a lot of small things, they just clicked, and it shows in our games.
That's interesting. So what has your year looked like? Because a lot of teams, you know, they'll either work through the entire year or they'll take a few breaks, or, you know, what's Gaimin's year been like?
Like, obviously, I think you always want to be good, but that's just not how it works. Like all teams, Dota became really competitive. And there's also, like, you can't just keep playing throughout the whole year. There need to be some breaks, some up and downs, and I don't know, people need to relearn some stuff. You might like move 2 steps forwards, 1 back again, and like it's like an endless cycle. It's more so that like we like really kept at it from like playing and like sharing ideas, talking, and just like to keep improving. And like sometimes it just feels like it goes back and forth, or like you turn circles and something goes wrong, but I don't know, like finally clicked for us.
Absolutely, it looks like it's clicking right now. I mean, you've had a fantastic run so far. Let's talk about this game a little bit as well. I mean, you're picking up the Ringmaster, a hero which I think is not seeing that much of recently, but it was very, very popular early in the season. But I wanted to know what your kind of gameplay is like in a team fight as Ringmaster. What spell are you trying to get off? What's the most important function of that hero, and why do you pick it?
There's like not 2 specific heroes that I would just first pick for myself right now, so I'm like more in a bit of a situational role. That's also why like I play different heroes every now and then. Whereas like against what we saw, X, Marcy, and TB, it's just that the save, like we wanted some extra sort of save, where the box spell comes in really clutch. Generally, I don't really want to play Ringmaster right now, but then also the shard and ulti is really good against TB from the control that you have, and just like gives us a bit more damage and firepower, because we already have the Abaddon really defensive. So I don't know, just like I thought it gives us a good mix.
Definitely did. Worked out wonderfully for you. And now you move into those grand finals, of course. So who do you think is going to give the best grand finals? Is it going to be the rematch, or is it going to be somebody else?
Like we didn't, or like personally, I think BetBoom is looking good and we didn't play them yet. But I don't know, would also be really hyped to see Liquid GG finals again, even though we played them just now. But we also talked about it yesterday with the team, and it's like really funny that both teams are like kind of coming back at the same time. So I don't know, that's always a great game to play, but I'm open for anyone. Whoever plays good, like we're just doing our thing.
You'll be ready for them, that is for sure. Tofu, thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck in the grand finals tomorrow. I'll let you go. We'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators definitely back in form, or form back in the grand finals. We'll see them in action tomorrow, but indeed the big question is who they're going to go up against. And I got good news for Team Liquid and their fans. Previous Wallachia, they did of course win, but they also lost at this very point, and they did manage to come back. Fear, I feel like this is a team that is resilient like that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Liquid is no stranger to being in the lower bracket or having rough starts, but then finishing strong. So I expect nothing less but a learning lesson from this series and to come back stronger.
Yeah, some teams learn within the game, and we have a moment in this game we just watched where we see Gaimin actually struggling a little bit, and I wonder if they had this moment, Fear, and then they learned something and came back within the game.
Yeah, I mean, this to me looked like the great start Liquid needed to start winning this game. You kill us a Abaddon when he had 1 second cooldown there. You got Void Spirit 2 times in a row. And Saberlight was looking insanely strong right now. They even get 2 kills, and that translated. Okay, Terrorblade, he's off to a great start, but unfortunately, as we saw earlier, too many mistakes down the road. TB only got to 3 items this game. He needed about 5 to be able to carry this game, so unfortunate.
Unfortunate. They didn't need to deal with Mickey. I think maybe that was the lesson they had from that, because that was eventually maybe going to be the threat that they would be up against, but they did deal with Mickey, Jenkins, didn't they?
Oh, they absolutely dealt with Mickey. And I don't think it was an easy game to deal with Mickey either. TA, very hard countered by Terrorblade. High armor, easy hero to sunder, you know, turn around, kill her through the refraction. This looked like Liquid was snowballing with the game. This is why, for me, Quinn is the MVP. Like, that is insane to predict that he's going to force staff across this area and use the Remnant like preemptively so he doesn't have the only escape path, because I think if he runs the other direction, they kill him anyway. So it's like this is the only play option, and he counters that because it's such an unintuitive thing, but it's what he needed to do.
Yeah, and I just wanted to highlight Ace a little bit here, and like his itemization every game. It's either Pipe, Crimson, into like these ACs. These are all aura items, even Radiance to some degree. I feel like a lot of other Brewmasters are like, oh, I'm playing versus like Puck. I'm going to get a Manta style. I'm going to scale for myself, get a refresher. He's decided how he wants to play, and nobody has been able to find the answer for it. It's just all auras. It's been Malady, Ace, spamming auras on every single hero. Then everyone else can just play normal. But
yeah, this works if your team is 5-manning and nobody's making mistakes. That's what this works. Like, I would not want to go into a pub and try to copy any of the Gaimin Gladiators builds, because it only works in competitive.
Yeah, and it worked very well. Gaimin Gladiators still cruising here through this Wallachia, only dropping 1 game in total in all their games played here. They're keeping their 2-0 streak. With this series, we'll see what they can do in those grand finals. Team Liquid, not eliminated. They go to the lower bracket finals tomorrow morning, but they need an opponent, and that means we have still got 1 more series to play. It's an elimination series coming your way with Team Spirit and BetBoom after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Our final series of the day is here. We are here with BetBoom and Team Spirit. PGL Wallachia Season 5 repeat, as these 2 teams were also playing each other just a couple days ago in the first round of the playoffs. It was a very quick ordeal, that one. BetBoom took it 2-0 against Spirit, so we're going to see if Spirit puts up a better fight this time around and see which one of these 2 teams can survive until the final day. Because there's only one of those, and I know, Fear, you like your elimination games. I know on the second half of the day, we don't get to do a lot of those, so you must be really in your element right now.
Oh, absolutely. These are the most fun games to watch because teams are tense. They're playing for their lives, and I guess I just enjoy watching teams just really fighting for their lives.
It does normally bring out the best Dota, Jenkins.
It's gladiator combat right there.
It is.
When
I would have
somebody's-
loved that time frame.
When you
I was
release,
born then.
when you release a lion, you would fit actually. I think when you release a lion into the stadium, that's when people really fight for their lives. But the question is, who is the lion in this matchup? Because I feel like okay, BetBoom 2-0'd before, and yes, it was pretty favor towards them.
I've got the answer to that.
But
I
Spirit.
think. But yeah, well, let's do this first, actually.
Yeah, well, this is the route that the teams have taken. There's both of them have come through the lower bracket this morning. They won their series 2-0 both respectively. Both in the lower bracket. The first one dropped down because of BetBoom. Team Spirit dropped down because of BetBoom. That's why you see them also have the first round of the lower bracket against Aurora, who they also 2-0'd. But it was yesterday that BetBoom got dropped to the lower bracket in a 2-1 against Team Liquid. A lot of games played by these two teams in the playoffs purely because of being in the lower bracket right now. But there is a glaring difference between these two teams because BetBoom has struggled, as Jenkins said. They have played all 5 matches in the group stage. That's a lot of games, but it is Team Spirit, fear that is in the same boat as, or was in the same boat as Gaimin Gladiators, going through the group stage with the 3-0.
Yeah, they looked really good. Now they have to make the lower bracket run, but they also are no strangers to playing a lot of games, and they have done it in a lot of different ways. And I think to speak of the Lion itself, I think the Lion is going to be Yatoro. Yatoro, he looks like he is in form right now. He looks absolutely devastating. Like, he's breaking all the records right now for this tournament. Last hits, GPM, XPM, kills, hero damage, and of course, he's doing it with a different hero every single game. And like in the hero pool category, we also have Collapse, who's like I think number 3, and the hero damage, Laurel's in there as well. So like a lot of these Spirit players are playing absolutely amazing right now, but classic Yatoro, he has the second most amount of heroes played and still breaking records for every metric possible. He's back right now, and he's someone you have to solve. It feels like he's pulling out just about anything. We see a Faceless Void, we see Morphlings,
Troll
Warlords, just very unique hero pool, and it's been working out well for them.
Yeah, I mean, when they won their first TI, it was on the back of Yatoro being last picked his heroes and having a ridiculous hero pool, and then still, once again, setting world records. So it's exciting to see that potentially they are in TI form, and the series against BetBoom may have simply been a hiccup on the path to the grand finals. But we'll see, because BetBoom on the flip side has also shown some major improvement in their games since the group stage, where we were calling them, shaky.
Yeah, and this morning, it was a 2-0 against Navi. They looked very strong then too. And I would even argue that yesterday's series that we saw against Team Liquid, you drop a series to Team Liquid, I don't think there's a shame in that. So I still think that they are in pretty good form here. And with the talk about the carries, I'm also curious to find out what kind of priority they're given, because we've seen so many teams be so different, Fear, in terms of where they're putting that. Do you want to first phase it? Do you want to first phase ban it even as well? Where did these two teams go in terms of their opening picks? And is there any heroes in particular that we should look out for with that?
I mean, it's probably not going to be carry focused in the early phases, because, Yatoro, he wants the best hero for the game. He's not just going to slam the hero into the game. He might play a flex pick hero there. Same with Pure. Like, he really wants his Lifestealer if he can get it on 18 pick. That's where he's usually picking that one up. So yeah, they're going to wait a little bit to pick the carries in this one. We're definitely going to see more of like the offlaners and supports likely coming out in the early phases of this draft.
Yeah, and it will be Yatoro, or at least Team Spirit, with the overall last pick in this one, and therefore it also will be BetBoom with that 18th, their 4th pick. The 18th pick normally is the most important pick for a team that is.
It'll probably be Pure on 18, Yatoro 24, likely knowing these two teams.
Okay, Batrider comes out. This is a hero that we have seen banned in so many games, and when it gets through, it looks amazing. In fact, GPK is one of the few people who has played this as a mid laner, and he got a rampage in this game. They ended up losing the series, but his bat mid looked like a ridiculous pivot. And so you definitely want to consider picking up Queen of Pain or something that you know is always going to have a good game against bat.
I mean, Queen of Pain is oftentimes first phase banned, right? So when you're playing versus a Bat Rider, sure, maybe you're not laning versus it, but it does shut down the possibility of back going mid now. And just in general, throughout the game, you buy Blade Mail, one of the few heroes I can just blink on Bat's face and just be like,
right,
yeah, I'm going to beat you at your own game.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's a natural BKB buyer, and I feel like Quapult, since they added the knockback to it, is deceptively like a really good disable against BKB. You're kind of rooted in a way because it just pushes you. I don't even know what this is considered.
It's knockback.
Hey, it's knockback, surely.
Yeah, but it's BKB piercing knockback. Is there anything else like that in the game? Anyway, it's very good
But
against
you can
BKB
get knockback
targets.
resistance from
Spirit Breaker. Yeah.
No, neutral items.
You also have it on Spirit Breaker.
That's
true.
Cool. The age-old Quap. Actually, it used to be good versus Quap.
They're not picking Spirit Breaker.
But that hero just isn't good enough right now.
We've only seen Laurel play it on the side of Spirit, but is this a team that we should think Yatoro or Collapse could pick up this Queen of Pain instead of Laurel?
Of course, yes. Yeah. Like, they're no strangers to having these players play different heroes if needed, but they're not, like, itching to do so, right? It's like, they need a really good reason to do it, otherwise they probably won't. Instead, they're just going to have Collapse play probably some of his more signature heroes if they're left in the pool.
I mean, I
We've
can
seen him play Magnus a lot.
I can give you a better reason. Name Yatoro's favorite guy in the world.
Well,
me?
no, it's Laurel.
No.
Jenkins.
Wrong. No. Starts with an A. Ends in May.
A that ends in May.
It's Ame, dude. I don't know. I literally said his name.
Yeah, I knew that. I just didn't want to answer it.
It's Ame, and what is Ame playing? Ame's playing Queen of Pain. Yatoro wants to be like Big Brother Ame. He still thinks he's really cool.
That is just incorrect. False love story here.
Yeah, I think so too. Besides, he literally talked about Laurel on a big stage at some point. It was like almost fatherly love, even though I think they're the same age.
Yeah, I mean, they're not married. You know, that relationship's over. Yep.
The Bane coming out and the Oracle as an instant response there as well.
I mean, I like that. There's very enraging heroes to play against in Dota, and on my tier list of things I hate playing against, Bane with Ags is really high up there. So having a hero that can save you instead of just trying to stun the Bane as a response is really nice to have.
I would imagine that is because if you were to ask me the two best Banes of the tournament, they'd be playing right here, right, with Pasha and Katomi. So I would imagine that Katomi knows exactly what he wants to play against a good Bane.
I think it's that on top of the fact that yesterday GPK really carried a game with Puck, and he had Omni Knight behind him, and maybe he had the realization like, holy shit, with this Puck scaling build that people are going for, building into the eventual Aghanim Scepter, Maelstrom, you can solo carry the game against anything as long as you have some sort of save for Puck. So instead of going for the traditional Oracle plus some sort of healer, you go for Oracle and then plus Puck, who, as long as you are not chain stunned, Puck will be unkillable, legitimately unkillable, and then be able to carry the game too. And that definitely swings the matchup for Puck versus Queen of Pain, which I know traditionally has been very Puck favored, right? But since Queen of Pain builds a Blade Mail, you just blink it and take all of this damage, it feels like it kind of went back the other direction for a while there. But that's where the Oracle makes it so that you cannot do that.
Oh, I was going to say, like, maybe they're going to go for, like, Magnus to drag people away from the Oracle, or go for Collapse's Mars, which makes it so you can't target people with, like, especially with this Oracle, right? But Ricky does the same thing. So would be redundant to take Mars here as well.
Yeah. I do kind of feel like we're seeing two teams that are exceptionally familiar with each other in terms of where they're going with this draft, but that might just also be the result of the preparation they were able to do in between the two series that we watched early this morning.
You know what this is?
What is it?
This is pure, you're not going to pick Lifestealer 18 again. This is what this is. Like, we're going to Ricky slaughter our Bane. Like, there's ways to exploit this for sure. But they're just like, he's laughing too. He's like, I guess I'm not lifestealing this game. Or he's laughing, I'm going to lifesteal anyway.
Little do
Not
they
sure
know.
which that laugh is for, but that's mind games right there.
A lot of the ranged carries feel a little weird in this game with the Oracle. also can get kind of punished in lane. And maybe Muerta is decent. Like, yeah. I don't think you would get very punished by Slardar in lane, Slardar Ricky. Sven is some like additional armor.
No. Oracle's so weak in lane that Sven will just get punished. I mean, maybe, I'm not saying they won't do it, I just don't think it's a good pick.
Just thinking for pure, I mean, I don't like the Lena's and
Gyrocopter. We're just gonna go Miro's hero now.
Yeah.
Actually, Gyro's probably their best pick, right? Great with Oracle, good versus Slardar in lane.
Well, now do they just go Lifestealer so they can infest the Gorestorm, the Dom creep? We saw them do it
depends
yesterday.
on how much they believe in that strategy, because you're playing Lifestealer into Bane, Ricky, Slardar. That's not good.
No, that's miserable. That's completely miserable.
Where do you want everybody to go? What's everybody playing on the side of Spirit?
On Spirit, I think Laurel's just going to man up and play Quap versus Puck. It's not that bad. Maposhka's Bane. Rue is definitely Ricky. And then Slardar's Collapse. So I think they want a Yatoro last pick hero.
Okay.
There is a world where they run the Queen of Pain as a carry, Ricky mid. That's not impossible. I mean, Ricky versus Puck, very good. Ricky versus Oracle, also very good.
I wonder what Yatoro's read is on Lycan. Because Troll is very good versus him. But then you're playing Troll versus Bad. I mean, they played Troll versus AA, so they don't care. And that Gyro I talked about, instantly gone. That was the best hero I could think of. Bar none. And then, of course, you're looking at these, like, Medusas and stuff, which, I mean, it's good, but Medusa's an amazing hero with this patch, I feel. But I feel like he takes a long time to come online.
And then you Medusa Oracle, like...
Yeah, the synergy's not great.
But I get what you're saying. It's like minus armor just does literally nothing. And playing against two melee heroes in lane sounds really nice.
I mean, Morphling, and then you're playing it versus Bane, Ricky, too. I mean, Gyro for sure was definitely stuck out the most.
I definitely think you want a Pike buyer.
They could play Troll themselves, actually. They'd have Troll Oracle.
Troll against Slardar sounds...
Yeah.
That's a very good lane.
Troll Oracle is also crazy good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe Troll is the hero they could pick.
That would be such a nice pick.
I mean, Yatoro played Troll just the other game, so
yeah,
it's fresh in his mind.
But if it's fresh in his mind, shouldn't it also be... Oh, no, they still
ban the Lifestealer.
They ban it anyway. That's so funny.
Oh, man. It's like so countered, but they just respect the Lycan Lifestealer comfort of BetBoom. Or maybe it's just OP. That could be true, too. It's like, lose your lane miserably, but just jump in a Helm creep and kill everyone. So, yeah, I mean, Troll looks pretty good. But yeah, they need a hero that can lane versus Slardar. And ideally something that works with Oracle.
Oh, no, they banned the Troll themselves. And insta-lock in the bear.
Ursa versus Slardar. I'm a little skeptical of that one.
Why?
Because I feel like Ursa, until Ultra late game, can't really trade with a Slardar. And Oracle's very weak in the lane. I mean, maybe it's fine. He is versus double melee.
Yeah, I was thinking that
helps. I mean, you can get Ags this game too, but I mean, you can cancel grip with it, but against silence smoke screen, you can't. But maybe he doesn't want to rely on this Oracle ult just because he's playing versus Ricky Shard. Just jump in, use all your cooldowns. I can see the logic behind it. And it makes sense that Troll is banned now, because Troll is a hero that does hard counter Ursa. And we're going to see a Bristleback, which means, are we going to see a rotation of potential lanes here?
No, that Bristle is...
So Yatoro's just going to play Bristleback. So this is another hero that's anti-Zoo. It has been for a long time. It's just the cool spray will just kill most of the wolves in the laning stage. So they did have a little bit of a wolf problem this game.
Yeah.
Nobody really killed them.
Yep.
Overall, a decent pick.
Definitely a decent pick. And I feel like between Coop and Slardar, especially with the double minus armor from Bristle and Slardar, you have actually decent scaling. So I don't think you're too worried about having like too much of an early game draft. there's some pretty insane tempo potential from Team Spirit with these heroes.
I mean, I wonder if they're thinking as well, playing versus Oracle, they don't want to play hard commit either. Like Bristol, he does his damage over time. If Oracle does use ult, he doesn't mind playing the longer fights to kind of kite that out. So, I mean, there's a lot of strategy going on from both teams here, kind of like what they both have going on here.
Yeah, speaking of strategy, I want an extra thought on this strategy. Lacoste and B-Cup. B-Cup, what are we thinking about these strategies?
All right, I really like Spirit here. You know, it's not the green facet. It's seeing red from Bristleback. That means he's adding some damage. They've got Corrosive Haze early. That means there's some minus armor early in the draft. Quap can get activated with the Sonic Wave coming off level 6, and you've got somebody like Ricky to scout them out. I like the draft. I like what Spirit's got. Is that good?
I will say,
that was a script.
Nothing to add to this.
That was not a script. There's no papers.
What do you want to add to that? Oh, nothing to add to that, you said. Lacoste.
Absolutely nothing.
was a
He's going to be
teleprompter.
solo casting this game.
Ooh, yeah. I'm proud of myself. I'm learning from you.
It's actually, it's a pretty good analysis there. What are you looking forward to seeing this game, Lacoste?
I want to see Ricky. I want to see if he's going to be able to pop off. I think it's overall a very good Ricky game, and he might be causing a lot of issues for Puck and Ursup, even Oracle when he picks up the shard.
Okay, well, let's see if he's going to get that shard, and let's see who's taking game 1 of this elimination series with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming in game number 1, that was not scripted. That was really... I just got 2 thumbs up from Lacoste. Like, let me tell you, I'm retired. That's it. That's all I ever needed was approval from my co-caster.
No, don't go yet. I need you. BetBoom Team, they're trying to replicate what they did the other day when they were playing against each other with this Lycan. Miro is one of the best, if not like the best summoner Dota e-gamer in the scene. Like, he loves to play his Beastmaster, his Viserizis when he's meta. Lycan as well. This time around, it's going to be him on Lycan. They have insane amount of physical damage. Like, you can later on bite the bear as well. It could be very difficult to deal with. You have a good way of jumping people with Ursa, Blink Dagger, Puck, Batrider as well later on with the Blink Dagger. We saw earlier BetBoom today as well playing their series, and they looked pretty crisp against Navi, I would say. A bit of a... There was one game there was a bit back and forth, but that second game, Save completely dominated, getting tipped by his teammates, and he's, again, on a hero that he knows really well, pretty much one of his signatures.
Yeah, I think Save has kind of been the MVP for BetBoom up to this point because they were struggling in the group stage. It took them all 5 rounds of the Swiss stage to kind of get into the playoffs. But ever since they got into the playoffs, it seems like things have been running on all cylinders. And Save, who was that MVP, is still, to me, that MVP for them because he's even stepped up even more, which is kind of insane with what he's been able to pull off so far.
He might be one of the most stable players we had in the last couple of years. Like, every single time, this guy is just doing the job stellar. Like, you can't find a game... Maybe there's going to be like one game in a month where he is not doing save things, but other than that, this guy always delivers.
Yeah, he has been very good. We've seen a couple of games where like each individual person for BetBoom has really stood out. GPK had the Leshrac game that he played really well on. That was amazing from him, and I think Nero's played a Lycan game already that was really good, but Save overall has also been in the mix, and I really like what they've been doing, but Spirit as well. They've looked strong. They got out pretty easy in the group stage. In the Swiss stage, it was Wildcard, Edge, and then Navi, all back-to-back wins for them to push them into the playoffs. But since the playoffs, they got knocked down to the lower bracket from this team, and they were 2-0'd earlier, so now it's time for potential revenge for them.
They definitely want revenge here. Overall, I liked how this draft opened up for Team Spirit, where they had this potentially Slardar in the mid lane against Puck. We saw this matchup being very good for Slardar. Carry Quap as well if necessary. Great against Bat in the off lane. Great against Lycan as well. You can't really put the pressure onto Quap unless she makes some super mistake. In the end, they opt to go for Bristleback carry, which is not something we see too much of. Bristleback's win rate so far in the tournament is sub 30%, which is kind of, I would say, expected, considering how many nerfs this hero has received. Every single patch, every single letter patch, this hero is receiving some kind of a nerf.
Yeah, he has not had the most fun this tournament, but teams still believe in it. You know, obviously, sometimes there's the winning rate going down from group stage where teams that maybe are losing every series or playing it or trying to make it work. and playoffs kind of tell a different story, but still, a hero with a 30% win rate and team still wanting to make it work is pretty interesting and almost borderline stubborn to me. But we've seen it work. I mean, Yatoro is definitely the guy to make a hero like this work, especially if Laurel can kind of give him that space. We'll see what they can do, because this offlane of Miero and Save is no joke no matter what hero they're on.
It's not, but they're not putting too much pressure onto Bristleback at the moment, especially when Viposhka gets level 3. 2 points in Brain Sap. This is not a killer lane unless they decide to play aggressive on side of BetBoom Team. So they might get a return kill from it. Laurel.
Glyph the wave. And
has Fairy Fire. He's fine.
But still making him think. Glyph that wave. Couldn't get the CS out of that one, so GPK gonna continue to control it. He's 17-7, and the Queen of Pain's 8-2. That is not good for this Queen of Pain.
Yeah, you can play Shadow Strike in this matchup. He can also dodge Scream of Pain. GPK had some really amazing performances, and he's going to immediately start to play aggressive as soon as Laurel TP's in.
Threw down that Sentry, but it does not catch the obs that is towards the front of the steps. Doesn't really quite catch that vision that they'll have here for GPK. We'll see if anybody rotates for the 4-minute water rune. It doesn't look like that'll be the case. But 2 minutes from now, I look at these supports, and I think Spirit's got good supports to come over for 6 minutes. I don't think it's amazing, but a Nightmare and a Brain Sap could give you a setup for the Queen of Pain. I'm not too sure about the Riki, but for Oracle and Batrider, Flame Break as well as Fortune's End, Purifying Flame seems quite nice at 6 minutes.
It does. Collapse is also playing Slardar, staying pretty much on top of the, very close to the top of CS. Not an easy lane for Ursa. He gets close. You can't really trade, and you can see Rue, he's coming in. Does have second Blade Strike available soon, plus the Blood Grenade. Ursa trying to run away. Blood Grenade even on Rue, so that he can try to get away. No point in Guardian Sprint yet, but this is also going to be quite a lot of damage onto Pure. Rue needs to run away. There is Healing Salve available. Even with Poshka making a rotation.
Yeah. He's coming through. They place down that obs. They're going to try and get a kill, but Pure, he got that salve off. He's back to full health. Not sure it'll matter. Nightmare pulls him in, but the jump in. Fortune Zan lands on a 3. Flame Break also connects him. Aposhka, he's going to die here to save. They do get the kill on a Pure. They got what they came for. It cost them a first blood and a support. Collapse is able to sprint away, and then the tricks of the trade for Rue makes sure that he's safe.
Overlapping the stun and Nightmare at the same time, so when he gets out, he's not stunned anymore, and then you don't have much control. And save immediately with the rotation. Poshka now to the mid lane.
6 minutes and 15 seconds. Going for Collapse. Thinking about the Slithering Crush. Rue is also sitting low, but he'll pop that Lotus. Maposhka guarding this bottom rune, and it will be an Invis rune that could be picked up by Laurel and filling up that bottle. He might just hold this till he gets level 6.
Not the best Queen of Pain rune. Like, ideally, you would want to get anything other than the Illusion rune as your first rune, because Haste is fine. You can go to the side lane. Arcane rune's great. Illusion is good because you can dispel the silence from Puck, might get you out of the trouble. Region, of course, going to be very valuable because it can't be dispelled anymore by taking the damage. And playing aggressive onto Pure one more time. This is not an easy lane for him. He's still doing okay. But Fate Sealet also not the ability that gives you the most protection. Seeing you're playing against Slardar, which is physical damage. Slithering Crushes, so is Bash of the Deep.
It's 10 seconds till the 7-minute Shrine, and Slithering Crush, Pure, again, being chased a little bit by these Spirit Heroes. Queen of Pain does have level 6, still holding on to that Invis rune. Slithering Crush again, Pure. Needs to be careful, tricks of the trade, and still doesn't quite have his claws on anybody here for the side of Spirit, but Pure needs to be very careful about these bashes and these crushes coming his way.
No HP whatsoever. There are 21 charges on Kataomi, but he's also getting scouted by this observer ward that Miposhka did place. So they can try to play a little bit more aggressive. Miposhka again coming to this lane.
Almost baiting them to think the only vision that they have there is that Watcher. But they do have that extra obs, they do have that extra vision. Maybe looking to come through for a kill here, but it is the 8-minute rune if they can get the control on that, Laurel. Link forward, go to that scream, save is in. But the smoke screen down the Nightmare, save gets pulled over, and GPK, he's going to have control of that amplified damage.
They see that amplified damage, they need to run away. Laurel needs to blink out. No raindrop available. Not much mana for the Sonic Wave either. A bit of a slower game. They try to make some moves to the top lane. They were not successful. Ursa has managed to stabilize his farming.
He stabilized the farming, but Atro, he leads the net worth, and by 1,000 over the competitive Ursa top.
No stacks. You are playing red Bristleback, but there are no stacks in the triangle. They've been pretty busy. This rotation from Miposhka. Actually 0. This is one of the few games that we do see one team not having a single stack at 9 minutes.
Yeah, a bit odd. Average stacks are definitely around like the 10 mark, or so it feels. And a couple of bounty runes picked up by Kataomi. He's continuing to make some stacks, but Yatoro content to just farm here. Who's the guy who's dealing with the helm creeps that are going to be coming from this Lycan?
Bristleback and Slardar, they have to be the ones. Ricky is not the easiest one to kill. There was a game where they missed like a bit of a timing. I believe it was them as well when they played with Lycan. Just got to double check that real quick.
Putting some pressure on the mid-tier 1 with these creeps, but Laurel's still here to farm. Haven't seen him throw a Sonic Wave out. Dream Coil committed onto the Ricky, but he's got this smoke screen. Doesn't have to worry too much about the damage. Fortune Zen, though, and might have another Purifying Flames. However, gets into the tricks of the trade and leaves GPK to get the kill. Has that amplified damage and more than enough to get the kill on the Ricky. Spirits struggled in the series that they played
another one. GPK, Arcane Rune ready. He's in. Miposhka, Brain Sap in a second. Still not good enough.
Miposhka chased by GPK, Waning Rift. With that ending of the amplified damage, now has the Arcane Rune to work with, but silenced. Goes off the other way. Fortune Zen lands on 2. Illusory Orb crosses both Rue and Laurel's path. Curveball onto the tier 1 tower. He's got some help here from Kataomi as well as save, but nobody's going in from the side of Team Spirit.
They just don't have enough. It feels like they need extra bit of oomph. Those 2 runes that they picked up on BetBoom, making the difference there. Getting them kills and also getting them extra levels. This is the 3rd time Laurel TP'd to a lane. He is not having a good time.
No, bottom of the core's net worth by a lot. But the good news is Yatoro's got farm. So does Collapse.
And they're finally making some stacks in the triangle. This is very important. I checked the number of stacks. Gaimin Gladiator, they're the best. Them and Spirit are actually tied on the first place, in the first place, because the average stack is 15.4 per game.
Woo.
Not getting that much out of this game, at least.
So a lot of gold with all those stacks. Blink Dagger in just a couple of gold here for the Slardar. That might open up some aggression for the side of Spirit. Certainly should. He's also got that Dormant Curio. Miposhka goes to a Quicken Dormant Curio.
I like when 2 supports are sitting in the mid lane, trying to collect some of the XP post 10 minutes, knowing that they are a bit under-leveled.
You threw that Nightmare out. I was going to say, it's usually the agreement is, hey, we're just getting the experience here. You don't mess with me, I don't mess with you. Viscous Nasal Goo to slow down Miero. Put some decent damage into him. And they did the same on the Pure, but they do not get this kill on the Ursa in the top lane. They have the Blink Dagger flying out. Maybe he can find him over in the jungle and get that jump.
He does see him. He's in.
Yeah, he's not going to expect this.
Nice done by Collapse. Surprise.
Timing is great for him.
Good amount of XP. Farming the stacked small camp as well. Suddenly Collapse. Getting close. Like, this is not where you would expect Slardar to be in terms of net worth, but he was set up for a success playing into a lane. Playing into a good matchup for him. Level 9.5 now.
That word over mid for BetBoom about to time out, which means it's been giving them that information for a while.
But there, yeah, it's
behind the tier
hard
1.
to get the jump.
He got that first jump with the Blink to the Slithering Crush, has Corrosive Haze. I kind of thought that this draft was going to be trying to fight a little bit earlier from Spirit, but they've been very content with what they've been getting. Queen of Pain, I don't think we've seen a Sonic Wave yet.
No, I don't think we've seen him like rotate. A couple of rotations did come to the mid lane, but those rotations got scouted. Sitting at 0-0-0 at the moment. Bit of a slower game from his side. Because Bristleback, he needs a little bit more time. He's going for Aghanim Scepter. So seeing red, that Axe is still pretty good. Deals good amount of damage. Collapse is the biggest winner, I would say, out of the laning stage. Getting insane amount of farm, and Ursa already used Enrage. Blink is ready.
The Blink, Crush, and while they were focusing their attention onto the Oracle, they went to go and get Pure. Save is here, Dream Coil used. That's onto this Bane, who's still alive. Eventually, Pure dies, though, at the trade of Maposhka. It's Laurel who gets that kill. Save, he's going to be bashed and crushed. They flatten him like a pancake with that Slithering Crush. As Collapse gets another.
Collapse is getting away with too much.
Yeah, he's got a lot of gold, and he has had a free lane with a couple of extra kills.
Very nice move. Doesn't get lassoed. Resets one more time. Gets Corrosive Haze onto Batrider. Times his bash, uses 3 of those charges, and then jumps him, gets the bash, gets the Slithering Crush afterwards. We talked about Ricky. Like, it's very important that Drew's having a good time. Right now, he is at the bottom of every... Like, he's just at the bottom, period. And if he decides to go for the Fusel Blade, I like that a lot. With Inhibit, it does allow you to keep them inside of the cloud, which is really nice. And it does allow you to scale. You're still going to be doing quite a lot of damage. Let's say you're playing into a bit of a longer fight. Slardar with the Corrosive Haze. There's a couple of targets left. You're still going to be getting the kills. Oh my god, he dies so quickly.
Yeah, Fiend's Grip has that Ags. Throws those quills into the face of the Oracle. Spirit finally starting to turn it on, but now they've smoked up. They're going to try and get the kill into Yatoro. They've also got Miero nearby. Dream Coil, Shapeshift, all gets committed with a lasso. And Yatoro, after getting a kill, he is looking pretty dead. They also got Save and Pure, though. The Quills spray out and get this Ursa before he dies.
Underestimating the damage from Red Bristleback. He's still gonna be like a lot. The last couple of months, we saw a good amount of green Bristleback almost exclusively, which he's harder to kill in terms of you're getting slowed, you're losing your armor, but you're not dealing that much damage. And let's see the damage. 5,000 damage from Bristleback.
That is a lot for this point in the game. Just more than doubles the damage that BetBoom did in that fight. Rue, by the way, he also got that helm creep, so he picked up an extra 250 gold on that, and that pushes him.
It's not that good of a game for Helm of the Dominator / Overlord. The creep is gonna die. Right now, getting scouted. Collapse might try to go for it. Collapse is having a blast of a game. Level 11, Shard already picked up. That is gonna be his farming tool. And now wrapping around. Miero, no shapeshift.
That extra
rest of the team is coming. Miero, no boots of speed. He's in a lot of trouble here.
Haze and Miero now bashed. They're gonna bring over this puck. It is a very tanky Lycan, but eventually he does die. But Laurel dies too, and that's to Miero. And ends up being a trade. Rue, he's not gonna high five back, but I didn't really expect Laurel to die in that situation.
He was very tanky.
Takes a lot of damage.
Having Spark of Courage, using Howl, reducing their armor, they also die pretty quickly. There's a good amount of minus armor as well. Rue, behind enemy lines, will scout out some of the couriers. Might get 3, actually. Whew.
Almost got that puck courier, too. So much extra gold.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's 700 gold that he just got from
2 couriers, and he's got 4 total. Grew up to some extracurricular activities as his main goal and class is playing and winning this game, but the side class is killing couriers. Not a bad extra class to have when you've got all that gold coming through.
With this lineup, Spirit can also steal Roshan from Ursa and like Lycan lineup, which is pretty good. All they have to do is take one fight. Slaughter now does have Corrosive Haze level 2. That's minus 15 armor, more than enough. Miposhka, pretty isolated here. Needs some kind of a backup.
I can't believe they didn't even want to jump. They didn't know it was behind him. But Miposhka, not afraid at all, with heroes close enough nearby that he kind of just walked it through and was like, yeah, try to take my life. They don't even try to go after that Bane at all.
They don't lose a single game on Bane.
That is what 100% would mean, and he's 3 for 3. It's being sustained at this 3,000 net worth lead for Spirit. BetBoom are relying on this Ursa kind of getting off the starting line once he picked up that Battle Fury, but he's still bottom of the net worth for the course.
Not having a good time. Miero again using the ulti. Miposhka.
He's caught this time.
They catch Queen of Pain with Coil. Nicely done by GPK.
Yeah, not focusing Miposhka, who's now going to try and TP away and does so. It looked like, I mean, Bane was dead to rights if you just focused on the Bane, but they went for the Quap instead.
I can't really blame him. Like, with the damage from Lycan, you think you have enough, but then Miposhka reads the situation, TP's out. Yatoro showing up in a fight. There's a massive difference, staying 3.5k ahead of the enemy carry. BKB, Aghanim Scepter done. There's going to be Tormentor soon. We would definitely love to get a shard. If they can get the shard for Ricky before he needs to buy it, and then you would have Ricky with the Fusel Blade and shard 20 minutes in. This is a massive timing.
Save with the lasso. Fortune's End was thrown at this Batrider. Miposhka, he is not fortunate enough to live on this one.
They can't kill Roshan, even though they had 5 members close to Roshan pit. Roshan's going to start migrating to the bottom lane, and immediately you see Yatoro and Collapse teaming up and going for that Tormentor, but seems like they have a good read. BetBoom, it's too quick. It's way too much minus armor.
And now they could go to Roche, right?
They could potentially. Yatoro is sitting at half HP, might need a little bit of a heal, some kind of a help right now. There is nothing to heal him up with, unfortunately.
They won't decide to go to Roche immediately. That was shard from Miposhka, which means Ricky's going to have to purchase the shard after getting this Diffusal Blade. I know we have Disperser, but would you like a level 2 for Diffusal as a different...
We had that. I don't know if you remember. Maybe you didn't play... You did? Okay, so you had 8 charges on Diffusal. They could have killed Warlock's Golem. Warlock was still a top-tier pick. You summon it, bam, dead. And then it did burn more mana, if I remember correctly, and you had another 8 charges as well. It was green, and then it was purple at level 2, I believe.
Could just bring it back. That'd be kind of cool.
Nah, Disperser is fine. Disperser is a really cool item, a little bit on the expensive side.
Yeah.
Yatoro did TP back. And getting full HP, full mana. I'm just wondering what he's doing with this Staff of Wizardry in his quick buy. Because he already has Ags. Maybe later on that's going to be preparing already. Staying one step ahead. Prepping for maybe with the Wind Waker. That's how you play against Puck. It's a very good item against Ursa as well. Not sure if he needs to pick it up. But seems like Nullifier is going to be the item of a choice. At least for now. Yatoro hasn't really been changing his item build much. He already knows what he wants to go for. If they can get a pick-off here, that could be pretty big. Pick-off into Aegis from Roshan. They have more than enough damage.
Shield Rune for Laurel to refill that bottle. Just 8 to 7, 15 kills in the 22 minutes that we've played up to this point. We haven't really felt Ursa's presence. The few shapeshifts haven't exactly turned into a lot of kills, but now you've got this BKB. They're going to have AC soon as well, and these items are stacking up for BetBoom. They do smoke. Let's see if they can find anything. These heroes are over bottom, and it could just be that they don't go for the heroes. They may even just sneak in a Roche. But they will go past the river. They will find themselves the Queen of Pain.
If you can activate
will be
the
a
shield
dead
room,
Laurel.
never mind. It might be even get dispelled. If they're close enough, I wouldn't mind seeing some buyback from Queen of Pain. There's tier 1 tower available in the mid lane, but Yatoro is far away. He's TPing in though. If they find an opening, Laurel will buy back and TP into the fight because he still has shield rune.
This Roche is low, but
it's too late.
It's too late for Yatoro, who wants to go in a pure. Little air shock over the wall, and they will get away. They'll get some gold from that Helm of the Overlord creep. They'll think about going after pure. Viscous Nasal Goo starting to stack up. That'll be purged off. Now they go to the shapeshift. Miero initially runs away, and that's what he'll commit it for. It is to run away.
Good move from BetBoom. Taking away Aegis, because both of these teams, they wanted to kill it, get a pick off, turn that into Roche. Once Laurel picks up his, once Rue picks up his shard, that's going to be extra bit of a control. And you can't target. He's fine this time. He still has good amount of tankiness unless they bring the whole squad. There's no lasso available. But with the shard on Ricky, you can't target them.
Ooh,
Collapse again.
Continue the control. Phase shift, false promise. The attacks onto this Oracle are not going to be enough when he's able to get himself ethereal, but they still get him after he's done with it, and well, at least get Kataomi. Initially, the Ghost Scepter looked like it might keep him alive on the TP out, but it ran out. Yatoro's got more than enough damage, especially with this Seeing Red facet.
Even with this Aegis on Ursa, the network difference still keeps increasing for Bristleback. More than 4K right now.
Yeah, it's just continuing to go up. They are farming pretty well, especially Yatoro, still top of the net worth, but Pure, he's got himself into the conversation. He was bottom of the cores a while back. A lot of this gold that's been given up too is these Overlord creeps.
Yeah, I think they killed maybe 3, maybe 4 of them. Relatively easy to kill with Slardard. With Bristleback as well. Rue. Very close to his shard. That's also going to be extra -5 armor. So you have Slardard, -15. Shard is -5. That's -20. And anything that Bristleback does. This is why AC on Lycan is such a valuable pickup. Already done. Pretty much rushed it after finishing off the Helm.
And next is Nullifier. Blink Dagger for Ursa. And then Pure, he had Lincoln's queued up. Shard is coming through for Rue. It's on that Courier. He'll feel like he's adding a lot more to the fight with that upgrade on the smoke screen. Neither team just yet looking to fight. Even with this Aegis from BetBoom, they've been using it to farm. But as I say that, they did have a smoke on Save. He does have this lasso back up. They do have a chance to try and make a fight happen. They just miss each other within this river. Pure will be able to go deeper onto that side, but there's not really anybody in his sights just yet. Yatoro is going to be alone. But there's a tier 1 tower to TP to if he does get chased.
Yeah, maybe if they initiate before he gets the BKB off, but if he's quick enough, he might actually live long enough. There's also Ursa, so that's a bit of a problem, and Yatoro gets the good read, TP's out of, and now wants to reconnect with the rest of the team. There's another deep observer ward placed by Kataomi. Kataomi so far in the tournament has been doing a great job placing some of really deep observer wards. We saw him when he was playing Nature's Prophet, trying to punish the enemy team by not having enough push.
Did they see that smoke with that ops? Maybe the edge of it?
I believe they saw a couple of heroes there. Not sure if they saw the smoke pop. They're drawing on a minimap. They know exactly where they are. Laurel drawing on a minimap. He is fairly tanky now with the BKB, with Gale Guard. Haven't seen too much out of him. Pure blinks in. He's completely alone.
Yeah, but they're not going to punish.
They don't know that.
Now he's got the rest of his team by him. Hurricane Pike for GPK.
Great way to deal with Ricky. Until they get the Nullifier. Nullifier has been... Not sure why Nullifier has been buffed. I'll hold that thought. Yatoro, 6. Fury swipes already.
But he jumped in. He was already half health on Pure. The rest of the team not really following up with that attack. And now it's a haste rune that spawns over top. And both teams still, again, just disengaging and going back to farm.
Yeah, you can nullify the Hurricane Pike. That's the big one. I mean, you still need something, some kind of a protection. The way it works now is you push the other guy away, even if you get the Nullifier on, and you push yourself for like maybe 50 units.
Ooh, Dream
Coil onto Root.
He's got that Gale Guard, but the Waning Rift and the damage is there. GPK gets through. The attention initially was on a collapse, but they just didn't catch him initially. He is 300 gold away from getting this Aghanim Scepter ready to go. Only 9-9. Are you surprised by how passive both these teams have been?
They know that both of the teams can punish pretty heavily, especially with the first Roche, so they tried not to lose too many heroes. And also we saw a couple of rotations early from Spirit. Not very successful rotations. So Laurel's also in a bit of a recovery mode throughout the whole game.
Definitely thought earlier the better for Spirit, but that being said, they're still at 5,000 net worth. A lot of that net worth lead, though, is on just the Bristleback. And they've got a bit of extra gold on Maposhka thanks to that shard they picked up from the Tormentor. Should be another Tormentor soon. They took it right at the 20-minute mark. They are grouped up here over towards top, and maybe they
will get to gold. All 5 members of Spirit, they do have a shard available. Because these are the heroes that you want to get shard on. You can't really farm if you don't have shard on Slardar. Bristleback also gets it relatively early. It's his farming, it's his fighting tool. And Laurel is a bit of a surprising one. I guess they wanted to have extra bit of a control if they're jumping Puck, if they're jumping Oracle with the silence. It's just that never happened in this game.
Little tip from Katomi. Maybe being able to spot a hard word, but they get the tier 2 tower top. 30 minutes. These two heroes were able to go and get the Torm pretty easily before, and I kind of suspect that that'll be the case again. I mean, they take it instantly. 2,500 gold for the side of Spirit with that. Just under, but
good chunk.
55 each. It's definitely a good amount of gold to push them towards Yatoro, who wants a Lincolns. Bane doesn't have anything queued up at the moment, but they are trying to get the Sanj on Queen of Pain. They have the gold. They're actually gonna go and get the Veil instead and work on getting that Shiva's Guard. We'll have the gold for the plate mail, and then we'll need 1,400 more to finish it off. And Ricky is going Disperser.
It's a lot of gold until he gets it. Haven't really seen a fight in a long time. We saw a pickoff into Roche. Then they try to get a fight going, but not very successful. BetBoom managed to disengage.
Yeah, they really have both been moving around the map and missing each other. Continuing to just farm it up. Who does this benefit more, though? Getting all this late game farm.
Well, Bristleback's not the scariest hero in the late game. It can be. He's off to a great start. He's been staying on top of the network for ever since this pretty much start of the game. But at one point, you want to utilize that. Puck is going to start to scale, and BetBoom, they had enough. They want to take another fight. Roshan is available. Collapse is showing in the bottom lane.
Showing, but the rest of the team nearby, they might get pinched on the back. They knew that the collapse was there. Rue gets the jump. They go to the blink as well as the Slither Crush. The Dream Core is going to be placed down, and they've got the attention on Maposhka. Pure cleans him up immediately. Shapeshift, Lincoln's on him. Miero, Rue is dead, and now Yatoro. He's fighting, but does he have the damage? They chase him, the BKB into the lasso, the Sonic Wave. They get the cone of this Bat Rider. Miero, Shapeshift's going to be running out soon, but they find Laurel. They get themselves the Nullifier. They hit the bash, but Pure still moving forward. Takes down the Queen of Pain.
Oh, that
Lincoln's
Nullifier.
Pop, but Yatoro has more than enough damage to get at least that Ursa. Slither and Crush once again, and still running away is Miero, who will try to TP out, but they've got the bash, they have the damage, and it's a triple for Yatoro.
Yeah, Collapse and Yatoro together, pretty much holding the hands together in a fight and locking onto the same target, making sure that this minus armor and insane damage from Bristleback is going to be enough. He has like 500, almost 600 damage on Bristleback. Serrated Shift, extra attack speed as well, and now Roshan does belong to them. They jumped immediately onto Miero. He gets ulti from Oracle. Does manage to get out of the cloud, but still dies instantly. Like, he's not dealing too much of a damage. And you can see them trying to go for Yatoro, but it's not enough. Collapse is going to be able to come back into the fight, and after the BKB, they can kite. There's also a good Hurricane Pike attempt onto Ursa to get him out of the trouble, but doesn't do anything. This Nullifier pickup on Bristleback has looked amazing so far.
Yeah, it certainly has, and with that, they get an Aegis on the Bristleback. C tries to TP out, but the bash for Collapse connects, and of course they kill Miero afterwards. Yatoro hitting really hard with the Seeing Red Facet. He wants this AC.
Miero is super tanky. Miero has over 50 armor.
Lasso. Bane caught and goes into the Glimmer. They commit the Dream Coil. They'll get that kill, but now Yatoro is looking for somebody. The Nullifier and the Crush, that means it's a trade. They'll take Save's life.
It's going to be Shrine. So much minus armor. If they can draw out the fight until the BKB is gone, until Ursa doesn't have Enrage, they don't lose too much during the Shapeshift, they will clean the fight up in a matter of seconds. You can't fight back if you have a Bristleback and Slardar alive in that fight. AC about to be completed, needs another 800 gold. And you also have Slardar. That's level 3 ulti, minus 20 armor coming out from that. Rue with minus 5, AC minus 5, that's minus 30, and all the minus armor coming out from Bristleback.
Yeah, so much minus armor here for the Spirit side. So wonder if BetBoom could kind of handle that kind of minus armor and that damage. Ricky still has that Diffusal queued up. But we'll see if he buys the Ghost Scepter instead.
It's good against Ursa. There is Nullifier on Lycan. There's also Pure Fortune's End from Oracle. Might need to save the buyback and come back into the fight, because he will die in 2-3 hits.
So hold the gold for now. MKB being built by Pure. He senses something and TPs. Got the Omi and save, though. They'll start to retreat, go through this twin gate.
A lot of twin gate rotations. Just moving across the map, going for the Tormentor, going for Roshan.
Picked up the AC on the Bristleback, too, and they've got now 2 minutes only to use this Aegis. And again, they just cannot find the fight. Blink Lasso, though, gets Maposhka, and that is another kill for Miero. BetBoom, they've got more kills. They're the ones who have been aggressive. They didn't win that last big fight, though. They are still getting pickoffs around the map, trying to keep them close and in this game.
I like what Mira is building. Nullifier, AC, it's a lot of damage. I already said the insane amount of armor that he does have, sitting at 73% physical resistance, and also going for Aghanim Scepter, so he can bite Ursa, and that's gonna be their way of killing the heroes quickly. Half man, half bear, half human. Very difficult to deal with.
That is a super serial problem, and they are gonna look for Oracle. And got that Ghost Scepter still, but they take the tier 3 tower down bottom.
Way too much armor, way too much attack speed that they do have.
Wing Crush Pure, Lincoln's popped. Lasso connects, it's on a collapse. They go to the Dream Coil, that's gonna hit a lot of these heroes. The Sonic Wave's thrown out by Laurel, but they just don't have the damage. BKB's popped, and Dream Coil and Lasso are now down. Yatoro has this Aegis for 30 more seconds, but doesn't exactly want to give them the time.
That was quick. In and out without losing too much. Aegis is going to expire in 20 seconds. He can eat the Ags. He can still grow pretty big on Bristleback. And when he gets that level 25, extra bit of a damage that he gets, like you get 700, 800, 900 damage as well.
Collapse still holding on to a dormant Curio. Interesting. Pyrrhic Cloaks, some magnifying monocles. Gotta wear a monocle if you're gonna play the villain role. I'm coming for your gold!
Where's that from?
I have no idea, but that's what they would talk about. Just all those old school villains.
This is probably the first Ursa I see without either Nullifier or Basher. Like, he needs to be able to lock onto a target and kill it. They need an extra bit of a control. Lincoln Sphere, I guess he's afraid of Bane. I guess he's because you can still use Slytherin Crush, get Corrosive Haze on him anyway. But I guess he's afraid, like it's peak summer, he does not want to go hibernate, he's afraid of the Bane, and Rack's just gone.
Yeah. It is peak summer, it has been
almost 40 degrees.
Yeah, 40 degrees all week. I got sunburn, I am really warm right now. My body temperature is peak summer. I wouldn't be able to hibernate if I tried. But after a bit of hibernation, you know, you get all that food in you, and now you know, that could be equivalent to the gold that you got, and you got all these items ready to fight with.
Finally, he upgrades his Dormant Curio. Ooh. Now you have Giant's Maul. So
Unleashed.
critical damage 195, almost 200% with Titanic. Extra bit of a status resistance that he gets from his Aghanim Scepter as well.
Smoke from BetBoom Team. Oh, there it is. The half bear, the half wolf, the half man.
Not doing much, has to retreat.
No.
MKB finished on him.
Could be a real big problem. But for now, honestly, they tried with the wolf bite and, well, they didn't catch anything. Double catapult to go for this tier 3 tower. Is this, it almost feels like it's just going to be free mega creeps with the way that they've been defending these buildings.
800 plus damage on Yatoro now.
Eventually, you're going to want to go. And they've shape-shifted. Oh. Okay. So they shape-shifted, and that is done. It's on cooldown for 50 seconds. Wolf Bite off cooldown in 10.
They should try to go in, amplify damage, still up and running for a couple of seconds, nothing too crazy. If Collapse can find the opening, try to maybe get a bit of a bait, because he has insane amount of status resistance, and here comes Pure.
They jump in, and this is a big problem, but they get saved, and now they've got the feed grip. It wasn't a big enough problem. They caught Pure, and he's dead for 95. That might just be it.
GG.
Quickly in, quickly out. GG is called. Game 1 goes the way of Team Spirit.
Very difficult Ursa game. What he's playing into, all this minus armor, the way the lane started, Collapse having a pretty free game. I believe Collapse didn't die a single time. No, finishing the game with 5-0 and 10. A bit of an anticlimactic ending, but a very clean game from Team Spirit. Even though they were not controlling second Roshan, they still managed to find really good fights, and Yatoro showing that this red bristleback is still a menace to deal with.
Yeah, a very big menace to deal with, even against the half man, half bear, half human or pig. We're not able to put the damage out there. Not a lot of kills in this game, but Spirit, they handle it pretty easily and take the first game. We're going to throw over to the panel and hear their thoughts. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, this was Spirit domination in game number 1 of this series. It wasn't a very eventful game, Fear.
I mean, depends on how you look at it. It was pretty eventful for Team Spirit.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I really liked the fact that Yatoro's still on the streak of picking new heroes that are good for the game, because I don't think he's played that bristleback yet. And the other side, though, for BetBoom, not super inspired by that Ursa pick. I didn't think it would do very well against the Slardar. I thought maybe the Riki would be able to make the Ursa do better because Ricky's not a strong laner, but no, this Slardar was able to solo kill Pure in the top lane, had a free game, didn't die once this game at all. So BetBoom, they had an idea going into this one, but Spirits didn't get shut down, unfortunately.
Poor GBK ended the game 5-0-4.
I mean, what can he do?
He didn't die once. I do agree with you, Shiver, that it was uneventful. Like, they ran into a wall of a bristleback. It just felt like at a certain point they couldn't go on him. Like, they didn't even try to defend their racks. They literally let the top racks fall. I mean, AC Aura plus like all of this minus armor plus the bristle seeing red damage. Like, he had like 500 damage, and the casters were saying like minus 30 armor. Half of that is on buildings. This was an insane draft from Team Spirit.
Yeah,
like picking a hero and a facet that people are just not going for. But when you pair it with the Slardar, when you pair it with Riki and these other things, it looks so good.
Yeah, we can take a look at that bristleback and what items he had fairly early on in the game already, Jenkins.
Yeah, I wanted to show this. So very early on, he went for Aghanim Scepter Rush. And this is just not something we see very often, ever since the Bloodstone nerfs, where it does not give the range on your abilities. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw a Bristle with an Aghanim Scepter, but the reason that he did it is, I would say, a couple of them. Number one is tempo, so he just got a kill on Oracle, insta-kill with the Aghanim Scepter, and they tried to go on him. They're like, okay, we're going to get some sort of return kill, and in trying to kill him, they lose like 1 or 2 heroes. And that's devastating. You are giving so much gold to the enemy carry, and I feel like the reason he got the Ags in the first place is because they have a really strong timing running together with Slardar minus armor, with Queen of Pain. She's probably going to get the Blade Mail soon. And this made it even stronger. The fact that they dove him and he gets 2 kills, like, that's insane.
Yeah, I mean, also with the seeing red facet, a lot of bristles might go for this because it gives you full Warpath stacks immediately the moment you use it. So you just use it at the beginning of the fight, and then you have full stacks, and that affects your right click. Now you can press your R ability, and now you can just right click heroes. So that was good synergy.
It was good synergy. It wasn't really feeling like BetBoom had a lot of chances to fight in this game, but there was one fight they took and committed to it pretty hard. Obviously, there was a Roshan on the line, as it normally is.
Of course, and Roche even joined this fight in particular, I believe. It's like these small things where you don't have a great Oracle partner in this game, so you're just happy to get off on whoever you can, but it's just a Lycan. This isn't a hero that can continue to hold his ground, have some type of region to take these fights. So this Ursa goes in, he commits on the Queen of Pain, all your spells are finally down, and then yeah, you get the 1 kill there, but the nullifier that is available from the bristleback does end up killing your Ursa. But what I saw in this fight was a continuation of the game, essentially, of where you have this Oracle in your draft. Ursa doesn't use Oracle very well. Neither does Lycan, and neither does Puck. Like, he can bail you out of bad situations, but I feel like when you play with Oracle, you want that hero that you press it on and he can continue to keep fighting and do more damage. And Ursa's always been that get in there, pop all your cooldowns, get a kill, reset, do it again. This is where in the draft I was a little disappointed by BetBoom for not taking that troll. It looks so good for them. And you had an Oracle. It could have been that hero that kept propel you forward. But they banned it, took the Ursa, and we really felt Pure in this game. Like, didn't have a great lane matchup, even though he saw his lane and wasn't able to have any game impact either.
Yeah, and you mentioned the nullifier from Yatoro in that game, and when it came out, completely hard countering Ursa. Like, nothing can save him. You're dispelling his attack speed as well. I feel like this was one of those classic Yatoro games where he had the exact right item at the exact timing that was necessary. And of course, all of this comes from the back of Collapse having such a good lane top versus Pure. He didn't die a single time in this game. His initiations were excellent. He was there for all of the fights that he needed to be there for. Even goes for the Sanjin Yasha Aghanim Scepter, so playing around, having a ton of status resist. Like, this man was tanking in every fight, and then just providing the minus armor for Yatoro to do all the damage that was necessary.
If we think about this draft on hindsight, we saw them picking up the Riki and the Slardar, and we thought, okay, these are two picks that are going to prevent BetBoom picking that Lifestealer on 18, their fourth pick. And they indeed did not pick the Lifestealer, they picked the Lycan. Still, we see Spirit ban out that Lifestealer. On hindsight, would it have been better for BetBoom to still, despite the Slardar and Riki, to have gone for the Lifestealer? Or
over Ursa?
So it's for the Lifestealer instead of the Lycan.
Oh, instead of the Lycan.
At that pick time.
I mean, maybe just because they're comfortable with it, but they're gonna lose anyway, type of situation.
Okay, yeah, no.
Yeah, I feel like that was like a pure call, because usually on 18 you'll ask whoever's considering the pick, like, okay, do you have more than 3 heroes? And then they say, yeah, like, there's 3 really good heroes, like, let's get Miro his Lycan, because otherwise it's going to get banned. And I think that's a fine call, but it was just wrong. Like, the Ursa didn't look good as an alternative to the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Well, potentially they'll come to some better conclusions for game number 2 of the series, coming your way after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Maybe I go with 4.
4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe on last pick. Sometimes 3 games. I hope he can do something, but only last pick.
I think even if you have last pick, you can fight a better hero than Phantom Lancer. It only depends on player who playing this hero, but usually you can still find better hero.
In pubs, I also cry a lot, so I guess it's like I always cry and be toxic in pubs. But in competitive, it's a little bit different. But I guess because it's like you lane 1 versus 1, if enemy going kill you and your support don't help you, you like cry because what can you do?
I think every player is crying usually, so it's not only about mid laners.
6 and 4.
I think it's hard to choose, like vibes, mentality or strategy, like both things are really important, I think. So it's hard to choose only one. Like sometimes, like I guess you cannot win tournament without one of that. Like you always need to have positive vibes, like good mentality, and you still need to get have some strategies, heroes. And that's it, yeah.
Maybe I go with 5 because also I don't think, even if you have good vibes and mentality, a team with good strats gonna kill, smash you because like they're more like prepare or something like this. So it doesn't matter if you have good vibe in team, or other team gonna have bad vibe. Doesn't matter. If they play good, they're gonna play good. But in the like maybe some hard games, it's need to be like good vibe, so you can like more believe in yourself and mentality. It's matter. But also I agree with you. I think Raper right now is in a good shape. Like they buffed previous, so like right now you have magic damage, you can switch, also physical damage. So I think only what time Raper is much stronger is when he have True Strike. Like if you buy Raper, you have True Strike. But they fix it, and now I think Raper is like good item to like win the game if you have no damage and other. So I think he like in a good shape right now. No need to buff or debuff. So
yeah, balanced attack.
Yeah, I think it's balanced. Yeah, because like he's not like balanced. He more like unbalanced, I guess. Because it's like OP hero, you pick on mid first pick. Like you can flex on off lane, and like it's hard to choose laner against Dazzle. He buy Gaimin. This like his ultimate, you cannot kill it. He hits you like heal. Even if you stun, you can like use your ult, save you. So it's more like unbalanced thing, I guess. So maybe right now when they fix it, it's like right now it's more like that, but a little bit balanced. But in previous patch, it's like OP hero and hard to deal with it.
Yeah, it was normal that he could still hit you, and he was immortal, and he still could save himself while you're trying to kill him.
If Void puts Chrono, he can use ult and use Grave on himself. I think it's not balanced.
I agree, yeah. Yeah, I also remember we played a game against Tidehunter, and Laro played Dazzle, and they tried to kill him with Ravage or something, and he just pressed his ult, pressed Grave, we came to him in time, and we just killed them all. And we won fight. Like, it's stupid. It shouldn't work like this.
Yeah, of course, because we have like Corbin team, our manager. I think he can give us a good strategy to survive zombie apocalypses. He like know everything. Even I think he prepared for zombie apocalypses. He have like a lot of guns and like strategy to kill zombies. So I think we're gonna easy survive. Maybe, yeah, we're gonna easy survive. Have like good to understand what we need to do.
I think only half of our team will survive. I'm not sure that everyone.
You're watching Team BetBoom versus Spirit, and they are fighting for survival here. Not against a zombie apocalypse, but for staying in the tournament here, Wallachia Season 5. And historically, it's been BetBoom that has Team Spirit's number almost every single series this year, bar one series. This season, it's always been BetBoom taking it. But this series seems to be a little bit different. Game one taken fairly convincingly by Team Spirit. Let's see what BetBoom can do to try and force out this third game, Jenkins. Where should they start according to you?
That's a good question. Let's take a look at the previous draft here. I think the Oracle was definitely a bit of a why? You know, why was this in the draft if you're not picking it with something that's more obvious? I suppose there's probably the feeling of like it worked in the previous series for them with Puck, so they have some like internal bias
like an
from that.
incomplete Oracle game, right?
It felt incomplete.
The reason they picked it was to counter Bane. So your ulti just removes Fiend Script, right? But if someone gets slept, you can just Purifying Flame that instantly removes the sleep. So there's a lot of cool things you can do with Oracle versus Bane, but I feel like Bane is just an independent hero. He doesn't need any other heroes to function, where Oracle, he does. He's weak in lane. His ulti, if you don't have the right target, is very underwhelming. I think canceling a grip just isn't good enough. So yeah, their whole draft just was incomplete in my eyes.
Yeah, respect placed on the Bane by Team Spirit as well. They do have first pick, but they remove it from the pool altogether in that first phase. That means that a lot of our usual suspects are still in, and the obvious one coming to mind has to be the Undying.
intriguing.
And Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
I mean, TA was banned last game too. So was that the only change?
TA, Shadow Fiend.
Abaddon was banned last game.
And Undying.
Undying was banned last game.
Yeah.
TA was banned last game.
Lots of succulent delights left in the pool. For
a lot
sure.
of heroes, yeah.
Loads of options. And Team Spirit is thinking hard about those, and that's why they're using a lot of their bonus time. Like a lot.
You just go for Undying typically, right? But Monkey King is banned, so let's go for the TA. So this is a block pick for Pure.
Yeah.
This is, some carries Pure looks God mode on. TA is one of them. Other ones, he looks pretty human, And I think you want Pure to look human, because so far that has been the downfall of BetBoom, honestly. They look the worst when Pure's not popping off. Same with Miro.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, GPK, like even when he's losing, he's somehow popping off. So
Yeah, it
nothing you can do about that guy.
Doesn't even die.
Yeah, I wonder though, you say Pure looks like above human on this hero, then he probably knows what the counters are to it. Like, is it worth first face picking a Terrorblade? Okay, they go for the Darkseer instead. So they go for the off-lane counter. I mean, we saw this Wallachia Season 4, right? Where
A lot of
Darkseer was the big counter to TA because you have the Ion Shell and Illusions to peel off the refraction charges. You can wall her and kill her with her own illusion. You're also building Crimson Guard, which is good against minus armor. Yada yada. It's a very strong hero, good at laning versus it. But I do wonder, with the Darkseer nerfs to wall, the slow is a lot less now, and the Ag Shard is a lot less now too. That I feel like maybe it's not the counter that it used to be to TA. Like, that was a big part of how you would kill her.
Yes, but Darkseer wasn't the only hero nerfed in these patches. TA also has been nerfed every single patch too. So
I guess my argument is, in my opinion, it's the thing about Darkseer that was so good against TA that was nerfed, which is you'd always see her dying just slowed in the wall.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Question: why ban out the CK?
It's BetBoom's Darkseer combo.
Okay.
Yeah, they really like CK. There's a while that it did just get buffed too, didn't it? I think
recently, I'm not sure.
I think the stun
C
facet got buffed a little bit. Yeah,
maybe.
But there was, when BetBoom was picking this, I think it was in Dream League. I did see that a lot of people were trying it in pro level pubs. Like people were playing it in multiple roles, and it does feel like a very strong hero with the stun facet, as well as with the facet that makes you sometimes break depending on what heroes you're against.
Yeah.
I still have the Undying, by the way. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. No, that's fine. I'm just looking at Team Spirit right now, and most of the games we see them win is Yatoro late picking some carry that is some raid boss unkillable. He did it on the Morphling, he did it on the Faceless Void, he just did it on the Bristleback. I think BetBoom giving TA away here might be a smart choice, because TA is not that type of hero, especially when it's overall first pick. You're going to have answers to it, so you're going to be able to control Yatoro's progression in this game. And I think that's a good step in the right direction, drafting against Spirit. So I like the strategical choice to just kind of here, we know TA is good, but Yatoro's proven that he can play any hero and make it look really good. So at least they see what's coming at least here.
I feel like we say this every time and it just never happens, but there is always the flex potential of TA to Laurel.
It's because mid TA is just useless. You're just farming, and we've seen so many of these games, 14-minute mark, your mid is doing everything. It's a Puck, an Ember, some Pango.
Yeah.
It's taking all these critical fights by stacks, and TA just does nothing. It just farms and farms some more. And I don't think that's good this patch.
This draft feels so much more strategical than the series even we watched before this. These two teams are really thinking really hard about these opening couple of picks.
I like Natures versus TA if it's a support Natures, which almost always is for BetBoom these days. There's so much to peel off the refraction charges with the Aghanim Shard, Vessel. You're also building into Blade Mail, Hurricane Pike. These are all things that work really nice against TA in the game. And Spirit, they go for Shadow Shaman. We've seen people pick it against Nature's Prophet as a carry, so it it blocks that a little bit, and then they go for Tusk, which is one of the answers to the Shadow Shaman that we've seen a lot.
Yeah, and that definitely feels like a block pick, right? Because you are playing versus Darkseer. Darkseer Tusk is a great lane.
Yeah.
Great for Shadow Shaman. I mean, I don't think you're ever going to be super sad about it. And all right, so they'll pick Marcy, which I'm pretty sure they wanted Tusk as their #1, but we've seen Marcy this tournament. Some games it looks great, other games it's not so great. I'm not sure where I stand with this hero currently, because I've seen both good and bad from it.
I mean, I'm assuming they see the whole lane, right? They see it's either going to be a TA Tusk or a TA Shadow Shaman. So I guess they feel like against either of those, it's probably a free lane, but I could see a rotation from whichever support is not in that lane and putting a lot of emphasis on the Darkseer Marcy lane, because otherwise I feel like Darkseer Marcy is going to get a lot of kills. So there's going to be a lot of rotations down to that lane, especially because there's also Nature's Prophet on the other side. So this will be like a tri-lane versus tri-lane at like 4 minutes into the game, I'm sure.
Shocking pick of the tournament right there. GPK Puck.
Oh, no. Oh. Nobody could have predicted that.
All right, Laurel, time to pull out the shaker, buddy. The one guy that'll do it. Slardar's out. That's another answer we've seen work okay to the puck.
Looked good in lane, but still not a fan of the mid Slardar in general.
But we could also, I mean, we mentioned in the previous series, and I will mention again, the TA versus puck.
True.
Sure.
But
never mind. It's Ember Spirit versus.
I mean, I'm telling you guys, we're not going to see TA mid this tournament.
I think you're right.
It's just not good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mids have to be way too active, and Ember is a very active mid that can counter the rotations against puck. I mean, I feel like this is definitely a skill-based matchup, definitely favoring Ember, but with the curveball facet, puck kind of just does fine in lane no matter what. It'll really depend on who gets the runes, who is making the good rotations. Like if puck can coil 2 people in a side lane, then GPK is going to pop off. If Laurel can, get a return kill and maybe like kill the puck on one of those rotations, then Laurel could pop off.
See, this is what I mean about Spirit versus BetBoom and Pure and Yatoro. Like, Yatoro, he knows that TA Tusk is great for Lifestealer, but he's being like, I'm not afraid of any of your heroes but Lifestealer, because Pure's just been playing it time and time again, whereas Yatoro feels like he can play just about anything. I think this BetBoom team is really living or dying off of Pure's hero pool right now. And that's kind of scary if you're not picking a hero relatively early, because like they have no reason to not pick Lifestealer, I guess, in these games. If it's a bad Lifestealer game and Spirit still respect it. So I'll see a direction that goes, but yeah, I find it very interesting that Spirit just are respect banning Pure's Lifestealer, even in games where it's not free at all.
Is there any... Well, how strong is the chance that the Nature Prophet is going in Pure's hand this game? Or are we thinking...
I think it's pretty high.
Pretty high.
He's played it in the last series today. He's played it in series previous to that. And I wonder if they're just not going to ban Terrorblade as well. Their heroes are terrible versus Terrorblade. And if they do, in my opinion, that's just more disrespect to Pure. Saying like, I mean, honestly, Pure doesn't really play much Terrorblade, does he?
No, not really.
Yeah. But like you have Tusk, Shadow Shaman, TA. It's like a dream Terrorblade game.
Surely they'd ban it. It's on everybody's radar. And even though Pure hasn't played it, he can.
You would think so. But we'll see if the respect is given or not. I mean, obviously the respect is there for his Lifestealer, but that could just be we're only afraid of your Lifestealer type of situation. Which is more of disrespect than respect.
They might also be thinking about which collapse hero would basically dissuade BetBoom from even going for that Terrorblade. They'll pick up the Centaur for collapse.
You just TB, I think. Why not?
Why not?
Jenkins. It's a really good TB game. I don't think Tusk Shaman like to play against the TB illusions. You destroy them.
Centaur's like annoying at lane at best, and then doesn't interact with you for the rest of the game.
I mean, Centaur is one of the freest heroes to sunder in the game. Yeah. Like that feels really good. You deal like 3,000 damage in an instance.
No, It's a Dazzle.
Whoa, that is not expected.
Whoa. Oh, now we're down to 24 uncontested heroes, by the way. It is going to be a pure nature's prophet, and Kataomi will play Dazzle.
I mean, Dazzle should hypothetically shit on a Centaur in lane, right? That's a pretty good matchup. Like, Centaur wants to get hit, and if Dazzle keeps hitting you over and over again, he's going to keep stacking the poison.
Yes, but Shadow Shaman Centaur can just turn and kill you.
True.
You're sounding doubtful of BetBoom's
Maybe they're
lineup.
banking on Nature's is also going to be providing some healing into that combo, so you can sustain through the kill attempt.
I've just not been a fan of the last picking of BetBoom, if I'm going to be totally honest with you. I feel like there could be there's some powerful picks they could be utilizing that they're choosing not to, and maybe due to limitations potentially, but we'll see. This is definitely more their style that they're going for. If it owns the Centaur, sure, great. If it doesn't, what now?
Yeah, they've picked to win all the lanes but mid. Like, also Darkseer plus Marcy should definitely destroy a TA plus Tusk lane, right? It's like a melee hero and then a hero that's countered by Darkseer Ion Shell. They should do well in that lane. They should do well in the safe lane. GPK has at least washed mid every single time, so I do think they can snowball the lanes, but if they don't, I think Spirit's got their number.
Spirit's got their number, so if BetBoom takes it, it would be because all the side lanes went really well.
Probably, but this is Team Spirit we're talking about. This is a team that is known for coming back in the late game. That's why I feel like when you play against this team, you have to have the whole package.
Who has the better over? Like, let's say this game goes an hour long. Who has the better late game?
I mean, you have Puck, so maybe BetBoom. I don't know. Like, Puck is just looks
Puck looks
really
insane in the
good.
late game.
So.
If you go like the Maelstrom Ags build, which everyone is.
Too many variables to really say. It just comes down to who plays better.
But then you have the cart save from the coil with Centaur. That's pretty good because I don't think you can hit the person in the cart, right?
No, you cannot.
Even if they're coiled.
Correct.
But there's a lot of elements here that we are maybe even unfamiliar with. Dazzle coming out.
True.
Very curious to see how this Dazzle gonna play itself out. Before we see the game, though, we're first gonna check in with Nomad, who has caught Silent.
Thanks, Shiva. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested as well. So, Silent, this last pick, Dazzle, comes out. Is this a lane which Collapse and Rue are scared of now?
I don't think it's really scared. We didn't expect Dazzle, but I'm not sure how it's gonna be because I didn't see Dazzle a lot.
All right, well, a bit of an unknown factor then, that's for sure. So coming into this second game, you're already taking game number one. Last time you faced these guys, it didn't go this way. So what's different? What did you guys learn?
I think we did better draft this time. It was easier to play. Not the easiest game, but still good game for Bristleback, and he did carry this game. So previous game we was like we had draft previous game where we can't just make mistakes. We did 1-2 mistakes and game like.
That's how it goes sometimes, absolutely. So what do you think about this one then? Is this going to be a 2-0?
I think. Yeah, I don't know. Not gonna say.
Not gonna say. Okay. All right. Not so much confidence, but maybe you guys can pull it off. Let's find out with Beacop and Lacoste.
Thank you, Nomad. I love a humble coach. I don't know if it's going to be a 2-0.
I think he wanted to say that it is a 2-0. It's just that he did not want to say it, but seems pretty confident, I would say, in the draft. It is a strong-looking draft from side of Spirit. This Dazzle could be a little bit of a hit or miss. This is also 24 for your position 5. This is something that I would say Paravision utilizes really well. If it's a good Chen game, if it's a good Disruptor game, they will pick it for themselves. But this one, I don't know if I'm feeling. Maybe I'm not understanding it yet. There's good amount of heal as well coming out because you have Dazzle with Natal Boon. And so all the overhealing is converted into physical barrier, which is really nice. And then you also have heal coming out from the Sprout. So that's going to be keeping you relatively on high HP, maybe full HP, and then when Dazzle gets the heal, it also means that you're going to be getting a bigger barrier. Dazzle now in trouble. Dazzle might just die here.
Uh-oh, this could...
That's your last pick.
Be first blood, and this will be for Rue. We've seen so much good Shadow Shaman We saw earlier today, it was the Gig Award when we were casting, and now it's Chicken Fingers back for the Shadow Shaman save. He's also going to get chased, and they should have yet another kill, and it will be for the side of Spirit. It's Maposhka. Both supports getting an influx of gold early.
Yeah, it is insane amount of damage with Refractor as well. You have that extra damage. You have extra damage from the tag team. Blood Grenade. Both Blood Grenades used to be able to secure the kills in the side lanes. Dazzle, last to be picked, first one to fall. Mutant.
Oh, a stun mutant. And a shackle. They have a lot of control early. I mean, this is going to be a pain, especially when you get into those level 3, level 4 areas for the side of Spirit. We have seen, just with a little bit of control, Centaur can make you pay.
He can. And he also has double ROP as his starting item, so quite a lot of physical damage reduction, knowing that he's playing into Nature's Prophet. Dazzle as well is physical, so is Poison Touch.
What did you call him? Double ROP?
Yeah, Ring of Protection.
Yeah, no, I know. I've never heard you say that before.
Huh. Shorten it up.
All right.
Oov, Orb of Venom, not an item anymore, unfortunately.
I missed the Oov.
Especially since in the last patch we also removed a bit of a hidden mechanic that it did have True Strike.
Yeah, you used to talk about that a lot, just the cheap True Strike that it gave, and then they got rid of that. They listened to you. They heard you. You bragged about the True Strike too much.
They would buff Rubik if they're listening to me.
Rubik's not even in this game, and you were still
Catching
finding a way to... Yeah, that's...
Can't defend himself.
No, not
My
even.
favorite.
That's messed up. They did try to dispose and maybe go for a kill on Yatoro, but that is not going to turn into anything. They've got the Lotus now, though. And I believe, yeah, Pure has the other one. So 2 Lotuses for them on the side of BetBoom. Maposhka taking a lot of damage from this Ion Shell. Looks like he might just still get away from the arrow. And now Yatoro's hitting away, but save needs to be just a little bit further behind because of his low health. Pops a salve, though, and might just jump back in.
He's thinking about
Has rebound in a second.
Tango
Rebounds
well.
in.
That's
and
a
finds Maposhka, and that's going to be under the tower. Not much of a response there for Yatoro. This double Ion Shell and the jump in right on top of these heroes can be pretty devastating.
Yeah, we saw some really good combos with Marcy, especially Axe. This Darkshire also works amazingly when you can get on top of Templar Assassin, burn through that refraction almost instantly. Marl will pick up the Water Rune, and Roos camping the other one. GPK is not going to be able to get it. Collapse feels pretty safe in this top lane. He's also going to be having a good time. As soon as he gets to that Vanguard, there's not many things that can't stop him. They need to bring in either Marcy or Puck to be able to kill him, because you can always TP away. Playing against Dazzle and Nature's Prophet, no real stuns in the lane.
And should be allowing, I would say, Rue to make a rotation if he wants to. But instead, Katomi is going to be shackled. They'll TP out the Centaur to the Tier 1 tower. He will just get back and start to heal up. Has that early ring of health, so he does have 11.2 health regen.
Nice dodge from Maposhka. Still going to get dragged back by Vacuum. Can't take this fight that easily. Yatoro does have good amount of Magic 1 charges, sitting at 17.
Yatoro, not a lot of mana to work with, but Miero and Save continuing to just try and make the jump and get these kills and repeat what they were able to accomplish earlier.
They need to be careful. As soon as Ember hits level 6, if they decide to make a move like this, and these heroes are very good at doing so, diving underneath the tower, they might get punished with one rotation. Even Shadow Shaman rotation, it could grab them multiple kills out of it. But also have in mind that Pure can TP and try to outnumber them. We saw Nature's Prophet, like level 4, level 5, TPing in, trying to kill the enemy carry.
Wouldn't be too much of a surprise. Right now, 2-2, at least on the skill build. But another Sprout and pushes Rue away. They
Love
also
Sprout.
have that level 2
My
poison
favorite
touch.
ability. Gotta buy Calling Blade, otherwise you can't play Dota.
Both these offlaners choosing to go into a Vanguard, but Darkseer gets his first. Then gonna go Arcane Boots, Maposhka. Ooh, Sprout. Not only locking up Maposhka, but pushing Kataomi out of the shards.
Nicely done.
Interesting little move there. Laurel does hit level 6 first, but GPK shouldn't be too far behind on hitting level 6. Couple creeps away from this one, but Ember's going to TP top.
They really want these kills.
They've got Maposhka again. Can they find Pure? They'll only find this Dazzle. And the Obs have the vision there, so they will have the Shackle, and they will take out Dazzle with the Sleight of Fist. They're holding that kill for Laurel. And Pure, not TPing to another lane or anything like that to attack. He'll actually just TP further back in his own lane.
This is going to be a good amount of tower damage. Collapse with Vanguard can tank the whole creep wave, drag it away. Catapult and the illusions that he summoned are also tanking the tower shots, which is going to keep the Catapult alive. And also relieving some of the pressure from Templar Assassin.
They're going to go for Collapse, but they missed that Sprout. The TP is still committed. Collapse is pretty slow, but there's the Snowball, and that's
Poison
going over
Touch
to
is
the
still
neutral
on him.
camp. They'll use that Dream Coil. It's on to 2. They'll snap the coil. Collapse is very tanky. He'll start to TP out. You don't have any way to stop that TP, and Maposhka's on the run. He'll eventually fall, but they do get Collapse out.
That's what matters. A lot of rotations to be able to only get a kill. We talked about him being able to TP away from the fight if things don't go correctly. He is tanky enough with that Vanguard. Good amount of damage dealt to the tier 1 tower in the mid lane as well. Tower in the top is pretty much dead. Let's see if Pure's gonna deny it.
Hasn't yet. Mid took some damage, but waiting on this 8-minute rune. Rue's gonna protect the top end, and bottom rune will be Arcane for Laurel. Laurel gets the Arcane rune and then immediately sends another Remnant back. Maybe they can get Miero. They do have Maposhka nearby ready to make the jump, but Miero is level 6. So Shards throws down a wall. Searing Chains, Vacuum onto 4 heroes, and now the Snowball, the damage on Aru. Nobody pulled him in. And he ends up dead. They do not kill this Darkseer. Turnaround Dream Coil, and they'll find the lockdown on Yatoro after he snaps it, but they just don't have much more afterwards.
Yeah, they are lacking some of the stuns, but nicely done from Darkseer. Gets a 3-4 man wall with the Ion Shell. I believe there was a double Ion Shell on one of the illusions, and manages to get a kill. Survives. Very tanky with that Vanguard. Chipped Vest, extra bit of a damage, extra bit of armor from tier 1 tower.
A little surprising he wasn't able to pull anybody in, but Laurel, he wanted to use that Arcane Rune to get a kill. He immediately bailed. He remnanted away. He's going into the Blade Mail. That's, like you've been saying, pretty common overall from these Embers.
Yeah, we're seeing it more often. Even though there were a couple of games where Mage Slayer felt maybe slightly better, but we're just not seeing it. Even from the Monkeys from the mid lane, which is very interesting. Would definitely love to hear some of the insights from the pro players. Why they decide to skip it when it's a relatively good game for it, but still this new build on Ember looks fire pretty much every single game. Blade Mail, Kaya Sanj, BKB if necessary, and then you start to get the other items. Aghanim Scepter, Shivas, be very annoying dealing both physical, because if you have your Flame Guard on with Blade Mail, like nobody's gonna right click you and they can't take off your shield. But there's also a good interaction, of course, with the Mage Slayer because you are reducing their magic damage and then they can't take the shield off anyway.
Jumping in with the rebound and the Unleash wall placed down. They have some control, but behind them is this Nature's Prophet. Finds Rue, and they will start to run with the Stampede, but the Vacuum back. Rue's still alive. Illusory Orb not jumping to it, but the chase, they're looking. They'll rebound. They're under the tier 2 tower, and they will get this kill onto Rue. There isn't really much of an answer from Spirit. They also find themselves in Maposhka. Yatoro comes in. He's trying to do some damage here, but everybody from the side of BetBoom is around, and Yatoro dies. BetBoom coming out very far ahead, and for some reason, Laurel's shown up again, but doesn't really have the tools to do any damage.
No, he doesn't have enough damage to fight against this. BetBoom, understanding their strong timing, having amplified damage on Puck, bringing in numbers. No control. Level 2 silence is not enough to kill him. Even though Laurel maybe could have survived in the previous one, because he had chainmail in his backpack, and now with 5 heroes and the catapult, tower is going to go down.
This is not going well for Spirit in this game number 2. Sustain, movement, not a lot of lockdown, but showing that it doesn't quite matter.
Just bring in the numbers. Start right-clicking, having... You're going to hit a pretty sick timing with Dazzle, who is getting good amount of levels, level 7 almost. With Darkshire, there's going to be a good amount of healing as well. Auras, Crimson Guard is being queued up, almost done on Miero. If they can kill Yatoro here one more time, they just connected with a scan, could be pretty massive. On top of the CS chart, but not on top of the net worth.
Oh, they sprout, they lock him up. They can't go forward, can't go back. The rest of the team is there. Yatoro dead to GPK. Everybody, again, more numbers, just overwhelming Spirit. How do you even begin to find the right fight for Spirit?
Well, they need level 6s on their supports to start with, especially on Shadow Shaman, and then you can maybe get a Blink Dagger on Centaur, try to make something happen, because right now they just don't have enough damage to deal with it. Things are not going to be easier. This Crimson Guard is going to be blocking quite a lot of damage pretty much from everything. There's a good amount of physical damage on their side. Not an easy one by any means.
Not really.
Even though this top lane didn't work out well for them, Kateomi still managing to get quite a lot out of it.
What more can the side of Spirit find? They're down 2k net worth. Kateomi wants a Blink Dagger. And Marcy with the Pavis on the build first might just go into the Solar Crest, but we've seen Pure just engage when he can. Doesn't need to force into many fights. He is just about level 9, whereas Yatoro is hitting that level 10, so maybe that is an answer with Yatoro and the Collapse Centaur when he gets that Blink Dagger. They did buy a smoke on the Shadow Shaman, who
still
almost
level 5.
14 minutes into the game, yeah, is just level 5. Maposhka just hit 6. Not really a lot of experience on these two supports for the side of Team Spirit. Meanwhile, it's almost level 8 for Kateomi, and save is 8. They need to get this 6 and start working with these Serpent Wards, and Rue got it. So he's now level 6. He wants the Blink. He really wants to have that initiation, and so does the Centaur, so they could have multiple ways into this fight.
They want to get on top of Nature's Prophet before he does have his Hurricane Pike, his BKB. Okay, this is pretty good. Stealing the enemy XP rune, even though they do have Nature's Prophet. Pure a little bit late to the party.
He was there, he just didn't take it. He like charged it up once or twice and then walked away. On. Get a good look at the Nature's Prophet on the off-screen. No glitch cosmetics or anything to look at. See that shrine is taken, but Rue is the one who's caught. 3 heroes here, and a rebound in means a kill for BetBoom, and it will be Miero with the Iron Shell that gets that kill.
I'm a little worried for their damage output. They also need this Deso. Yatoro just picked up a Blink Dagger, so they will have maneuverability to get on top of the targets. The question is, can they kill them? Especially with the Dazzle behind them. There is Pavis on Marcy about to be finished relatively soon. He just killed off the tower, so that's
Pure walking up.
Good chunk of gold.
Searing Chains, Walrus Punch.
That's a big kill.
And we'll get the kill, and with that cosmetic, I actually like that Walrus Punch assist to end all to a good night. And they will TP, but the Dream Coil now onto the Ember, snaps the rebound, and that's a kill in a Laurel, a trade that they're definitely okay with. It's not the best, but to get that or the Tusk 5 is way better to get the Ember.
It is. Spirit is getting some decent amount of farm, some decent amount of levels as well. They want to have this Deso on TA, try to farm it up, and then go for some kind of a play, turn it potentially into Roche. Now, Yatra on top of the net worth, but still needs extra bit of a time to farm it up. Collapse as well, would definitely love to get his second big item. Vanguard is good. It is relatively cheap, especially if you're rushing it. Blade Mail as well, cheaper components. Blink Dagger's up, but for now, he's just going to continue to farm up, try to get to his Vanguard upgraded. Crimson Guard, great against the Darkseer.
They smoked. They go towards mid. Outro level 13 trying to get into the Desolator. He is sitting 1,600 gold away from that. Already picked up the first Mithril Hammer. They will go up these steps, and they might be able to find him. And they got him, but he blinks initially, goes north, and away from this team, TP's out, and nothing to stop it, but they do kill his courier. So that'll stop the Mithril Hammer, at least from getting to him, and that'll probably...
10 seconds.
That slows down just the Mithril Hammer. He probably won't have the Desolator by the time it's up. He might just be a little bit short, so he'll just have to get it delivered in full.
And now seeing that they killed his courier with the Mithril Hammer, they don't know whether he has enough gold to buy a Deso. TA farms a lot, how many stacks they did have. And they can easily go inside a Roche pit and take it. This is also taking away Aegis from Templar Assassin, which could be pretty massive.
Taking away this Roche, I mean, you have options for Spirit to go for it. You had the Shadow Shaman, you have yourself that TA, but they don't get that opportunity, and it will be an Aegis for Pure. Rue, though, can he get a Hex? He gets around. GPK saves here, though, and instead, he'll be the one who's jumped on. And the Dream Coil again onto Laurel. He'll snap it. Coil. And now, Dispose trying to leave. Remnant back and forth. Laurel dead. Even with the Stampede, it is a little sloppy here from Spirit. And Collapse will just TP out.
I guess they were trying to set up a big hoof stomp, and they did. It landed onto 3 heroes. But then Laurel decides to go back in, thinking that they have enough damage, and they just die. Still, Collapse manages to TP out. At least that's something.
Yeah, I guess he gets out and it's okay, but still, it did not feel like Laurel needed to die there. Just not a repeat performance for Laurel yet. And they will look to catch Miposhka. Snowball to extend the inevitable. Pure even comes in. It'll be GPK who gets the kill. Having that Blink Dagger now in combination with the Novel Projection is a lot of range for Kataomi on the Dazzle.
Can't keep the distance.
Laurel, side of his Searing Chains, and it's just nothing consistent yet from Spirit in this game.
No, definitely not.
It's been consistent from BetBoom that they bring all the numbers. And you can see it here. Rue's going to be spotted, and immediately 3 heroes are here.
Rue's trying to make some kind of a play on the map, but it's very difficult. NP's going to be deeping in. He has the Aegis, so they can easily outnumber you. This Darkseer, he just doesn't die that easily. They need to bring in pretty much the whole squad.
They're going to try, but Vacuum Wall, Hoofstomp connects, and the pick-me-up. Can they even get the damage? They're trying to, but they've got the Shallow Grave. Miposhka's dead. Save dies. They finally get Miero. They've pierced a little bit of what BetBoom's got going for them, but they'll lose Laurel. Collapse maybe has an opportunity to jump back in, but you're not going to go. Just him and the Templar Assassin.
And Laurel getting coiled every single time. He's died 4 times so far. I thought it was going to be even worse, but at least they're getting something out of it. Getting some Deso charges, getting some of the kills. Pure.
Trap, Pure, Sprout, Wrath of Nature, but they hit the Hex. Collapse, he found the Dazzle, and they'll get the kill on Kataomi. They'll find themselves Pure. They've got the Aegis, but GPK is in. They're looking to line up the stuns, and they will get the Hex. Double Edge, Pure is in trouble, dead a second time,
and Collapse
now they'll
is in
focus
again
for more. Collapse goes in a little bit too far, though. They will get saved for this, but GPK kind of waiting for his opportunity. May have some help from a Darkseer, but they do not want to continue.
Ooh, man, overextended. We've seen BetBoom. Like, we've seen Gyrocopter, Pure, blanking into the 5 heroes with Aegis. in one of those games. Seems like sometimes they do overextend, and now they just gave away 2 Blink Daggers to 2 supports on Spirit.
It's a lot of gold going the way of Team Spirit. A lot of gold for the Templar Assassin, who had that Desolator stalled a little bit, but now has that Desolator, and I believe also has, yeah, that Force Staff coming out.
It's a full Hurricane Pike.
Yeah.
So that's going to be his way of dealing with people. Collapse did find Dazzle. That was the big one. Collapse, this is his first death in the game. A lot of others do have many, but he managed to survive long enough.
It's the second initiation, and the only reason they're really able to go for Pure is because he caught the Dazzle, right?
Yeah. And this time, like, I believe these are also the first Shadow Shaman wards we're seeing, because Root tried to make the play so many times in the top lane, got punished by Puck multiple times.
They have the quick chicken fingers to get that Hex again. And Collapse does end up dying, but it did take a lot for them to get that kill. Showing how strong he's been with this item builds. Meanwhile, BetBoom Team, they're going to go and get themselves a Tormentor, a Shard for safe. And that Shard now allowing the rebound to be cast on enemies. Taking out that Watcher, but past the 21-minute mark. 4-man smoke from the side of BetBoom. See if they can catch somebody. GPK, he was over in the area, so was the rest of the team. And they are still trying to go forward, but there's a smoke play from the side of Team Spirit. As they use that, they have that extra speed to run away from this BetBoom Team lineup. Collapse not smoked, but he has that blink. He's working on that Ags. All right behind him.
This is going to be probably the fastest Ags, basically Blade Mail, Vanguard, and then upgrading that Vanguard in the Crimson, picking up a Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter to save people out of coil, which has been a very good weapon against this Ember Spirit. Now he is a bit more tanky with Kaya Sanj, has that Sanj component.
Can definitely use it to lift him out of the coil, put him in the cart. Also gives you a little bit of that stampede duration, which is nice. Just have to be positioned correctly here for Collapse, because most likely the one who needs the most help in the coil is Laurel at the moment. He has been coiled a couple times. He's dead 4 times. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It's not like there's been a crazy amount of kills just yet.
Yeah, 3.6 out of 5, I would say. Nothing too crazy, but now Laurel is going to be a bit more survivable. There's also Blink Dagger, plus the Snowball save from Tusk. He does have Greedy enchantment. We'll start to get some extra bit of a gold for him.
Illusory Orb through mid, curving back. Laurel just looking for this BKB. Top of the net worth is the Templar Assassin. Maposhka taking out some obs there. It is Crystallis soon for Yatoro, going into the Daedalus BKB Swift Blink. A lot of gold on that menu, or on that queue. But this is no shock when you look at Yatoro, and he's always got something. He's got the queue ready to go.
They know, like, this team is the best team when it comes down to the late game fighting, and it always kind of comes down to that. This team just doesn't lose early, even though when they played against BetBoom, they ran them over relatively quickly with that Lycan pick the other day. Managed to slow down the game, wait until the next Roche respawns potentially, and then go for the play.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke again from Spirit. Trying to find something, trying to use this Desolator Crystallis damage from Yatoro to find anything they can. Right now it's just Pure sitting over mid. He's actually alone. But now he backs off towards his team and he's got reinforcements. Collapse not in the area. He's top, really far from the team. Doesn't look like they're going to fight, though. That smoke didn't lead to anything. Just a little back off and just go back to farming.
Back to farming it is.
Why not, right?
Roshan spawning in a minute.
Do we know that? Is that for sure? Is that what the clock says?
It's what the clock says.
Okay. I trust. They'll look for Laurel. Waning Rift. And
Shield rune.
can he
Can
get the
he get
shield
it?
rune?
Yes,
he
he
can.
can.
He's leashed up, but needs to activate the shield rune. Immediately they just break through it though. No help. Serpent Wards are bottom to try and push that in. I'll have a TP from Pure to clean him up. But they could not
Shield
help
rune
Laurel.
is going to make the difference. Yatoro and Aru ready to get the jump. Miposhka's here as well.
Save with the pick-me-up. Oh, that is not good. The turnaround, Rue. He is in trouble and killed. GPK was there, but the Walrus Punch comes in. Save going to be saved by the shallow grave of Ketomi, and they'll give up Miposhka because both supports are now dead on the side of Spirit, and Laurel's still on a death timer.
Yeah, Dazzle shows up, gives them extra bit of a healing, extra bit of armor as well with his innate ability, and then Crimson Guard has been popped, so they don't have enough. It was a nice try there from
Pure, sees him
on the team. Can they get a stun?
Can he
GPK?
rebound? Ooh.
Coil was ready in 3 seconds. They do get punished, but Roshan is alive.
And they're in on Roshan.
They need TA. They need Yatoro to get there as soon as possible.
No Serpent Ward, so it's not quick by any means, and probably not expecting them to do it immediately, but they do go through the Twin Gate because maybe they are expecting
It's a slow one. Without Yatoro, they just cannot kill it immediately. And BetBoom going through the Twin Gates, knowing that they need to take this fight. They cannot allow them. It didn't scout inside of the pit.
Blink. No hoof stomp, Shallow Grave early. Dream Coil comes in, lands onto 3 heroes. They're going to snap if Pure comes into the fight. They get the kill to Ketomi. They'll take the Shallow Grave. They'll take the heals that coming from the Dazzle. But they've got the workhorse. They picked up the Templar Assassin. They're right on top of Pure. Do they have the damage to get the kill into this Nature's Prophet?
Manta
They
doesn't
do.
get him out.
Rue, collapse, gone. Laurel's still alive in this fight, but they finally get a victory. However, Templar Assassin silence. Oh, gets the refraction. Now they've got the Walrus Punch. Miero going forward towards Miposhka. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Phase Shift. Shiva's Guard now looking to get the Templar Assassin who blinks away.
Have the
They've
trap.
got a
He
trap.
blinked in.
They silenced him. The wall is down. The Hurricane Pipe with the vacuum back. They
Not
get
enough.
the kill out of both. Yatoro and Laurel are dead. A tip over for Miero from Ketomi, and they're going to try and find Miposhka, but that is a salvage from BetBoom.
Yeah, Miero, he's just not dying. He has 2 auras, but he has 2 big auras, Crimson Guard and Shiva's Guard. It was a nice try there from Yatoro, but he blinked in, managed to save him. And it's not enough. This silence from Templar Assassin is not the longest.
Just could not kill these heroes quick enough. I mean, even Pure was able to survive an extra couple of seconds. As Hoof Stomp helped, they find this Marcy. Immediately the Shallow Grave, and the attention is on the Dazzle.
Marcy needs to die. That's why they're focusing, because she deals so much damage with her ulti. And then the card picks him up. Pure tried to go for a play, got himself out of the shards with the Sprout in the end, but the damage has already been done. Now this second Roshan again does belong to BetBoom Team. GPK yet to die on the hero.
This is what we've seen in previous games. We saw it in that Lina game that Pure had where GPK just was the one who was carrying. Now, Vacuum doesn't snap, but it doesn't matter. They've got the numbers. The lockdown is not many things, but it's enough to, when you get the numbers, you're not surviving anyway.
Yeah, these are very difficult kills to get, and I like this itemization from GPK. Taking the 15 talent, minus 15 seconds for the Dream Coil, and also having Octarine Core, which does bring Coil down to like 40 seconds. He also has Arcane Rune, so it's now like on 30-second cooldown. Every single time they initiate onto Ember Spirit, he just dies.
Yeah.
There are saving abilities, but there's also a lot of damage, a lot of random damage that can hit you. You can get hit by Darkseer's Iron Shell, Shiva's Guard, Nature's Prophet ulti, and then you can't get the blink in and you can't save him.
I've said it a million times this tournament, but Spirit are no strangers to being in a spot like this. Although when BetBoom put him in this spot in the first series of this playoffs between the two of them, they won both games. They didn't give it up. They took the 2-0 last time. Spirit's trying to do the same to them that they did in the previous BO3. But BetBoom have other plans at the moment. 10,000 net worth lead. Looking to be in a very prime spot. 7-0 and 14 for GPK. Again, finding this Emmer and having the numbers, and Laurel just does not survive. He is 3, 8, and 4.
He can't play the game. GPK had his number ever since the start, and now they're gonna TP in. Pure ready to push it out. We'll reconnect with the rest of the team in the mid lane.
Shadow Shaman's trying to push top. Has Serpent Words. Rue will try to get something there. He's actually not even going to drop the Serpent Words. He'll TP back home.
They need Serpent Words. They need extra bit of a damage. Pure, knowing that he has the backup of his team, no nullifier or anything. Crimson Guard
vacuum back.
Is ready.
Rebound attempt.
Solar Crest as well.
Workhorse was used to pull anybody in, and it's going to be Maposhka who they choose to put in the cart. And they will get the tier 3 and the Dream Coil used. Holds these heroes back while they go for this Rax, but no Dream Coil means maybe there's an opportunity here for Spirit. A Remnant forward, but nothing doing as this team will retreat without chase.
It's very hard to take the fight against Nature's Prophet, who you know that he has enough gold to maybe even come back into the fight. He just spent the gold buying a full BKB.
They smoked. They... Okay, maybe want to go for a fight, but where are they going to find it? They need to definitely take a decisive fight. Good positioning from Save. Really good positioning from Save. Stampede used, Blink, Walrus Punch, Collapse going to the backlines, gets the stun on 2 of these heroes, but they go to the Dream Coil once again. It's that cooldown reduction that allows them to have it one more time. They drop down this wall, Save is unleashing, but they've got the Workhorse. Who can they pull on the cart? They're trying to knock over the cart, and they will kill Collapse with the cart by Cabbages! They'll kill Yatoro too, and they've overwhelmed Team Spirit again! They'll find Laurel, the Searing Chains, maybe he can get Pure, but he survives it. Laurel's dead, 3 heroes gone on Team Spirit.
They just don't have enough damage. These auras are causing them a lot of issues. Hex has also been picked up on Darkseer. You jump in. This might be one last fight for Team Spirit, and that's about it. They have more than enough damage. The sustain is insane. With the Crimson, with Holy Locket on Dazzle, multiple heals coming out in the previous fight. And Pure, with Aegis, managing to stand his ground. Wants to take this barracks before. GPK, now we know what it stands for. Godlike Puck Comrade. Look at him go. Didn't die a single time in this game.
He's done this a couple times on Puck too. Rebound, dispose, ripped out of the coil, and a buyback used immediately by Maposhka. That's 1 tier 4. If this doesn't all work out and somehow Spirit take it back and they didn't go for the racks on the side of BetBoom, it might be potentially the wrong move, but they're so far ahead, I doubt it goes that way at the moment.
Still holding the Aegis, it's about to expire. He's trying to TP out, might need to... Oh, he gets out.
Silence on a 2, the chase is on, Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, but the wall is committed. 4-man vacuum back into the wall. Novel projection coming in from this Dazzle, but he is stunned up. Snowball goes over, he'll Shallow Grave himself to try and survive. Save, unleash BKB going after Collapse. They hit the Hex, it's on to this Nature's Prophet. Can they get the kill? The BKB, yes, they take him out. He's got buyback, but he definitely doesn't want to use it. He doesn't want to put him out on a buyback timer, but they've killed 2. They'll look for GPK, and they found him. Walrus Punch up into the air, but the rest of the team is coming his way. They buy back up Pure. So they're going to try and just finish it right here, right now, but Piero's going to die. Collapse is gone. They'll look over for Save. He's thrown up out of the high ground. Rue's going to commit the buyback for the Shadow Shaman. They've got Laurel dead. He doesn't have buyback. He's dead for a minute and a half. Yatoro trying to get the kill out of Save. Looks over at GPK, but cannot survive. He'll fall with the help from Pure, and the buyback is worth it.
This is what Pure does really well, and it's a bit of a risky move, but he also knows how to close out some of these games. There's no buyback available on TA, and now they can try to TP into the mid, Collapse with the buyback as well. They need the Crimson Guard on some of these buildings to make sure that they're not dying too quickly.
520 gold needed here for the buyback from Templar Assassin, but you've kind of now put yourself... You got tier 2s. I mean, even if you die back on Pure, I just don't think you get pushed in that hard.
No, you can't just lose the game that quickly. He's going to be dead for a really long time, though. This is level 23 Nature's Prophet. with the buyback, so around 2 minutes, and he has Deso queued up. Needs just enough gold for the Blightstone, and he can have it. They're going for the finish.
Tier 4, that's down, thrown exposed. 30 seconds without the Templar Assassin or the Ember. It's hard to hold, it seems impossible, and it might be. I mean, they are just pelting their fountain, and the throne, it should drop, but they are going to stampede. They'll try to hold on the BKB from Save. The rebound right on top of Rue. GPK is there, and he is dead. Rue bought back, so he's gone for 70. They're not even focusing the throne. They're going for the heroes. GG is called, and we're going to a game 3.
Very good performance from BetBoom Team, allowing them to snowball out of the lanes. Miero having pretty much a perfect game on this Darkshire. And overall, last pick, Dazzle, does work out great for them.
Yeah, the Dazzle worked out really well. The overwhelming heal, just the amount of numbers they had. They didn't exactly have the most lockdown on BetBoom, but when they came with numbers every single time, and Spirit just could not survive. It was a tough game. 10 deaths for Laurel, 9 for Rue. I mean, they were really just destroying the side of Spirit and overwhelming them, and they force us into a game 3. So we'll send it over to the panel to hear their thoughts. Shiver, take it away.
My thoughts is that Dazzle has a 100% win rate. Yes. And I will say, I will repeat Fear's words. Maybe it's time to start banning out GPK's puck. But there was a lot more at play than just a puck, Fear, surely.
Yeah, they had Dazzle.
They did.
That was cool. I mean, it did a lot of work, honestly, but the puck was the big one. I think that hero, you've got to respect it at some point against GPK, because he didn't even die last game. He doesn't die this game. When will
How
you
many
respect
flawless
this?
puck games does he need to have? That's a
maybe just one more.
That's a decent
That'll be the
argument.
breaking point. But yeah, I think in this game, Miro also had a great game with this Darkseer. He got to see his lane matchup. I think when you do play against Team Spirit, forcing Yatoro to first pick his hero is quite nice, because everyone knows how TA plays, what the counters are, and his other heroes, it's like, see these Faceless Voids and Morphlings of the patch, and like, what do I do against these Bristlebacks? Like, he has a unique playstyle, and I think the later he picks, he can utilize that. But in this game, what did they really utilize with their late picks? Just Centaur?
Which to be fair, I mean, he had a pretty good lane. Like, his game was decent. But I
That's what I
agree.
mean.
It's like I feel like Centaur is gonna have a decent game kind of regardless. I completely agree that Yatoro in a lot of these fights, he was hard committed, and he's committing into like Puck Witchblade. You have Dazzle Q, you know, Darkseer Ion Shells. Like, you have all of these things. Even Pure going for a Manta style Nature's Prophet. There was so much to take off his refraction that it by no means was a free TA game.
Yeah.
I mean, they still almost had it at a couple of points, but I feel like BetBoom, like, all in all, like, everyone played very well. Like, Miro had some insane five-man vac walls in the game, so you could make an argument that, you know, he was MVP. I feel like Atomi in every fight, he was graving himself, and then at the last possible second, using his Holy Locket, and a lot of the time, like, actually surviving, or at least surviving long enough that the fight would go favorably for BetBoom. And Pure, the casters mentioned it, the way that he plays around buyback on Nature's Prophet is amazing. Like, he always seems to have it for these late game clutch engagements.
For sure. And I kind of had deja vu watching this game, kind of when we watched just Nisha playing this Ember versus Puck. He was getting destroyed over and over again in these like early mid games by Coil. Same thing happened this game to Laurel. Like, yeah, the lane's fine, everything's good. Teams might need to rethink this Ember versus Puck matchup,
I
because
agree.
this Puck is just like killing Ember over and over again in these mid games, and it literally was deja vu, because Nisha played the same Ember versus Puck where he's scrambling his BKB, but he dies like 4 times on the road to getting it. He had 10 deaths on Ember. Versus how many stuns are on BetBoom? It's just Puck.
It's Coil. It's just Coil.
It's just Coil. So like this Puck seems to be really destroying this Ember. So maybe that's something they learned from this one, and all the other teams are learning as well.
I agree. I guess you could say, like, in terms of timings, number one, Puck, once again, with the curveball facet, just wins a lot of lanes that Puck used to not win. This is a different hero, but then also maybe by the timing that Embers want to get BKB on this patch, Puck is like already not really caring about BKB. You know, so in the time that it takes you to get the BKB on Ember, like, you're gonna die to Puck, and then you get it, and then Puck is almost level 25 with Octarine core, like ability to kite your BKB essentially, and then you get level 25 and you pierce BKB.
Let's relive some of the moments that we've had during this game. We're gonna first check out around minute 10. You know, laning stage is over. Things are going well, but for who? That is the question.
Yeah, things were kind of chill on both sides here before this fight, but then the insane dive comes out, and so of course Spirit is like, well, we need to punish this. Dazzle's completely out of position. Even Yatoro shows up for this fight. But this is where we can see Dazzle's impact with a Holy Locket and using the Grave, heal right at the last possible second. You're getting the maximum possible heal amplification. You know, we were questioning the Dazzle. Maybe it's picked to dumpster the laning phase. It didn't. It didn't do crazy well in the laning stage. But come mid-game, it actually had a lot of impact with the Graves.
It did. We are going to see one where it maybe had a little less impact because we're going to look at Pure having some unfortunate times here.
This is a stage of the game where I felt like, yeah, maybe Team Spirit, we're going to come back into the game. You got a fresh Aegis, but BetBoom took this fight up here with Darkseer being dead and just kind of showing like how much impact this Darkseer did have in these fights. I'm not sure what they were doing up there, but this is definitely a moment in the game where I'm just like, okay, Team Spirit's like having that magic. They had it twice this game, right? One was just the base defense into the chase. The second one is this moment here, but it just didn't happen enough. And this puck still no answers for it at all in the entire game.
No, it was a lot more active game than game number one, which I think everybody enjoyed. And because we do enjoy those moments, we want to relive also just some epic team fight stuff, Jenkins, as I think that Miero definitely was the MVP of some of those moments.
Yeah, you got to highlight some of Miro's insane vac walls in this game. I mean, with the Shiva's Guard as well, and Marcy jumping in on top. Like, Marcy Darkseer is a combo from the laning phase, and also in terms of team fights, if you're hitting these insane vac walls. So, yeah, really beautiful stuff from him. I think this one they end up losing Pure, but near the end, you have Miro. He's still kiting. GPK hasn't died. He didn't die once in this game. This looks like, once again, Team Spirit Magic is coming in hot here. Like, they're going to clutch up this team fight. But on the flip side, Miro and GPK are also clutching this. Like, Laurel and Yatoro, the two important cores, waits for the Ember W and then hits the insane vac wall where they're both dead. Like, that moment, if Miro does not clutch, they honestly could lose the game there. Like, this is Team Spirit we're talking about. You give them a team fight kind of snowball situation like that, and they will take it. Like, they'll beat you.
Yeah, we also saw the effect of the TA Shard nerf in that fight. He kept using those traps to try and silence the puck, but it doesn't last very long anymore. And maybe that's another reason why puck is looking good too. All these nerfs. All
that was a counter, like a decent counter before.
Used to be a counter, but not so much anymore.
Not so much anymore, and that begs the question, what's going to happen with the puck in game number 3, happening after a break?
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to the final game of the night. That's right. We're in the final series of BetBoom and Spirit, and the score is 1-1. Who's going to take this third game, and therefore who's going to move forward to the final day of PGL Wallachia Season 5? We're going to find out. We're also going to find out what's going to happen to the puck in this third game and how the draft in itself is going to play itself out. At what point is puck first phase ban material? Because we've seen some other teams experimenting with first phase pick.
My opinion, it's already there.
Okay.
Against GPK.
I think generally you're fine to do that on this patch because you don't have enough second phase bans to second. Even if you don't think it's going to get first picked, just so you don't have to ban it later, depending on what they picked in the first phase, whether they want to combo with it.
They banned Bane, you know?
They did. There was, you know, it's actually pretty funny. The respect was placed on Bane.
Yeah.
The respect was placed on a Lifestealer, but Puck, you know, can't ban him.
Yeah, I mean, they banned... Here are the bans. Quap, Bane, and Monkey King. I would rather Puck get banned over any of those. Just because it's GPK. Truly. Which one would you let through out of those four?
I think when there's a 0 next to the kills... Twice in a row, I can see the argument. It's just like we have had the fortunate situation where we're watching all of the games, and we have seen time and time again every time a puck counter in air quotes comes out, it doesn't work. DK hasn't worked, Huskar hasn't worked, Ember hasn't worked, so
Shaman hasn't
worked. So at what point do you just say, okay, this is absurdly broken, we either need to pick it or ban it?
Now is the point, Jenkins.
Especially against
the point has been reached. It is game 3.
Yeah, it's literally tournament live
elimination. If now is not the time, I do not know when the time would be.
And keep in mind, this is a BetBoom without their full roster, as in their roster is complete in terms of the 5 players, but they are here without a coach, so the drafting is done without Bulk. I'm sure he's still giving them advice remote from a distance, but at this point, his job is just, is puck available? Just grab it, guys.
Yeah, I mean, he literally, like I said, he played a game for TA, Shadow Shaman, Ember, Centaur, Tusk. That's silences and stuns on every single hero.
Yep.
Didn't matter.
He didn't die.
He doesn't die.
In
a game that was very back and forth for a long time.
I think
it's crazy.
On the flip side, like TA seemed kind of solved that game. I don't think Yatoro popped off. Like Spirit needs him to pop off in a lot of these games. Miro and Save proved that with their Darkseer plus Marcy combo that they can handle that, the Yatoro TA. And I think probably if Marcy was banned, then it's Tusk. And if Tusk is banned, I'm sure there's a third option in there that they could go with. Or maybe there's not. Maybe you go some entirely different way of countering the TA, but I feel like, yeah, maybe you change that up. Like just after seeing Miro's performance on Darkseer last game, he looks clearly very comfortable with it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying in the draft before. It's like I think you're in a good spot playing Team Spirit if you force Yatoro to pick early, because he is the player for this team that has such a wide hero pool and innovative ideas where he can bust out the perfect hero for the game and then somehow also have the item build to make his hero feel unkillable. And TA first pick will never feel unkillable. It's impossible. The hero has been figured out. It's been played so much in pubs, so much in competitive. Everybody knows how to play against this hero.
I guess with that in mind, it also will make a difference in this upcoming game. Who's going to be first pick and who's going to be second pick? Game 1 that we saw where Spirit did win, we did have that scenario for Yatoro. He got his bristle back at the end of the draft, and he was able to just be that unkillable force.
He showed in this series that he can absolutely do that against BetBoom, and it was an unusual pick as well. Carry Bristle, not very common. Bristle Eggs, not very common. Red Bristle Fast, not very common. He can pull out these like really deep in the pocket picks and find the perfect game and the perfect build for them. So go with what works.
I will say this went very fast with these first 6 bans that are now on the board as we are in game number 3. We do have Spirit on overall last pick, means BetBoom is that first pick.
I mean, let's see if Spirit can win.
He sounds so doubtful.
No, I'm not. Let's see if they can win against a puck that has 0 deaths. They've done it before. Let's see if they can do it again.
I mean, it is quite an achievement from both teams.
Yeah. Imagine GPK loses the series without dying once.
That would be insane.
That'd be the most BetBoom thing possible.
That is also true. I wonder if that has ever it probably has happened.
Maybe.
There's been a lot of
I mean, at this level, that's definitely not happened.
I doubt it. All right, so we have the Bane, first pick overall. We've seen it in first phase banned in the previous game. It was second phase picked in the first game. It did have a high it did have a high performance, and we mentioned before the series began that both of these teams have the best Bane players, Kataomi as well as Maposhka. And in this case, it will obviously be in the hands of Kataomi.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're great Bane players. So what sneaked through? The Queen of Pain sneaked through. Okay.
And the Undying. But the Undying seems to be completely missing from these drafts. Previous game as well.
Not a lot of preference in the hero. I know Poshka does play it. He has played it already at this tournament, so he just doesn't think the hero is worth picking, at least early on. Maybe later on in the draft, he'll change his mind.
Yeah. I guess one of the strengths of the Undying was also for the flex pick, and later on in the game that is less valuable, so then there's less reason to pick Undying.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, as you mentioned, flex picks are not as good later on.
I feel like BetBoom probably wants to ban out the Tusk, right? You have the Snowball save versus Grip. That's excellent. And then Dawnbreaker Tusk lane. But then maybe on the flip side, you're anticipating that Spirit is like gambling and giving you puck. So you're
they are. You already know they are.
You're kind of okay playing into a Tusk Dawn lane. Or Tusk and Dawn in the game.
I mean,
Spirit could also just yoink the puck out of this phase.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm kind of looking at their bans, and they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here, because I do actually think banning NP and TA versus Pure might just be a smart move. And DP is just kind of broken, and we've seen Naga being completely broken too, so maybe they don't have a ban for the puck.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're playing it very smart because they're already preemptively banning against that TA potentially. And Spirit only has that one ban, so what are you going to ban, the TA or the puck?
TA is already banned. First phase.
Okay, I'm blind. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
I'm blind sometimes too.
Last game of the day. It's all good.
There's a Dawnbreaker too. Doesn't make sense.
No.
No. Anyway, Dawn Tusk. I believe that's on the menu here. Bane in general has looked like a good hero. The Sleepwalker facet is just crazy. The amount of stuff you can do with it. We saw that in a series. Was it earlier today or yesterday?
Yeah, but was Silencer
Spirit playing it?
Oh, okay. There's the counter.
Versus Dawn.
But I thought Silencer was supposed to be Dawn's counter.
Good
the Bane counter too.
Yeah, I guess so.
But I also feel like Dawn pretty hard answers Bane. So
here's why they're not banning Tusk, right? Because Pure is going to pick Lifestealer.
And then he's against a Dawn Tusk lane.
Exactly. Which is an answer. He's done it before.
Is Spirit banning puck or Lifestealer?
I would laugh my ass off if they ban Lifestealer and they just get puck, and puck carries the game.
So are there any other heroes for you, Fear, that at this point, if it's not puck, you will allow it to be something else? Any hero that comes to mind?
If it's not puck being banned?
Yeah. What are they banning if it's not puck?
I can't fathom it, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess you actually made a good argument for the Lifestealer. But that argument versus GPK puck, I mean, they're thinking about it. We'll see. Maybe they have the counter this game. Perhaps.
Maybe this time will be different. What's the definition of insanity?
Okay, they banned Lycan.
Mirror Lycan. That's fair.
That's good. Oh, they got the puck answer now. That makes sense.
Oh, yeah, because it worked so well in the past.
Yeah, I mean, you can Hex him, which disables him, and then Shackle's a very long duration stun, which puck doesn't like playing in, so this definitely makes sense.
Yeah, and there's no way he'll live through that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic counter.
Yeah. This was sarcasm.
Monkey King is still available, by the way. Maybe this is why they're like, okay, we'll just Laurel Monkey King the puck. Dumpster it in lane.
I don't think that works anymore.
Is anything able... Yeah, but they can just pick Monkey and puck.
That is not a good idea. I think Monkey and puck are just exclusive mid laners
They're both
right now.
mids.
You can play Monkey Carry.
Pure has played
does
Monkey
it.
Carry with
GPK
Radiance.
is like, I don't want to play puck this game. I played it twice. Give me.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
It's a lot of buttons to press on that puck.
Yeah, his arthritis is really flaring up right now.
No, they'll go for the Muerta.
So this is actually an interesting dynamic here because Pure can play both these heroes, but Save could also play the Muerta. GPK can play the Monkey King. Really open-ended here, so it's not going to be particularly easy for Spirit to directly counter these heroes, at least in the lane matchups, because you can move these pieces around as you see fit.
5 seconds remaining.
And both these heroes, as Jenkins mentioned, pretty decent versus puck. I like the Morta versus puck a lot, just having two ways of disrupting him. Like if you can silence him, then dead shot him back into another silence.
Yeah.
Yep.
He does not enjoy that and can't really itemize a AVULUS either versus Morta because the silence will just keep coming around when you land.
I feel like Bane is a pretty good support duo with Muerta to stun a really like hard to catch hero like Puck.
Yeah.
Because you can sleepwalk them back into silence, you can grip into silence, you can sleepwalk.
Yeah, he's countered.
Muerta
You can't pick him.
It's
Can
like
you pick
pre-countered.
any of the spirits? Can there be an Ember Spirit?
Oh no, not against Monkey.
Okay, good.
Good. I mean, Storm Spirit, 100% you can pick.
Oh no!
Okay.
Okay. So I thought he was countered.
Yeah, that was sarcasm. He was countered last game too.
But
And
I
the game
thought
before
this
that too.
This time around, I really believed it. You guys made great cases.
I mean, I think right now the mid hero pool is extremely limited. So you're going to pick like, I believe there might be 6 heroes.
Was it actually
All right,
sarcasm?
here's.
No, these heroes are good versus Puck.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's countered, but I don't know what that means anymore.
Okay.
Let's go GPK. He knows how to play Puck.
That's true.
He's an excellent Puck. 0 deaths so far. He knows how to counter it. Okay, how do you counter it?
Monkey King.
I mean, I think Monkey is just good this game mid, and you don't need to overcomplicate things. And then slamming. I mean, there's been 3 heroes Pure has played that I've been really impressed with. 2 of them were banned, and they got the 3rd, so pretty happy with this one. And I think now the Beastmaster ban, or all the Overlord heroes, are getting removed.
Yeah, they already at least got rid of the Lycan, so that they have made a step in the right direction.
Right,
with
I've
that.
got an
Do you think
idea
they
here.
still do it even though they have Ench? You still ban Beastmaster?
Maybe.
That would be funny.
I mean, it's still playable. It's just much worse.
Is Puck? I always, when I see a lineup with Puck, in this case, obviously Team Spirit's lineup, it in my head it says it doesn't have enough damage, especially if you compare it to what BetBoom has. But is that just because I don't consider the damage that Puck does enough? Because Puck does do a lot.
I would ask
of
you,
damage.
why do you feel like Puck doesn't do a lot of damage?
I don't know. It's just it's a vibe in my head. I don't know.
See. Well,
From old times.
Yeah, I mean, if we're disregarding the last 2 games that we witnessed, old times, old Puck did not do a lot of damage. This new Puck and all these heroes I can buy Parasma, it's the Witchblade essentially, late game because it's a percentage of your intelligence that does damage. This hero does plenty of damage. He buys Aghanims, which Parasma now is affecting everyone in AoE. You can buy a Mjolnir on top of that. This hero has no shortage of damage this patch, so I think it's good damage. Dawnbreaker, she does pretty decent damage too. We've seen Insania play this Enchantress and go for right-click build. Pretty decent damage. Shadow Shaman, not really, but that's not really his job. So I think their damage is okay. It's not bad. It's not crazy heavy in damage. It's very situational on farm, especially. Yeah, basically all these heroes need farm, Dawn, Puck, and Enchantress to do damage. But they're strong in lane, so they should get there.
I think I have a hero for you, Toro. I'm trying to predict.
Oh,
his
you're
last
getting
pick.
got Toro, so that's a dangerous game you're playing right
I
now.
want to do it, dude. It's too exciting. I want to go for the gamble.
Okay, good.
But I need to see the BetBoom last pick, which I feel like is probably Beast, even into Ench. But we'll see. But for you, Toro, I'm thinking Chaos Knight or
Chaos Knight.
Clinks if it is Beast.
I don't think they're gonna pick Beast.
Well, Ursa is
think
the
that's
one that's
crazy.
banned, and it will be Kunkka last.
Okay, now it's Kunkka. What?
Okay, now neither of those are good.
Okay. What do you got?
Against Kunkka off lane.
Kunkka Muerta against Enchantress plus what?
10 seconds remaining.
So looking at heroes, that could be good.
Is it crazy to go back for the Bristle?
No, it's not crazy. I think some Crystallis would go Razor here.
Yeah, Razor would be very good.
That's like a.
That's true. Dumpsters.
No, I think it will be the Bristle again.
It's a good hero against Lifestealer. Lifestealer can't really kill him. Like, you do all returned physical damage, so you can kill Lifestealer as well. You overwhelm him with damage. I know Lifestealer munches on him and like heals a lot of HP, but the matchup is really good for Bristle. And it's a super fast-paced hero to play with Ench. I feel like Spirit could do what they did game 1, which is just rampage the map with a solid Bristle lane. And it should dumpster a Kunkka in lane.
Does BetBoom have a better answer to the Bristle than they did in game 1? Just to refresh your memory, in game 1 they had Ursa, Puck, Lycan, Batrider, and Oracle.
Oh, I'd say, yeah, they do, but it's not fully answered. I think Monkey King is great versus Bristleback.
Yeah, you diffuse all of his mana. It's really annoying.
Warta's good versus Bristleback too. A lot of damage there. I think all their heroes, like, they don't have a Lycan this game, right? They don't have a Zoo hero, which Bristleback doesn't care about. However, I don't think Jotaro has to be a hard carrier this game. He might be anyway, but he's just going to absorb all the spells, and Laurel, we've seen these pucks. If you make enough space for this puck, he can do the damage. I think Bristle just running into the fights, he's going to try to absorb as many spells as possible with Collapse backing him up. And then, yeah, Laurel has to be fat this game, I'm pretty sure. But tempo's good. They can play incredibly
really
fast. I didn't actually see what the Shaman went for, but if he went for the massive Serpent Ward, you have such a crazy like high ground potential this game with Bristleback and then Ench creeps with a massive Serpent Ward. At least objectively, it could be really good.
Could be really good, but we just already mentioned all the counters that Puck has.
I don't think those exist, Cheever. I think this hero is uncounterable.
And all the counters that Bristle has.
The Bristle I'm not sure about, but I don't think you can counter Puck. I've seen too many Puck games now where this hero just popped off.
Well, let's see if Laurel can return the favor of BetBoom. Let's see if this Puck can go 0 deaths. We're heading into game 3 with Beekov and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. We come into the game into a quick little pause, but yeah, the question is, can Bristle continue to raise the win rate? Is Puck unkillable? Lacoste, questions like that, I think you have the answer to.
I've seen teams first pick Puck and just not get countered at all, even though you think you have some counters. This hero just goes with 0 deaths throughout the whole game, which is pretty insane to think about. Some people try to counter it with some Dragonite, and Dragonite numbers are not the greatest right now, so maybe not the best overall hero. And I can see the overall win of the hero win rate sitting at 56.3%, which is still high, nothing like too crazy. Like we at tournaments, we were seeing some of like 65, 70, sometimes even higher percent win rate on some of the heroes, but he's been also highly contested as well. And this time around, Laurel needs to pop off. He definitely needs to be the driving force of the team. Panel had some also concerns about whether this Bristleback's going to be able to replicate what he did in the first game. I also see a different itemization already, where he is going for Vanguard, wants to be able to soak up some of the damage, have extra bit of a regen. You are playing against Monkey King, you are playing against Kunkka and Leicester. There's going to be a good amount of right-click damage, so you want to be blocking some of that.
No rune here. It's going to just be bounty runes. We'll see as the bottle in that sticker or spray. I'm kind of seeing some similarities from Spirit's lineup to what we saw from BetBoom's lineup in game number 2, in the sense that they had the heals from Nature's Prophet and Dazzle, whereas now Spirit have the heals from Wisps. They have the Dawnbreaker to give you some heal as well. And that's usually my face.
Yeah, not sure whose face that is. Might be pretty much anybody's face that is in Europe right now, considering the wave heat that we're having, heat wave. And It's been very hot the last couple of days.
Yeah, I got sunburn. I regret it. What can you do? I didn't bring sunscreen.
You were outside for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm the color of glue, dude. Like, like I don't know what you were outside for 5 minutes. Yeah, have you seen how pale I am?
Yeah, that is also true. There's going to be a lot of survivability in this game for Bristleback, especially if he goes for that Vanguard, Overprotective Wisp, Dawn ulti as well. Shaman is going to be playing with chicken fingers this time around. Good amount of harassment early on. You also have ways of maybe stopping some of the annoying things. You're still going to be dealing good amount of damage. It's not Giga Ward, but your wards are going to be dealing the damage. You have minus armor coming out from Bristleback. You have like summons from Enchantress. There's going to be, I'd say if they can keep this tempo that they have on paper, Spirit can really get the ball rolling relatively early on.
Yeah, they definitely can. I'm looking at this top lane, looking at the Shadow Shaman as well as the Dawnbreaker. We've seen this kind of combination before. There was a Spirit Breaker up against a Naga Siren where we saw maybe a little bit of a dodge with the mirror image on the Starbreaker, but you don't really have that if you
get the initiation on Bane. Yeah.
So you're going to need to be careful if you're Kataomi. But constantly using this Starbreaker right now, at least on a Pure, just trying to disrupt his lane. And even though it was a bad game last game for a Lifestealer, they still banned it out on Spirit to make sure that Pure didn't get the Lifestealer and making sure he didn't get this hero. But he got it this time, so, you know, what were Spirits seeing, or what do Spirits see with Pure on this Lifestealer that they're afraid of?
He just feels very comfortable playing the hero. He also had a bit of a newer item build with relatively early Aghanim Scepter, and
There's
also
that
going
combo.
for Octarine Core. There's that combo. You go onto the Bane, Kataomi will get shut down by Rue. Rue didn't really have a game in the previous one, neither him or Laurel. They died way too many times, and this is a good start for Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, you really want level 6 early. So if they can get that, they'd be happy. You were talking about that just a couple seconds ago, too. You know, just having that Serpent Wards and being able to have that push. It was actually, you know, you had Shadow Shaman on Spirit last game trying to even make moves far forward with the Serpent Wards, but was getting caught in the lane. And now Nightmare pulls him under the tower. Rue taking a lot of damage from this tower and gets ripped up. That is a quick kill in this lane by dragging him under the tower and getting those hits, and Collapse forced back and needs to start to heal and get some mana back under his belt. If he can get some health, maybe he can start using this Soul Ring and using the full life and mana of Rue when he's back into the lane, but that was a good job there by BetBoom.
Pure should be okay in this lane. And there's going to be a lot of attention on Kataomi because he can stop the Starbreaker from going off. And also, I guess the reason why they decided to ban it is because he's sitting at 50% win rate on the hero. Sorry, 80% win rate on the hero. Played it 5 times, did win 4 games.
It's pretty high. Almost 100. If you round up, it is. We'll see save on this Muerta and goes after Mposhka. But nothing really doing over bottom, and this is kind of something that makes me a little bit nervous for BetBoom, is how open the game gets for Yatoro, because he showed how good he can be with this Bristleback and how hard you can hit with Seeing Red.
Yeah, he can, but this time around, I think he's going to be playing into a bit of a counter as well. I want to see Mage Slayer on Monkey King this game. You are playing against Red Bristleback, so you want to remove some of that damage. You are playing against Fox, so you want to remove some of that damage as well.
Good job by save, but the Wisps are not enough.
Nicely done. Loves every single time you watch save on Muerta. Not the most popular hero from position 4 right now, but always a 3 to watch.
I think we've seen it more carry, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Miero and save. I mean, this lane has gotten better with time. Save, we've talked about it, and we fawned over him last game. He has just been so good in this tournament for BetBoom. Nightmare Kataomi pulling back Rue. But it's opening up the map for Pure. He's only 21-4. Compare that to the Bristle, though. Only 4 CS off. Trying to take out this Sentry Ward and unable to do so. Now gets the Shackle will hold him down, but that really doesn't do much of anything. And Rue now sapped, tries to turn, open wounds, and Rue is in trouble. Gets under the tower, but that is gonna pop that foul play.
That's gotta get changed, 100%. Like, people are complaining about silencers, double global silence being very annoying. This is also one of those things. We already changed it, but it's still very difficult to deal with in some of the situations. Not so much in the professional e-gamer scene, but mostly about the pub scene.
Definitely seems like foul play. Hold that thought. Nightmare into a dead shot. They've got the fear into the calling. They just make it look so easy.
Beautifully executed. And Battle also talked about Puck being the driving force of the team, or he needs to be the one having a good game. This one kill will definitely set him back.
I think the question was, would he die this game? Already got our answer 6 minutes in. Overprotective Wisps and the Nature's Attendants are not enough heal this early on in the game. This is BetBoom surging so far. GPK, he has been really good. Last game, I mean, he's coming off a stellar performance in game 2. Dead shot again, the calling one more time. Welcome back to the lane. We'll see you later, Laurel. Oh my.
Oh man,
they kept both supports here.
They're really camping him. Game 2, Laurel didn't have impact. Like, he was really struggling. Every single time there was a coil, he was the one getting coiled in every single fight. And now he's still level 5. GPK is almost level 7.
Oh, man.
Difficult lane and difficult game for him again. GPK still yet to die in this series. Even though they lost game number 1, he did not die at all. He finished off the second game with 0 deaths as well.
Damn. That is great. Oh, my. And he goes for even more. Now he's top. He gets collapse. This is looking pretty bad right now for the side of Team Spirit. Early on. No stranger to adversity, though, in games.
It might be that extra air that he's getting from that nose thing that he's wearing.
It could be.
Could be. Could be affecting his performance. More oxygen means bigger brain usage.
Huh. So I'm really going to need to...
Yeah, you need like the full pack.
I got to have 4 on my nose at once. Looking over to get Bane. They hit the shackle, but a 3-man balance strike. Wukongs comes through. Nightmare pulling him back towards GPK, who is going to find another kill. He's on a mega kill streak. First game, 5-0-4 for GPK despite the loss. Second game, 9-0-23. And currently,
GPK's not done.
5-0.
Do they have enough?
Kill him for the first time.
He has raindrop save is here as well.
Yeah, I don't know if they get him. The calling onto the Enchantress, the turn on the collapse. GPK is unstoppable. DOTA, you could say that again. I mean, the guy just does not die. And he's not even playing Undying. Another kill for GPK. Wicked Sick at 8 minutes and 45 seconds. That's insane.
This is going to be really insane timing on his Diffusal Blade as well. Bristleback in this game is going to get countered. You have the tankiness coming out from pretty much all 3 cores. You have a good amount of saves. You have Lifestealer who can infest you, save you. So this time around, Yatoro is not going to be able to replicate what he did in game number 1.
Gosh, they got to kill GPK.
It's a lot of gold.
I don't
Ring 5.
I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like I have to ask the question, right? Has there ever been a 3-game series in which a series in which you've lost 1-2 and not died ever in the series? There has to be, right?
There has to be. It's really rare. Like, a lot of the times people will say, you have to die. If you didn't die in a losing game, you did something wrong, you know. But that first game, it ended relatively quickly.
16-14. It wasn't even a lot of kills.
No, it wasn't really action-packed game by any means.
If anybody's listening, somebody get me a statistic, because I'd love to know. Granted, we are in the early goings of this game. We just hit 10 minutes.
he gets amplified damage as well. That's gonna get dispelled immediately. Boschko's like, see ya. I do not want to be dealing with that one.
Don't want to deal with that amplified damage. You've been given a lot, but we need to chill out.
I love the build from Miero as well. Miero is one of the guys that really knows how to think outside of the box and go for the right itemization. Going for Spirit Vessel, great against Dawn, great against Enchantress with the heals. We saw Enchantress being slightly more popular at Wallachia. It does deal insane, like it does heal for quite a lot. Difficult to kill sometimes because you have Lifestealer, you have Monkey King, you can't really hit her immediately. So this Spirit Vessel is going to be really good. And it's also good against Bristleback.
Yeah, definitely good against Bristleback. That's the one question, right? Like, Bristle's still getting a decent amount of farm out of the game. They need to make sure that they slow him down if they want to continue this trend of getting a net worth advantage on the side of BetBoom.
Yeah.
We'll see. What can they get?
Tell me it's a sub diff. They really made the difference in this one. Ganking for GPK, killing Laurel twice. Did really make a difference.
I like the little emote on it too, just the Marcy thumbs up. Like, yep, sup diff. X Torrent GPK is here again. We'll run towards Roche.
No untouchable yet.
Oh, all right. Well, Boundless Strike action, still healing, just a touch. And eventually the Nightmare pulls him in. Who gets it? Probably Miero.
And that's a Spirit Vessel charge. Earn charge, but he does have Spirit Vessel on the courier.
We've talked about this too with the Lifestealer. You go into the Ancient Black Dragon and you farm really well.
You do. With the Gore Storm, you can easily get your Radiance timing. I guess that's also the reason why the hero is popular, where Pure loves to play it. And
Boundless Strike. Rue in trouble, and Pure will chase him down. And this is a dead tier 1. 2 to 11.
Two big items. Pure also this time around going for Armlet as his first item, seeing that they don't have that much damage, so he can definitely toggle it in the middle of a fight if necessary. A lot of the times you see it in reverse, Radiance into Armlet if it's a good game for it. Sometimes it's SNY, sometimes it's Aghanim Scepter as well. Yatoro getting slapped. They do have the grip.
Pop him up with the Torrent, they go to the Fiend's Grip. And the Solar Guardian drops down. Collapse trying to help out Yatoro, but they'll get the kill. They'll lose Katomi, but the TP attempt is stopped with the Boundless Strike, and Collapse is dead to GPK, who's on that monster kill streak.
It's a very difficult game. Yeah. Laurel not getting involved in this one. They also have insane amount of tankiness. If you get the boat off, if you get the infest into somebody, not sure who's going to be dealing damage inside of Spirit. Sure, you have some of the survivability with Dawnbreaker ulti, with these overprotective wisps, but that has also been answered slightly with this early Spirit Vessel from Miero.
That early Vessel, first time purchase for the Kunkka. And he's almost got the Blade Mail. He's very farmed. He's top of the net worth. Like this you think about how Monkey King's having an amazing start, monster kill streak, but Miero is still finding so much farm that he is ahead of even the Monkey King by just a couple of golds.
Kunkka does farm a lot.
Yeah.
Once you get to level 7, it's one of the fastest farmers in the game, actually. A little surprised we haven't seen too much of a carry Kunkka. This is something that Paravision loves to play. In terms of Kunkka's nerfs, we haven't seen nerfs to Kunkka being carry. They've been mostly around his shard.
The calling again is going to make this an easy kill. 14-minute Godlike. Definitely got to be one of the quickest Godlikes out there. In a pro game as well.
Not sure who even deals with this. This is a problem. And also him itemizing for BKB so that he can walk out of the coil if he gets initiated on. Will make him relatively tanky as well. If he gets Jingu in the middle of a fight, one sleep, both, like, he's super tanky. And he doesn't want to die. That's why he's opting to go for a BKB. Knowing that he can feed a lot of gold if they manage to get the kill.
Putting him on a potential Beyond Godlike here. GPK. He's looking to get this kill, but it is long to get this kill on Maposhkin. Finally, GPK dies. Beyond Godlike, 10-0-3, 15 minutes in. He is involved in 13 of the 15 kills that they got. and just TP out? No.
Chicken
way.
fingers.
Chicken fingers.
Unfortunately, he did not have his phase boots ready for another 3-4 seconds. I think he realized and tried to TP out. Good kill. Laurel gets the last hit. Any kind of a kill they can get on the map right now could be good. Still, BetBoom getting more gold out of that one.
Monkey back to the top of the net worth. And the supports are quite farmed for BetBoom too. Almost 4,000 gold for this Save Muerta. So this is a really good support game. And you've seen what he's able to do. Landing those dead shots, putting the calling right on them. I mean, when you're Puck, the survivability is so difficult when you're feared and immediately silenced and slowed up. Stuck in that silence too, right? You're trying to run out of that calling, but you've been inhibited by the defusal. It's not easy.
No. You get Dead Shot, you get Fiend's Grip. There's a lot of things. Like even such a simple setup with Nightmare into Torrent could get you killed.
GPK with the Wukongs and Maposhka dead to GPK. Add another one to the board. It's 11 kills for this Monkey King. And, oh, regen rune. Oh, casual regen rune for him too. Get all that mana back.
This is something that Monkey King from the mid lane, I'm gonna say struggles, but definitely lacks. If you go for the Diffusal Blade, you don't have enough mana, needs to constantly bring out clarities. Miero, even Pure is here. They will get the kill. Eventually, Sister Shroud.
On it. Wow.
Yep.
He could have swung a couple times there and waited for Pure to just pick up that kill. Not greedy at all.
This item on Shadow Shaman feels so good. You have foul play, and then if you activate, if your Sister Shroud gets activated, then you're not gonna be able to kill him instantly. You need some kind of a damage on the ground, some spell that he can reach. Yatoro having a pretty slow game this time.
There's that Radiance, 17 minutes in for the Lifestealer. If Spirit find a kill on the Monkey King, though, he's money in the bank. They're investing in their own future, right? It's tactical.
I don't think this one was.
I've got a lot of copium over on this side.
This one was on purpose. Let's see, GPK, they're ready to initiate. This is supposed to be the big timing on Spirit. With Aghanim Scepter on Bristleback, Miposhka gonna get caught again.
Balance strike one more time, and it's the typical Enchantress chase. The heals are a lot. Meanwhile, Solar Guardian on the other side. They got Miposhka. Pure comes over. They're going to try and clean up the Dawnbreaker. Collapse with the Celestial Hammer and the Fiend's Grip on Yatoro for a second. But here comes GPK. He's coming through. Save Kataomi, both dead on the side of BetBoom. GPK at the balance strike. They got the kill in a root, but they won't get that Dawnbreaker. It looked like GPK was going to be in time to maybe lock out some of these kills, but not too bad from Spirit overall.
No, Aghanim Scepter showing the strength of it on Bristleback, dealing good amount of damage, but again, two supports are not doing much on Spirit, not being able to deal anything, killing the Shadow Shaman before he can get the Mass Serpent Wards off, and then you can maybe try to take a fight around it. At least Laurel is getting some okay farm, considering everything, considering how this game started for him. Does have Blink Dagger on the Courier.
Nobody else is here but Pure. Radiance off, maybe waiting for rotation.
They want Yatoro in the bottom lane. Miero's TPing, X.
Kunkka, there's the X. And Kunkka helping to get this kill into Yatoro. I mean, that's Kunkka just coming over. Kunkka coming over. Ooh, he's got the X to pull you back here.
You need a different career. Hard game for him, playing into the Diffusal Blade on Monkey King, playing against the Lifestealer, which means that he's going to be life-stealing a lot.
This is one of the things you can do with Bane. You can Nightmare and look for a high five, knowing that you've locked down these heroes long enough to get your team over. 21-6. God damn. Still, I mean, maybe it's just the way Dota is now, but I feel like with this much of a kill lead, 7,000 doesn't feel like what it should be.
No, but also the composition of the heroes that they do have on side of Spirit. These are not like very easy heroes to come back with. We saw them making a comeback 2 times so far in Wallachia against the Mega Creep, some insane resilience coming out from them. But this time around, these heroes are not so good at doing so. Like, there's only so little you can do with the Enchantress. Maybe you can try to delay the game, creep skipping, but Dawnbreaker is also not that hero. Like, it's not the hero that can get you into the game where you want it to be, especially with the setup that they do have. Like, these are... This type of a lineup from Spirit was supposed to be winning, snowballing early, and trying to make something happen, but it never came down to that. GPK just had too good of a start.
Maposhka again trying to TP out. Dead shot connects. The fear is there. Meanwhile, Yatoro is seen by GPK. They get the kill on Maposhka. They've got the amplified damage. The chase is on, hoping to not get Krogered. Baru, he finds the Hex. He's got the Serpent Words down. The calling is there. The Rod of Atos, the Balance Strike from GPK. And now the Solar Guardian. Can they get GPK? Can they finish him off?
He needs one more hit.
He needs some help. He's low, but not dead. And they're going to go the other way with this fight. It's 3 heroes gone on the side of Team Spirit, and Collapse is dead. Save will fall. Laurel, the only one alive on the side of Team Spirit, but they still cannot kill GPK.
No, they just don't have enough damage. Like, even with the Saganim Scepter on Dawn, it shows some of the strengths of the lineup, what it's supposed to do, but they're so far ahead. Pure not dying, GPK not dying. They managed to kill Miero once, so pretty much all of these deaths have been between the 2 supports.
Miero has that Ags flying out. And Pure, man, he is having quite the game. But we take a look back at this fight, and Kataomi survives for a long time, considering he's surrounded by Serpent Wards. Enough to get the Nightmare off for a second onto the Shadow Shaman. GPK for a second, I doubted that he was gonna survive this, but I'm stupid and should have realized it's GPK. He doesn't die in this series. He's gonna keep that 0. But man, it's, you can see the emotion coming through, and it is starting to show. And as it is now a 9,000, now 10,000 net worth lead, as they picked up that shrine, they got the shard for Kataomi, and Spirit are looking for any answers that they can find. 5-man smoke from BetBoom as they will cross over. They got the Tormentor. They've got Pure top of the net worth. Each one of these cores have shared their time at top of the net worth, but it's going to be who else but Maposhka getting a smoke broken, TPing out. Does get to escape this time, but it seems like every time BetBoom are moving around the map, it's somehow Maposhka.
Yeah, he's trying to make something happen. Very difficult game for him. This Spirit Vessel is also going to ruin him. You're playing into the Life Stealer, so there is rage. There's multiple ways of killing you. He needs to get out of the map, fish for some information, maybe try to buy a little bit more time until they get to the next round of items. But overall, very, very difficult game for Spirit.
Really difficult at this point. It is not going great for them, but they will get a tier 1 tower over top. They go into Roshan, and this will be an Aegis. We'll see if they even give it to GPK. That almost feels like a bit of a waste. I mean, the guy doesn't die, right? Like, why would you give an Aegis to somebody who's just not dying anyway? But we'll see. It's probably Pure. He's positioned closest.
Let's see who gets it. Pure's actually got to pick it up. That means that GPK is pretty confident that he is not going to die. Does have Shard available, so can get out of the trouble as well. BKB, poor man's shield. Extra bit of armor against Bristleback with the tough enchantment.
Spirit need to avoid fighting, but it's going to be pretty tough with an Aegis in the hands of BetBoom Team, and they can pressure. Save going for the Gleipnir and the Boots of Bearing. And then Basher for Pure, and I believe Monkey King's also looking for a Basher. So double Basher TPing out in front of this team is going to be not impossible.
Yeah, you're playing into BKB Piercing Tools, X-Mark. Way too many ways of dealing with anybody who wants to try to TP out. What's that big item? Like, I'm just not seeing that big item on Spirit, at least not right now, that can get them back into the game. Saghanim, Scepter, and Bristle was supposed to be the okay timing for them, considering everything. And they got a double kill out of it. It's just the rest of the team is not doing too hot. A lot of the times we've seen Shadow Shaman being paired up with Dawnbreaker. You go in, you drop the Serpent Wards, Shackle, Hex, then she comes in with the Dawnbreaker ulti. A lot of damage that can't kill most of the heroes at this stage of the game, but they are very tanky. And BetBoom, they've been moving as a unit ever since Game 2, pretty much.
Yeah, ever since Game 2, it has just been all BetBoom. Rage just continuing to push this tier 2 tower. It's very tough for them to find an answer on Spirit, but they've been using these Serpent Wards to push, and they've slowly been getting a little bit back. It was like 9,000, now it's 6,000. They get a bottom tier 1. Something that Rue was trying to accomplish in the last game. He's been punished a little bit for it, but has been getting a couple of towers and putting some damage on too. They got some damage on the top tier 2. But they also got the bottom tier 1.
And now Miposhka is going to be doing the same thing on the other side of the map. Try to push it out a little bit more, but he's going to get punished. Kateomi has been doing a very good job so far at Wallachia, making sure that these type of plays are going to get punished.
Fiend's Grip, Primal Spring, and
GPK sees
the Wukongs.
that he doesn't have enough damage to kill him straight away. So, needs to use Wukong's command. We'll be happy with that one. They're in a good spot.
6. But Wukong is going to be down now for 75 seconds. Not sure it's necessarily needed in any of the fights that they take, but this is literally just pure running at Yatoro in this Ancient Prowler Shaman. Finding Bane. To kill for Spirit, anything they can get around the map is going to be worth quite a bit.
They need to play like that. Rue needs to play this type of a game where he gets out of the map, smoke up, try to get something done. Dawnbreaker ulti is ready. Doesn't have wards available for another 15 seconds. He's smoked up. If he can find GPK here, they might need the extra bit of a damage from Mass Serpent Wards. And I believe he saw him. Smoke broke.
GPK. Solar Guardian, is this the first time? It looks like it. They got him. They have broken the streak of deathless time for GPK, and he was worth a lot of gold.
Still, a very good move. This is exactly what they need to do. Rue is on the... Oh, they placed the sentry, and he saw him. I'm not sure he wanted to go for this one. I think he wanted to go for the D-Ward, but that's going to be an extra bit of an influx of the gold for them. Miero will take that one, or will he? It's going to be save in the end.
1,065 gold for that kill on GPK. I think the kill streak should have carried over from the last game, and he should have gotten like 4,000.
Yeah, they would get 4,000 or 5,000 gold from that kill then.
Man, well, made it to 28 minutes into this game.
BKB, grip is ready.
Yeah, but now
Bashed.
they don't. They bashed. I mean, they gripped, but they almost didn't even need that. He went like an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes without dying.
This game included?
Yeah. Because it was 42 in the first game, 36 in the second game. That's 76 minutes, and then 25 here. It's 100 minutes, so like an hour and a half-ish, hour 40.
That's pretty impressive. Now Pure will go for the high ground. They have save from the Bane if he needs to buy a little bit more time. Rage.
Just take this bottom tier 3. They'll go for Pure, but GPK is in for revenge. Infest enemy arrow. They'll go to the ghost ship. That's going to fly forward and hit on Yatoro's out of mana. The Enfeeble on him too. The Rod of Atos controls him. They're looking for the Torrent, but the Force Staff over the Torrent. Now, Sword Guardian on a Miero. They get the kill on Yatoro. Save takes him out. He does not have buyback, and they look and find collapse too. All these tips to save.
very difficult fight for them. There's so much tankiness on their side. Double boat coming out from Kunkka. Wukong's command, burning Yaturo's mana instantly, and also getting the kill on Puck before that. Now with the Spirit Vessel, GPK, he got stuck.
Balance Strike in the middle of all Serpent Words. It's fine.
Pure's gonna come back with that X mark. Will heal up, back to full HP. BKB as well used in the previous fight. So now you have Rage, so that's 12 seconds, 20 seconds of debuff immunity.
This time, Maposhka easier to kill. GPK, Balance Strike for the finishing blow. There's nobody really to help out Rue. He wants to use that chicken fingers, but I mean, that's just the start, and then Hex, Shackle, and have maybe some follow-up, but nobody's alive. Yaturo's still dead for 10 seconds, so all these things he wants to put together don't really mean much, and he's kind of staying top under the tier 3 tower, hoping that he doesn't get killed, because he's a lot of their control. Infest, Miro on the run, GPK still here, there's the Hex, Rue trying to start it off. Solar Guardian gonna fly in, that's gonna land on the GPK, but they've got the kill on Rue, they'll take him out first, the Fiend's Grip on the Dawnbreaker, that's gonna be beyond godlike for Pure. Dream Coil committed, but the BKB from Miero, they'll search, they'll go for Yaturo, who's hit with the Rod of Atos, and they'll pull him back in with the X marks the spot. Lotus Orb doesn't matter much, piercing the Veil, but the silence from the Waning Rift doesn't really matter. He's in the Pierce the Veil, they just don't have the damage to get the kill here on the save. The Balance Strike hits on a 2, and Feeble, these quills are spraying. GPK dead a second time, but they will lose Laurel and Yaturo. And they have buyback on Laurel, and they're gonna need to fight back in the TP attempt. Oh, Pure X, he's coming back.
He's coming back. He called it.
Yeah,
he
wants
set
to
the
come
arrow
back and go for Laurel. They've got the Abyssal Blade, why not? Oh boy, that might secure the game here. Maposhka's on the run. Another Hex on a Pure, but they hit the X. They take out Maposhka, and it's just Rue.
That was such a clutch play. Also a save coming out from Kataomi, X mark. And now they have an extra bit of a heal as well. 2 Spirit Vessel charges. Team Spirit, buyback, not available on Yaturo, and Chancers does have one, but she's really not doing much.
No, not at all, but we'll force the buyback. They lost Collapse anyway. It's just the supports. Those secure Mega Creeps. Pure getting tipped out. 13-0 and 12 this game. 15-2 and 11 for GPK, who's back in 5. Maposhka enfeebled, Gale guarding, but that is just not enough. Another beyond godlike tick here for Pure.
I guess that's why they decided to ban Lifestealer game 1, game 2, and really shows how well he plays it. 14-0 and 12.
Really insane performance from Pure. BetBoom, they started the tournament a little bit shaky, had to go all 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, but since we have hit the playoffs, they have looked really good. The Serpent Words are spread out, GPK is back, Dead Shot connects, Wukong's command is there, Yaturo dead again. He has buyback this time, but the Fiend's Grip is onto the Dawnbreaker, the Shackle's on a Pure, but they still have GPK. Pure, while shackled, gets the kill in a Collapse. They finish off Rue. They look over at Yaturo. They have surrounded him. Ghost Ship comes in, and he will bring him down with the Ghost Ship, just like the Titanic sunk. So will the dreams of Team Spirit here at Wallachia, as it is BetBoom who will take this series. GG is called a 2-1 for BetBoom.
Very well drafted and good execution of the draft from BetBoom, completely destroying Team Spirit in this third game, and they're going to be playing against Team Liquid yesterday in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, tomorrow they will play against them, and that is a really good game from BetBoom. Really great performances from Pure and GPK, but I would love to hear the breakdown from Shiva and the rest of the panel. Guys, take it away.
We have a new hero that went with 0 deaths, and this time it was the Lifestealer in the hands of Pure. I will say, though, this game felt a little bit frustrating for Team Spirit. I think it didn't go out
What's
at all.
really funny
What's funny?
They banned Lifestealer in a bad Lifestealer game, but then they gave him Lifestealer in a good Lifestealer game. Well, that's kind of funny to me, to be honest with you. So, I mean, I think this puck, I will say, looked really OP when GPK played it. However, maybe Puck is just a GPK thing because this Puck looked completely solved this game.
He did.
It was not threatening. It died a lot. I'm not used to seeing that.
Yeah, this was extremely impressive from all of BetBoom Team. Like, I'm really excited to see them going forward because I feel like they have leveled up. And Pure is on one of his few heroes. It does feel like he can be pretty polarizing depending on which hero he gets. But when he gets the ones he's good at, he's godlike. And it seems like day to day, there's more and more of them on the list. So I'm excited to see how teams try to solve him. GPK as well, like you guys were saying, like I feel like for whatever reason, he is just on fire right now. Like this guy is in the zone. He's in TI, EWC form. Like he wants to win.
He's like so far, if we're going to choose a player, right? Like sure, Gaimin's great. All their players collectively are good, but I feel like that team is like a team effort, right?
Yeah.
Where GPK is just having like MVP performances after performances, winning or losing the game. He's just popping off. I feel like as a Dota player, he looks like the best player at this tournament individually.
Yeah, he does. He does. The amount of 1v5s that he's done, it has just been insane. Like in the late game, Pure did a lot. Don't get me wrong. Like he looked really good on his lifestealer. He was that insurance factor, but the entire early game was carried by GPK. And then this little TP play there was really cool. Fear, I think you were saying, like, of course, Pure called for this play to happen, right? It's like X me,
Yeah.
realizing that it's essentially a good bait. And that if they do turn that fight around, they will win the game. Like, that is the game-winning condition there. It's like you see heroes without buyback overextending because they see you TPing. All of a sudden, the X comes out, and you kill them. And this is exactly what they do when he's playing Nature's Prophet as well, is they identify that, like, okay, this is the game-winning fight. They have no buyback. If we win this one right here, we can take the risk, and we're going to insta-win the game. They consistently make plays where they do that, and it worked out for them in this game. Spirit had very few openings back into the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of sixes there. 16-0 for Pure, 16-2 GPK, 6-1 Miro, 6-2 Save, and Katomi had 6 deaths, but he's a bane. We can't get a lot of kills.
Yeah,
30 assists.
30 assists.
We don't look at
that's
those.
what
Those don't
counts.
count.
Nice.
As supports, that's what counts, Fear. Thank you very much. But this
don't
is,
look at
I mean, it's incredible. If you think about also that BetBoom has Spirit's number every time.
Yeah,
there must
they
be,
do.
it must not be just hero related. There must be some stylistic thing that makes Team Spirit just weak against BetBoom, seemingly.
I hate to say this, but it looks like a mid-diff in this matchup. I don't know. Maybe GPK just has Laurel's number. Maybe it's just a bad matchup there. I mean, Laurel's a great player, clearly. He's been owning in a lot of the games, but whenever he plays versus GPK, he's just shut down.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. And of course, part of the crew shutting down Team Spirit is Kataomi. Played that Bane, and he's right now with Nomad for his winner's interview.
Thanks, Shiva. Yes, Katomi, congratulations on making it through to the final day.
Thank you.
So, I mean, why are you guys so good against Team Spirit? I mean, you guys just seem to have their number.
I mean, just pure drafts. Nothing much to say.
All right, fair enough. I mean, keeping it minimal here. So, talk to me about GPK, because he had a fantastic series here. You know, what's he like in game? What's he communicating to you guys when he's having these fantastic games?
I mean, he's like playing puck. Yeah, he's like playing puck with 0 deaths. He likes to have active runs also. That's why I played Oracle second game. Not playing Oracle anymore. So, yeah.
I see. So you're enabling GPK, right? You know, you're the man behind the magic.
Yes, of course. Yeah, we like to enable our mid laner with active runs. Yeah.
So, I mean, Team Spirit, you know, when we've seen them in this tournament and in other tournaments, they're known for being this fantastic comeback team. Is that ever in the back of your mind whenever you're playing against them and you're ahead?
Not really. I mean, all depends on the draft. If our draft is good, we just win the game like we did first and third game. Or second and third, yeah. So we had a really shit draft in first game. It was like pretty unwinnable from the start, actually, because he controlled Bristleback, I mean Lycan with Bristleback, and then Ryu picked Ricky, which is full counter to Oracle. We forgot about Ricky, so yeah, this was a fail draft.
And how does that work then with your coach? Are you calling him in between the games, or are you sort of he gives you the planning and then you kind of do the improvising on the day?
I mean, pure and safe preparing to the games with drafts with our coach, because he's not here right now on Discord. And between games, some adjustments, they just call on Telegram or just do some message, just discussing online.
All right, very nice calling in for the coach. I love that. And now, of course, you're through to play Liquid in the final day. So Liquid and Gaimin, how do you feel coming against those teams? Are you confident that you can take this all the way, Katomi?
I mean, I'm super confident we're going to win this tournament. It just depends on... We just need to get to the grand final. We already done it in Fisher, 3-0, Gaming. I mean, I really look up to playing versus Gaming because there's my boy Watson. Always fun to play, Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Katomi. Congratulations in this series. We will see you tomorrow. We'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Kataomi and Nomad. And indeed, there was only one tournament this whole season that BetBoom was able to take home, and they did beat Gaimin in that grand final. So let's see if they get another shot, because last time they faced Team Liquid yesterday, it didn't go the way they wanted to. But potentially tomorrow will be a different day and different results for BetBoom. Before we get there, though, let's just real quick, just hammer it down for this game we just watched, because my panel just really wants to see it again. Let's see, Jenkins, how this puck died. Or was it fair that wanted you to see it again?
Oh, I definitely didn't want to see it.
What this is going to show really is like, yeah, GPK that, Pure Lifestealer this, but the real star of the show was actually Save on his Murta. He's the one shutting down the puck. Like, this puck went mid lane, beautiful dead shot into silence, and he TP's back in. He wants to farm this wave, but guess who is still here? It is Save on the Murta. He's coming back for even more devastation here, and once you have these two deaths, now GPK's game is absolutely free. Sure, he was winning the lane beforehand, but it was a bit manageable. But those two deaths just kind of like solidify the game, essentially, for GBK.
Yeah, look at the net worth difference at 15 minutes, 8.2K to 5.6K. This is not typical even for a Puck versus Monkey King matchup. And I agree, this is probably the most devastating thing that you can do other than misclicking and canceling your TP is when you TP somewhere and then immediately die and it's like in the laning stage. There are legitimately times where I'm like, well, fuck it, I'm going jungle now. But you can't do that with Puck.
No, and at this point also, I mean, GPK already had 10 kills. So it's like...
10 by 15 minutes is unreal. That's a crazy performance. But yeah, I agree. This was set up entirely by the supports. And previous game, Save also was doing a ton of work on Marcy. So no surprise there with that boom.
On Muerta. Oh yeah, previous game with
this
Marcy. Time on Muerta. It means that BetBoom is the team that gets to play in that final day. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where we're at, as we only have 1 day remaining. So today we had 4 best-of-3 series. 3 of those were in the lower bracket. We started the day, Fear, with 2 fairly convincing 2-0s, where we had Team Spirit eliminating Xtreme, and we had BetBoom eliminating Navi. I am so sorry, because I know you were a big Navi fan.
I might not be able to sleep tonight, but I'll try my best. But I think as you get later on to the tournament, you start to clearly see the separation between the teams, especially in the lower bracket. And I think that's just what it was. I think Spirit's much better than Xtreme, and we saw BetBoom just better than Navi, right? And now it's starting to get really close, as it usually does when it comes to like the tail end of the tournament. We've got 3 teams left, and it's going to be a banger.
Yeah. Well, I will say, though, it's going to be really close, but the other series that we saw today in the upper bracket finals, it didn't feel as close as I maybe thought it would be, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 interesting storylines here for all of the teams. You have Gaimin, who finally, after a very long time, they are stomping their way through a tournament, which is what we saw when they were in their prime, back when they had Duraccio. So it looks like, you know, they're back in form. You have Liquid, who are the defending champions, who have gotten to the grand finals and won in the exact same way in other tournaments where they look like the worst team, but then they level up. And then you have BetBoom, a team that people were kind of discounting after seeing their group stage because of the polarizing nature of some of their players and their play style, and they're leveling up. I think they're the most improved team that we've seen so far from the group stage. So I have no idea who is going to win this one. I would not even bet on Gaimin, even though they've been dominant, because this is just how they look when they do well in tournaments.
Well, it's a good thing that we don't know what's going to happen, because that gives us and you a reason to make sure you're tuning in tomorrow. We have the 2 final series coming your way tomorrow. We're going to start things off with Team Liquid versus BetBoom. Keep a close eye on the time, guys. We are starting an hour later than our usual start time. It's the local Bucharest, Romanian start time of 11 a.m. So mark that in your calendars. And after that, we'll have the grand finals with Gaimin Gladiators versus the winner. But don't forget also that in between those 2 series, as you might have seen today, we had a little teaser out there, a little trailer out there. There's going to be a podcast live with the Dota 2 legends of Puppy, Karaoke, and No Tail. So make sure you tune in for that one. I'm sure it's going to be available online as well, but you really just want to watch it live and react with everybody live. I'm sure it's going to be great. The Dota 2 is going to be great as well. I do want to hear some final thoughts. I know you don't want to predict anything, Jenkins, so you can keep it somewhat ambiguous, but what do you expect from that first series of the day? Liquid, BetBoom.
Ooh, Liquid, BetBoom. I'm going to predict it's a 3-game series. I'm going to predict Saberlight's going to get first pick, but Saberlight is not going to be picking the Axe and the Dawn. There are going to be new experiments coming out of the boys.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
Fair?
For the first series?
Yeah.
Guess we don't know the last series, so that doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
I mean, it's going to be 3 games for sure. Both these teams like going the distance. And it's going to be, is Liquid going to be too fast for BetBoom? Or is GPK going to be able to show that he can just make space for the team and hold Liquid at bay? I think that's what it's come down to.
All those unanswered questions. We'll get the answers to that tomorrow for our final day of PGL Wallachia Season 5. See you tomorrow.
Dumioara mea să te îndor de ea și să-i spun